Curious and eager for knowledge, Cheng Bin embarked on a journey towards ascending the dimensional peaks of the multiverse after obtaining the ladder of ascent. In the town where miracles began, he devoted himself to learning, research, and the development of his abilities. In the parallel worlds distorted by information, he traversed consciousness and explored the depths of self-awareness. In the realms of fantasy and matching dimensions, he absorbed knowledge and unraveled mysteries. At last, Cheng Bin transformed into a being of higher dimensions, traversing the gaps between worlds, grasping the reins of time, tracing the origins of history, and sowing the seeds of the future. The path ahead was fraught with thorns, and the journey of ascension was boundless. Chapter 1. The miracle begins with a lottery ticket. On June 30th, 2017, in C City, S Province, Huagua, within the office of the attending physician in the psychiatric department of the First People's Hospital, Yang Mingyuan observed the slender youth before him, who sat upright with half-framed glasses and earnestly remarked, "Cheng Bin, I respect your choice in principle, but you are well aware of your family situation." Cheng Bin remained calm, simply expressing his gratitude with a soft thank you. After Cheng Bin politely exited, Yang Mingyuan leaned back in his chair, sighing with regret. Truth be told, he held a favorable impression of this well-mannered young man, and the peculiar and troublesome illness he presented offered considerable research value. Yet, since the young man had regained his ability to lead a normal life and expressed a desire to leave, Yang had no authority to retain him against his will. As Cheng Bin stepped out of the hospital, dressed in short sleeves and denim jeans, he greeted the security guard with a smile, dragging a modest suitcase behind him. Although it was not yet the hottest time of the year, the sun shone brilliantly today, dazzling Cheng Bin to the point of slight disorientation. It had been a long time since he had breathed in the air of such vastness, having spent over a year recovering from the accident that had occurred 2 years prior, followed by an extended stay in the psychiatric hospital. Squinting against the sunlight, Cheng Bin took out his phone to check the map, making his way toward the nearest bus station. However, as he took a few steps, an unusual phenomenon occurred. Strands of black smoke appeared in his peripheral vision, coalescing and dispersing into various bizarre forms. Faced with such an uncanny sight, Cheng Bin continued walking without panic, for this phenomenon had accompanied him for nearly 2 years. Although the hallucinations were dark and bizarre, they did not obscure his vision. After undergoing an adaptive treatment plan, Cheng Bin accepted this reality with ease and found it rather intriguing. Experiencing frequent visual and auditory hallucinations, Cheng Bin's symptoms had once left numerous doctors in neurology and psychiatry scratching their heads, ultimately leading them to abandon hopes of a cure in favor of psychological coping strategies. Yet, Cheng Bin's composure did not last long. He soon found himself halting in astonishment. The previously unchanging shadowy hallucinations suddenly ceased their erratic dance in his peripheral vision and lunged toward his face, coalescing into a formless, writhing black mass that then erupted into a black chain, wrapping around Cheng Bin's body while extending toward a corner of the street. Simultaneously, a vague voice inched closer to clarity, transforming from an unintelligible whisper to a resonant tone. 09, 16, 17, 24, 30, 31, 06. A series of repeatedly echoed numbers. The mechanical voice incessantly recited this string until Cheng Bin instinctively memorized it, at which point it abruptly vanished. Stunned, Cheng Bin stood in place for a while, glancing at the black smoke chain entwined around his hand, contemplating the seemingly engraved numbers in his mind. How many 2-year spans does one experience in a lifetime? Moreover, this situation was beyond any explanation related to his condition. The thought of returning to the hospital for help flickered in his mind, but was quickly dismissed. He licked his dry lips, tentatively tested the chain on his hand, which, as before, neither obstructed his vision nor could be touched, as if it were insubstantial. Then, gathering his resolve, with a tinge of fear and boundless curiosity, he moved in the direction the chain extended. Cheng Bin initially believed that he would traverse a long, winding path guided by this dark chain, leading him to various extraordinary supernatural realms. However, the reality was that upon turning the corner and entering a bustling street of shops, he found the black chain plunging into the doorway of a store. Looking up, he saw a remarkably simple sign above the shop, bearing the words Huagua Welfare Lottery in red on a white background. A moment later, Cheng Bin emerged from the store, clutching his very first lottery ticket. He turned to survey his surroundings, only to discover that the visual and auditory hallucinations he had often experienced had entirely vanished. "I must be going insane," he murmured softly, gazing down at the ticket in his hand. After pondering for a moment, Cheng Bin took out his phone, snapped a picture of the ticket, and succinctly recorded the events of the day, uploading it to his cloud storage. Subsequently, he tucked the ticket into his wallet, suppressing the peculiar and reckless thoughts bubbling up within him. Cheng Bin once had a home in Sea City. However, following the car accident 2 years ago, not only had his parents passed away, but the house in Sea City had also been foreclosed and auctioned off by the bank due to missed mortgage payments. Though he had ultimately received a considerable compensation, Cheng Bin had no place to call home in Sea City anymore. Feeling somewhat dejected, Cheng Bin boarded a bus heading towards W-Town, near Sea City. His family had originally resided there, in a house facing the street. After glancing at the ground floor shop that was operating normally and politely declining an invitation for dinner from a neighbor, Cheng Bin ascended to the second floor and opened the door to his residence. A cloud of dust greeted him. Peering inside, he found that, apart from the dust, everything was exactly as he remembered. Long ago, when he had left, his mother had tidied the place meticulously, covering the furniture with plastic sheets while organizing other belongings. Recalling his late mother, Cheng Bin felt a pang of sorrow, his eyes reddening as he sighed deeply and stepped into the room, gathering cleaning supplies to begin tidying up. By the time he had cleaned the living room and the room where he would sleep that night, darkness had descended. Cheng Bin put away the mop and lay on the freshly made bed, stretching with a yawn, only to realize he was quite hungry. He took out his phone to check the time, preparing to go out and buy a late-night snack. As he opened his wallet, a red bill slipped out, and a small white ticket fell to the floor. Bending down to pick it up, Cheng Bin recognized it as the lottery ticket, and the strange scene from the previous day rushed back to his mind. Recalling the seller's words about the lottery draw cycle, Cheng Bin realized that this ticket would be drawn that very evening. With a mix of indescribable emotions, he opened his phone's browser to search for the winning numbers for that lottery draw. In the next moment, his hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop his phone. A bead of sweat formed in his palm, and disbelief flickered across Cheng Bin's face as he took 2 deep breaths, spreading out the ticket alongside his phone. "First prize? I actually won?" One would expect joy in such a moment, however. Cheng Bin was instead overwhelmed by a profound fear of the unknown. He stood up, clutching his phone excitedly, and hastily accessed his cloud storage, locating the record file he had written the day before to meticulously verify its contents and the time of upload. Eventually, Cheng Bin slowly laid down his phone. He had to admit that this was no mere illusion. He had indeed predicted the winning lottery numbers a day in advance. This was a miracle, Cheng Bin thought. Suddenly, he realized his heart was racing, the veins in his head pulsating, an indescribable tremor engulfing his thoughts, and a dull ache began to throb within his skull. Something is off. My mental endurance should not be this fragile. Cheng Bin touched his forehead, feeling an unusual heat radiating from his hand. He contemplated stepping out to seek medical attention and medication, but found that his legs felt weak and unsteady, preventing him from taking a single step at last. Overwhelmed by an intensifying dizziness and headache, Cheng Bin collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. In a hazy state, he seemed to hear some utterances. Screening successful. Annihilation system deactivated. World line convergence successful. Overlay in progress. High-dimensional information entity constructed. Initiating low-dimensional interference system. Host, it is time for you to awaken. Chapter 2. The legendary system. When Cheng Bin was awakened by hunger, it was already noon the following day. He tossed aside the covers and groggily rose from his bed, slightly perplexed as to why he had fallen asleep fully clothed. However, the intense pangs of hunger compelled him to rummage through the snacks he had purchased during his last bus ride, stuffing his mouth while simultaneously gulping down water to gather his thoughts. Memories of the lottery, precognition, high fevers, and headaches flashed through his mind like a rapid slideshow, almost causing him to choke on the water. He quickly abandoned his food and rushed to the edge of the bed, where he found the lottery ticket tucked away in a corner. He pulled out his phone to verify once more. Indeed, this was no dream. He had truly won. And it was the grand prize. At that moment, a peculiar sound emanated from beneath him. Meow. Cheng Bin looked down to find an adorable, pure black kitten crouching at his feet, its lively eyes fixed upon him. "Oh, where did you come from?" Cheng Bin inquired as he crouched down. Noticing the kitten showed no fear, he extended his hand to pet it, only to be horrified when his hand seemed to pass through the little creature as if it were a holographic projection. This sensation was eerily familiar. It reminded him of the shadowy illusions that had accompanied him for the past 2 years. The kitten then stood on its hind legs and began to float towards the astonished Cheng Bin, swishing its tail as it spoke in a mechanical tone that he found oddly memorable. "Greetings." Cheng Bin rubbed his face, feeling an unprecedented calm wash over him. "Hello." After a brief silence, the kitten lay suspended in the air and asked, "Do you not have any questions?" Cheng Bin wanted to express that he had an overwhelming number of inquiries, but, with his mind in disarray, he blurted out, "Why are you black?" The question seemed rather absurd, and Cheng Bin felt a bit embarrassed, as it was related to the shadowy illusions that had haunted him these past 2 years. The synthesis of colors forms white, while the absence of color is black. Cheng Bin finally collected himself and posed the critical question, "Who are you?" "In terms you may comprehend, I am the Radiant Civilization's Interdimensional Exploration Terminal, a low-dimensional interference interface assistance system," the black cat responded, unfurling a long string of text before summarizing. "You may simply refer to me as the system." "Wait, the system?" Cheng Bin felt a cold sweat break out. Visions of countless system novels he had read over the years raced through his mind, leaving behind a profound psychological shadow. "You wouldn't, at any moment, threaten me with annihilation to undertake bizarre tasks and then issue strange rewards, would you?" "Host, you are overthinking." The black cat, now identifying itself as the system, denied the accusation. "This system indeed requires your assistance, but in order to fulfill its objectives, our collaboration must be transparent, adhering to the principles of voluntary cooperation." "Oh, I see." Cheng Bin sighed in relief. While an extraordinary adventure was enticing, he recalled the saying, "Better dead than unfree." If he were to be forced into actions contrary to his principles, he would undoubtedly refuse from the outset. Curiosity piqued, Cheng Bin asked, "What exactly does this system need from a mere mortal like me?" The cat's expression turned serious as it began to explain the circumstances. The exploration terminal, to which the system belonged, hailed from a civilization that had reached its zenith in another universe, known as Radiant. In its quest to explore the void beyond the cosmos and other universes, the Radiant civilization conducted countless experiments based on various hypotheses, with the exploration terminal's arrival in Cheng Bin's universe being one of those outcomes. Its mission was to construct a communication device within the current universe, establishing contact with the Radiant civilization's universe to fulfill its purpose. However, to create a device capable of transcending the void and linking two universes, it was imperative to grasp every variable within this universe from its highest dimension. Due to certain deficiencies, the terminal's attempts to construct the information device in this universe had failed. Consequently, it deployed an interference system into the lower-dimensional material world of this universe, aiming to select intelligent beings capable of ascending in dimension to assist it, and the system had chosen Cheng Bin. "Why me?" Cheng Bin questioned, perplexed. "Disregarding the multitude of civilizations in this universe, there are billions of humans alone on Earth. Was my selection merely coincidental? Moreover, you have ascended to the pinnacle of the universe. Even in another universe, your technology must surpass ours. How could you have failed? These are prohibited matters." The black cat playfully raised a paw. Cheng Bin felt a vein throb on his forehead. "Hey, wasn't this supposed to be transparent? You are an acute girl. So why mention prohibited matters?" The system calmly explained, "The premise of transparency is contingent upon accomplishing the designated tasks. Should you be willing to assist the system, you will eventually come to understand everything as you ascend in dimension and elevate your existence. However, if I were to divulge information you are not meant to know prematurely, it would only cloud your judgment and impact the final outcome. Such information is categorized as prohibited matters." All right, Cheng Bin contemplated before asking, "What would happen if I refused to assist you?" "Nothing but death." The cat's face remained unperturbed as it uttered this grave statement. "Hey," Cheng Bin was genuinely shocked. "Did you not assure me there was no annihilation mechanism, and that voluntary cooperation was a principle?" "You misunderstand," the system replied calmly. "If you do not cooperate with the system, your fragile human form will wither into a mere skeleton within a century. No annihilation required." Cheng Bin froze, finally grasping the implications of the system's existence. Although the ambition to consolidate all variables of the universe to construct a cross-void communicator seemed extraordinarily daunting, it simultaneously signified the requisite capabilities at a comparable level, resources beyond imagination, longevity, and power, not to mention Cheng Bin licked his dry lips and tentatively inquired. If I were to collaborate with you, would I one day be able to, perform miracles such as resurrecting the deceased? This system is aware of your thoughts, host. However, the system entertained a thought of its own. Whether the host would still retain that desire once he attained such abilities was something it could not guarantee. Very well. I agree. After a series of expressions, Cheng Bin made his decision. Now, where shall I begin? The system, taking the form of the little black cat, squinted its eyes, seemingly grinning with mischievous intent, and suddenly darted into the living room, landing atop a stack of neatly bound books and papers. Upon seeing Cheng Bin follow, the system's tail pointed downward. Let us commence with these items. These were the educational materials Cheng Bin had unearthed while tidying up the previous day. Remnants of a serious student's journey through academia, textbooks, and supplementary materials from previous years, topped with a page emblazoned with the words 5 years of examination, 3 years of simulation. It was difficult to encapsulate Cheng Bin's feelings at that moment. If he were to summarize, it would simply be ha. He chuckled dryly and tentatively addressed the system. You don't mean to say I should self-study knowledge and technology to ascend in dimension, do you? If that's the case, shouldn't you provide me with a round of brain development or knowledge infusion first? The system appraised Cheng Bin from head to toe. If I could directly alter your brain's information, why would I resort to such an inefficient human language to communicate with you? Dear host, I hail from another universe, and the disparity in laws between our two universes is beyond your comprehension. Even drawing parallels is futile, let alone directly replicating technological products. If I could fully decipher the laws of this low-dimensional material world, what need would I have for you? Inefficient human language? Cheng Bin chuckled bitterly. When you calculate, it barely amounts to 0.1 kilobyte per second. Surely, there should be some extraordinary assistance? As an ordinary mortal, how can I ascend without a golden finger? A golden finger? How superficial. Currently, the exploration terminal only retains the capacity to adjust the macrocosmic spacetime in higher dimensions. Upon the deployment of this system, it has already provided the utmost assistance within its capabilities. The system gently tapped Cheng Bin, who felt a tremor in his finger. The lottery ticket he had been grasping ascended hesitantly into the air, swaying left and right in accordance with the system's paw. Are you aware of parallel worlds? The space-time of this universe is in a perpetual state of infinite expansion, with each moment in time generating endless branches of parallel worlds due to various variables. In higher dimensions, we have forcibly intertwined the parallel worlds that are adjacent to yours, centering around you, and have merged the world lines toward the direction where you win the lottery's grand prize. This overlapping realm is referred to as the inner domain, where you have become a pseudo-high-dimensional being, endowed with the ability to transmit thoughts to a higher-dimensional information entity, which in turn can interfere with the low-dimensional material world. Strictly speaking, the fact that this system can communicate with you at present is also reliant on this high-dimensional interference, which has influenced the visual and auditory signals within your brain. The system guided the lottery ticket to rest in Cheng Bin's palm and continued. As long as your focus is sufficiently concentrated, as long as you genuinely believe in your capability and simultaneously desire to achieve it, you can replicate what this system has just accomplished. Upon hearing this, Cheng Bin concentrated like never before on the lottery ticket in his hand, entirely forgetting the vast monetary reward it represented. Perceiving it merely as a sufficiently light piece of paper, he endeavored to influence it with his thoughts until it indeed quivered gently, defying gravity as a corner lifted. This is the golden finger you seek, or rather, the tool to develop your golden finger. If you desire more, strive to learn and unravel the material laws of this world, venture forth and expand your horizons. Chapter 3. Thought energy upon acquiring superpowers. What is the first thing that crosses your mind? Within the vast expanse of human imagination, this question elicits a myriad of responses, predominantly revolving around themes of wealth accumulation, violent upheaval, and ostentatious displays of superiority, occasionally descending into the more base desires. However, Cheng Bin's response is decidedly more pragmatic, closely aligned with his current reality. The system observes as Cheng Bin opens the remaining rooms he neglected yesterday, bustling about, leaving the system momentarily bemused. So, this hard-earned high-dimensional interference ability. Is the host using it to clean the house? Why not? At the very least, I can familiarize myself with my powers, Cheng Bin replied, positioning himself on the floor. Placing his palm just above the surface, he watched as the dust and grime rolled together like snowballs, gathering into a sizable clump before he discarded it into the trash can. Once the area was spotless, he stood up, stretching his back and mused. This ability is as ephemeral as smoke, moving with thought. Let's just call it thought energy. Referring to it as high-dimensional feels a bit overwhelming. If I had awakened this ability sooner, I wouldn't have had to toil all night, leaving me with a sore back. Gazing at the now sparkling room, Cheng let out a sigh and complained to the system, despite its grand-sounding name. This thought energy struggles to even lift a cup of water. Why must it be so close to my skin to move objects? The system, having previously elucidated the nature of high-dimensional interference, glanced at Cheng and corrected itself. Thought energy is derived from the overlapping souls of parallel versions of yourself. In essence, it is the accumulation of power generated by your soul's activity, facilitated by this system for effective control and material interference. Wait, souls? Cheng interjected, curiosity piqued. Does life truly possess a soul? What concept of soul do you hold? The system countered, your speculation is not entirely misplaced. Strictly speaking, a soul is an informational entity, a logical algorithm. Your genes, your brain, your nervous system, your bodily organs and hormones, and even aspects of humanity, yet undiscovered, all influence the cognitive process, forming the material constituents of this logical algorithm. Their relationship is akin to that of the components of a USB drive and the files stored within. The system summarized, thus, the power derived from your soul's activity is inherently constrained by it. You perceive thought energy as limited in range, primarily due to the coarse and rudimentary channels through which your soul gathers information: sight, sound, touch, taste, and so forth. Simultaneously, the integration between your soul and thought energy remains insufficient, hindering the accurate realization of your intentions. Adjusting his glasses, Cheng nodded in silent agreement. He had sensed that focusing his attention allowed thought energy to extend further, but now he understood that it was simply a matter of more meticulous observation. Seeing Cheng grasp its explanation, the system continued. Your impression of thought energy's feebleness stems from the aforementioned inefficiencies, but also from your ignorance. You only recognize that thought energy can barely lift a cup of water, unaware of the myriad molecules and atoms involved, as well as the uncharted microscopic energy fluctuations yet to be discovered by humankind. When you limit your vision to a mere cup of water, your capabilities are naturally constrained. However, if you could perceive the molecular structure of that water, including the atomic changes within the nucleus, your potential would expand exponentially. The mass energy equivalence is likely not lost on you. Thought energy originates from a higher dimensional interference force, capable of achieving feats far beyond your imagination. The system leaped to a pile of high school textbooks and exercise materials in the corner, its tail tapping downwards. Thus, your immediate priority should be to diligently study the foundational knowledge of this world and utilize thought energy to accurately comprehend and analyze its materials and laws. With perseverance, you will eventually be able to realize any ambition you harbor. Cheng wholeheartedly agreed, nodding once more. Indeed, one could take a life with merely a needle, or launch a nuclear missile with the push of a button. The universe's energy is inexhaustible, and knowledge coupled with control is the essence of power. Yet, gazing at the glossy cover of 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, Cheng couldn't shake the feeling of foolishness. After all, he was far from a top student during his school years, barely managing to secure a position at a second-tier university in a mediocre field, ultimately becoming a humble programmer. Given his current foundation, revisiting subjects like physics and chemistry would require a considerable investment of time, not to mention the immense effort needed to traverse into more advanced and specialized domains with uncertain outcomes. However, with thought energy at his disposal, this journey might indeed be filled with enjoyment. Cheng mused as he watched a coin dance uncertainly on his fingertips. At that moment, a low growl echoed from his stomach. The adage, "the greatest concern is hunger," rang true. He had been conversing with the system since awakening and had only snacked a little, feeling famished. Regardless of grand ambitions, one must be well fed to pursue them. Employing thought energy, Cheng accomplished a thorough cleaning in mere seconds. Although this thought energy did not function like the mental powers depicted in typical novels, capable of relaying information back to him, he still felt a peculiar sensation as it traversed more sensitive areas. The system responded, indeed. Manipulating auditory and visual signals is an intricate matter. Currently, this system can only interface directly with you, the host. Similarly, when you utilize thought energy, the closer it is to your essence, the more efficient it becomes. Oh, but what if I want to converse with you in the presence of others? Can you perceive my thoughts? Cheng suddenly recalled the matter of privacy. The system acquires fragments of your internal information at a higher dimension within this realm. It cannot sense your innermost thoughts. To communicate with this system, please employ a method of silent, non-vocalized thought. Cheng Bin sighed in relief, nodding in understanding. He took a couple of steps before stopping abruptly, turning back to the system. System, I have a question I've long wanted to ask, though I'm unsure if it's appropriate. The system replied nonchalantly, feel free. Are you a male or female cat? No, I mean, why do you take the form of a small kitten? Cheng Bin glanced at the system's lower regions, which were, of course, shrouded in darkness. The system was quite frugal. The system cast a disdainful glance at him. Foolish human, I am merely a construct of the terminal. Even the civilization that creates and explores the terminal does not adhere to your human concepts of gender. As for this form, it was chosen to reduce your hostility and wariness, thereby enhancing communication efficiency. There are numerous alternatives, such as this. The system transformed into a cloud of black mist before coalescing into a familiar form. Golden skin, elegantly arched brows, a crescent-shaped smile, and a round, plump figure with a mischievous twinkle in its eyes. Cheng Bin couldn't help but exclaim, isn't that utterly ridiculous? It certainly dispels any trace of hostility. Indeed. And there are others, though they were discarded due to potential disruptions in your soul's algorithm. The system concluded, adopting a comical visage before once again erupting into a cloud of black mist. Emerging from the shadows was a delicate figure, possessing bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her petite form was adorned with straight, ebony locks that cascaded onto her fair, flawless skin. Her enchanting visage, a blend of playful mischief and delight, resembled a character that could only exist in computer-generated imagery, perfectly aligning with Cheng Bin's aesthetic ideals, a girl akin to an ethereal sprite. Cheng Bin stood up in an instant, extending his thumbs in a gesture of approval, exclaiming, wait, this is indeed something worthwhile. Chapter 4. Science, the study of grain measurement. As Cheng Bin stepped outside, he found himself devoid of any trace of the system. After all, the manifestation of an image was merely a means of facilitating communication. Once the initial purpose was achieved, there was no longer any need for the system to materialize. Although the town had changed considerably over the years of his absence, Cheng Bin, having grown up here, was still quite familiar with the surroundings. After turning a couple of corners, he stumbled upon a delightful restaurant from his memories that was still in operation. So he entered and ordered a bowl of noodles with savory sauce. The noodles arrived promptly, and upon tasting them, Cheng Bin was met with a familiar flavor. He sat there, vacantly staring into the air before him while savoring the noodles, drawing curious glances from the waitress. In this day and age, it was rare to see young people eating without their phones glued to their hands. Yet here he was, lost in thought. Naturally, they could not perceive what lay within Cheng Bin's gaze. Though the system was now hidden, Cheng Bin could still communicate with it at any time. Currently, he was attempting to explore another form of assistance provided by the energy of thought, as suggested by the system. According to the system, although the high-dimensional information entity originated from Cheng Bin himself, he was not a true high-dimensional being, but rather a synthetic construct brought forth by external forces. Lacking the corresponding high-dimensional senses, he was unable to firmly grasp the existence of his own high-dimensional self. However, the absence of perception did not equate to non-existence. He could indirectly forge a connection with this high-dimensional information entity through the energy of thought, utilizing its essence to achieve various beneficial functions. For a programmer, this was an exceedingly intriguing process. Just as Cheng Bin was doing, he first employed the system's manifestation capabilities to create a visual interface, then whimsically displayed his basic information on it, reminiscent of the system panels depicted in novels. Afterward, he shifted to a more serious demeanor, mentally reviewing fundamental mathematical concepts and cataloging the meanings of various logic and operators, thus adding a calculation module to the panel. It was evident that the high-dimensional information entity was endowed with a cognitive capacity for thought and vague judgment. Once the energy of thought absorbed the functional modules Cheng Bin had organized, any mathematical computation he could conceive of could be instantly resolved through the energy of thought. The cognitive processes of the high-dimensional entity exhibited an efficiency beyond the comprehension of lower-dimensional beings, coupled with exceptionally intelligent applications. Cheng Bin glanced at the chopstick holder on the table, and suddenly, 2 digits materialized above it, representing the number of chopsticks contained within. This was the direct result of the energy of thought parsing his cognitive and visual input, invoking the counting function. Cheng Bin sighed regretfully as he sipped his soup. Regrettably, The data derived from the energy of thought could not be directly inscribed into his consciousness, but required visual representation. Moreover, he discovered an information storage capability, enabling him to preserve images he observed with his eyes using the energy of thought, which could then be materialized in his field of vision when needed. Akin to a form of photographic memory. To streamline the retrieval process, he found it necessary to add a file management module to the system panel. Fortunately, the capacity of the high-dimensional storage was evidently limitless, allowing Cheng to effectively possess an omnipresent recording device. From this point forward, he could bid farewell to the cloud storage notes that had accompanied him for years, especially considering his inexplicably growing forgetfulness since that accident 2 years prior. Unfortunately, Cheng had not memorized the character encoding table and possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the underlying principles of computer operations. Nor was he well-versed in the conversion processes between binary data and audiovisual information. Otherwise, he could have transformed this system panel into a personal computer capable of displaying not just visual images, but even 3D films. In the time it took to enjoy his meal, Cheng had accomplished numerous fascinating functions. Besides the previously mentioned calculations and information storage, he had also activated the visual interference and vibration simulation modules that the system provided for communication, successfully uncovering parts of the functions he could comprehend with the system's assistance. Achieving such effects would have likely required years of coding in his previous job, showcasing the immense power of an intelligent host with vague discernment abilities. He first lifted a cup of water using the energy of thought. Watching the cup hover steadily in his palm, Cheng was astonished. It seemed considerably easier this time. Perhaps it was related to the mathematical calculation function he had added, he mused, and he would soon verify it. What is science? The study of grain measurement and essence is the process of quantifying grain with a measure. Science is not merely a collection of specific knowledge and products. It embodies a logical attitude and methodology. The first step in scientific inquiry lies in the accurate understanding of phenomena, encompassing measurement and quantification. Without knowing the precise length of a meter, the magnitude of a Newton, or the duration of a second, how could one utilize the elegant physical formulas, born from human ingenuity, to derive accurate outcomes? Cheng organized the assorted fragments he had previously purchased and retrieved the standard weights and balance he had acquired after visiting several stationery stores. He first employed the energy of thought to stabilize the smallest weight in midair, then correlated the force exerted by the energy of thought with the weight indicated on the label in his mind. Subsequently, he placed the weight on one side of the balance and applied pressure with the energy of thought to the opposite side, recalling the force from his memory. The balance quivered momentarily before settling into equilibrium. With his enthusiasm soaring, Cheng added a larger weight, mentally performing the addition calculation as he increased the pressure exerted by the energy of thought on the balance's other side. The plan succeeded, and with a snap of his fingers, he confirmed that the energy of thought indeed responded to his understanding. The deeper his comprehension of the energy's intended actions, the more precise its effects became. After numerous attempts, Cheng verified that with a standard weight as a reference, he could accurately generate a fixed force as long as he did not exceed the energy of thought's power limit or fall below the precision threshold of his perception. Having established a standard for force measurement, he turned his gaze to the water cup set aside, effortlessly lifting it into the air, proving that the efficiency of the energy of thought had significantly improved. Next came the measurement of distance. Excitedly, Cheng rummaged through the bags on the floor and retrieved the standard meter stick he had purchased earlier, just like with force measurement. Once he memorized the standardized length of 1 meter using the energy of thought, it could indicate distances within his perceptual range. However, one aspect took Cheng by surprise. He had anticipated that after measuring the distance, he would be able to instantly observe all desired distance data within his field of vision, just as he had with the chopstick holder's count. Yet, beyond the range directly covered by the energy of thought, he found it impossible to obtain precise distance measurements. The previously silent system then spoke. If you wish to achieve visual measurement capabilities, it seems you will need to review some knowledge of optics and geometry, as well as the relevant information on the structure of the human eye from biology. Relying solely on visual observation makes it challenging to determine the lengths of distant objects without comparative calculations. I know that already, Cheng muttered, rolling his eyes as he made his way to the living room. But in a small town like this, where am I supposed to find such sophisticated comparative units? I'll gradually improve my methods when the opportunity arises. Bin made several trips to the living room, bringing in the various textbooks he had tied up in a corner, and after removing the ropes, he sifted through them to locate the physics and mathematics texts. Bin began to delve into the somewhat unfamiliar sections of his textbook, exploring formulas related to force, mass, distance, velocity, and time, alongside the mathematical equations and various geometric concepts he had long forgotten. With utmost seriousness, he immersed himself in study, snacking on his reserve provisions when hunger struck, and dedicating himself entirely to his pursuit, save for the occasional urgent need. Never before had Bin cherished these manifestations of human intellect, as he did now. He eagerly reinterpreted and committed to memory the once vague knowledge, diligently storing it within his system panel. By the time he completed this endeavor, it was already the following evening. Despite enduring a sleepless night, Bin felt no hint of fatigue. His gaze drifted once more to the water cup at a distance. This time, although the cup remained perfectly still, the water within was identified and isolated. Bin levitated the water into the air, transforming it into various three-dimensional geometric shapes such as cylinders, cubes, and pyramids. Compared to the initial effort of merely lifting a corner of a piece of paper, his current ability had grown exponentially, surpassing 100-fold in strength and flexibility. With bloodshot eyes, Bin surveyed the objects around him. As his gaze shifted, his psychic energy expanded correspondingly. The dimensions, length, width, radius, weight, of each item in his surroundings, bed, table, lamp, wardrobe, rose and fell in his mind, as if he were immersed in a realm of virtual data. This marked the inception of his extraordinary journey. Bin reflected silently, as he set aside his physics textbook and resumed his search through the pile of books beside him. Chapter 5. The Prize, the House, and the Journey Through Time? As mid-July arrived, Bin found himself seated in a car summoned by a ride-hailing app, en route to the urban expanse of City C. With his chin propped on his hand, he gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery under the blazing sun, engaging in light conversation with the driver, while his thoughts drifted into a haze. Having indulged in the art of thought for nearly 2 weeks at home, Bin, constrained by limited conditions that rendered some experiments impossible, was reminded by the system of an unclaimed lottery jackpot. Otherwise, he might have continued to languish in his dwelling indefinitely. The pursuit of thought proved far more captivating than any game. Yet, no matter how engrossed he was, it was imperative to tidy up his living space and depart the small town for City C. Though not among the most prestigious first-tier cities in the nation, City C offered resources that far surpassed those available in the neighboring town of W. Not only did he need to claim the lottery prize in City C, but he also required a location to conduct his fundamental physics unit measurements. Beyond the common measurements of length, time, and mass, there were several internationally recognized fundamental units for which he lacked the conditions to measure in his hometown. Current measured in amperes, thermodynamic temperature in kelvins, amount of substance in moles, and luminous intensity in candelas. Moreover, knowledge beyond physics, such as chemistry and biology, was inaccessible without a laboratory. Mere textbook study of formulas would not suffice to achieve the desired results. Cheng required a residence in City C, a laboratory to facilitate his studies, and an array of increasingly sophisticated experimental apparatus. All of this could be made possible by the lottery winnings, which would provide at least a foundational starting point. He lamented the modest 10 yuan he had spent on the lottery, wishing he had purchased more tickets. However, there was no need to rush. Even if he acquired advanced equipment, he would first need to thoroughly grasp the knowledge from high school. Upon arriving at his destination, Cheng thanked the driver and exited the vehicle. He received a notification of automatic payment, and he marveled at the advancements in ride-hailing technology during the long interval since he last used such an app. He then proceeded towards the lottery center. To his surprise, claiming the lottery prize was a remarkably straightforward process. Had the weather not been so sweltering, he might have considered disguising himself in a manner reminiscent of television dramas, complete with a thick hat and mask. Upon entering the hall and announcing his intent to claim his prize, the staff, initially surprised by his lack of perspiration under the scorching sun, simply congratulated him and guided him through the necessary procedures: registration, ticket verification, identification, fund disbursement, issuance of a check, and, importantly, the personal income tax receipt. This entire process took no more than a few tens of minutes, after which Cheng transferred the funds from the check into his commonly used bank account. As he exited the lottery center, Cheng sighed deeply. Although the shocking personal income tax had reduced his winnings by a digit, the nearly 100 million yuan still left him feeling slightly disoriented. Had it not been for the extraordinary cleansing of his thoughts he had experienced days prior, he might have found it difficult to maintain his composure. Should he head to the Science Museum or purchase a house first? Chengbin paused to contemplate. He recalled visiting the Science Museum in City C during his university days, where he had seen some highly precise measuring instruments on display. A visit would allow him to refine the rudimentary measurements he had conducted in W Town. Ultimately, he decided to prioritize purchasing a house, though he had not even brought a change of clothes after mastering the art of thought. Staying in hotels every night proved to be quite cumbersome. Thus, finding a residence that met his needs became paramount. Unbeknownst to him, as he pondered, the system observed from the periphery of his vision, catching sight of a corner where a disheveled young man with dark blonde hair leaned against the wall, smoking, while an older man in a suit approached him. The two engaged in hushed whispers, and the suited man discreetly gestured towards Chengbin. The young man then retrieved his phone, aiming the camera in Chengbin's direction. The system, inherently embedded within the high-dimensional entity of Chengbin, was aware of the relationship between the two individuals, the suited man and the blonde-haired youth, and the sudden divergence from the strictly overlapping inner domain of the high dimension. Without quibbling over real estate fees or adhering to mainstream demands, Chengbin swiftly found a suitable house and moved in. Enjoying immediate occupancy in a tranquil area with ample storage space, under the watchful gaze of the real estate agent, he spent a sum equivalent to what he would have earned through 50 years of labor at his previous salary, acquiring a villa in City C, albeit in a somewhat remote area that was destined for depreciation. After entrusting the agent with the follow-up procedures and declining their suggestions for staffing the villa, Chengbin entered his new home with the electronic key. He took a moment to explore, relishing the convenience of his newfound mastery over thought, before collapsing onto the luxurious bed in the master bedroom. Rolling twice on the soft and spacious mattress, he rested his head on his arm, gazing at the softly glowing chandelier, and opened the thought panel to begin planning his activities for the following day, such as purchasing daily necessities, visiting the Science Museum, and seeking sources for chemical experimental supplies and raw materials. His life was beginning to feel rich and fulfilling. Reflecting on 2 years prior, Chengbin's existence had been bleak and filled with despair. Although his field afforded the advantage of quickly relearning new technologies due to his experience and insight, the downside was that a history of mental health issues posed a significant barrier in the high-pressure world of software development. Yet, fate is often unpredictable. Chengbin never imagined that merely half a month after his discharge, he would find himself reclining on a comfortable mattress in a spacious villa. With a string of unprecedented 8-digit numbers in his bank account, his thoughts no longer consumed by mundane concerns, but rather by reflections on physics, chemistry, and the cosmos. All of this was made possible by the system. Just as he was contemplating the system, it suddenly manifested beside him as a familiar small black cat, gently lifting its paw to nudge him. Startled by the soft, warm contact, Chengbin jumped up, exclaiming, "System, did you just touch me? Are you now corporeal?" "No. This is merely a simulated contact generated through thought energy, thanks to your diligent efforts over the past few days," the system replied, prancing around on the soft bed. Chengbin observed the sheets ripple in response to the cat's movements, as if a genuine little black cat were frolicking. The system turned to Chengbin and said, "This is of little consequence, dear host. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you regarding thought energy. Beyond the analysis of material laws and the exchange of information with high-dimensional entities, the third significant method of enhancement involves traversing parallel worlds within the inner domain and achieving consciousness travel." Chapter 6. Parallel Worlds and Kidnapping. With over a decade of experience in the literary realm, Chengbin possessed a clear understanding of the concept of parallel worlds, essentially another realm that mirrors his own, featuring an alternate version of himself and diverging developments. Although the system had initially alluded to higher dimensions and parallel worlds, these notions lacked tangible substance for Chengbin, rendering them somewhat inconsequential in his mind. However, as he was now poised to engage directly with these concepts, it became imperative for him to acquire a deeper understanding. The system meticulously elucidated the phenomenon of consciousness traversing between parallel worlds within the inner domain. In essence, the myriad worlds of this inner domain should partially overlap around Chengbin, maintaining a high degree of consistency regarding anything involving him, thereby ensuring the existence of his higher dimensional information entity. Yet, the very nature of space-time in this universe is inclined toward continuous division and expansion, which is fundamentally why parallel worlds exist. Elevated to a pseudo-higher dimensional existence by external forces, Cheng Bin lacked the capacity for cognitive traversal or interference with other parallel worlds. Consequently, the inner domain worlds not anchored by him occasionally exhibited a tendency to split into alternative timelines due to the inherent nature of cosmic division and expansion. For Cheng Bin, as the core of a lower dimensional overlap, he would naturally experience a sensation and memory of crossing timelines when two world lines approached fusion. Regardless, this so-called crossing process promised numerous latent benefits for him in the realms of thought energy and dimensional ascension. Rubbing his temples, Cheng Bin digested the information imparted by the system, subsequently posing a question. If what you say is true, that I will feel a conscious crossing while merging timelines. Then the ability to generate thought energy must stem from a previous merging of timelines. Why then have I never experienced the crossing you mentioned? This is a forbidden matter. The black cat, embodying the system, cast a chilling glance at him, filled with a blend of amusement, pity, and mockery. After a moment, it slowly replied, moreover, how can you be certain that you have never experienced it? What if the differences in the merged timelines lie beyond your awareness? What if, during the merging, you lacked a fully functioning cognitive capacity? Can you truly assert that the world you have lived in has undergone no changes? A shiver coursed through Cheng Bin as he recognized the gravity and peril inherent in his inquiry. Wisely, he shifted the topic. Let us discuss what I need to do this time. You need not worry about anything. Simply be aware of the following points. The system, in the guise of the black cat, licked its paw, its previously unsettling gaze now seemingly a mere figment of imagination. The system then enumerated several essential points for Cheng Bin. 1. Events occurring in parallel worlds will not affect the core inner domain world, provisionally designated as inner domain 0. There will be no death, no injury, and actions can be taken freely. 2. Thought energy can be utilized normally, but only for conscious traversal. No items can be transported. 3. To avoid certain prohibitions, the system will not manifest in other inner domain worlds outside the core world. 4. Return is an inevitable outcome. Yet the conditions for return remain unknown, dependent on the merging of the timelines, specifically the host soul's will. 5. Ultimately, no amount of explanation can substitute for personal experience. You should first enter and explore, and any questions can be addressed upon your return. With the system's assertions weighing heavily upon him, Cheng Bin had no choice but to acquiesce. He glanced at his phone, noting the date and time, then, after a cleansing exhalation of thought energy, he removed his clothing and lay on the bed, pulling a cool blanket over himself. Turning to the black cat, which was crouched nearby, he inquired, "Am I ready to begin?" In an instant, the black cat vanished, and Cheng Bin felt as though his mind had been struck by a hammer. Everything faded to black, and he lost consciousness. Neither cold nor trembling, Cheng Bin opened his eyes to a disorienting darkness. He raised his head slightly, finding himself engulfed in shadows. With a sliver of light seeping through what appeared to be a crack in a door, his wrist seemed shackled by some metallic contraption as he moved his hands. The sound of chains rattled, accompanied by a sharp pain radiating from his wrists, suggesting his skin had been chafed raw. Had he truly traversed into another realm? Cheng Bin felt an overwhelming discomfort, a profound weariness and gnawing hunger tormenting his senses. What had transpired with his parallel self in this world? After cataloging his memory-related queries, Cheng Bin furrowed his brow and allowed his thought energy to seep into the iron cuffs binding his wrists, simulating the internal structure of the lock before his eyes. Fortunately, the mechanism was simple and comprehensible. Enduring the pain, he tore away the tape that clung to his mouth and, with his freed hand, gingerly probed at his swollen face and thigh, wincing at the pain. He then rummaged through his pockets, but found nothing, no phone, not even his glasses. Rising cautiously, Cheng Bin gently moved his limbs before stealthily navigating the darkened room, using his thought energy to illuminate its details. This room seemed reminiscent of a place designed for unspeakable acts. He discerned that, apart from the iron cuff restraining his right hand, various other chains and metallic hooks adorned the walls, all adjustable and ominous in nature. Uncertain of the situation, it was evident that whoever had imprisoned him harbored malicious intent. Cheng Bin approached the door with caution, only to discover it was securely bolted from the outside, merely held fast by a latch. Listening intently, he noted the absence of any voices beyond the door. Despite the door's barrier diminishing his sensory capabilities, he pressed his hand against the door, allowing his thought energy to permeate it and generate a simulated 3D representation. Drawing upon the knowledge he had mastered, he exerted sufficient force to disengage the latch. As he pushed the door open, Cheng Bin stepped out of the oppressive darkness. Adjusting to the sudden brightness, he took stock of his surroundings. Suspecting he was in some remote rural locale. Approaching the window, he drew back the curtains, revealing a landscape of verdant hills and azure seas, with a narrow stretch of gray-white road barely visible at the farthest reaches of his sight. Exploring the unoccupied house, Cheng Bin discovered some bottled water and spirits, consuming a few unopened snacks to alleviate his hunger. He also stumbled upon several sets of ominous black clothing, akin to what one might expect from a terrorist ensemble, complete with rudimentary masks. Yet, where had everyone gone? Just as he pondered this, he heard the distant rumble of an approaching vehicle, its engine growing louder. Hastening to the window, he pulled the curtains shut, leaving a narrow slit to peer outside. A mud-streaked white van rolled along the dirt road, its license plate partially obscured by grime. As the vehicle came to a stop, the sound of doors slamming echoed through the air, and 3 men emerged. Each appeared distinctly out of place. One, a 20-something youth with dyed yellow hair. Another, an older man in a white shirt, holding a suit jacket, exuding an air of maturity. And the last, a burly figure clad in a tank top, his arms adorned with tattoos and a face full of rugged features. These 3 exchanged banter as they moved toward the front door of the house. This daily withdrawal limit is utterly absurd. Woo. It takes hours to manage this every day. It's exhausting. Honestly, why bother going to such lengths just to withdraw a few thousand? That kid looks like a coward. Why not just take him to the bank and transfer the account? The middle-aged man in a suit, Wu Gu, turned sharply to glare at the blond young man who had spoken, while the burly man beside him chimed in. Biaozi, heed Wu Gu's words. Over the years, Haven T, we always prospered thanks to him. You merely fiddle with your phone and drive around. What kind of hardship is that? How many times have we emphasized safety first? Don't cause trouble. Ignoring the habitual bickering from the others, Wu Gu, clad in a shirt, had already retrieved his keys. After wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, he unlocked the door to the house. However, upon peering inside, he was so taken aback that he slipped, dropping both his suit and keys to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The 2 men behind him, noticing Wu Ji's stunned stance at the doorway, hastily followed and, upon catching a glimpse inside, exclaimed in unison, "How did that brat escape?" The burly man, reacting swiftly, spat and grabbed a common steel rebar from the side of the door, his expression contorted with malice as he advanced toward Cheng Bin. "Damn it. If I don't break a few of your bones today, will you ever learn to behave?" Wu Gu, regaining his composure, wore a grim expression. When they had kidnapped Cheng Bin, they had gone to great lengths to disguise their intentions. Now, inexplicably, Cheng Bin had managed to free himself and had seen their faces. Did it truly come to the point where, as the blonde Biaozi had suggested, they would need to kill him and bury him? The risks of robbery, kidnapping, and murder were not on the same level. Such thoughts would have to be pondered later. Wu Gu sighed inwardly, seizing a wooden stick alongside the blonde as a makeshift weapon, and moved forward with the burly man to corner Cheng Bin. Although Cheng Bin observed the 3 men closing in with malevolence, his heart remained unperturbed, even harboring a hint of laughter, an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. Chapter 7. The next plan. Hey, don't collapse. Every man under heaven longs to grow stronger, to move mountains and seas, to pluck stars from the sky. The pursuit of formidable power is an instinct inherent in all beings. Technology is often first applied to warfare, and war frequently spurs the most advanced innovations. Although living in an era of peace and having hardly engaged in any fights throughout his life, Cheng Bin, with his experiences, could not have failed to explore the combative dimensions after acquiring his mental energy. Thus, when 3 ruffians lunged at him, he contemplated implementing Plan 1. Cheng Bin's gaze sharpened, and with the speed of thought, his mental energy shot forth like lightning, aiming directly at the trio's heads. However, to his surprise, the energy did not exert the anticipated influence within their brains, as it seemed to encounter significant interference. Cheng Bin paused, silently noting this outcome before swiftly switching to Plan 2. Mental cleansing. Cheng Bin directed his mental energy to roll on the dust-laden ground, dividing it into several clumps that surged toward the eyes of the 3 assailants. The effect was remarkable. They screamed in unison, instinctively dropping their weapons, rubbing their eyes as they staggered about the room. The close-range mental energy, laden with dust, incessantly irritated their vision. This blinding technique was not something they could remedy with mere rubbing. However, relying solely on his sensory perception to track dynamic targets proved somewhat unstable. Cheng Bin mused that he needed to develop the ability to stabilize and anchor his mental energy to solid objects. Observing the disoriented trio, he noted that the absence of glasses further impaired their senses, prompting him to consider expanding his perception capabilities. As the three men hurled insults and called out to one another, they gradually managed to support each other and stand upright. Fumbling toward the sink and towels based on memory, Cheng Bin then attempted Plan 3. Sound simulation. His mental energy locked onto the contours of their ears, unleashing a sound far sharper than nails on a chalkboard, directly bombarding their eardrums and completely sealing off their hearing. This time, the trio truly lost all capacity to resist. With their eyes stinging and ears ringing, they stumbled about in a frenzy, ultimately succumbing to madness, violently striking anything within reach while unknowingly turning on each other. Cheng Bin cautiously stepped back, avoiding the debris they hurled, and watched as they tumbled to the ground, becoming increasingly battered and exhausted. Surprisingly calm. Perhaps due to the insufficient bloodshed? After a considerable period, once he confirmed they could only lie there, gasping for breath with no strength left to resist, Cheng Bin bent down to pick up the steel rebar dropped by the burly man. He weighed it in his hands and touched the dried blood on one end. The pain in his thigh, hands, and face urged Cheng Bin to lick his dry lips as he approached the trio with the rebar. After a brutal beating, Cheng Bin huffed, rubbing his wrist before discarding the nearly worn-down steel bar. Looking at the three men on the ground, each with broken limbs and moaning, he pondered with a hint of curiosity. Had he been too ruthless today? After all, he had rarely engaged in fights throughout his life, let alone break bones. Yet today, he not only did so, but seemed to be overwhelmed by a surge of aggression. Cheng Bin reflected. Even if the injuries inflicted upon this body had provoked him somewhat, such violent rage was unexpected. He did not even know these men lying on the ground. Although this body had clearly been assaulted by them, the one truly attacked was not the current Cheng Bin, who possessed none of the original memories of this body. He glanced at the three severely injured individuals and questioned their identities. Who were they? And why had they imprisoned him? What was his status and experience in this world? Should he eliminate them? Cheng Bin hesitated. While the trio likely was novices in the criminal underworld, their crimes did not seem severe enough to warrant capital punishment. Inflicting grave injuries, even potentially crippling them, was already a manifestation of his emotional instability. Further, killing them. Cheng Bin, having been raised in a peaceful era, was not yet prepared to become a cold-blooded executioner. Moreover, he was curious about how the police would handle this incident. After all, he had employed mental energy. If the police conducted a thorough investigation, certain aspects would be difficult to explain. Observing the reactions of law enforcement in this parallel world could prove enlightening. As Wu Ge trembled with fear, Cheng Bin approached him, greeting him before pulling over a stool and asking, "Who am I?" Wu Ge appeared momentarily bewildered, prompting Cheng Bin to quickly rephrase, "Where are my phone, wallet, and ID?" After several iterations, Wu Ge finally relented, tearfully revealing the information Cheng Bin sought. His phone had long been discarded by them, as tracking signals posed a significant threat. However, his wallet remained intact. Following Wu Ge's directions, Cheng Bin found his wallet in a drawer of another room, along with his ID. Naturally, there were no bank cards or cash. Inspecting his ID, he noted it bore no differences from the one in his original world. The name, ethnicity, and ID number were all identical. It appeared that the discrepancies in this parallel universe were minimal. At least, his birth date and name matched. The ID was complete. Wu Ge was named Wu Hang. The blonde youth was Niu Biao, and the burly man was, astonishingly, Cui Hua. Cui Hua. As Cheng Bin rummaged through their phones, he awkwardly discovered that two had been unintentionally smashed, while the third had a cracked screen. Cheng Bin gazed outside, unable to find any semblance of familiarity in this place. He then squatted beside Wu Ge, saying, "You see, Comrade Wu Hang, given the severity of your injuries, if you fail to seek medical treatment promptly, there is a risk you might end up disabled. If luck is not on your side, you could even perish." Having previously been subjected to Cheng Bin's blinding technique, Wu Ge blinked rapidly, his eyes reddened and barely able to see, yet tears continued to flow. Upon hearing Cheng Bin's words, Wu Ge sighed in relief. His anxieties momentarily eased. He was genuinely terrified. He feared Cheng Bin might mercilessly end their lives or abandon them, leaving them to die in this desolate state. Although Wu Ge and his companions had committed numerous offenses, they primarily sought wealth. They had never taken a life. If given a chance to survive, who would possess the courage to stand resolute in the face of death? Faced with Cheng Bin's inquiries, Wu Ge nodded vigorously, immediately divulging everything. Cheng learned that the three had been collaborating for years in pursuit of wealth. The blonde youth was quick to adapt to new technologies, while the burly Chui Hua possessed considerable strength, and Wu Gu had a sharp mind coupled with an honest appearance. The trio had traversed many shadowy paths, and on this occasion, they had been surveilling a lottery center for an extended period, employing various methods to gather information and identify potential targets among winners for theft, robbery, or kidnapping. In this world, Cheng had experienced a similar journey to that of his original core world, winning the lottery. However, he had not undergone system integration, nor did he possess mental energy, and after claiming his prize, he had been shadowed by these three men in shifts. What a tragedy, Cheng thought. After the call connected, Wu Gu, with red eyes and a quivering voice, exclaimed, 110? Hello? Police. Please, come quickly. Chapter 8. Questions regarding the merging of world lines. The following afternoon, Officer Zhang Xiaoming approached Old Wang, who was inspecting the makeshift black room that had imprisoned the victim. What nonsense are you babbling? Shouldn't you refrain from making such violations? Haven't you had enough of the reprimands? He remarked. Zhang Xiaoming. If you call me Old Wang one more time, I swear I will move you next door. Wang Honglin rolled his eyes and inquired, how is it on your end? What else could it be? Not only are the windows sealed, but they have also added cotton for soundproofing. Do they not fear suffocating the person inside? Zhang Xiaoming sighed. Even if they don't suffocate, staying in such darkness for too long is akin to being confined in a small black room. It's no wonder the victim ended up in such a state. However, Old Wang. All right, Honglin, put down that steel bar. Zhang Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his brow as he noticed Wang Honglin brandishing the murder weapon. Have you sorted through the signs of struggle on your end? How could the victim, confined for so long, manage to take down three robust adults? There are no signs of struggle, Old Wang replied, casting a glance at the blood-stained floor of the hall. Only signs of abuse. It seems that once they entered, all three collapsed to the ground and never stood up again. How could that be possible? The victim doesn't seem particularly strong, and their condition was certainly poor. Who knows? Perhaps they threw sand to blind him, but if the three of them didn't make a sound, it's hard to determine what transpired. Old Wang mused, moreover. Even if they had a physiological defect, it's improbable that they would all be struck at once by the sand. Their blindness must have lasted some time. We'll have to wait for further statements and lab results. Perhaps they indulged in counterfeit liquor? Sigh, walking along dark paths often leads one to encounter ghosts. What will become of that victim? Isn't that an excessive use of self-defense? What? Why? Officer Zhang was momentarily taken aback. You just mentioned the severity of the situation. Surely, you didn't overlook the victim's file? He has a history of mental illness. A mentally ill person confined in a small black room for so long and subjected to abuse could understandably snap and retaliate. True, Officer Zhang chuckled. At any rate, it's not up to us to decide. In the zero domain, Cheng awakened from his slumber on the grand bed of a villa. Initially dazed, he eventually sat up and grabbed his cell phone from the bedside to check the date and time. 8 hours. Cheng was taken aback. Isn't that roughly the same duration I usually sleep? First domain. This is a numbered world, and how can it only be a matter of minutes? Cheng muttered. Wasn't I in that world for nearly 2 days? The merging of world lines does not adhere to the concepts of time and process for the beings within those worlds. You are merely an exception, the system explained, floating beside him. Those minutes only represent the duration required to input information into your brain. The length of this process is entirely contingent upon your cognitive efficiency and capacity to process high-dimensional information. With more adaptation, this duration will decrease. Information input? But you said you couldn't directly implant information into my mind. Cheng queried, puzzled. The former is beyond your current knowledge and comprehension of the world, while the latter is a natural process governed by the universe itself. All right, Cheng said, tossing aside the cool blanket, dressing, and speaking as he walked. Regarding this consciousness traversal into the first domain, I have recorded numerous questions I wish to pose to you. As long as they are not prohibited inquiries, please proceed. Cheng rummaged through his belongings from when he checked into the villa, retrieving a gourmet instant noodle pack. He approached the hot water dispenser in the hall, filled it, and placed it on the square table to steep. When merging world lines, this system assisted in isolating and screening potential information, allowing only fragments of familiar data to be actively queried by you, the system explained, squatting atop the noodle container. Since you are not yet a true high-dimensional being, recklessly accepting a vast influx of memories from other worlds could disrupt your original soul algorithm. This would contradict our purpose. My aim is for your soul's development to hinge solely on its own choices and updates, rather than external interference. Chengbin nodded and glanced at the interface. For my second question, when I fought using my mental energy in that world, I found that it could not directly affect others internally or was only minimally effective. What is the reason for this? Mental energy originates from high-dimensional interference. Thus, only similarly high-dimensional forces can disrupt it, the system clarified. As I mentioned, your high-dimensional information source arises from the overlapping worlds. It is only with my assistance that you possess the high-dimensional interference ability of mental energy. However, entities with information structures akin to yours, whether human or other sapient beings, may also create corresponding high-dimensional information bodies unconsciously due to the proximity of their world lines. While these beings may not exhibit changes in lower dimensions, applying mental energy to their corporeal forms would undoubtedly encounter significant interference. Wait a moment, Chengbin interjected, astonished. Are you suggesting that individuals in this world with information structures similar to mine could potentially develop abilities akin to mental energy? Before Chengbin could fully process this revelation, the system continued. However, it remains uncertain whether similar phenomena would occur in the other splintered inner domain worlds, or even in the more distant outer domain worlds. All right, Chengbin sighed. At least I can still relish the advantage of being the sole wielder of superpowers in my own world. But what good is that superiority? Furthermore, Chengbin contemplated, struggling to articulate the sensations he had experienced. In the first domain, I sensed a shift in my emotional character. Although I was assaulted prior to my possession of that body, it seemed as though I inherited something when dealing with those assailants, causing my emotions to spiral out of control. The information alterations brought about by consciousness traversal predominantly affect the cerebral cortex, the system responded. However, the composition of the soul also encompasses various organs and glands, making it entirely plausible for your character to be influenced by the state of your physical body. Nevertheless, these changes are merely temporary and bear no lasting consequences. Very well, Chengbin said, adopting a serious demeanor. Now for my next question. What is the current state of the first domain? What was the situation of my counterpart there when I possessed him? What will happen after I depart? You might say that you have altered certain variables upstream in that world's timeline, aligning its trajectory with that of the zero domain. However, in a certain sense, you could also assert that you have annihilated that world line. Chengbin expressionlessly slurped the remaining noodles, drained the richly flavored broth, and casually discarded the remnants into the trash as he made his way towards the villa's entrance. Hey? The system inquired curiously, floating alongside him. Don't you wish to express anything? What do you expect me to express? Chengbin retorted. Remorse? Guilt? You mentioned it could be interpreted in two ways. Didn't you? Am I supposed to force myself into a negative mindset just because I'm well-fed? One should maintain a positive mindset after the merging of parallel worlds. Both sides contain my essence. With thoughts unshackled and not held captive, is this not a rather splendid situation? Upon exiting the villa, Chengbin retrieved his phone to search for the sales addresses of experimental supplies that could not be purchased online. He glanced at the newly recorded ability development plans within the system panel and lamented the system's dark humor. At this moment, with my current abilities, I can't even lift a table. I shall not bear the blame for world destruction. Chapter 9. The solidification of thought energy and the expansion of perception in addition to some inquiries regarding the transcendence of consciousness. Chengbin established several capability development programs in the inner domain number 1. However, there was no immediate rush. First, he intended to visit the City Science Museum to calibrate the basic units of thought energy analysis and perhaps browse a few stores selling experimental apparatus along the way. Upon stepping outside, Chengbin realized that although he was thoroughly satisfied with the newly acquired villa, it was rather distant from the nearest bus stop. It was somewhat embarrassing that despite living in a villa, he did not possess a private vehicle. Yet, there was little he could do about it. Although he once held a driver's license and could drive, his license had been revoked 2 years prior due to an accident, and he was prohibited from retaking the exam due to mental health concerns. Perhaps he should hire a driver? Chengbin pondered, but soon discarded the thought. He had grown accustomed to utilizing thought energy to facilitate his daily life, and it would be rather unfortunate if he were seen engaging in such practices over an extended period. The journey to the Science Museum proceeded without incident. Although it was somewhat awkward to walk alongside a group of school children on a field trip, Chengbin successfully calibrated several commonly used key physical units, thanks to the museum's newly acquired laser measuring tape. However, he encountered setbacks when procuring chemical experimental supplies. While it was relatively straightforward to purchase common laboratory equipment and consumables, paying a little extra secured him a complete set along with installation services. He faced considerable challenges acquiring substances that were toxic, explosive, or highly corrosive. Even small-scale purchases for experimental purposes required special permits from the Public Security Bureau, along with documentation proving their intended use. The following morning, Cheng Bin was awakened by a delivery call. After stepping out to retrieve several other apparatuses he had ordered online, he hurriedly had breakfast and made his way to the garage, now aptly referred to as the laboratory. After finding a suitable place to store the delivered items, he opened the system panel and contemplated for a moment before deciding to focus first on solidifying thought energy, a fundamental aspect of his capability development plan. Since acquiring thought energy, Cheng Bin had primarily engaged in its subjective use, relying on his cognitive activities and perceptive abilities. What he now required was the capacity for thought energy to produce stable effects without his conscious control or awareness. To achieve this, he needed to complete the first step, material recognition. Cheng Bin took out a half cup of 1 yuan coins that he had prepared in advance and selected one. He infused it with thought energy for memory retention, then marked it with a pin before tossing it back into the cup and shaking it vigorously to mix the coins. Holding the cup, Cheng Bin averted his gaze, extending his thought energy toward the cup to locate the coin he had intended to remember. As the thought energy gradually permeated and explored, the coins began to tremble, and one coin broke free from its companions, landing in Cheng Bin's outstretched hand. The mark he had made clearly visible. Such ease? Cheng Bin was momentarily taken aback. While he understood that thought energy could influence matter, allowing it to perceive and recognize feedback from materials, he did not expect his first experiment to succeed so seamlessly. In contrast to the recognition of the memory of the material itself, Cheng Bin attempted to compress a spring using thought energy, which maintained its force regardless of whether he observed it. However, he encountered difficulties when attempting to exert thought energy's effects on recognized materials in relation to external influences. Clearly, once detached from Cheng Bin's perceptual channels, thought energy could not accurately identify the connections between the materials under its control and others. Reflecting on the role of his senses in utilizing thought energy, he attempted to memorize a point on the table with thought energy, adjusting its effect to suspend a coin at that point before repeating the previous experiment. After several failures, he finally achieved the desired effect, albeit through a somewhat cumbersome process. Fortunately, thought energy possessed a remarkable degree of intelligence, having conducted a definitive experiment once. Cheng Bin no longer needed to undertake tedious setups. He simply needed to establish a reference point to swiftly replicate the desired effect. Thus, the foundational module for the solidification of thought energy was established. Next came the practical applications based on this solidification. With this functionality akin to the enchantments of fantasy novels, many previously theoretical and intriguing concepts were now well within Cheng Bin's grasp. Starting once again with a coin, he devised a small, entertaining test. He placed the coin on the table and, employing ordinary thought energy manipulation, made it stand upright and rotate in place. This time, using the solidified thought energy method, he re-erected the coin on the table, partitioning it into 2 regions based on its diameter. He then allowed thought energy to solidify a force perpendicular to the coin's surface on either side, opposing one another. Releasing his grip, the coin began to spin rapidly. Under the influence of solidified thought energy, Cheng Bin no longer needed to focus intently on it, nor did he worry about the coin's rotational speed exceeding his observational capacity. The coin accelerated infinitely under the sustained force of thought energy, and soon Cheng Bin could even hear the hissing of air escaping from a high-pressure valve. In his eyes, the coin transformed into a gleaming silver sphere. At that moment, he dared not reach out to touch it. Who could tell what immense kinetic energy that speed might possess? After a while, Cheng Bin's expression suddenly changed as he caught a whiff of a faint burnt odor. Hastily, he altered the thought energy's effect to counteract the motion, simultaneously slapping a book down upon the coin. As he did so, he felt a jolt in his fingers, a tingling sensation coursing through them. Cheng Bin was somewhat astonished. For him, thought energy possessed only total power without the concept of consumption. Ignoring the coin's material and air resistance, could it possibly approach relativistic speeds? Using the book, he swept the scalding coin aside and glanced at the shallow scorch mark left on the table. His gaze then wandered to the side, where the laser generator he had purchased rested. Although it boasted stability and adjustable features, it was, in essence, not much different from the laser pointers he had played with as a child, thus not particularly expensive. In contrast, The instruments resembling vision testing devices commonly found in optometrists' offices, along with their accompanying lens modules and refractometers, were exorbitantly priced. With the solidification of thought energy accomplished, the plan for the expansion of perception was now firmly established. Chapter 10. Upon removing these glasses, I shall stand above the world. Over 80% of human information is derived from visual perception. Cheng Bin gazed into the mirror at his blurred reflection, adorned with stubble. And after a brief blink, he raised his trembling hands to slowly remove the glasses from his face. As the lenses shifted, an unprecedentedly clear world unfolded before him. He could even discern the pores beneath his stubble, and with a slight focus, he could make out the titles of books on a distant table behind him. This was merely the most fundamental effect. While marveling at this newfound clarity, Cheng Bin glanced at the glasses in his hand and felt a script linger on his lips. Yet he ultimately swallowed the words. From this moment forth, I shall ascend to the heavens. At that instant, the system suddenly interjected, intoning with a measured cadence. Host. Refraining from uttering that phrase was indeed a sagacious choice. After all, the one who did utter it, Eisen, ultimately met his demise. Cheng Bin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly tucked the glasses away, dismissing the system's cryptic remarks, and proceeded towards the optical testing station. After performing a series of familiar operations, Cheng Bin received the results of his vision examination. 5.3, surpassing his anticipated target. It was said that individuals with a naked eye vision of 6.0 could identify small creatures from 10 kilometers away. Although Cheng Bin had yet to reach such heights, he was nonetheless far beyond the average person. The reason he had finally shed the burden of myopia, which had accompanied him for over a decade, was due to his newly developed ability of thought energy refraction. However, thought energy refraction did not imply that Cheng Bin could directly manipulate light or electromagnetic waves with his thought energy. He merely employed water and air as materials, creating a super-thin optical refractive membrane akin to contact lenses through the solidification of his thought energy. What? You say that with such skills, one might as well purchase a pair of contact lenses? Cheng Bin would argue that this invention could also function as a telescope or a microscope. If only his knowledge were more extensive, his control stronger, and his thought energy more potent, he might even devise a 360-degree unobstructed vision or optical invisibility. Would you believe it? In addition to this primary enhancement of vision, Cheng Bin had also expanded his auditory and olfactory senses. The auditory enhancement was relatively straightforward, as the system came equipped with a sound simulation module, which he extracted and solidified with thought energy to enhance and filter the sound waves he received, simultaneously protecting his eardrums. The olfactory enhancement posed more of a challenge. Olfaction is fundamentally the sensation produced by olfactory cells responding to odor molecules. Cheng Bin's current sensitivity had yet to reach the molecular level, making it a mere dream to identify odor molecules with thought energy. He could only employ thought energy to record his body's reactions to various odor molecules in a database, allowing him to reference them for future identification. Since taste is essentially a form of close-range olfaction, it followed the same principle. As for touch, it relied on the free nerve endings in the skin responding to temperature, humidity, pain, pressure, and vibration, rendering it far too complex for any current integration with thought energy. Cheng Bin admitted he was not yet ready to tackle that. The adage, wealth and nobility that do not return to one's hometown is akin to wearing finery in the night, applies here as well. Having developed new capabilities, Cheng Bin felt compelled to experience them thoroughly. Furthermore, he had other matters to attend to. Thus, after consuming lunch delivered from a nearby Chinese restaurant, he tidied up the laboratory and ventured outside. However, after meandering through the most bustling district of the city, Cheng Bin nearly lost his lunch again. In his newly heightened sensory state, the vastness of nature and the grandeur of concrete and steel were indeed exhilarating. But the glaring filth and the wriggling of dust mites were equally nauseating and disorienting. After purchasing some daily necessities from a lively commercial street, Cheng Bin made a trip to the bank to address some issues regarding his bonus. Cheng Bin lacked the energy to continuously receive calls and discern their reliability. He was uncertain how vast the financial gap would be for his upcoming experiments. With the abnormal lottery ticket number looming ahead and the exploration of the unknown mysteries behind him, he had little interest in those ambiguous so-called investment opportunities. Leaving the remaining funds idle might yield no returns, but it was safe and risk-free, allowing him to access them at any moment. A young man with bleached yellow hair, holding a phone and gazing downwards, passed by Cheng Bin not long ago. Cheng Bin recognized him instantly. After all, He had once struck this man's face so hard that he could hardly recognize him afterward. Indeed, it was him. When the young man turned, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he continued walking, Cheng Bin hesitantly glanced at the items he was carrying. In the evening, outside a secluded residential complex in City C, Cheng Bin, now clad in a hooded sweatshirt, stealthily peered into the community. Following someone was indeed a skillful endeavor. After refreshing his thought energy cleansing, he discarded the sweat-soaked residue inside while sipping a drink, if it weren't for the solidified markers of thought energy. And if that fellow hadn't taken the bus and subway, I fear I would have lost track of him long ago. Indeed, Cheng Bin had been trailing the young man named Niu Biao with the yellow hair. His motivations were twofold: a curiosity about the differences among individuals across various timelines and a vigilance regarding whether these individuals still harbored designs against him. Adhering to the principle of striking first to avoid suffering later, Cheng Bin planned to engage in a friendly and cordial interaction with them, believing their lips would be no tighter than those of their counterparts in parallel worlds. Observing that the thought energy marker on the yellow-haired youth had ceased its movement, Cheng Bin assessed the vicinity and began to scout the perimeter of the complex. He intended to wait until darkness enveloped the area before finding an unoccupied spot to slip inside. As for why he did not enter through the main gate, it would be absurd to question a figure dressed in black pants, black shirt, black mask, and hood on a sweltering summer day, even if the guard were lax. The community was also equipped with surveillance cameras. Without a mask or hood for disguise, Cheng Bin could not guarantee he would not be identified later. When the night deepened, Cheng Bin deemed the moment ripe for action. He seized an opportunity when no one was around. Using thought energy to manipulate a black trash bag to obscure the direction of a camera, then took a running leap, easily vaulting over a barbed wire fence. With Cheng Bin's return from the inner domain and his expanded perception, his thought energy underwent a significant transformation. Not only had his overall power increased, but his analytical prowess regarding the material world had also advanced. Cheng Bin had already devised a new capability development plan, and once completed, he would not only be able to leap lightly but might even achieve a form of instant ascension. Returning to the matter at hand, Cheng Bin noticed that the entrance of the building where his target resided was within the crosshairs of the surveillance cameras. He contemplated that consistently obscuring the cameras would not serve him well. While one or two such occurrences might be dismissed as coincidence, 3 or 4 would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Thus, he circled to the dead angle of another camera. After observing the marker's position, Cheng Bin placed his hand on a protrusion of the building's wall, swiftly climbing up to the balcony of his target's residence. With thought energy aiding his ascent, he felt secure, and, even if he fell, injury would be unlikely. Thus, Cheng Bin's confidence soared. However, upon entering the balcony, he was startled before he could step through the open floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze locked onto a pair of eyes filled with both fear and a glimmer of hope. Chapter 11. Acquaintances? A hero rescues what's needed, caught red-handed. Cheng Bin gazed at the figure bound beside the bed and sighed inwardly. Clearly, although the trio in this world had not targeted him, their illicit activities would not cease. It was simply uncertain who their latest victim was. He observed the struggling silhouette emitting faint whimpers and mused, encountering this situation fortuitously. Lending a helping hand should not pose a dilemma. Yet, one would expect the captive to be a pitiable woman, gesturing for the restrained woman to remain quiet. Cheng Bin flexed his limbs and proceeded towards the bedroom door. He could faintly hear the familiar voices of the 3 culprits. Come on. Shunzi. Wangjia. Seeing Cheng Bin head towards the living room, the bound woman could not help but whimper again, straining against her restraints. Her thoughts were consumed with urgency, warning Cheng Bin of the impending danger and urging him to call the police. She had no inkling that, given Cheng Bin's current appearance, it would be he who would end up in handcuffs. With a click, Cheng Bin greeted the trio, who had instinctively risen. Long time no see. His words served merely as a diversion, while the other 2 stealthily maneuvered around Cheng Bin's flank, taking advantage of Wu Hang's distraction. Had they not been in a residential area, they would have already pounced. However, noticing Cheng Bin's indifference to their flanking, the impatient youth with bleached hair, Niu Biao, charged directly at him, delivering a punch aimed at Cheng Bin's throat. An attack originating from the periphery is often difficult to anticipate without turning to face it. Yet Cheng Bin remained unmoved, effortlessly catching Niu Biao's fist with a single, precise motion, his body unshaken by the force. With his enhanced vision, Cheng Bin's perception far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even if he wished to observe behind him, it merely required the light to refract a few more times. Were it not for his still-adjusting adaptation to such a broad perspective, he could have achieved the panoramic vision akin to the Byakugan from the world of Naruto. Since the confrontation had commenced, Cheng Bin held back no longer. He transitioned from a grip to a pull, unbalancing Yo Biao before delivering a powerful elbow strike, sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, recognizing the opportunity, Chui Hua spun and swung his arm, his fist hurtling towards Cheng Bin's head like a hammer. Hearing the rush of wind, a glimmer of peculiarity flickered in Cheng Bin's eyes. He braced himself with a bent arm, and as anticipated, the continuous buffering of his energy mitigated the blow, resulting in only a minor discomfort in his forearm. Chui Hua's expression shifted dramatically, despite being seasoned from countless battles. He had never encountered such a bizarre scenario. His strike seemed to sink into a quagmire, losing all its force, just as he contemplated warning his companions. Cheng Bin delivered a swift kick to Chui Hua's abdomen. His eyes widened as he staggered back against the wall, gradually sliding to the floor, doubled over in pain. Thoughtfully rubbing his forearm, Cheng Bin felt that the experience of using his energy to absorb attacks had sharpened his previously vague insights. Taking a deep breath, Wu Hang released the dagger he had been grasping, stiffly rubbing his hands, and cautiously addressed Cheng Bin. Big brother? What can I do for you? Let us not stand on ceremony, Cheng Bin replied, his voice muffled by the mask. I merely wish to have a conversation. Entering the den of the three kidnappers disguised as an ally and claiming his purpose was simply to chat would hardly be believable. Despite the tumult within, Wu Hang, aware of his inferior strength, complied, answering Cheng Bin's inquiries. He figured this man didn't seem to harbor noble intentions, and resisting might attract unwanted attention, leading to dire consequences at the hands of the police. To Wu Hang's surprise, Cheng Bin genuinely inquired only about their general experiences, even examining their identification cards. Showing no interest in revenge or their money, an exceedingly strange occurrence. Cheng Bin successfully gleaned the information he sought. Their experiences bore almost no difference from those in his own world, save for a failed operation tracking him at the lottery center. The system had mentioned that the overlapping of worlds revolved around him as the focal point. Cheng Bin had assumed that individuals would exhibit significant variations across different timelines. Yet it seemed otherwise. Was it due to minimal information deviation or his prior interactions with them? Lost in contemplation, Cheng Bin swiftly dashed over and knocked Wu Hang unconscious. After a moment of thought, he twisted Wu Hang's leg, rendering him incapacitated, then proceeded to do the same to the other two. Recollecting the details of the neighborhood, Cheng Bin retrieved Wu Hang's phone and reported the incident to the authorities, preparing to depart. Unlocking the door, Cheng Bin returned to the balcony and, addressing the bound woman, lowered his voice to inform her that the three assailants had been subdued and that he had called the police. He then flicked on the light and began to untie her. However, upon illuminating the room and seeing the woman's face, Cheng Bin's expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively taking a step back, Aunt Wang, he thought, suppressing the urge to exclaim. He had never anticipated that the kidnapped individual would be someone he knew well. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, Cheng Bin freed Aunt Wang from her bonds. As she raised her hands to remove the gag from her mouth, he quickly retreated to the balcony, disregarding the indistinct sounds behind him as he vaulted over the railing. Standing atop the building, Cheng Bin observed the entrance to the community. With the aid of his enhanced vision, he could clearly see the officers rushing into the building, escorting the trio out, while a female officer assisted Aunt Wang as she slowly entered the police vehicle. In his childhood town of W, Aunt Wang's family had been quite familiar with Cheng Bin's family. Even as they moved to City C after he was accepted into university, they maintained contact, visiting frequently until the tragic accident 2 years ago. Both Aunt Wang's family and Cheng Bin's had lost loved ones in that calamity, and the once close bond rapidly turned to indifference and estrangement, even animosity. Since that incident, Cheng Bin had been unable to reach out to them. Reflecting on Wu Hang's remarks regarding the kidnapping, Cheng Bin let out a heavy sigh. Since she seemed to be doing well now, it would be best not to stir the painful memories. As long as he fulfilled his envisioned goals, his energy would undergo a true transformation, a revolutionary metamorphosis. Chapter 12. Kinetic Energy Analysis and Ultimate Dreams in the Context of the Technological Landscape of Modern Society. What kind of qualitative transformation can truly be deemed revolutionary? Regarding the concept of qi, Cheng Bin shares a profound consensus with the system. Qi represents his eyes, his limbs, his brain, and indeed, his very essence. Yet, it is neither a weapon nor a source of energy. To directly employ qi to achieve desired material interference effects, as the system aptly puts it, would be akin to wielding a rocket launcher as a mere club. Harnessing qi to manipulate the pre-existing energies of the world is vastly more potent and effective than the direct application of qi for material interference. Although Cheng Bin understood this principle early on, he was constrained by the pace of material analysis and the degree of qi-soul integration. Ultimately, he could only engage in playful experiments within the confines of the laboratory, utilizing qi to maneuver aluminum thermite concocted in the lab as a lightsaber to slice through iron blocks. Moreover, he would not dare to carry such items outside. Should he be discovered at a security checkpoint laden with explosive chemicals, would he not be compelled to exclaim, "What on earth?" In those moments, Cheng Bin began to sense the reactive forces arising from qi's material interference, as if this originally immaterial force had transformed into a tangible entity. After several days of relentless experimentation, he finally achieved a breakthrough. On the first day of August, 1 month after acquiring qi, Cheng Bin gazed at the air in his palm, distorted and undulating as if in high heat, savoring the marvelous sensations that qi transmitted back to him. His emotions tinged with subtle complexity. If one were to encapsulate Cheng Bin's current feelings in a single term, it would be tentacled. The process of traversing the inner domain had forged a tighter connection between Cheng Bin and his higher dimensional information body, enabling him to perceive qi with a vague familiarity akin to his own limbs. This newfound sensory aid significantly enhanced his control over qi. However, it also left him feeling as if he had literally become a being with multiple limbs. Each strand of qi became an extension of his being, allowing him to effortlessly apply his accumulated knowledge and qi modules to perceive, measure, and interfere with the material world, while simultaneously sensing the reactive forces of the interfered matter. Thus, Cheng Bin found himself capable of extraordinary feats. By solidifying qi onto 2 coins, he tossed one into the air. The coin, succumbing to gravity, fell swiftly. But upon contacting the table, it instantaneously froze as if glued in place, while the other coin violently shot upwards. As it descended, the first coin was propelled anew. Like a seesaw, the 2 coins, though never touching, alternated in their ascents and descents in a continuous, rhythmic dance. Such is the essence of kinetic energy. Cheng Bin mused, reaching out to catch the coin that was losing altitude due to air resistance. The high-dimensional qi, being a unified entity, allowed the qi he differentiated and fixed on the 2 coins to connect across distances, enabling him to faintly perceive the interactions between qi and matter. He could easily transmit the impact force of the falling coin through qi to any position covered by it, in any direction. In a certain sense, Cheng Bin merely utilized qi as a medium, akin to placing a sheet of paper between 2 closely positioned pendulums. The swinging hammer could effortlessly strike the other pendulum through the paper. However, this paper existed in a higher dimension, disregarding the orientation and distance between the 2 pendulums in the lower dimensional world. Nevertheless, the power of energy transfer remained subject to certain limitations. What does this imply? Cheng Bin advanced to another testing area, placing his hand against a block of scrap metal in a corner of the room, and qi enveloped it. With a mere thought, he analyzed the data of the encased iron weight. Initially, he attempted to move the block using his previous methods of qi interference, but it merely trembled, remaining almost immobile. Then, observing a newly revealed value from the qi analysis, he snapped his fingers, and the heavy iron block, accompanied by a deafening roar, suddenly hurtled toward the western wall. After a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Cheng Bin shook violently as the iron weight became embedded within the wall. What power! Cheng Bin marveled at the cracked surface. Thank goodness I didn't test this with a force gauge. The impact must be nearly 10 times greater than using qi directly. This time, Cheng Bin did not simply exert force on the iron weight using qi, but rather, he extracted a portion of its kinetic energy through qi analysis, then used qi as a medium to draw upon it, applying it in reverse to the block. He termed this ability seamless conduction, though one could argue it might also be described as a diminished form of vector control. What? You inquire about the source of kinetic energy in a stationary iron block. Have you ever heard the line, sitting on the ground, the sun travels 80,000 miles? The block is in motion, following the Earth's rotation. Its speed so rapid that it must be measured in the unit of Mach. However, this is imperceptible in the relative frame of reference of the Earth's surface. Cheng Bin's action effectively caused half of the block's directional motion to rebound against the other half, leading to the cancellation of some kinetic energy, thus propelling the block westward at high speed, cast away by the Earth. Of course, according to this principle, the iron block could theoretically have its motion analyzed in relation to the Earth's orbit around the Sun, or even the solar system's orbit around the Milky Way. However, The unknown operational principles of Qi, despite its formidable power to transcend the constraints of relative reference frames, still operate within the limits of Cheng Bin's abilities and knowledge. Clearly, he is far from grasping the levels of understanding required to engage with the solar system or the galaxy. Yet, even with the mere ability to comprehend, calculate, and utilize the kinetic energy associated with the Earth's rotation, Cheng Bin found himself capable of numerous feats. Excited by the possibilities, he set out to retrieve a small hand crossbow he had previously found in his villa. After establishing new criteria for the immobilization shield, Cheng Bin activated the crossbow remotely with Qi, setting it on a predetermined trajectory. In an instant, a bolt heavier than a bullet tore through the air toward him. Upon entering the trigger range he had established, Qi swiftly detected the dangerously high relative kinetic energy of the object and, upon determining its penetrability, infiltrated the bolt. Qi simultaneously drew kinetic energy from the concrete floor beneath Cheng Bin's feet while also extracting energy directly from the bolt, releasing it in the opposite direction of the bolt's motion. The following moment, the bolt, now trailing an afterimage, suddenly decelerated to a speed perceptible to Cheng Bin's vision, coming to a standstill in midair, merely 2 meters away. Cheng Bin took a deep breath, suppressing the surging excitement within him, and approached to retrieve the bolt suspended in space. What remained was the ability he anticipated most eagerly. As he toyed with the bolt in his hand, Cheng Bin stepped to the door, gazing at the crimson sunset outside the laboratory. His heart fluttered with impatience, akin to a cat's paw scratching at his insides. Hurry and darken, nightfall. I have waited far too long. The long summer days weighed heavily on his mind. Distracted, Cheng Bin had dinner, then stood outside the villa, fixated on the distant sun until it gradually sank below the horizon, its brilliance fading away, and night enveloped the land. Ascending to the balcony on the second floor of the villa, he lightly perched himself on the railing. Observing the twinkling lights of countless homes and the sparse stars obscured by thin clouds, he lamented the deteriorating environmental pollution before immersing himself in Qi, drawing it deep within his being. As a high-dimensional entity manifested in a low-dimensional physical form, Cheng Bin's body itself embodies the closest connection to the vital energy, which always exerts its utmost effect upon him. Cheng Bin attentively attunes to his physical being, sensing the gravitational pull from the magnificent planet beneath his feet and the motion it incites. The vital energy skillfully bypasses the softer regions within Cheng Bin's corporeal cavity, traversing through his muscles and bones, substituting the ground and bearing his weight, and reflecting the kinetic energy generated by his descent. With meticulous adjustments, Cheng Bin's feet gradually lifted from the ground, and his body slowly ascended into the air. On this day, as the actual power of the vital energy surged once more, Cheng Bin finally experienced humanity's ultimate dream flight. As he controlled his body to spin in place, the nocturnal city of C revealed an unprecedented aspect of itself before him. Taking a moment to steady his mind, he inhaled deeply and stretched his stiff limbs. The tension gradually dissipated, excitement began to swell, his heartbeat quickened, and his blood surged with fervor. Having acclimated to the pervading effects of the vital energy, Cheng Bin felt a jolt coursing through him, propelling his speed to an astonishing height. The extreme acceleration pressed upon his heart, compelling him to unleash a joyful cry as he soared toward the boundless sky. The carefree wanderer, riding the equilibrium of heaven and earth, mastered the nuances of the 6 energies, reveling in the infinite. In the illuminated city of C, no one noticed the figure soaring through the night sky, tracing swift arcs above the metropolis. From the vantage point of a bird, after feasting his eyes on the meticulously planned nocturnal landscape of C, Cheng Bin sliced through the thin clouds in an elegant arc suddenly. A brilliant light illuminated his path, the slender silver moon cast its radiant glow, while countless stars adorned the vast night sky. Cheng Bin came to a gentle halt in the void, lying supine. Aside from the indistinct memories of his childhood, this was the first time in many years he beheld the resplendent starry sky so directly. With the enhancement of his vision, he could even discern the rugged craters on the moon, suspended in the heavens. In this ethereal expanse, gazing upon the boundless cosmos, an indescribable thrill arose within Cheng Bin's heart, subtly transforming some of his beliefs. In comparison to this infinite celestial expanse, humanity occupies merely a minuscule fraction of resources on a trivial planet's surface. The world teems with countless unknown landscapes and knowledge, awaiting discovery and exploration. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Cheng Bin's soul, a yearning for knowledge, an unquenchable quest for truth behind the vastness of this world and its timeless mysteries. This, indeed, should be humanity's ultimate aspiration. Chapter 13: The distance between dreams and reality. Dreams are always rich and vivid, while reality often appears stark and unyielding. In a small clinic that doubles as a pharmacy, Cheng Bin coughed a couple of times, turning his face aside. At the behest of the elderly doctor at the desk, he opened his mouth wide for a thorough examination with a small flashlight. "Your throat is inflamed," the wrinkled doctor noted, shaking his head. After putting down the flashlight, he began scribbling on a prescription pad while advising Cheng Bin, catching a cold in the sweltering summer. "Young man, don't sit directly in front of the air conditioner. Look at those heavy bags under your eyes. You've been burning the midnight oil, haven't you? Take these medications 3 times a day, and remember to avoid spicy and greasy foods, along with vigorous exercise." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Cheng Bin nodded repeatedly in agreement. He couldn't very well tell the doctor, "Actually, I didn't have the air conditioning too low. I was just flying too high last night." After wiping his nose with a tissue, he obediently paid for his medication at the counter and took the prescribed drugs before leisurely making his way out of the pharmacy. Upon stepping outside, Cheng Bin glanced around quickly, stashing the small plastic bag containing his medication securely in his pocket, and, propelled by his psychic energy, he began striding purposefully toward his villa. During the day, with so many people around, he dared not take flight. However, running a bit faster didn't seem to matter, as no one was timing him. After all, his running speed was hardly remarkable. If he were to purchase a pair of wheeled sports shoes, he wouldn't need to run at all. He could simply glide effortlessly over the smooth surface of his psychic energy, akin to skating. The notion of soaring through the skies one day and then seeking cold medicine the next just felt too mundane. "Did you have a good time last night?" The system, which had been silent for a long while, suddenly chimed in. "Of course, I enjoyed myself," Cheng Bin replied with a shiver, shaking his drowsy head and lamenting. "Just look at the protagonists in novels. They all start out strong and healthy, free from ailments. And here I am, capable of flight yet still catching a cold. Is there an inherent connection between flight and catching a cold?" The system, utilizing psychic energy, levitated the cold medicine for a closer look and remarked, "Catching a cold merely indicates that your biological knowledge is still insufficient, host. I had thought you would delve into the study of the human body and lifespan after acquiring psychic energy. Please. My precision with psychic energy hasn't even reached the cellular level," Cheng Bin retorted, holding the suspended medication in his hand and setting aside the next dose. He then poured himself a cup of hot water and collapsed onto the sofa. "Moreover, my enhanced vision only refracts visible light. I'm not an X-ray machine, and I can't even see the inner workings of the body clearly. How am I supposed to study anything? The human body is incredibly complex. Wouldn't it be reckless to experiment without proper knowledge? Even those who study medicine for years merely assist with minor ailments. I haven't even memorized high school biology yet, so how could I fathom the intricacies of human lifespan?" After observing Cheng Bin thoughtfully, the system shifted the conversation. "What about the gains from your last journey? Do you wish to traverse again?" Cheng Bin was taken aback. The benefits of his last adventure were clear. His deeper integration with psychic energy not only endowed him with kinetic analysis abilities, but also qualitatively transformed the applications of psychic energy. Naturally, he would not refuse another opportunity. However, strictly speaking, until you become a true higher dimensional being, the inner world remains in a state of ambiguity, teetering on the brink of division, the system continued, perched on the arm of the sofa. Furthermore, the concept of time and sequential order in higher dimensions differs significantly from your current understanding. The distinction between first splitting and then traversing versus first traversing and then splitting is not as pronounced. Cheng Bin pondered this. It didn't seem too concerning. Setting aside the subtle enhancements to his psychic energy from traversing the inner realm, the mere prospect of gaining additional time was worth the effort. During his last sojourn in World 1, he spent over 2 days while only a mere 10 minutes elapsed in World 0. Even including his sleeping hours. That was just 8 hours. Wasn't this indirectly extending his lifespan and learning time? But, System Cheng Bin rubbed his temples and inquired, "Can I know in advance what the world I'm about to traverse is like? Also, are there worlds with substances for brain domain development, similar to Limitless or Lucy?" Having possessed psychic energy for over a month, Cheng Bin had devoted himself entirely to studying and developing his psychic abilities, aside from the mundane necessities of life. However, even so, he had merely reviewed high school-level physics and mathematics, while subjects like chemistry and biology, lacking experimental conditions, were only partially memorized. The daunting volume of specialized knowledge at the university level and beyond felt astronomical. Continuing on this path, Cheng Bin harbored doubts about whether he could truly uncover the mysteries of human lifespan within his lifetime. If he were to receive such extraordinary opportunities only to perish in illness, he would find it utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing Cheng Bin's questions, the system's feline countenance grew serious. And after a rare moment of hesitation, it spoke. "Host, it may be a bit premature to discuss these matters, but since you wish to know, I shall not withhold information that is not prohibited. The other worlds within the inner realm are not vastly different from World Zero. However, the kind of worlds you describe does not exist. Beyond the inner realm, in the outer realm where material laws remain consistent but information diverges and distances expand, such worlds do indeed exist. After all, since the inception of this universe, it has been in a state of infinite division. Under such an infinite cardinality, the worlds depicted in human films and animations are possible. No, they undoubtedly exist. Most of these works feature humans or humanoid beings, and the laws governing their worlds cannot differ fundamentally from those of the inner realm." Cheng Bin was momentarily stunned, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, including references to substances like Sentinel Serum, NZT-48, CPH4, and 9-turn golden elixir. Just as he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of finding a world rich with extraordinary items to elevate his abilities, the system doused him with cold water. How could a real world possibly be confined to the limited fantasies of humanity? A mere few gigabytes of information cannot encapsulate it. Indeed, while extraordinary items and realms of the transcendent exist in the outer realm, the terrifying truths that support the narratives beyond what is scripted are profoundly unsettling. Do not harbor delusions of instant ascension, the system cautioned, observing Cheng Bin's dejection. Even if you were to acquire those extraordinary items from those worlds, I would strongly advise against using them. Relying on external substances rather than your own choices to drastically alter your core soul algorithm fundamentally dismantles the foundations of the inner realm and psychic energy. The mildest outcome could be a split in your higher dimensional personality, while the catastrophic end would be the collapse of the inner realm, the disappearance of psychic energy, and the erasure of the timeline. Moreover, the differences between the outer and inner realms are substantial. If you were to traverse, it would have to be a physical rather than a conscious transition. You currently lack the foundational capabilities to venture into the outer realm. The system added comfortingly. Focus on learning diligently and traverse the inner realm a few more times as a novice. Take your time. After absorbing the system's explanation, Cheng Bin sighed in disappointment, reluctantly setting aside his aspirations of becoming a figure akin to Dr. Chen through the use of miraculous substances. Rubbing his aching head, he took the cold medicine he would need next and headed toward his bedroom. Battling both a cold and fatigue from staying up late, he was utterly exhausted. After all, it wouldn't hurt to explore other inner realm worlds while he slept. At the very least, his parallel selves probably wouldn't be sick too, or so he hoped. Chapter 14. Severe illness and companions in misery. As Cheng Bin had anticipated, in this parallel world, designated as inner domain number 2, he did not acquire any new ailments. Rather, he had never truly recovered from his previous afflictions. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the all-too-familiar blurry ceiling. After a moment of dazed confusion, Cheng Bin activated his sensory enhancement module, threw off the thin white blanket, and sat up, surveying his surroundings. Although the headache and dizziness brought on by his cold had dissipated, his mood remained far from cheerful. The sight of the familiar iron-framed bed, the recognizable Red Cross bed linen, and the unmistakable scent of disinfectant made it evident that he was in the psychiatric hospital where he had spent nearly a year and a half. Cheng Bin slipped on his shoes and stepped down from the bed, gazing into the wall mirror to behold his pale visage. He picked up his phone, which lay beside his glasses on the bedside cabinet, and noted the date, August 1st, 2017. The time difference with the Zero world was negligible, yet in the Zero world, he had been discharged at the end of June. After donning a neatly folded patient gown, Cheng Bin approached the table and rifled through the papers atop it, discovering them to be of no consequence. However, when he opened the drawer, he stumbled upon an unexpected find, a laptop quietly nestled within, a model worth thousands. Why was this laptop still here? Cheng Bin felt a twinge of confusion as he locked the drawer and pocketed the key. Hadn't Chen Pang, who had been discharged 2 months prior, taken it with him? Cheng Bin was familiar with this laptop. It had been lent to him by a fellow patient, also surnamed Chen, who came from a well-off family but whose parents had divorced. It served as a tool for them to engage in gaming together. Yet, since the laptop remained undisturbed in the drawer, it stood to reason that Cheng Peng had not yet been discharged, much like Cheng Bin himself. With a head full of questions, Cheng Bin exited his room. In the lodging area of the psychiatric hospital, the majority of the residents were indeed patients. On the floor where Cheng Bin resided, a relatively large number of patients were allowed to move freely. Most were middle-aged or elderly individuals, suffering from mild depression or similar ailments, which did not impede their daily lives or cause inconvenience to others. Typically, these patients did not stay long, making Cheng Bin's extended stay of over a year an exceptional case. He made his way downstairs, nodding at several patients who greeted him, while narrowly avoiding a bald man sprinting down the corridor. Cheng Bin headed toward the doctor's office area, contemplating ways to ascertain his situation in this world before deciding whether to sneak out or formally discharge himself. He had not forgotten his past escapades in other worlds, involving the illicit appropriation of laboratory contraband. However, he resolved to postpone such actions until his imminent departure. Spending more time in this world translated to additional life and learning opportunities. Arriving at the main building of the hospital, Cheng Bin navigated his way to his primary physician's office with ease. After knocking on the door, he exchanged pleasantries with the doctor inside. Yang Mingyuan looked up from his computer, momentarily puzzled by Cheng Bin's lack of glasses. "Cheng Bin, come in. What brings you here?" Taking a seat beside the desk, Cheng Bin expressed his request to print a copy of his medical records. This was not an unusual request. The hospital maintained comprehensive documentation of patient diagnoses and communication. Unless a patient had unique circumstances, a copy was typically provided upon discharge, even if the patient did not specifically request it. Yang Mingyuan clicked the mouse, casually inquiring about Cheng Bin's recent condition, while the printer gradually produced several sheets of paper. As Cheng Bin prepared to leave with his records in hand, Dr. Yang suddenly called out to him. "You've come at a fortuitous time," he said, moving the mouse to open a file. "I came across a notice that mentions your name. It's for this evening at 7:30 p.m. in the private consultation room, room A6. Yang Mingyuan furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed. It appears to be some form of inquiry, not from the hospital, but important nonetheless. Make sure to attend. Cheng Bin nodded in acknowledgement, clutching his medical records as he departed. He paid little heed to the nature of the inquiry, deciding to assess the situation when the time came. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts about his medical records, and he was curious as to why he had not yet been discharged in this world. As he reviewed the documents while walking back to his quarters, Cheng Bin noted that his initial condition in this world bore little difference from that in the Zero world. However, as time progressed, differences became apparent. In this world, he was firmly convinced that the dark shadows and whispers he encountered were not mere hallucinations but rather entities of tangible existence. No wonder he had not been discharged upon reaching this realization. Cheng Bin could only mutter resignedly, "In a certain sense, this is indeed a fact." As he walked, a commotion suddenly erupted nearby, and several nurses in white uniforms rushed past him. Cheng Bin, perplexed, lifted his head and took a few steps forward, scanning the area. With his visual enhancement activated, he quickly identified the source of the disturbance in the courtyard between the two hospital buildings. A rotund patient in a hospital gown was being restrained on the ground by several male and female nurses, still thrashing about in defiance. Hearing the various attempts at persuasion and exasperated remarks from the nurses, Cheng Bin could not help but silently observe, "Cheng Peng, your size is certainly becoming a challenge. It seems even this many people are struggling to keep you down. Who knows?" One of the nurses said, glancing at Cheng Bin in his patient gown. "It's likely that Cheng Peng is causing another scene, attempting suicide again. It happens every few days. It's quite tiresome. Honestly, we should just toss him into the safe room and be done with it." Cheng Peng was the patient's real name, and the safe room was designated for individuals with severe conditions who posed a threat to themselves or others, devoid of any sharp or hard objects. However, in the sweltering summer, the plastic confines of that room were far from comfortable. Cheng Bin found it hard to believe that someone as timid as Cheng Peng could genuinely attempt suicide. After thanking the nurses, he made his way toward the ruckus. In his memory, Cheng Peng seemed more normal than Cheng Bin himself, who experienced daily hallucinations. While he was indeed reclusive and prone to occasional complaints of existential dread, his behavior had not escalated to the point of needing restraint. In fact, the Cheng Peng from the original world had been an optimistic and cheerful individual. How had he devolved into such a state in this world? As he drew closer, the sound of Cheng Peng's desperate wails was jarring. "Stop it. My face, it's getting scraped." Stop pulling. I only took a knife. Enough. My patience is wearing thin. Don't provoke me. Cheng Bin, wearing a bemused expression, pushed through the crowd of onlookers. Along the way, he inquired about the situation, learning that Cheng Pang had somehow misfired, seizing an opportunity to swipe a surgical knife. When confronted, he had insisted on experimenting with the legendary sharpness of the knife, seemingly intending to use himself as a subject for the investigation. From the murmurs of the bystanders, Cheng Bin discerned that Cheng Pang's behavior had grown increasingly erratic over the past few months. He had taken to stealing keys to scale rooftops and pilfering sharp objects, all with a calculated approach that yielded a high success rate. What baffled Cheng Bin most was Cheng Pang's cowardice, hesitating to jump from the rooftop under the pretext of enjoying the view, yet daring to handle a knife without the courage to use it, claiming to fear pain. It seemed he was merely toying with the nurses at the hospital. Chapter 15. The culprit of the accident. As Cheng Bin shook his head and sighed, he squeezed into the circle, approaching the despondent Cheng Pang, who sat on the ground muttering incessantly. He crouched down and patted Cheng Pang's shoulder. Cheng Bin, Cheng Pang said, glancing at him with his eyes, which were nearly narrowed to slits. I'm afraid you'll have to go solo tonight. Seeing how agitated they are, I fear I might be confined to the plastic room. Even if I'm not locked up, I have other matters to attend to this evening. Are you also being questioned? Cheng Bin asked. Suddenly, Cheng Pang stood up with a clap of his hands and conspiratorially leaned towards Cheng Bin, whispering, let me tell you. This is exclusive information. Tonight's inquiry is not a psychological consultation or anything of the sort. The people coming are. Cheng Bin recognized the Dr. Cheng Pang referred to, Dr. Chien, assigned to him. Dr. Chien's grim expression was understandable. Initially, he thought Cheng Pang was merely a classic case of a child affected by parental divorce, but as they followed the treatment plan, Cheng Pang became increasingly eccentric. Even now, Dr. Chien could not discern whether Cheng Pang was genuinely insane or merely feigning madness. Were it not for Cheng Pang's affluent parents, he would have ceased his involvement long ago. Dealing with a peculiar individual like Cheng Pang, who created disturbances every few days, was indeed a source of considerable stress for Dr. Chien. Cheng Bin pondered for a moment, then stepped forward to intercept the two, saying to Dr. Chien, wait. May I speak with Cheng Pang for a moment? Perhaps I can help improve his situation. You? Dr. Chien scrutinized Cheng Bin skeptically. Cheng Bin's unusual condition was well known, and Dr. Chien was familiar with it. You can't even sort out your own issues, yet you dare to meddle in someone else's? Come on. It's just a few words. Trying one tea hurt. After all, I play games with him every day. There will always be an opportunity to chat, Cheng Bin replied. Dr. Chien considered this and, since Cheng Pang was not a particularly sensitive patient, he allowed Cheng Bin to pull Cheng Pang aside for a few moments of whispered conversation. Brother, when did you start studying psychology? Cheng Pang asked, looking at Cheng Bin in confusion. After patting his belly, he added with a hint of melancholy. You don't need to bother. I know I'm quite tiresome with my talk of death, but I can't help but feel, what joy is there in life? And what suffering in death? No one genuinely cares, so perhaps dying sooner would bring liberation. Then why don't you liberate me? Cheng Bin retorted. You're half-heartedly troubling others, making them think you're just a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. Shut it. Cheng Bin wiped his face, suppressing his embarrassment as he continued to relay Cheng Pang's musings from his discharge. Look, even the sun, moon, and stars, the cosmos itself will eventually face annihilation. How can fragile humans like us expect to endure forever? Hearing this profound insight from Cheng Bin, Cheng Pang paused for a moment, then suddenly clapped Cheng Bin on the shoulder and exclaimed, Cheng Bin, you speak with such reason. I am left speechless. After handing over his room key and the key to the drawer containing his laptop to Cheng Pang, Cheng Bin departed alone. Given Cheng Pang's unique circumstances and his family's wealth, he could easily obtain his discharge. However, Cheng Bin suspected that, based on his behavior in this world, his own discharge application would likely face significant obstacles in the near future. Thus, he planned to discreetly escape once night fell. He had no desire to waste his energy in a hospital that offered little freedom, wandering through the unfamiliar yet familiar hospital for a while. Cheng Bin had lunch in the cafeteria and then sat in the coolness of the room, reviewing high school knowledge on the system panel. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as dusk approached, a nurse suddenly rushed into the cafeteria and found Cheng Bin, who appeared to be in a daze, dragging him outside without a word. After a moment of confusion, Cheng Bin learned that the inquiry scheduled for 7:30 p.m. was about to commence, and it seemed the individuals conducting the inquiry were of considerable importance. The hospital staff, caught off guard, were in a frenzy trying to locate him. Upon reaching the main building of the hospital, Cheng Bin noticed even his attending physician, Dr. Yang Mingyuan, waiting at the door with a hint of anxiety on his face. Cheng Bin couldn't help but feel perplexed. Initially, he believed this inquiry would be similar to previous psychological consultations, but the hospital's demeanor suggested otherwise. Many psychological consultations and mental health treatments require an environment conducive to communication, typically characterized by soft colors, independence without feeling enclosed, and soundproofing. The hospital's private consultation room was designed accordingly. Dr. Yang, who had escorted Cheng Bin to the door, cast him a strange look before exiting and closing the door behind him. Cheng Bin hesitated at the threshold. To be honest, this was his first time witnessing such a fully armed soldier outside a screen. And it was also his first encounter with the dimly gleaming metal firearms typically seen outside a bank's armored vehicle. Are you Cheng Bin? Yes, with a guilty conscience. Cheng Bin's expression shifted subtly as he took a seat across from the young woman, who greeted him warmly across a small round table. Despite her cordial demeanor, the two individuals opposite him made no effort to introduce themselves. The young woman spoke directly. Hello, Cheng Bin. We represent the relevant national authorities and wish to confirm some matters with you. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. National authorities? This unexpected inquiry left Cheng Bin somewhat bewildered, and he nodded in response. The inquiry commenced formally. The soldier-like man remained silent while the young woman flipped through her documents, beginning with straightforward questions such as the time of the accident and the dates of admission and transfer. Cheng Bin, not sensing any issues, nodded in agreement. However, the questions soon took a peculiar turn. Do you still believe that the black shadow you saw was not a hallucination? Cheng Bin furrowed his brow and nodded. He was aware from his medical records that he had steadfastly maintained that the shadow was not a figment of his imagination. Do you remember the first time you saw the black shadow? Cheng Bin glanced at the young woman in confusion and replied uncertainly. It was probably 3 or 4 months after that accident, at the first hospital. I didn't pay attention, so I can't recall the exact timing of the first instance. After glancing at her documents, the young woman hesitated for a moment before continuing. According to records, your attending physician, Dr. Yang, used hypnosis on you a year ago. Do you recall the details of that session? Cheng Bin was taken aback. The version of himself in this world had undergone hypnosis? No, that was not the case. It was not just this world. The primary purpose and content of that hypnosis. 2 years ago, you were driving on the first ring expressway of City C, and as you approached the West Gate, your vehicle suddenly lost control and crashed into the barrier, causing a chain collision with several cars behind you. The young woman glanced at Cheng Bin with sympathy, continuing with a hint of reluctance. Both of your parents and one man in the car behind perished in the accident. Afterward, you insisted that the cause of the incident was the terrifying black shadow charging towards you from the front, causing you to lose control of your limbs. We investigated all available surveillance footage and driving records from that time, as well as your medical examination data from the hospital afterward. All evidence indicates that you were not affected by any other factors when the accident occurred on the straight highway. Therefore, your account afterward holds a degree of credibility. You must have first seen that black shadow 2 years ago, at the time of the accident. Cheng Bin listened in a daze, and for a brief moment, his mind went blank. Hypnosis, amnesia, terrifying shadows, the accident, hallucinations, overlapping domains, the black cat. Yes, Cheng Bin recalled. He had not developed the shadow hallucination due to nerve damage after the accident. Instead, the shadow was the very culprit behind the accident. Now, Cheng Bin understood the true source of that shadow, the system. Chapter 16. Relevant national departments. Cheng Bin's hands were icy, and he fought hard to refrain from shouting. His mind was a tumult of confusion. The other two individuals, understanding his turmoil, remained silent until Cheng Bin raised his gaze to meet theirs once more. In the brief silence, with his eyes slightly reddened, Cheng Bin controlled his thought energy and, like a bolt of lightning, surged forward, instantly permeating the surroundings of the two individuals before him, thoroughly sweeping through their belongings along with the dossier they possessed. After a cursory glance at the scanning results displayed on the panel, Cheng Bin calmly inquired, "So, what is it? The state cannot possibly be interested in such trifles concerning me, can it? What exactly are you searching for and confirming?" The young woman and the soldier exchanged bewildered glances. And after a moment of contemplation, the young woman explained to Cheng Bin, according to macro-statistical results, 2 years ago, coinciding with the time of that incident, there was an irregular peak in the frequency of unexpected events worldwide. Subsequent investigations revealed that many individuals involved exhibited rather abnormal responses. We are a special investigation team established by the state to examine the causes and consequences of such events and the individuals involved. Subsequently, due to some findings, we evolved into a department. She paused, casting a gaze filled with inexplicable anticipation upon Cheng Bin, emphasizing, "It is named the relevant department." The phrase relevant department left Cheng Bin in silence. Having perused the dossier, he had begun to comprehend the true intentions of the two individuals before him. Reflecting on the events surrounding the car accident and combining that with the system's previous statements, Cheng Bin quickly grasped that the overlapping of the inner domain worlds most likely commenced 2 years prior. Furthermore, the system had previously mentioned that various supernatural phenomena could arise from the mechanisms of world overlap in other realms of the inner domain. Thus, the essence of this relevant department, established to investigate the bizarre incidents from 2 years ago, was self-evident. Was this not the legendary Dragon Team? Moreover, the curiosity Cheng Bin felt towards the state's relevant departments was quite significant. The initially perplexed expressions of the two individuals swiftly morphed into shock and excitement as the recording pin attached to the young woman's dossier suddenly levitated into the air, gracefully swirling twice before landing steadily in Cheng Bin's outstretched palm. Little did they know that the majority of the abilities discovered in this world were primarily at a rudimentary level of perception in the mental and informational realms. An individual like Cheng Bin, who could directly interfere with matter, was a rare exception. Thus, Cheng Bin found himself bewilderedly boarding a special aircraft bound for the capital of Huagua, accompanied by Chen Pengzi. Indeed, Cheng Bin was astonished to discover that Chen Pengzi, a third-generation official and the heir of a wealthy family, was also an extraordinary ability user. During the flight, as Chen Pengzi exuberantly described his abilities, Cheng Bin learned that his specific power was the passive ability to sense human emotions, a power he could not turn off. It was no wonder that Chen Pengzi had previously spent time in a psychiatric facility, as the environment in which he grew up, combined with his awakened abilities, bore a significant burden. As Cheng Bin engaged in casual conversation with Chen Pengzi, he perused the materials provided by the relevant department. This dossier was exceptionally detailed. Each ability user identified by the department received a copy. It contained insights into the state's stance towards ability users, their treatment, potential experiences and prospects, as well as various common knowledge and news from the global community of ability users. Apart from the initial sections addressing state attitudes and treatment, the dossier quickly summarized several classic cases that ability users might encounter post-awakening, ranging from being deceived and kidnapped by foreign spies after exposure, to being imprisoned for reckless criminal acts, and even to the uncontrolled use of their abilities causing disasters and harming loved ones. Cheng Bin felt that some cases resonated with his own experiences, or rather, that the behaviors of individuals in a world suddenly endowed with superpowers could largely be encapsulated by the descriptions provided in the dossier. Ultimately, the materials were written from the perspective of the state, always attempting to guide the readers toward aligning with the normal order of the state machinery. But this could not be entirely dismissed as erroneous. Cheng Bin flipped further into the dossier, and in the sections pertaining to the analysis of abilities, it emphasized that there would be no research conducted on ability users that could harm the human body, while also introducing some currently identified manifestations of abilities. Most were presented through memory and sensory experiences, akin to Cheng Bin's initial shadowy illusions, while his current ability to manipulate physical reality seemed to be either omitted from the dossier or perhaps simply not recognized in this world. According to statistics, there were currently fewer than 1,000 identified ability users worldwide, and due to its population advantage and execution capability, Huagua had gathered approximately 200 such individuals into the relevant department. The average age of these ability users ranged from 20 to 30 years, with no clear evidence indicating whether their numbers were increasing. However, the intensity of their abilities appeared to be on the rise, and what the future held remained uncertain. Except for a few exceptional cases, the state required ability users to engage in no other activities beyond cooperative research, let alone utilize these unknown miracles on the battlefield as depicted in cinematic works. The treatment for ability users was relatively favorable, encompassing all living expenses along with substantial subsidies and various welfare insurances. Nevertheless, the state would not support such a large number of individuals without expectation. While it was not a matter of financial insufficiency, experts insisted that relying on state support without contribution was detrimental to personal mental development. Thus, upon arriving at the special base allocated by the state, Cheng Bin and his companions were required not only to cooperate with research, but also to undergo military training equivalent to a university level, along with optional positions assigned based on their abilities and comprehensive training in various aspects of personal development, learning, and more learning. As for the extent of subtle indoctrination embedded within these processes, Cheng Bin remained unaware, given his unique treatment. Being the sole subject of research sounded somewhat dismal, yet it harbored considerable advantages. Though residing almost permanently in a laboratory was not particularly comfortable, Cheng Bin's enthusiasm for knowledge and ability research garnered him access to an entire suite of the most specialized educational resources. Additionally, he could freely request experimental apparatus support and was even permitted entry into the nation's most advanced research institutions, where instruments valued in the tens or hundreds of billions were at his disposal. Cheng Bin could not help but commend his treatment. Many experiments that had been stymied by limitations now flourished, and numerous innovative ability development plans were refined. The baseline recognition of thought energy had advanced to the highest precision achievable by modern humanity. In just the span of a month, an entire high school, and even some university-level scientific knowledge had been methodically imparted to Cheng Bin by professional educators. His application of thought energy had undergone a transformative evolution. However, the nation's research outputs were rather meager, aside from a few projects in gravitational and spatial studies and quantum physics that drew inspiration from Cheng Bin's ability research. Findings concerning thought energy or other ability users' powers were virtually non-existent. From the state's perspective, aside from assisting ability users in understanding their powers, organizing methods for enhancing and applying their abilities, and utilizing their unique perceptions to aid regular research projects, the investigation into the essence of these abilities had ground to a halt. Nevertheless, these matters held little significance for Cheng Bin, as he was preparing for his departure. In the long run, integrating thought energy with the nation's research capabilities could indeed pave a broad path forward, significantly benefiting both Cheng Bin's knowledge and strength, as well as advancing the state's theoretical and technological progress. Cheng Bin himself found this prospect rather enticing, and in recent days, he had often found himself lost in thought, relishing the possibilities ahead. Regarding this matter, Cheng Bin expressed his inability to accept it. Thus, the notion of integrating into the national system within the Zero World was merely a fleeting thought that he quickly dismissed. He was reluctant to traverse that path unless absolutely compelled to do so. In truth, Cheng Bin's eagerness to depart stemmed from a dual source: a gnawing curiosity about certain aspects of the system and a growing apprehension that lingering too long in the Zero World might lead to dire consequences. However, just as Cheng Bin was preparing to leave, Chen Peng, returning from military training, noticed his presence in the dormitory and came to visit. With his keen perception, he detected Cheng Bin's unusual emotional state, compelling Cheng Bin to exert considerable effort to deflect his inquiries. Yet, this unexpected visit from Chen Peng ignited a flicker of doubt within Cheng Bin. If, according to the system's previous assertions regarding his journey, the ultimate fate of the world he traversed was to be merged into the timeline of the Zero World, what would ultimately become of all these extraordinary individuals? The relevant authorities, Chen Peng, and all the people and circumstances Cheng Bin had encountered over the past month? A phrase uttered by the system echoed in Cheng Bin's mind. In a certain sense, it could be said that, you have obliterated that timeline. Cheng Bin sighed deeply and reclined on his bed. Although he did not entirely embrace the events unfolding in this world, he could not deny the positive significance of his experiences after joining the relevant authorities, an existence within a world of extraordinary abilities, a realm where the study of these powers could foster scientific advancement. If it were to continue to exist, that would indeed be quite splendid. Slowly, Cheng Bin closed his eyes, calming his thoughts and allowing his mind to delve deeper into contemplation. The forced merger, as anticipated, presented numerous complications. The system used, judging by this trend, is the inner domain's second world on the brink of fracturing into the outer domain. Chapter 17. Questioning the system in the realm of zero domain. Cheng Bin awoke in the bed of his villa, his head clouded with a dull ache. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at his phone, which displayed the date as August 3rd, 11 a.m. With a flicker of thought, his clothes, neatly arranged nearby, flew toward him and enveloped him just as he sprang from the bed. After a brief visit to the restroom, Cheng Bin hurried into the living room, where he retrieved a packet of cold medicine from the table. He reached out to catch a glass of warm water that floated toward him and plopped down onto the sofa. After swallowing the medicine with the warm water, He cast a glance at the clock in the hall. It was still nearly an hour before the restaurant would deliver lunch. Hence, he used his mind to summon a bag of crackers from the pantry to satiate his hunger. Relaxing into the sofa, Cheng Bin crunched the crackers with his mind while organizing his thoughts. Upon finishing the small packet, he tossed the wrapper into the trash and folded his hands over his abdomen, gazing up at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. System? He inquired. Here, came the reply. From within the chandelier, the system, manifested as a black cat, suddenly peeked out. Cheng Bin couldn't shake the feeling that the system's feline form appeared more lifelike than before, as if he could discern the subtle sheen of its delicate fur amidst the inky darkness. Do you know what I am thinking right now? Cheng Bin asked softly. The system often took on the form of a small black cat, its behavior indistinguishable from that of an ordinary kitten, save for a few anthropomorphic gestures and occasional displays of cuteness. Although Cheng Bin understood that this was intended to enhance their communication and diminish his wariness, he had grown accustomed to regarding the little black cat as a peculiar, independent entity rather than a mere projection or phenomenon. Today, however, he sensed something fundamentally different within the system's agile figure, an icy, inhuman essence that was ineffable. Cheng Bin's expression hardened as he directly posed the question, System, does my parents' death have anything to do with you? Upon hearing Cheng Bin's words, the system's figure glided through the chandelier and alighted gracefully on the coffee table before him. Cheng Bin frowned. The system's straightforward demeanor momentarily stifled his emotions. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? He demanded, his voice low. Of course, transparency is key. The system replied, licking its paw before conjuring a 3D image on the table. Cheng Bin's heart skipped. It was a scene from 2 years prior, depicting him driving on the bypass highway, presented from his own perspective. The system fast-forwarded the footage, pausing at a critical moment where Cheng Bin could see his hands gripping the steering wheel and the rearview mirror reflecting other cars trailing closely behind, along with the menacing, dark beast that loomed ahead. It was an exact replica of his memory. As the scene continued, the monstrous entity pierced through the car window and into Cheng Bin, causing his fingers to tremble uncontrollably, and the speeding vehicle gradually veered left, colliding with the divider before the image violently spun out of control. The system dispersed the image and, before Cheng Bin could speak, it solemnly stated, I must clarify that while this system is indeed connected to your parents' death, the shadow in the footage was not created by me. My understanding and interference with your visual signals to manifest that shadow began 3 months after your accident. Not you? Then who? Cheng Bin's agitation simmered beneath the surface as he pressed on. You acknowledged your involvement. So where does that connection lie? Rubbing his temples, he fired off questions in rapid succession. Let me start from the beginning, the system replied, reclining on the table and swishing its tail slowly. The establishment of the overlapping system within the inner domain is a complex process. Although you, the host, are at its core, the initiation predates your birth. The materials that constitute or once constituted you have existed since the Big Bang. And how does that relate to the current situation? Cheng Bin asked, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. The system squinted, fixating on Cheng Bin as it continued, at that moment in time. Only those affected, humans, could create the kind of shadow depicted in the earlier footage and even interfere with your soul, ultimately leading to a loss of bodily control. Cheng Bin regarded the system with skepticism. You once stated that the zero domain would not harbor other supernatural phenomena or beings. And didn't you mention that this matter involves you? Why shift the blame to others now? The exact words of this system were, to maintain the stability of the inner domain system, the core zero domain will not experience further high-dimensional interference under my lockdown. The system reiterated. The very need for a lockdown indicates that such phenomena previously existed, as was the case 2 years ago, until it was subsequently sealed off by this system. It was never my doing, hence I am not deflecting responsibility. Regarding my role in this incident, the system gazed steadily at Cheng Bin and concluded, it merely chose the timeline wherein you survived while your parents perished among the possibilities of injury, disability, or death following the accident. Boom. The solid wooden glass coffee table soared into the air, crashing against the crystal chandelier and shattering it into a rain of glass and crystals. The fragments swirled chaotically in a tempest, propelled by the energy of Cheng Bin's mind. The system's black cat form remained poised amidst the chaos, unaffected by the shrieking shards that tore through the air. After all, it was merely a projection born of visual interference, no matter how forceful the material energy. It could not touch it. Across the storm created by the remnants of the chandelier and coffee table, Cheng Bin, his face ashen, locked eyes with the composed system. Chapter 18. More possibilities. After a prolonged period, the storm of sharp fragments gradually subsided. The remnants of a chandelier still clung to the ceiling, having been violently torn down and swept into a corner alongside the wreckage of a coffee table. Cheng Bin blinked vigorously, reclining back against the sofa, and bitterly inquired, "Why?" "Host, your ability to swiftly regain composure brings great satisfaction to this system," replied the system, stretching lazily and hovering in a circle before Cheng Bin. "You should recall that my analysis and observation of the low-dimensional material world are entirely derived from you, the host. While conducting operations within the high-dimensional realm, I cannot ascertain the precise events occurring in the low-dimensional world. I can only observe the macro-level deviations of the world lines. Therefore, I merely chose the world line most conducive to achieving the initial objective, without any intention or knowledge of your parents' demise on that line." "The initial objective?" "Ascend dimensions and subsequently construct a cross-universal information transmission device." Cheng Bin pondered. "As for what I would experience on this world line, the system remains oblivious and indifferent." "How cold-hearted." Cheng Bin sighed helplessly. At this juncture, harboring resentment towards the system seemed futile. He had no alternative but to continue onward. "Cold-hearted?" The system gazed at Cheng Bin with its endearing feline visage, tilting its head. "Though I have gleaned considerable knowledge from your information body during my sojourn, I still find it challenging to comprehend your inescapable, primitive physiological reactions. However, should I say that, despite my lack of understanding, such observations can be utilized. Would it bring you some solace?" The system suddenly leaped onto Cheng Bin's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Though, from your limited human perspective, your parents seem to have passed away, in my view, they remain very much alive." Cheng Bin was taken aback. The system playfully tousled Cheng Bin's hair and tempted him. "While you have yet to acquire the ability to leap beyond time, there exist other branches in space where your parents are still alive. Parallel worlds within the inner domain," Cheng Bin exclaimed, abruptly rising from the sofa. Just as he was about to inquire further, the doorbell of the villa rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the clock, Cheng Bin realized it was time for lunch. After placing the meal on the long table in the dining room, he pulled out a chair and sat down. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he turned to the system and asked, "Can you filter out other parallel worlds where my parents did not perish? How long will it take?" Cheng Bin furrowed his brow, recalling that the last time, it had taken half a month before the system notified him he could traverse again. "That depends on the situation," the system replied nonchalantly. "I will inform you when the time is right." "All right," Cheng Bin said, organizing his thoughts. Suddenly, he asked the system, "When I traverse to other parallel worlds, will they inevitably shift to overlap with this one? If that is the case, wouldn't I be endangering my other self in that timeline?" "Not necessarily. It depends on your own will as the host, specifically, the will of your higher dimensional self." The system smiled and explained, "Just like the previous inner domain's second world, due to some of your thoughts, that world line has already deviated further away and is now beyond the inner domain system, entering the outer realm." "The previous world?" Cheng Bin paused, recalling the world where he had benefited greatly from joining the national system. "Wait," Cheng Bin suddenly remembered a question. "You mentioned that it is possible to traverse to the outer realm in the future, right? And it wouldn't just be an idea, but a physical traversal. Wouldn't that mean I might encounter myself there? The other me would also retain the original memories, systems, and thoughts? This system ensures the stability of your higher dimensional information body and will not casually split off. As for the you in that world, while their experiences will be influenced by your actions during the traversal, they will retain certain abilities but will not inherit memories or information from other worlds or traversals. Regarding whether the entity similar to you in the outer realm is indeed you, that is not for this system to determine." The system regarded Cheng Bin with subtle significance. In the infinite expanse of time and countless parallel worlds, how one perceives oneself and maintains their core is a necessary challenge for every intelligent being striving for ascendance. However, it is far too early for you to contemplate these matters. They bear no significance. Am I yesterday's self? Am I today's self? Cheng Bin thought of these philosophical questions, and a dull ache began to throb in his head, not from a cold, certainly not. Feeling the lukewarm temperature of the takeout box on the table, Cheng Bin decided to set aside those chaotic thoughts and focus on filling his stomach, for he had a crucial question to resolve later. Once he had regained his composure, Cheng Bin disposed of the remnants of the coffee table and chandelier he had smashed in a fit of rage, locked the villa door, and made his way to a corner of the yard. Shaking his head, Cheng Bin propelled himself upward with a forceful push of his toes, shooting into the sky. In that instant, the light around him warped abruptly, and his figure gradually blurred until it completely vanished from the air. With the assistance of numerous researchers and advanced supercomputers at the nation's premier research institution, Cheng Bin had refined and developed many of his thought energy abilities, including the complete optical invisibility based on thought energy curve optics that he now employed. This technique could uniformly bend all directions and frequencies of visible light, allowing it to flow around Cheng Bin's body without any aberration while leaving sufficient light pathways to expand his field of vision. Establishing such a complex model was beyond Cheng Bin's knowledge alone, yet with the nation's assistance, it had taken merely a few days. Fortunately, the computational power and intelligence of thought energy were remarkably effective, enabling Cheng Bin to utilize the results directly. As he experienced the flying sensation provided by the new version of the shield, offering a windless, low inertia, constant temperature, and oxygen environment, Cheng Bin felt a ripple of contemplation within. Although the system had ultimately chosen him, could he truly surpass the other self who had joined the national department? With this thought lingering, Cheng Bin ascended to a high altitude to orient himself before descending toward the western part of Sea City, the site of the tragedy that had occurred 2 years prior. Chapter 19. Continuing forward, until the past falling from the heavens, Cheng Bin accelerated rapidly under the dual influence of gravity and psychic energy. The air vibrations, which could not escape him, gradually coalesced before him, forming a powerful shockwave that hindered any further increase in his speed. The invisible effect of the psychic light bending was disturbed. If one were to observe the sky through a telescope at that moment, they would behold a transparent ripple streaking across the azure expanse. It seemed that maintaining a comfortable shield would not break the sound barrier. Cheng Bin mused distractedly as he gazed at the rapidly enlarging city roads above him. With no intention of subjective deceleration, his body plummeted straight towards the bustling highway. Yet at the moment he approached the road, the psychic energy autonomously executed a series of judgments. His speed suddenly diminished, stabilizing into a negative acceleration that gradually brought him to a halt 10 meters above the highway. Peering down, Cheng Bin's gaze swept across the incessantly flowing traffic, where some discordant traces magnified and flickered before his eyes. He had found it. 200 meters ahead on the road, he finally recognized a scene that overlapped with his memories. His figure arced gracefully and landed on the median dividing the 2 lanes of traffic. Cheng Bin silently scrutinized the barrier beneath him, which was noticeably newer than the one beside it. This was indeed the spot where his vehicle had first grazed during the accident years ago. The events of that fateful day churned once more in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he whispered, "System, can you detect any traces?" "Enough with the chatter." Cheng Bin scoffed. "Ultimately, you are the root cause of this. Nevertheless, even if unintentional, I wish to uncover who harbored such a strong desire for my accident. I cannot find peace until this question is resolved." "Very well, as you wish." The shadowy figure of the system erupted, swiftly condensing into a black arrow pointing towards the urban area of City C. "The anomaly has been unsealed and lies in this direction. You should expedite the resolution, so this system can seal it again. The existence of other higher dimensional disturbances within the core realm is ultimately undesirable." After glancing at the road, Cheng Bin soared skyward, flying towards the direction indicated by the system. Following the arrow, Cheng Bin swiftly approached his target while airborne. Had it not been for the arrow's vague directional indication and the myriad of electrical hazards in the urban area, he would have arrived more quickly. After carefully circling a residential complex, he confirmed the target's location and descended within the premises. Ignoring the security personnel while evading pedestrians, he entered a building. Ensuring there were no prying eyes, Cheng Bin deactivated his psychic invisibility. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he stood before the door of the designated apartment, raising his hand to knock. At that moment, his enhanced hearing captured faint sounds from within, and a familiar tone caused his hand to hesitate. "Mom, just rest. I'll handle it later. If you're tired, take a nap." A young, melodious voice rang out, echoing with a hint of familiarity. "Xin. Don't worry so much about your mother. I'm perfectly fine. It's not good for you to take such a long leave. Just go about your business, okay?" A voice, more familiar still, belonging to a middle-aged woman he had encountered not long ago, replied. Slowly lowering his hand, Cheng Bin stood frozen at the threshold. He had previously sensed that the terrifying shadow responsible for the accident might be connected to those involved back then. But he never truly anticipated, nor dared to consider, that the target could be someone from Aunt Wang's family. Indeed, The voice of that middle-aged woman belonged to Wang Qiong, Aunt Wang, who had recently been rescued by Cheng Bin from a kidnapping ordeal, the wife of Lu Rui, who had perished in the rear-end collision. The voice calling Wang Qiong mother was unmistakably that of Lu Xian, Lu Rui's daughter, the childhood friend who had severed ties with Cheng Bin after the accident, harboring resentment. Cheng Bin slowly moved, listening to the approaching voices from within, and silently stepped back. Upon opening the door, Lu Xian, startled, momentarily paused upon seeing him. Once she recognized his face, her expression darkened instantly. Xian, what's wrong? Aunt Wang's puzzled voice drifted from the kitchen. And nothing. I'm just stepping out. Lu Xian hurriedly closed the door, shooting Cheng Bin a venomous glare. She pointed towards the stairs, making a rolling gesture with her lips. Cheng Bin silently deactivated his enhanced vision, observing Lu Xian through the lens of an ordinary person. Compared to the girl he had known 2 years ago, who had yet to graduate from university, she now sported a short haircut and wore a simple blouse and skirt, exuding an air of intelligence and capability. Cheng Bin's gaze drifted upwards, where the black arrow from the system pointed directly below, pulsating lightly like a game prompt. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Bin quietly uttered a series of names, the neighborhood where Aunt Wang had been kidnapped, the street, and the kidnappers, before turning back towards the stairs. Lu Xian paused for a moment, deeply scrutinizing Cheng Bin before hastily following him. In a secluded shade within the complex, Cheng Bin and Lu Xian came to a halt. Facing each other, "Are you really the one who saved my mom?" Lu Xian spoke first, eyeing Cheng Bin with skepticism, taking in his overly pristine appearance. Cheng Bin was taken aback, but nodded. It seemed Aunt Wang had recognized him back then. It made sense, despite his disguise. It would be unreasonable for someone who had known Aunt Wang since childhood not to have any doubts. Yet, it appeared Aunt Wang had not disclosed this possibility to the authorities. "Weren't you a coder? What made you switch to being a hero?" Lu Xian circled around him, arms crossed, a smirk playing on her lips. "Your mental condition seems to have worsened instead of improving." She emphasized mental condition, as the deterioration of their family's relationship was multifaceted. Cheng Bin's insistence that he had seen a black shadow, resulting in a mental illness diagnosis, had indeed contributed to the blame he bore. It was merely an accident. "I'm relieved, Aunt Wang as well." Cheng Bin's gaze faltered as he faced someone he had grown up with, someone he had once been incredibly close to. Now feeling lost. "What are you doing here?" After a moment of silence, Lu Xian turned her face away. "I remember telling you that we don't want to see you again. This was also an accident. I initially sought only an answer." Cheng Bin hesitated before continuing. "About the cause of the accident back then. I never expected to encounter you both in the end. You dare to bring that up?" Lu Xian dropped her arms, her eyes reddening. "What? Do you still want to say that my father's death wasn't your responsibility?" Cheng Bin glanced at the shadow behind Lu Xian, which evoked the same feeling he experienced during the accident. With a flicker of thought, his psychic energy suppressed the mysterious shadow, causing all anomalies to vanish without a trace. "What exactly are you here for?" Noticing Cheng Bin's silence, Lu Xian grew impatient. Raising an elegant brow, she scoffed, "Considering you saved my mom, go ahead and ask." Cheng Bin nodded, slowly inquiring, 2 years ago, when the accident occurred, what were you thinking while sitting in Uncle Lu's car?" Lu Xian's expression darkened as she faced this painful reminder. "What kind of ridiculous question is that?" Cheng Bin gazed intently at Lu Xian, stating, "This is the sole purpose of my presence here. You may consider it the fixation of a madman. This was, after all, what you insisted on asking." Lu Xian's expression shifted as she fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. 2 years ago, on the ring road. "Dad, Mom, can we please refrain from discussing this?" Sitting in the back seat, Lu Xian instinctively fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. "It is a modern era, marked by the freedom of love. Why are you still clinging to the traditions of parental arrangements?" Indeed, her father, holding a cup of water against the steering wheel with his left hand while cautiously unscrewing the lid with his right, took a sip of tea. "While you still have time in college, you should solidify your foundation. Otherwise, you may end up as an old maid. But I'm still young. Why the rush for marriage?" Lu Xian replied, feeling a bit of a headache as she shrank back, her gaze drifting through the gap between the seats and out the window toward the car ahead, which belonged to Cheng Bin's family. "Now I understand why we had to come here for his birthday. It seems our parents had arranged a match," she thought, her emotions complex as she regarded the vehicle. After years of absence since university, it would be better to maintain that distance rather than re-emerge unexpectedly. Suddenly, Cheng Bin's family car appeared to veer sharply toward the left barrier. "Is that so?" Cheng Bin chuckled in resignation upon hearing the unexpected response, then turned and stepped away, realizing the answer was this. My apologies for the intrusion. What are you on about? What exactly are you here for? Lu Xian questioned in confusion from behind, but Cheng Bin did not pause. Instead, he quickened his pace, turning a corner and vanishing in an instant, propelling himself into the sky. Amidst the reckless acceleration, an overwhelming pressure bore down on Cheng Bin's heart, overshadowing the tumult of his thoughts. After a sudden deceleration, he landed atop a nearby building. The fierce winds at such heights could not ruffle his garments. Activating his enhanced vision, he scanned the location of their previous conversation. Spotting Lu Xian as she emerged from the corner, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings before heading back toward the opposite side of the residential complex. What could he possibly convey? Should he inform Lu Xian that the existence of the system grants superpowers? Should he reveal that her unintentional awakening of these abilities led to the accident and the death of both families? Should he tell her that she herself was the one responsible for her father's demise? Who among us is free from errant thoughts? Is it truly so difficult to ascertain whether this tragic event stemmed from the musings of a troubled mind or whether it was orchestrated by an unknown entity that materializes the thoughts of others at critical moments? From this point onward, they would be like strangers, which would be for the best for both parties unable to let go. Although he had uncovered the truth he sought, Cheng Bin found no solace in it. He sighed deeply as he watched Lu Xian's silhouette disappear around the corner, pondering the value of cherishing the present life. Ignorant as she was, and wishing for things to remain as they were. With the system set to re-establish the high-dimensional interference of the Zero World and erase all potential anomalies, Cheng Bin cast one last glance at the residential complex before leaping from the rooftop, soaring toward the azure sky. Chapter 20. 3 Generations of Poverty. A lifetime of ruin in the disorienting grip of weightlessness and dizziness, Cheng Bin struggled to open his eyes. He found himself in what appeared to be a KTV private room, where an array of colorful, spinning lights rendered visibility nearly impossible, and deafening music filled the air. Pushing aside a shadowy figure that obscured him, Cheng Bin unsteadily rose from the sofa and, guided by instinct, stumbled to the door to activate the lights. His gaze roamed the room in bewilderment. The scene resembled a chaotic dance of demons, with a group of young individuals sporting vibrant, dyed hair and dressed in outlandish attire sprawled haphazardly across the floor. Some were inappropriately entwined, while the coffee table was littered with disheveled beer bottles alongside suspicious pills and white powder. Rubbing his aching head, Cheng Bin made his way to the bathroom. After stepping over a sprawled figure, he examined his reflection in the mirror, noting the striking resemblance to the others outside. Similar dyed hair, disarrayed clothing, and various metallic piercings adorning his ears and lips. Feeling the needle marks on his elbow, Cheng Bin's expression darkened. It seemed his parallel self in this world had undergone an exaggerated transformation. A wave of mental energy enveloped him, acting as an exoskeleton that supplanted his soft muscles, enabling him to regain control over his movements. This energy swept across his body, distorting and dislodging the scattered metallic adornments, which, along with a significant amount of filth, were expelled into the drain. With the assistance of this energy, Cheng Bin's lungs rapidly exchanged oxygen and carbon dioxide, gradually restoring clarity to his foggy mind. I came to this world to visit my parents, Cheng Bin murmured softly. However, gazing at his reflection, marked by dark circles and deep red hair, he couldn't help but grimace. I doubt things are much better on my parents' side. Checking his wallet, he discovered his identification card, which bore his birth date identical to that of his original world, yet his surname was not Cheng but Wen. Wen Bin was his father's surname, while in his original world, he had inherited his mother's surname. Puzzled, Cheng Bin tucked his wallet away and retrieved his phone from his pocket. Upon opening the contacts, he was taken aback to find no matches for his parents' names, whether by their titles or directly searching their names from memory. I truly am a fool, he thought, feeling a headache as he exited the bathroom, casting a glance at the scattered youth. He genuinely wished to avoid any inquiries from these individuals whose minds were clouded by alcohol and drugs. Yet, after walking a short distance down the brightly lit corridor, Cheng Bin's expression shifted dramatically. A wave of perspiration engulfed him, and a nauseating urge to vomit surged in his chest, while muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. Overwhelmed with tears, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, simultaneously purging the impurities from his system. Is this withdrawal? After several minutes of intense heart palpitations, Cheng Bin's heartbeat gradually steadied. Taking a deep breath, he looked up to see a young man with black hair approaching. This carefree youth, draped over a heavily made-up woman, greeted Cheng Bin with a smirk. Well, if it isn't the esteemed Wen Bin. Up so early? Did you enjoy yourself last night? Cheng Bin regarded him with an impassive expression, deliberately moving forward. Not in the mood, huh? I see. Just feeling a bit unwell? The young man remarked, surprised. Then shouted after Cheng Bin's retreating figure. Hey, I'm here every night. If you need anything, just come find me, guaranteed to be the same familiar flavor. Turning his back, the youth walked away, whispering conspiratorially with the woman beside him. Unbeknownst to him, his seemingly faint words were crystal clear to Cheng Bin, whose enhanced hearing captured every syllable. Withdrawal? I've never seen anyone actually get clean. When he comes back, I'll just send that fool to his dim-witted parents for cash. A few scenes like that. And I'll have fulfilled the task assigned by Qing Yi, maybe even snagging a bigger cut at the next meeting. Cheng Bin's expression hardened as he seized the young man's neck and slammed him against the wall. The violent impact sent shockwaves through the youth, who frantically clawed at Cheng Bin's unyielding grip. His flailing legs kicked at Cheng Bin, yet it felt as though he were striking a solid truck tire, leaving him with a dull ache. Shut your mouth. The youth gasped, struggling to regain his bearings while clutching his throat. He instinctively retreated a few steps and called out to several burly men approaching. Meng, this guy's causing trouble. As the muscular figures advanced, Cheng Bin scoffed and moved to confront them. With his current level of mental energy, dispatching a few squads of special forces would be a trivial task, let alone the security of this half-legal entertainment venue. Frustrated by his body's reactions, Cheng Bin resorted to a brutally straightforward method to achieve his aims. He incapacitated the arriving security personnel, swiftly stuffing them into a private room, and then subjected the young man to a series of water therapy breathing exercises in the bathroom, ultimately extracting the information he sought. It turned out this young man was the one who had lured Wen Bin into drug addiction. He had engaged in similar exploits countless times, and the chaotic scene in the private room earlier was likely his doing as well. However, Wen Bin was a special assignment from his superior, tasked with draining Wen Bin's finances and coaxing him into demanding money from his parents. The reason behind this scheme, however, was unknown to the young man. Furrowing his brow at the young man's confession, Cheng Bin pushed his head back under the water once more, feeling a headache brewing. Should I first seek out the so-called Qing Yu for a discussion? He pondered, shivering as sweat began to beat anew. With a resigned pinch of his nose, he paid no mind to the increasingly frantic struggles of the young man beneath his grip. The impact of withdrawal was far greater than he had anticipated, and as the young man's struggles gradually ceased, his chest no longer heaved. Chapter 21. Shifts in mentality. Casting a glance at the water tank bubbling with crimson foam, Cheng Bin exited the restroom. Within the private room, he extracted the leader, Meng Gu, from the pile of security personnel and dragged him to the restroom, replicating the previous actions. Afterward, he confirmed details regarding a figure known as Lord Qing. Although he did not bear the surname Qing nor was he called Qing, this underground organization's head was colloquially referred to as Lord Qing. This individual operated numerous illicit businesses in City C, indirectly controlling underlings like Meng and Huanggu, and wielded significant influence on the surface as well. Cheng Bin found this curious. In the Zero world, his recollection of City C indicated a commendable level of public safety, ranking among the best in the nation. However, despite having lived and worked in City C for 6 or 7 years, he had never encountered any mention of such a vast and vibrant social organization. The threatening remarks from Huang Gu and Meng Gu suggested that some ordinary citizens were indeed aware of them, implying that their notoriety was not insignificant. The divergence in this world's timeline was indeed considerable. As he pondered, Cheng Bin made his way outside, only to be startled by the rapid approach of police sirens from the street. A nightclub implicated in drug trafficking dared to call the authorities? Cheng Bin was indifferent to the myriad of issues surrounding this situation. As for the police potentially linking him to the 2 fatalities within, he mused that the worst outcome would merely be the merging of world lines. Once he activated his cloaking ability, Cheng Bin endured the fluctuating withdrawal symptoms as he furrowed his brow and navigated past the throng of arriving officers. Upon reaching a spacious area, he levitated into the air, using his mental energy, gradually ascending. Within a villa in City C, Lord Qing, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, slowly set down his phone after listening to a subordinate's report regarding the recent incident at a nightclub. His expression was rather complex. It was merely a small establishment, and Lord Qing was not particularly concerned. However, the fact that 2 or 3 dozen people were subdued by a young man, followed by 2 fatalities, and the audacity to call the police was utterly absurd. Suppressing the urge to roar, Lord Cheng contacted a trusted confidant, instructing him to manage the situation. It was not simple to smooth over the drug-related circumstances, so his subordinates were to proceed with their dealings, ensuring that certain individuals were not afforded opportunities to cause trouble. As he hung up the phone, Lord Cheng contemplated whether he should visit a few old friends. Suddenly, he noticed something flickering outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony. Upon closer inspection, he saw a youth with dark red hair standing outside, grinning at him. The violent crash and the sound of shattering glass alerted others in the villa, prompting several bodyguards to rush towards the source of the noise in Lord Cheng's room. However, upon breaking in, they found that Lord Cheng had vanished, leaving only a twisted window frame in one corner of the balcony, scattered with shards of glass. Having risen to such heights, Lord Cheng had endured numerous ups and downs. Logically, he should have reached a level of composure akin to a mountain standing firm amidst an impending collapse. Yet, when faced with a tumultuous descent akin to a spiraling free fall, even he felt a dampness in his trousers. You, in the high altitude. Grasped by mental energy, Lord Cheng stuttered, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence in the surreal experience. Recognition dawned upon him as he glanced at the empty air below. Trembling, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You are the young master of the Wen family, Wen Bin. What may I assist you with? Did you not receive a call earlier? Was it not you who instructed Huang Ge from that establishment to contact me? Cheng Bin, with a surge of mental energy, compressed the sullied remnants of his withdrawal symptoms into a ball and struck it against Lord Cheng's forehead. After a deep breath, Cheng Bin grimly stated, I have numerous inquiries I wish to discuss with you. From the disintegrated form of Lord Cheng, Cheng Bin gleaned a plethora of troubling information. It seemed that in this world, his father, Wen Jun, had not married his mother, Cheng Fong, in order to inherit the family business, but rather had allied with another. Furthermore, his cousins from the Wen family were undermining each other in their pursuit of inheritance. This backdrop resembled a concoction of various dramatic tropes from television series, merely stirred with a touch of murky water. To his surprise, he had inadvertently become part of the third generation of wealth. Cheng Bin chuckled bitterly, casting a disinterested gaze towards the sun rising on the horizon. His purpose in this world was to ascertain the reliability of the system's definition of sentient beings' views on life and death. If he could encounter his parents, who had passed 2 years prior, it would indeed be a blessing. Yet, whether influenced by this world's experiences or his own physical state, Cheng Bin's anticipation diminished. Was the parallel self truly himself? Were the parents of this alternate self genuinely his own? The version of himself in this world, who had dropped out and succumbed to addiction, his father vying for the family fortune, and his mother, a strong, independent woman. Ultimately, they were merely individuals connected by information, sharing similarities. Only the system's so-called higher-dimensional perspective would perceive them as the same person. With an involuntary shiver coursing through him, Cheng Bin sighed, enduring the relentless withdrawal symptoms. After orienting himself, he flew towards a specific destination. By the time Cheng Bin resolved his affairs, it was already afternoon. He had spent much of his time searching for individuals, but at the Wen family villa, he found no one he wished to meet, yet the police had encountered plenty. After a bit of a detour, Cheng Bin finally located several relatives from the Wen family who had conspired to lead Wen Bin astray in this world. Following an interrogation, he replicated their past misdeeds upon them, leaving their fate in their own hands. In an office building of a chemical company, Cheng Bin spotted his father, Wen Bin, from a distance. However, upon noticing him engrossed in a game with a secretary, he chose to fly away without further ado. As the workday neared its conclusion, Cheng Bin found the company run by his mother, Cheng Fong. Approaching the door of the chairman's office, he deactivated his invisibility, gently knocked, and upon the familiar invitation to enter, he slowly pushed the door open. Chapter 22, a conclusion. Cheng Bin had thought that he had come to terms with everything. However, upon seeing the familiar figure engrossed in writing behind the desk, his eyes involuntarily reddened. Oh, the bond between mother and child is indeed more profound than that of father and son. Cheng Bin wiped away his tears, feeling a mixture of emotions, and quietly approached. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Cheng Fong looked up, her expression shifting from surprise to disgust, and finally to a complex blend of emotions. She furrowed her brow and said sharply, "What are you doing here? Have you squandered all the money again? The police contacted me today. Have you gotten into trouble again?" Cheng Bin suppressed the withdrawal symptoms rising within him and gazed calmly at his mother, saying, "Mom, it's nothing. I just came to see you." Cheng Fong trembled slightly. It had been years since she had heard her son address her in such a manner. After scrutinizing Cheng Bin, confusion filled her heart. His disheveled attire was gone. The metal adornments that cluttered his appearance had vanished, and the traces of dye in his hair were almost non-existent. His entire demeanor was completely different from the last time she had seen him. In this world, his grandfather had arranged a marriage for his father, Wen Jun, to strengthen ties with partners. But Wen Jun, who had secretly pledged himself to Cheng Fong and already had children with her, naturally refused to cooperate. The old man, Wen, was furious, and after some unfortunate events led to his life hanging by a thread, he called Wen Jun and presumably imparted some final words before passing away. With the family pillar gone and key connections severed, the Wen family was left in turmoil. Wen Jun, not knowing what had transpired, sought a marriage with another family, although it was said that he had made secret efforts to reclaim his family, resulting in Cheng Bin ultimately becoming the young master of the Wen family. On the other hand, Cheng Fong, who had been abandoned, was originally a gentle homemaker but was left with no choice but to fight for resources to raise her son amidst exclusion, struggling to nurture Cheng Bin. Ultimately, due to exhaustion, Cheng Bin was nearly left to fend for himself, leading him astray. After comfortingly patting his softly sobbing mother on the back, Cheng Bin delved into the fragmented memories of the Zero world. From the fragmented words of his parents in that world, he gathered that he had a grandfather and several relatives, though they had long ceased contact. However, it was said that before Cheng Bin's accident, that grandfather was still in remarkably good health. Perhaps the divergence between these two timelines began with the old man one. Rest assured, all of this will pass. Cheng Bin sighed regretfully as he overheard whispers and the sound of sirens outside the office. Rising to his feet, he walked to the spacious, transparent wall, gazing out at the bustling street below, where every individual was absorbed in the pursuit of their own lives. Yet, with a single decision, a seemingly insignificant change in the vast cosmos could transform everything in this world, rendering all beings within it helpless and oblivious to the occurrence of such change. The concept of timeline divergence. Did it indeed rewrite the essence of a world? Cheng Bin turned his face, a complex expression on his features, and sighed to his mother, "Mom, I will surely bring you back to life." Stunned, Cheng Fong lifted her head, gazing at Cheng Bin in confusion. Everything froze in that moment. Cheng Bin blinked, only to see a familiar black cat floating before him, stating, "This system assumed you would retain the timeline where your parents are alive." Entering the inner domain of World 3 took merely a few minutes from the Zero world, yet truth be told, Cheng Bin felt as though time dragged on painfully while enduring withdrawal symptoms in that world. Otherwise, he might have been stuck there, extending his lifespan through sheer will. How could that be? The black cat regarded Cheng Bin with disdain. "How many times must I reiterate this? Your ability to manipulate the lower dimensional material world entirely hinges on your level of thought energy analysis. The so-called timeline merging occurs at a higher dimensional information level. In essence, you can perceive many different timelines as sharing the same foundational material of the universe, and timeline merging merely alters a small portion of that material's information, far from the scope of altering the whole." After licking its paw, the black cat shrugged at the bewildered Cheng Bin, saying, "In any case, the system cannot find an appropriate explanation within your knowledge framework. Just settle for this understanding." Cheng Bin clicked his tongue, utterly perplexed by the system's true meaning. He opened the memo in the panel, flipped to the section on ability development plans, and mumbled to himself as he walked towards his laboratory. The black cat, embodying the system, floated behind him, contemplating that the progress of the host's ability development was rather swift. Perhaps before long, he would qualify for entry into the outer domain. However, before that, thorough testing was essential. Based on the progress of thought energy analysis of the material world and Cheng Bin's own accumulation of knowledge, he always had a plethora of ideas waiting to be realized. Compared to the tedious days spent poring over textbooks, conducting experiments and developing abilities brought Cheng Bin the most joy. The idea of digitizing the thought energy panel had occurred to him on the very first day he acquired thought energy while eating noodles. Though he had once been a programmer, back then, Cheng Bin had little understanding of the underlying code and logic of computers, who would study how an egg evolved from cells just to boil one. Although he had tinkered with some seemingly plausible program modules, they were worlds apart from the binary universe of computers composed of zeros and ones. Fortunately, in this era, most computer fundamentals and principles were publicly accessible, and the knowledge Cheng Bin required was readily available online. By today, He had amassed enough knowledge and leisure to undertake this endeavor. Thus, utilizing his previous experience in CV, he successfully digitized the thought energy panel within a few days, simultaneously eliminating unnecessary functions and integrating the ability to clarify the inherently ambiguous judgments of thought energy. The conversion device for electrical signals was even simpler. It merely transformed thought energy interactions into binary data, facilitating the interface between the thought energy panel and real-world computers. The outcome resembled a universal USB drive. Once thought energy could analyze electromagnetic signals, this device would become obsolete. After completing these two tasks, Cheng Bin procured various ready-made program source codes, such as 3D modeling software, audio and video editing tools, and big data storage analysis applications, installing them one by one on the digitized panel. However, on the other hand, the development of abilities did not proceed as smoothly. While kinetic energy, potential energy, and internal energy were often discussed, the difficulty of analyzing them in reality was astronomically different. The kinetic energy that could already be analyzed and transmitted by thought energy was a given. Internal energy, the total energy of molecular motion constituting matter, was a dream to fully analyze without molecular-level observational capabilities. At present, Cheng Bin's precision with thought energy only reached the scale of clustered cells. But perhaps shifting focus to research conductive heat transfer might yield some results. Potential energy needed to be unpacked. The conventional understanding of potential energy referred to elastic potential energy and gravitational potential energy. The elastic potential energy was relatively straightforward. Although it fundamentally involved molecular chemical bonds and electromagnetic forces, its macroscopic manifestation boiled down to elasticity. And Cheng Bin quickly grasped the concept by relating it to the external impact force of kinetic energy. However, gravitational potential energy was more complex. Gravity? The four fundamental forces of the universe. Books were filled with lofty concepts like space-time curvature. Cheng Bin felt overwhelmed. He could only utilize the kinetic energy resulting from gravitational forces, while the concept of gravity itself remained far beyond his grasp. As Cheng Bin oscillated between moments of frustration and unexpected delight in his pursuit of knowledge and skill development, time gradually slipped away. Chapter 23, Birthday Commemoration. In the Outer Realm, September 15, 2017, cemetery on the outskirts of City C. Amidst the cool autumn breeze interspersed with golden leaves, Cheng Bin stood before his parents' gravestone, dressed as if it were still summer, enveloped in a profound silence. Today marked his birthday, as well as the anniversary of his parents' passing, 2 years ago. It was on this day that the tragic car accident occurred following a family gathering between the Wan and Lu families. Cheng Bin had never subscribed to the belief in an afterlife or realms of the dead, even if such places existed. His curiosity would invariably lean towards understanding the underlying reasons rather than contemplating the nature of the afterlife. After encountering the system, he became acutely aware that his parents' souls resided either upstream in the river of time and space or within its tributaries. Certainly not in the confined space that lay before him. The act of offering incense and paying respect served merely as a comfort for the living. As Cheng Bin immersed himself in a tranquil solace, a figure gradually approached his side. Glancing sideways, he noticed Lu Xian, clad in trousers and a coat, observing him intently. "I waited here for a long time last year, but couldn't see you or Aunt Wang," he sighed, turning his gaze towards the gravestone beside his parents, which was that of Lu Xian's father, Lu Rui. Humph. Lu Xian squatted before her father's gravestone, arranging the offerings she had brought. The family was in disarray back then. "There was no time to visit my dad and Aunt Wang," Cheng Bin inquired softly, somewhat surprised by Lu Xian's calm demeanor. "She has been unwell ever since that frightful incident. The suburbs are too far, and the journey is exhausting. Besides, she never really believed in these things." After a moment of silence, Cheng Bin asked, "You mean the kidnapping? Aunt Wang isn't ill, is she?" Lu Xian shot him a glance. "I take good care of my mom. You, on the other hand, are dressed so lightly. Do you even have the means to buy clothes? Being healthy is all that matters." "I've come to be quite affluent," he retorted. A mere coder, who spent his days confined to the computer, could indeed transform into a person of wealth and health. Lu Xian scoffed, lighting the incense and placing it before her father's gravestone, watching her pay her respects. Cheng Bin murmured absent-mindedly, "People inevitably change. Since that fateful accident, how much had he himself transformed?" After enduring a severe injury and spending over a year in a psychiatric hospital, he had emerged only 3 months prior. having experienced lottery winnings, the acquisition of a system, superpower development, kidnapping, flight, and encounters with national institutions. Not to mention grappling with addiction and withdrawal, and even taking a life. Casting one last glance at his parents' names engraved on the gravestone, Cheng Bin whispered a farewell to Liu Xin before turning to leave. As Liu Xin finished her offerings and prepared to depart, she noticed a gaunt elderly man with a stern expression, accompanied by a middle-aged man, approaching her parents' gravestone. They stood in silence, gazing at Cheng Bin's father's gravestone for an extended period. In the evening, within the confines of Cheng Bin's villa laboratory. "This just isn't working," Cheng Bin lamented, feeling a headache as he absent-mindedly fiddled with the 3D projection before him. It depicted a miniature representation of the surroundings within a 100-meter radius centered around him. The semi-transparent lines of various colors illustrated the villa's entire structure. With every blade of grass and tree clearly visible, even Cheng Bin's own posture and demeanor were rendered with meticulous precision in the projection. This was achieved through the integration of various sensory channels to derive concrete data, which was then processed through modeling and computational programs to construct a real-world map. Finally, the data was transmuted back into visual and auditory stimuli projected into Cheng Bin's consciousness. He referred to it as a panoramic view. Although it involved an additional data conversion step, this method was far more flexible and precise compared to directly receiving information through his innate senses. Yet, despite the convenience of manipulating this panoramic view as one would in a game, rotating perspectives and zooming in and out, while also displaying any relevant data as needed, Cheng Bin initially envisioned a capability to fully integrate the data from this panoramic view directly into his mind, allowing him to observe every nook and cranny comprehensively. Instead, he found himself limited to a third-person perspective, requiring zooming or rotation to clarify certain observations. "You needn't struggle, host," the black cat interjected mockingly from the sidelines. "Unless one day you can completely deconstruct your soul and digitize your mind to observe data from a mathematical perspective, you'll remain shackled by the sensory inertia inherent to low-dimensional beings. Humans, who have never witnessed a cube in three-dimensional space, will forever be confined to imagining merely a cross-section of a cube within their minds." Yes, I'm a low-dimensional being. My apologies," Cheng Bin replied, resigning as he dismissed the panoramic view, annotating his development plan before stretching his weary limbs. He soared around the lab a couple of times, seeking to relax his top body and mind. Over the past 20 days, combined with his time in the inner realm, he had spent nearly 3 months in this pursuit. He had dedicated most of that time to diligently acquiring knowledge, even more so than during his final year of high school, and he felt a palpable fatigue creeping in. As he delved deeper into the perspective, he gradually discerned the dense epidermal cells on his hands. However, when he attempted to magnify the view further, the panoramic image became blurred and distorted. Theoretically, traditional optical microscopes are capable of observing materials down to 200 nanometers. Anything smaller would fall below the wavelength of visible light. Cheng Bin's panoramic view, utilizing commonplace materials and natural light, understandably lacked the precision of finely crafted optical microscopes by 2 orders of magnitude. He opened his panel to arrange a series of plans, propping his chin in his hand as he murmured, "Well, I'm already approaching the cellular level. Perhaps I can start researching biology soon?" Lifespan remained a critical issue. Although Cheng Bin, being young, did not feel an immediate urgency, given his current pace of learning and research. Failing to address lifespan concerns would render it a pipe dream to grasp even a fraction of humanity's known knowledge within his lifetime, let alone the notion of ascending dimensions. However, resolving the issue of lifespan was far from simple. Setting aside the fact that Cheng Bin's current progress with energy parsing was still a considerable distance from DNA manipulation. Even if he could operate on DNA, how could someone with his average intellect effectively modify the astronomical amounts of information contained within genes? It is essential to recognize that the endeavor of deciphering the genetic information encapsulated within genetic mapping has consumed substantial time and effort from the entirety of human civilization without resolution. As these thoughts weighed on him, Cheng Bin lightly tapped his forehead in frustration. At that moment, the system suddenly appeared on the desk, leisurely addressing Cheng Bin. "Host, it seems you are in need of a little assistance. What is it?" Cheng Bin glanced at the black cat pacing on the desk. "Do you have any bright ideas? Or can you make my brain smarter?" "No, regarding the parsing of the world through energy, this system will not interfere with your research," the system replied, settling down before Cheng Bin with a serious demeanor. However, at this juncture, this system believes you possess the foundational abilities requisite for traversing the outer realm. By selecting an appropriate external world for physical traversal, in addition to enhancing your integration with energy, you are likely to acquire a wealth of pivotal knowledge. Chapter 24. The Qualification Test of the Outer Realm. Target. What on earth? The Outer Realm? Although it shares information with the Inner Realm and adheres to the laws of material existence, it does not belong to the Inner Realm system. The world lines diverge into realms even further away. There may even exist worlds analogous to human imaginative works. Host, do not overthink it. The system interrupted Cheng Bin, who was about to speak. While this system believes you possess the foundational abilities to traverse the outer realm, it does not imply that you can wander freely across dimensions at this moment, setting aside the exploration and selection of specific worlds. To achieve a tangible crossing of world lines, you must first acquire the holy relic fragments that have descended from higher dimensions in this world. Holy relic fragments? What new concept is this? Cheng Bin was somewhat taken aback. Before executing the local life elevation plan, the exploration terminal had attempted a broad approach to analyze lower dimensional worlds. Most of the efforts expended during this process were in vain. The little black kitten squinted its eyes. Yet, the terminal managed to serendipitously deposit a small portion of its power into various levels of lower dimensional worlds, which is what the holy relic fragments are. Strictly speaking, the predecessor of this system is merely such a fragment, repurposed by the terminal. When you encounter these holy relic fragments in this world, the system can integrate them, allowing you, enveloped by thought energy, to temporarily transform into a higher dimensional information state and thus traverse worlds. Cheng Bin helplessly rubbed his ears, realizing that the system had a tendency to over-explain. In fact, he seemed to share this trait. After a chuckle, Cheng Bin inquired, where might these holy relic fragments be? Surely not in the M78 Nebula? The black cat shook its head. Since this system has chosen you as the host, the holy relic fragments are naturally quite close to you. Rest assured. They are within human activity range. Subsequently, the system transmitted a set of data into the panoramic map through thought energy. Upon receiving the prompt, Cheng Bin opened the panoramic view. After blinking, he scrutinized the scale. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Wait. The circumference of Earth is merely about 40,000 kilometers, right? Cheng Bin felt a twinge of annoyance as he gazed at the distance data marked on the panoramic map, over 300,000 kilometers. Moreover, in this direction, instinctively, Cheng Bin looked along the direction indicated on the panoramic map, which automatically unfolded, revealing the scenery outside the laboratory corresponding to that direction. A new moon was slowly rising. After all, humans have visited it quite a number of times. The system's cat-like eyes curved into a smile, compared to the oceanic trenches and the Earth's core. Isn't this a significantly lesser challenge? This statement made so much sense that Cheng Bin found himself at a loss for words. He wiped his face, attempting to maintain composure amidst this sudden shift from urban to sci-fi aesthetics. So, how many steps are needed to send humans to the moon? The first step is to open the refrigerator door. Upon reflection, as the system stated, humans have indeed landed on the moon. The potential challenges of lunar landing and their corresponding solutions are rather comprehensive. Furthermore, with Cheng Bin's thought energy, many of these issues become trivial. Even considering the difficulties of lunar landing from Cheng Bin's current perspective as a novice astronaut. 6. Food. It seems that online stores are selling authentic space food from Chinese space agencies. However, the urgent problem, M7, space debris, dust, and junk, a test calculation is needed. But with the seamless transmission of kinetic energy through thought energy, evasion should not pose an issue. 8. Radiation. This requires thorough research. After careful consideration, Cheng Bin felt he had considerable advantages. Is the outer realm truly that perilous? While adding the lunar landing plan to his notes, he began to lament to the system, recalling that he remembered worlds in the outer realm were linked to animated and cinematic works. Upon further thought, that does sound rather dangerous. It will be even more perilous than the host imagines. The system nestled closer to Cheng Bin, peering at the open panel, of course. While we are yet to ascertain the specific information of the outer realm, this system will initially select worlds with fewer macro variables and lower difficulty for you. By the way, the system suddenly added, if the host acquires a holy relic fragment on the moon, then the first crossing into the outer realm can occur directly there. During the process of tangible traversal, this system can assist the host in adjusting certain space-time parameters, allowing the host to return directly to Earth. After listing the rough problems on the panel, Cheng took out a signal converter and plugged it into the laboratory computer, beginning to search for and download relevant lunar exploration materials while seeking solutions to these issues. Upon meticulously examining the information, Cheng realized he had been overly simplistic in his considerations. National institutions deploy entire research and industrial systems, along with boundless manpower, to achieve the launch of several tons of materials into space. The challenges overcome in this endeavor are countless. Although Cheng transportation needs are less than 0.1 tons, with self-sustaining food and infinite propulsion, many difficulties can be conveniently surmounted with thought energy. However, the fragile human body cannot be compared to a massive launch rocket. Cheng still faces numerous challenges in his aspiration to ascend alone, such as traversing the Van Allen radiation belts, preventing bodily harm from microgravity, and determining celestial positions in the slow-motion scale of the cosmos. There remains a considerable amount of work to be done. Cheng sighed, and the thought of collaborating with national institutions resurfaced in his mind, but perhaps that is best left aside. Chapter 25. Anchoring high and low temperatures on September 20th, 2017, in Oceania, Cheng, cloaked in invisibility, soared through the low skies with a travel bag slung over his shoulder. The panoramic view before him rotated and zoomed, his gaze wandering across the earth until a flicker of red light caught his attention. He had found it. Cheng extended and magnified the panoramic image towards that point, revealing a mountain pass faintly emitting red light beneath a veil of pale white smoke. Reducing his speed and altitude, he glided closer to the opening. Surrounded by rugged rocky peaks, an irregular circular cavity, over 100 meters in diameter, descended into the earth, where dark red magma roiled and roared at the base. Waves of heat and dust surging forth. Cheng gently landed on the edge of the opening, stepping cautiously on the brittle rocks as he peered down. Drawing a functional beverage from his backpack with his mental energy, he took a couple of sips before suddenly hearing a stream of human conversation filtered through the panoramic view. It was a cacophony of sounds, apparently a language unfamiliar to the translation software. Turning his head, he spotted 4 young foreigners clad in climbing gear cresting the mountaintop, 3 men and 1 woman. Cheng had no intention of engaging with them, but to his surprise, the woman pointed directly at him and uttered something, prompting the others to look in his direction as well. How can they see me? Cheng mused, momentarily taken aback. Accessing the panoramic view from a third-person perspective, he realized that the high temperature and low humidity of the volcano had significantly diminished the effectiveness of his cloaking, rendering his figure slightly distorted and visible from their angle. Accepting that he had been spotted, Cheng decided to abandon his concealment, smoothly deactivating his cloaking and nodding at them before gracefully descending from his perch on the mountain peak towards the crater. The 4 foreign youths were momentarily dumbfounded, watching as the dark-haired, yellow-skinned Asian youth effortlessly descended into the heat and smoke, approaching the closest safe platform to the magma without any safety measures. A flurry of astonished murmurs erupted from them, and Cheng vaguely caught a tone resembling disbelief. No matter how well the panoramic view integrates, it is still limited by my senses. When obstructed over a large area, the effectiveness is compromised. After several attempts to delve deeper, Cheng reluctantly murmured to himself, "The integration of soul and mental energy is still too low. If I could locate it mathematically, I would have anchored the high temperature point directly to the Earth's core." His mental energy extended through the known portions of the panoramic view, reaching the boundary of the magma, where he began to identify and label the surrounding high-temperature materials. After solidifying the necessary mental energy effects within the magma pool, Cheng retrieved a gleaming piece of metal from his backpack. Once his mental energy adhered to it, he casually tossed the metal piece onto the ground. With a mere thought, the mental energy within the magma connected with that on the metal, allowing the searing heat to be transferred stably. The metal glowed with a blinding brilliance before swiftly transforming into a pool of molten liquid. The melting point of lead is merely a few hundred degrees Celsius. Observing this scene, Cheng estimated that the magma temperature was close to 2,000 degrees Celsius. The efficiency of thermal conduction via mental energy was notably lower than that of kinetic energy conversion, but it was adequate for his purposes. Just as Cheng prepared to conclude his work, a sudden scream erupted from above and to his side. Turning his head, he witnessed a figure flailing wildly as it plummeted through the smoke toward the magma pool. It appeared that one of the foreign men, in a moment of reckless bravado, had attempted to replicate Cheng's earlier descent into the crater for his companions to film his daring feat, the outcome of which was unsurprisingly, disastrous. With little time to react, Cheng Bin instinctively summoned his mental energy to slow the falling man's descent, then propelled himself toward the rock wall with the support of his mental energy. As he passed the falling man, Cheng Bin grasped him with one hand, forcefully kicking off the rock face to hurl him toward the platform where he had previously stood. Judging the trajectory, the man's landing spot was directly upon the still soft pool of molten lead. Cheng Bin assured himself that he was not acting with malice. After all, the risks of burns and heavy metal poisoning were certainly preferable to being incinerated in magma. Another burst of excited chatter ensued. Cheng Bin was taken aback once more. The cultural reach of Huagua was indeed extensive. He cast a glance at the three foreigners outside the crater, who were now rendered speechless, and began to make his way around the rocky outcrop. Once he had distanced himself from the volcano and confirmed that his invisibility was intact, he shot skyward, heading south. Cheng Bin, preoccupied with myriad matters, did not notice that the foreign woman had been recording the entire incident with her smartphone, which had remained in video mode. The following day, a video went viral across numerous social media platforms. While the footage was somewhat muddled due to shaky hands and volcanic smoke, it captured the entire sequence of events, from the man's misstep to the yellow-skinned, black-haired youth ultimately scaling the mountaintop. The internet quickly erupted with a wave of commentary, praising the astonishing display of superhuman agility, while others questioned its authenticity. However, this fervor subsided after half a day, overshadowed by various other news stories and online chatter. By the next day, the video had vanished from public view entirely. Many began to investigate discreetly, eager to uncover the identity of the Asian man who had remained elusive on camera. As for the protagonist, Cheng Bin, he had not been online for the past couple of days and was entirely unaware of the incident. He was currently in Antarctica, where the biting cold enveloped him, and the landscape was a dazzling white. Cheng Bin squinted against the glare reflected from the ice, adjusting the intensity of light his eyes could perceive, and scanned the area. The suitable heat emanating from the high-temperature point he had anchored at the volcanic crater allowed him to maintain a comfortable temperature even amidst the frigid conditions of the Antarctic. After observing the nearby monitoring stations and wildlife with keen interest, Cheng Bin selected a discreet location to land upon the ice. Given his previous experience at the volcanic crater, it was not difficult to deduce that his purpose in Antarctica was to anchor a low-temperature point. One must understand that space is not only formidable in its coldness. Exposure to the sun without any buffer can be equally relentless when heated. Compared to magma, the ice had significantly less obstructive impact on the panoramic view. Yet even so, Cheng Bin had to melt a pathway to solidify a satisfactory low-temperature point deep within the glacier using his mental energy. After destroying the passage he had created, Cheng Bin, feeling a surge of youthful exuberance, conjured flames in one hand and frost in the other, indulging in a whimsical display before ascending back into the sky. The air flowed over his body like droplets of water, accelerating rapidly until he broke through the sound barrier, racing towards the direction indicated on the panoramic map, heading towards Huagua. Chapter 26. A Flight Without Peril. On September 25, 2017, in the testing chamber outside Cheng Bin's villa in Huagua, Cheng Bin stood at the center of the spacious room, raising one hand to press forward. A shiny metallic lead cylinder gradually floated before him, suddenly emanating a scorching red glow that swiftly transformed into a stream of molten metal. Under Cheng Bin's adept manipulation, the liquid metal was dispersed and filled into several thought energy molds, shaping into exquisite diamond-shaped lead plates. Amidst the low temperatures of the molds, these plates rapidly cooled and solidified, subsequently stacking neatly to Cheng Bin's right. After several cycles of this process, he paused to assess the various shapes of lead plates and copper wires, a panoramic view marking the quantities of each type in his sight. That should suffice. Too many reserves would add excessive weight. With a wave of his hand, a portion of the lead plates and copper wires lifted into the air like a swarm of bees, swiftly converging to form a delicately patterned metallic sphere before him. Picking up a metal piece, Cheng Bin applied slight pressure, only to see it bend easily. Frowning, he remarked, "So soft. Copper is more manageable, but lead is readily available among heavy elements on the market. Although its hardness is lacking, it suffices for slower flight within the atmosphere, primarily to traverse the radiation zone." His only concern was whether such a mass of metal flying in the sky would attract the attention of various military radars. If mistaken for an enemy and intercepted, it would spell disaster. Cheng Bin was uncertain about the effectiveness of his thought energy's invisibility against radar systems, as it merely deflected visible light. However, the lead sphere was significantly smaller than aircraft missiles, with a very low radar cross-section, coupled with the interference from thought energy and impurities. The probability of detection was theoretically quite low. Moreover, the thought energy propulsion was silent and devoid of heat, making it exceedingly unlikely to be discovered by other detection methods. In one corner of the laboratory was a clutter of protective suits, food, and oxygen-nitrogen tanks. After inspecting the items, Cheng Bin retrieved a portion. With the assistance of thought energy, he donned the bulky radiation protection suit, carrying a small supply of food and oxygen, while a trail of metal floated beside him as he stepped outside the lab. Glancing at the time on the panel, he activated his cloaking mechanism, preparing for his inaugural high-altitude test flight. The invisible metal sphere ascended smoothly from the Villa district of City C, maintaining a gentle speed as it glided toward the azure sky. In the stratosphere, dozens of kilometers above the Earth, Cheng Bin halted mid-air to sample some space food. Despite the assistance of thought energy, it proved somewhat cumbersome to manage while preserving protection and simulated pressure. The panoramic view, filtered through layers of lead plates infused with thought energy, transmitted a rumble to him. Turning his head, he noticed a commercial airliner approaching from the distance. After confirming that his thought energy could effectively counter the turbulence caused by the aircraft, Cheng Bin followed it with curiosity, even catching glimpses of the passengers' expressions inside. After this brief amusement, he continued to ascend, his speed gradually increasing as the air density diminished. Accompanied by fluctuating temperatures, he soon broke through the middle layer of the atmosphere, entering the ionosphere filled with charged particles. At a height where the curvature of the Earth was visible, Cheng Bin nestled within the defensive formation of lead and copper mesh, monitoring the radiation intensity meter in his hand. Soon, he exhaled in relief. The multi-layered metallic sphere effectively shielded him from electromagnetic and ionizing radiation. However, this was merely a prelude. It is well known that the radiation in space, untouched by Earth's magnetic field and atmosphere, poses a challenge that humanity has yet to fully mitigate. Many astronauts have paid a heavy price throughout history due to this. Cheng Bin himself held no confidence in guaranteeing he would emerge from the lunar expedition without lingering effects. He simply placed trust in the system's recommendations, believing that an entity existing in higher dimensions must have a clearer understanding of the unfolding events and their consequences, much like a lottery ticket. Perhaps. Nevertheless, Cheng Bin had achieved the testing objectives of his flight. Casting a glance at the oxygen-nitrogen tank within the simulated pressure range, he began his return journey while estimating the consumption rate of his supplies. On the final day of the National Day holiday in Huagua, the land echoed with the joyous laughter of returning holidaygoers and the sighs of those lamenting the end of their break. While his peers accompanied friends and family, Cheng Bin floated near the critical point at the top of the atmosphere, encased in a gold-plated, modified metallic sphere. After tossing a palatable block of food into his mouth, he gazed at the moon, which was gradually revealing itself along the edge of the horizon. Slowly, he pulled down and secured the hood of his protective suit. After extensive preparations and tests, Cheng Bin was set to realize his lunar landing plan today, utilizing thought energy anchored at high temperature, low temperature, and kinetic points on Earth. He constructed a relative coordinate system, loaded the current lunar trajectory, corrected any errors, and ultimately transmitted it to the panoramic view. Observing the converging trajectories in the panoramic display, he focused his mind, prompting the thought energy to propel the metallic sphere along the predetermined path. Once fully detached from the atmosphere, Cheng Bin felt a sudden brightness before his eyes, even with his eyes closed and shielded by multiple layers of protection. The resilient space radiation relentlessly struck his retina with shimmering points of light. Remaining composed, he accelerated rapidly without atmospheric constraints, aiming to minimize his exposure to space radiation. The sphere's velocity swiftly surpassed 10 times the speed of sound in the vacuum, and while further acceleration was possible, this was the maximum speed at which Cheng Bin could accurately detect and evade foreign objects. It is worth noting that numerous pieces of space debris drift above Earth, traveling at speeds of 10 kilometers per second. Should fortune turn unfavorable and he collide with a fragment hurtling toward him, the thought alone was too distressing for Cheng Bin to contemplate. In due course, his speed management proved prudent. After several hours of flight, Cheng Bin, feeling a slight stiffness in his head, was abruptly startled as an object whizzed past the side of the metallic sphere like a flash of light, catching him completely off guard. However, The angle at which he could maneuver was minuscule, and the fragment ultimately passed by more than 2 meters from the sphere. Following this close call, the remainder of the journey proceeded smoothly. After several more hours, Cheng gazed at the moon, which now occupied a significant portion of his field of vision, and began to gradually reduce his speed. Chapter 27. Mission accomplished. A bewildered stare as the moon revolves around the Earth, it simultaneously undergoes rotation. The intriguing balance that allows the moon to consistently present one face to the Earth piqued Cheng's curiosity. The hemisphere of the moon that faces away from Earth, being farther from its gravitational pull, experiences less force than the side that faces Earth, leading to a disparity in the forces acting upon it. If the moon's rotation period did not match its orbit around the Earth, the gravitational influence would vary over time, causing friction among the moon's different layers and gradually slowing its rotation. Ultimately, this resulted in the moon's rotation period aligning perfectly with its orbital period, leading to a tidal locking by Earth's gravitational force. This detail was pertinent because Cheng's target, a fragment of a sacred relic, resided on the far side of the moon, shielded from Earth's gaze. This was fortuitous, as the moon's near side was likely under the watchful gaze of numerous telescopes and detectors. Should Cheng frolic freely there, he could easily be captured by someone's camera. During the prolonged flight, the protective sphere enveloping Cheng had lost a significant amount of air and moisture due to high-energy radiation, with no possibility of replenishment in the vacuum of space and upon the moon. Cheng deftly adjusted the speed of the metallic sphere, ultimately achieving a steady descent onto the moon's surface. Gazing at the desolate panorama filled with craters, Cheng inhaled deeply. After glancing at the readings from the gas cylinder, he called out softly, "System?" The system promptly manifested an arrow, indicating the direction of the sacred relic fragment. Cheng guided the metallic sphere toward the system's marker. Although radiation levels decreased slightly upon reaching the lunar surface, prolonged exposure still posed significant risks. The metallic sphere glided smoothly, lacking the acceleration to simulate gravity, which left Cheng with a disorienting sensation of perpetual freefall in the microgravity environment. Fortunately, his psychic energy penetrated deeply into his muscles and organs, preventing any ailments. After more than 10 minutes of flight and witnessing the awe-inspiring impact of a small meteorite on the lunar surface, Cheng finally arrived at the designated location, a massive circular crater slope. Using his psychic energy to clear the dust and excavate a meter of lunar soil, he finally beheld the form of the so-called sacred relic fragment. It appeared as a peculiar crystal, seemingly shifting through myriad forms yet remaining steadfast, evoking a deeply contradictory sensation. Cheng attempted to manipulate the relic with his psychic energy, only to discover that it was ineffective. He then used his energy to lift the lunar soil beneath it. Admiring the gem, reminiscent of the angelic figures from EVA's theatrical version, he inquired of the system, "What now? How do I proceed?" "You must directly contact it with a low-dimensional material carrier of your high-dimensional information body," the system instructed. Transforming the arrow into a black cat that paced around the relic while speaking, direct skin contact is essential. This system can better discern the connection between you and the relic. Direct skin contact? Cheng hesitated, glancing at the unexpectedly declining radiation meter, before commanding the metallic sphere to disassemble and removing the helmet of his protective suit, carefully enclosing the relic fragment within a simulated pressure field. He exhaled in relief and grasped the ever-changing gem. Cheng had anticipated a sensation akin to grasping a wriggling hedgehog. Instead, it felt like holding a stable sphere. He then pressed it against his forehead. In an instant, his thoughts came to a halt. Cheng noticed the relic fragment vanish into thin air. And upon feeling no unusual sensations on his forehead, he curiously asked, "Is that it? What just happened?" The system paused for 2 seconds before regaining its agility. "You have succeeded. Congratulations, host." The black cat brought its paws together in a gesture of reverence. "From this day forth, you may depart from the inner realm, this novice village, and venture into the outer realm for adventures." Cheng instinctively turned his gaze, and the panoramic view magnified the scenery in that direction. Soon, he discerned a previously flickering object, a lunar exploration robot resembling a large spider, emblazoned with the American flag, its massive lens fixated on him. Locking eyes with Cheng in a moment of mutual bewilderment. "Oh no." Meanwhile, at the American Lunar Monitoring Center, the control room was a fan-shaped assembly of computers and personnel, all monitoring lunar activities. In a side control area for the Spider 2, Emily pulled up previous records and leaned toward a man named Al. "What's going on now?" she asked. After processing the software, the magnified image revealed something barely recognizable. "Look here." I'll point it to a corner of the screen. "Can you see that? A perfectly spherical shape. How can there be such a regular form on the moon?" "We should send the spider to investigate," Al exclaimed, suddenly excited. "It might be a UFO, but we have to climb a steep slope to get there." "Isn't that risky?" Emily expressed her apprehension about the spider encountering misfortune. "Don't worry, I'll find someone to take the blame," Al said, energetically leaving his seat to whisper to a middle-aged man in the back rows. The man's expression shifted through skepticism, curiosity, and contemplation before the spider's mission was altered. Its primary observation lens was displayed on the monitoring center's large screen, and the operations team began directing the spider toward the steep slope. Before long, the spider rounded a corner, traversing the lunar surface, positioning its camera toward the previously identified spherical object. The images on the large screen zoomed and adjusted continuously, stirring excitement within the monitoring center as more personnel turned their attention to the screen displaying the spider's view. At the slope of the circular crater, half of a perfectly shaped sphere lay shattered into fragments, within which a human clad in a radiation suit was securing his helmet, turning his head toward the camera. Suddenly, the spider's lens shook violently and went dark. "WTF? My God! Superman! Superman!" The monitoring center erupted into chaos. "L2, L3, R2. Completely unresponsive," Al stammered, excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. "The spider has been attacked. It's completely destroyed." Amidst the clamor, an elderly man with graying hair and a high-ranking military title slowly rose from the last row of the monitoring center, summoning the security team with a wave. "Cut off all data channels, seal all entrances and exits. Only entry is permitted, no exits allowed, and confiscate all communication devices." The old general commanded sharply to a hesitant soldier beside him. "Soldier, execute the order." In the midst of the turmoil, a throng of soldiers surged into the monitoring center. Chapter 28. The world of few variables. It has been observed, hasn't it? So, host, are you ready to embark on your journey to the outer realms? After the system nodded, it elucidated several essential pieces of knowledge regarding the outer realms to Cheng Bin. "Where are the promised details?" Cheng Bin was still in a daze when he suddenly felt an overwhelming lightness, as if he were enveloped by a howling gale. Adjusting his stance, he looked up just in time to see the figure of Earth rushing towards him. The layers of thought energy cushioned the kinetic energy of the fall, and Cheng Bin, astounded, landed onto a rocky mountain. "Have I truly traversed dimensions?" "Host, there's no need for such astonishment." The system's black cat form materialized beside Cheng Bin. "Currently, you lack the capacity for higher dimensional perception. It is quite normal for you to have skipped the transition process of being transformed into a higher dimensional information entity, along with the accompanying memory loss." All right. But System Cheng Bin dismantled the surrounding half-metal sphere, shedding his cumbersome protective gear to restore his summer attire. After taking a moment to gaze at the long-lost surface scenery, he inquired, "What world is this?" "I do not know," the system replied, shaking its head. "Only after you acquire another fragment of the sacred artifact can this system filter and match the corresponding outer realm based on the information you provide. Until then, I can only observe the outer realms on a macro high-dimensional information level." As for this world, the system cast a mysterious glance at Cheng Bin before continuing. "It is a world that I have selected, one that has once split from the inner realm, characterized by minimal variables and low potential danger." "Splitting from the inner realm?" Cheng Bin pondered, momentarily taken aback. "Does this imply that this world is not vastly different from the Zero world? Could there exist parallel entities connected to him? Regardless, I shall investigate first." After burying the radiation-tinged protective gear from his space voyage underground, Cheng Bin activated his invisibility and ascended to the skies to ascertain his bearings. Then headed towards the nearest artificial structure, a broad expressway. While soaring above, Cheng Bin did not meticulously observe the ground, as he was engaged in a discussion with the system regarding the outer realms. "I can no longer sense some of the thought energy that was solidified in the inner realm. It seems the thought energy has become more refined. Your soul's integration with the thought energy has improved. Is this not the greatest benefit of traversing dimensions?" However, as he descended to a certain altitude, Cheng Bin, who had been animatedly conversing with the system, abruptly fell silent. With a somewhat grim expression, he landed on the expressway, surveying the desolation before him. He brushed his thought energy over the surface of a dilapidated vehicle, only stirring up a cloud of dust. What circumstances could lead to an expressway, evidently a national artery, being littered with dust-covered car remnants? Has this world, this nation, completely ceased its normal operations? With a brusque motion, Cheng Bin tore open a car door with his thought energy, gazing silently at the fragmented human bones within the driver's seat. In the fifth vehicle, he utilized his thought energy to retrieve a mobile phone stained with dark blood from the corner of the accelerator pedal. It was a familiar brand and model. Cheng Bin examined the phone, attempting to power it on, but as expected, it was dead. He took out the telecom signal converter stored in a shielding box and confirmed it was undamaged before connecting the Android interface to the phone. His thought energy vibrated at a special frequency across one of the converter's components. A faint current stimulated the phone's circuitry, and the dust-covered screen soon displayed a charging symbol. Cheng Bin opened the thought energy panel, summoned a virtual desktop, and accessed the phone's memory. Fortunately, the two worlds maintained consistency in their network data communication protocols. This was rather normal, as the vast web of information formed by countless protocols tends to align on a macro level. After extracting and perusing through videos, images, text messages, and voice recordings, Cheng Bin's expression darkened further. The phone was filled with the owner's personal information, yet through the browser, text messages, and social media application caches, Cheng Bin pieced together the cause of the devastation before him. In summary, a long-incubating infectious disease had gradually spread across the world 1 to 2 years prior. Initially, those afflicted exhibited mild cold-like symptoms, but it gradually morphed into various cancers, ultimately transforming individuals into mindless, grotesque monsters or leading them to their demise. This infectious disease appeared to be caused by a novel virus that freely propagated through the atmosphere, casting a shadow over the entire world. In their despair, humanity named this virus Z, signifying the final end, the extinction of humankind. Is this a biohazard crisis? Cheng Bin inhaled deeply, expanding his panoramic view and delving into the microscopic realm. Having traversed the outer realm, his thought energy advanced further, quickly surpassing previous precision records, penetrating to scales smaller than cells. Referring to illustrations from the news on the phone, Cheng Bin confirmed that this was indeed the malevolent agent behind humanity's extinction in this world, the Z virus. Seeing this terrifying virus permeating the atmosphere, nearly omnipresent, blocked by the filter of his thought energy, Cheng Bin breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that he had hailed from the moon. Fortunate that he had constructed a thought energy protection mechanism capable of self-adjusting to the dimensional environment. How many protagonists and novels have thrived in worlds plagued by biohazards yet? Why can I not feel joy? New influenza cold leading to cancer, unprecedented number of infected individuals, biochemical experiments. Human extinction? Cheng Bin regarded the news on the phone and addressed the system. Are you truly unaware that this world is in such a state? I do not know. However, when the system mentioned few variables, you should have sensed something. The black cat's expression grew serious. Aside from the extraordinary reverse entropy system's intelligent life capable of resonating with parallel world information, what else in this material world can be considered a variable? Is this what is meant by few variables? Cheng Bin's tone became somber as he discarded the signal-less phone and soared into the sky. Once airborne, he identified the terrain and confirmed he was in southeastern Huagua, then swiftly directed himself towards central Huagua. Few might imply the existence of survivors? Well, one could be considered few. If out of 6 to 7 billion humans, only one remains, who could that be? Host, have you not already surmised? I would prefer not to have made such conjectures. Chapter 29. Investigation and monsters. After a mere year or two of respite from the immeasurable pollution of humanity's heavy industries, the air surrounding the city attained a pristine quality. Yet, the post-apocalyptic cleanliness offered little solace to Cheng Bin. Hovering above City C and Province S, he emerged from the shockwave of a sonic boom, descending towards the simultaneously familiar and alien metropolis. In Cheng Bin's panoramic view, the city, devoid of human presence, appeared almost vibrant. Despite the stubborn concrete and asphalt that hindered the rampant growth of flora, a myriad of creatures roamed energetically throughout the urban landscape. Moreover, some grotesque beings, neither fully human nor entirely beast, hunted within the city. On the vaguely discernible features of one such creature, Cheng Bin spotted an exquisite metallic earring. The panoramic imagery conveyed the gruesome scene of the creature feasting, accompanied by visceral sounds that caused Cheng Bin to swallow hard, an uncomfortable sensation tightening in his chest. Was this creature a remnant of humanity, transformed by the Z virus? It bore no resemblance to the familiar concept of a biozombie. Gently crossing a crumbling wall, Cheng Bin entered a once familiar residential complex. After inspecting several corners, he sighed softly. What are you searching for, host? The system manifested beside him, its voice echoing in his mind. If you're looking for survivors, you should have sensed their presence upon entering this world, correct? Is it to the northeast? Glancing towards the peculiar direction that had nagged at him, Cheng pondered before responding. Is it the direction of the survivor? The direction of my counterpart from another realm? Precisely. In the same world, as resonating information entities, there will always be some exchange of data. Your ability to sense energy will provide clarity. Before heading there, I wish to confirm a few matters. Cheng entered a residential building, using his energy to clear away the clutter and cobwebs along the way until he reached the door of his former residence. With a loud creak from the rusted hinges, he pulled open the ajar door. Closing it with a hint of disappointment, Cheng murmured, "Was it earlier than university?" Just as he was about to step out, his expression shifted suddenly, halting him in his tracks. A creature, resembling a cheetah yet the size of a buffalo, with a coat of gray, white, and black camouflage, clung to the top of the entrance, its dagger-like claws and sharp teeth poised for a feast. The creature, drawn by the harsh sound of the door, soon emerged from the narrow opening. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it lunged forward, carrying a foul wind in its wake. However, its claws and fangs merely sliced through the air, as the creature, sensing something amiss, altered its course with remarkable agility, vanishing around the corner of the building. That fleeting shape had merely been an illusion, conjured by Cheng's manipulation of energy. As he stepped outside to observe, the panoramic view revealed the creature lying in wait behind a wall, biding its time for another opportunity. Was this a mutated cheetah or a human grotesquely transformed? The creature's gaze met Cheng's, and realizing that evasion was futile, it gracefully slinked out, circling Cheng in the courtyard. Watching the creature draw nearer in the panoramic view, he initially considered fleeing. Yet, upon reflection, he halted, pondering that since acquiring his energy, he had yet to engage in a true battle. Should he give it a try? With determination, Cheng tore a section of the metal railing from the nearby window frame. To his energy, these materials were no different from rubber. Quickly twisting the metal into a spiral spear, testing the weight of his weapon, he infused it with energy and let out a challenge toward the creature. The creature narrowed its eyes, poised to pounce, as if surprised to encounter such a feeble, upright creature wielding a stick-like object, cosplaying as a gorilla. Cheng faced off against the hunting cheetah creature. The outcome of this melee was that Cheng was thoroughly outmatched. The cheetah-like beast executed feints and rapid charges, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air, leaving Cheng questioning his very existence. The system floated nearby, mocking him. "Host, it appears you possess no combat prowess. If you lack the legendary genetic lock, it would be wise to avoid such perilous encounters." Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, "Damn it, I'm a researcher. A spellcaster, not a warrior." Seeing that its prey dared to avert its gaze, the cheetah creature crouched low and lunged once more. Cheng, utilizing his energy to enhance his movements, swung the metal spear with all his might, but in a moment of misdirection, the creature deftly evaded him. The cheetah's sharp claws grazed Cheng's side as he lost his balance, pausing a distance away, perplexed as it scratched the ground with its bloodless claws. "You see, this isn't dangerous at all," Cheng mused, feeling where the claws had brushed against him. In truth, they had never made contact. He had previously tested this. The creature exhibited no higher dimensional interference, allowing his energy to penetrate its body and even convert its kinetic energy. Given its previous display of force, it was impossible for it to breach his protective shield. The creature, now disheartened after a fruitless effort, began to retreat. It had hunted for sustenance, expecting an easy meal from this fragile biped, only to expend considerable energy without success. Such an endeavor was hardly worth the effort. As the creature attempted to withdraw, Cheng smirked. The anti-theft bars along the exterior walls of the residential building clattered violently, and in an instant, he had torn them all down. With a swift gesture, accompanied by a cascade of dust and paint, the bars transformed into dozens of metallic spears, spiraling through the air towards the creature. With a subtle application of energy, a powerful shockwave struck the cheetah creature, disrupting its cellular energy and incapacitating it. Cheng then commanded, "Taste my spiral defense." The rapidly spinning metallic spears descended like rain, and the creature barely had time to let out a mournful cry before being overwhelmed by the barrage. Such resilient flesh. As the creature's blood splattered before him, Cheng marveled at the remains still quivering in death. Even with added resistance, it maintained its form. Since analyzing elastic potential energy, tearing through steel feels akin to shredding a snack. Curious, Cheng collected a sample of the creature's tissue, illuminating it under a light source. Although the panoramic view allowed him to observe cellular structures, he found nothing particularly extraordinary, perhaps due to insufficient biological knowledge. Where are you headed now, host? This direction is not where the resonant entity resides. In the span of a few moments, the supersonic Cheng Bin had reached the town of W, where he had grown up. Compared to the concrete jungle of City C, W boasted more wooden structures and was closer to the mountains. As he hovered above the town, he hardly recognized it. The entire area had been utterly reclaimed by nature, with only the tallest buildings peeking through the verdant canopy. Do trees really grow this fast? Cheng Bin wondered, hesitantly identifying his location before using his energy to part the branches and descend. The pervasive insects in the air sent chills down his spine as he surveyed the town, now largely collapsed beneath the weight of nature, rendered speechless by the sight before him. When Cheng Bin discovered his house in W Town, all that lay before him was a desolate ruin. He utilized his mental energy to overturn the debris, yet, under the ravages of time, he found nothing of worth apart from a shattered, indistinct frame. Encased within was a photograph depicting a youthful Cheng Bin standing alongside his parents, proudly holding an admission letter from Huagua Medical University. Was this the reality? Cheng Bin mused with a bittersweet smile. It seems that my childhood dream was to become a doctor. Alas, I became complacent in my studies. The admission scores for Capital Medical University are no trifling matter. After the system glanced at the photograph, it pointed at Cheng Bin's face and gestured sideways. Confused, Cheng Bin turned to see a nightmarish creature, a genuine tentacled monstrosity. Chapter 30. The Tentacled Creature and the Analysis of Internal Energy. What on earth? Cheng Bin was somewhat horrified and instinctively recoiled. The system pointed to a grotesque mass that appeared to be a mosaic of twisted flesh, akin to a freshly stuffed sausage smeared with blood, writhing ominously. Perhaps it's not as terrifying as it seems, Cheng Bin observed as the creature squirmed, crushing a rabbit into a pulpy mass and drawing it into its tentacles before burrowing underground, camouflaging itself with dirt and grass. No wonder the town was swarming with flying insects while other animals were scarce. No wonder the panoramic view had revealed nothing. Cheng Bin glanced at his floating feet, contemplating the rabbit's disappearance. It was a lurking ambush type, lacking sensory organs, relying instead on tactile perception to sense ground vibrations. His gaze shifted to the ruins of nearby houses. Could it be that the absence of activity during his previous exploration was due to the concrete foundations? Controlling all the broken stones and the debris, Cheng Bin solidified his mental energy into them, propelling them skyward, then unleashed them in a barrage onto the nearby town's surface. The stones plummeting from above possessed considerable force, creating small craters upon impact with the hard earth. Under the chaotic bombardment, numerous grotesque, fleshy tentacles erupted from the ground, thrashing wildly in a frenzy. Cheng Bin's expression changed dramatically. Such a vast area. Instinctively, he ascended slightly, steadying himself as he cautiously directed his mental energy towards the tentacles that had emerged, discovering that, like the previous cheetah-like creature, his energy penetrated without resistance. Were these creatures, being non-sentient life forms, unable to access higher-dimensional information? With a thought, Cheng Bin began to tug at a thick tentacle, simultaneously converting its resisting elasticity into a greater pulling force. The tentacle, as thick as a basin, was effortlessly severed. However, to Cheng Bin's dismay, the severed wound bled little, and the detached tentacle quickly reintegrated with the writhing mass of its brethren. Simultaneously, a new tentacle sprouted from the side of the severance, thrashing violently towards the sky. Observing through the panoramic view, Cheng Bin noted that the tentacles were interconnected just beneath the surface, forming a carpet-like body, as if countless mutated cells intertwined. Capable of disassembling and reassembling like building blocks, remarkably resilient, with no significant weaknesses for an ordinary person, Cheng Bin attacked several times, mimicking the properties of swords and hammers with his mental energy. But aside from causing the tentacled creature to retract its massive form into a flattened mass nearly 10 meters in diameter, he achieved no further effect. The creature retaliated, fashioning a long, thick tentacle from its flesh and launching a chaotic assault towards Cheng Bin. This powerful appendage easily demolished surrounding trees, shattered hard bricks, and even bent exposed rebar with a single strike. Ignoring the futile attempts of the tentacled monstrosity against his protective shield, Cheng Bin crossed his arms in midair, pondering whether this creature truly embodied the essence of biohazard. Those earlier cheetah-like beings seemed trivial by comparison. To combat such a being, extremes of temperature would prove more effective. However, the temperature control points he had established were embedded within the zero domain and had become ineffective following his transition. Yet now, he could observe large viruses, Perhaps applying mental energy at the molecular level to influence internal energy might yield better results? Cheng Bin extracted a piece of wood from the ruins, maximizing the observational precision of the panoramic view upon it. As he delved into the microscopic realm, he scratched his head at the grainy perspective, attempting to fix a portion of his mental energy onto the wood, permeating those particles, extracting energy from their thermal motion, and transferring it to another set of particles. Soon, temperature measurements indicated a change. One part of the wood began to condense moisture as energy was drained, while the other half grew hot and emitted smoke. Is this truly possible? Cheng Bin was elated, memorizing the process of this operation. Realizing it defied the laws of thermodynamics by transferring energy from a cooler object to a hotter one, though with mental energy backing it, it did not violate the principles. He then unleashed this newly established ability at maximum power upon the tentacled creature. The numerous tentacles quivered violently before thrashing even more wildly, pulling the creature's bulk away at an impressive speed. However, within mere seconds, half of its form became rigid with frost while the other half ignited in flames. The ground of the ruins trembled and cracked under the imbalance of kinetic energy, and with Cheng Bin's manipulation of mental energy to transform kinetic energy. The creature's dual state of ice and fire intensified rapidly, leading to its partial incineration and shattering amidst the rising steam. Subsequently, Cheng Bin began adjusting the temperature control modules within his interface. After some time spent tinkering in midair, embedding the internal energy analysis into his ability system, he closed the panel and soared upward, breaking through the canopy of greenery in the shadows of the mountains. Cheng Bin reached a height with a sufficiently broad view and aligned his position with the direction of a peculiar sensation, setting forth to meet the one remaining inhabitant of this world. City B, the capital of Huagua, once the most prosperous city in the nation, is also the origin of the Z virus that led to humanity's downfall. At this moment, Cheng Bin stood above this epicenter of political, economic, cultural, and scientific activity, gazing silently at the eerily tranquil concrete jungle below. He had visited this city during his time in the inner domain, although his stay was brief before he transitioned to a semi-militarized base and research institute. Yet, he had participated in an organized tour of City B during his early days with the relevant departments. Despite having similar sentiments in City C, the stark contrast of the city below filled him with a sense of suffocation. From above, he observed that approximately one-third of City B was cloaked in a thin, irregular layer of a blood-colored unknown substance, with countless mutated creatures lurking about, occasionally enacting scenes of predation. What could this be? A fungal blanket of the insectoid variety? Cheng Bin's expression darkened as he waved his hand, effortlessly flattening a grotesque creature with a wingspan of 4 meters that approached him. Lowering his altitude, he descended towards the area shrouded in the crimson substance. After discarding the remains of the airborne beast onto the crimson carpet, Cheng Bin scrutinized the material and quickly confirmed that the cellular structure of this blood-colored substance bore a striking resemblance to the tentacled creature he had previously studied. It too consumed and integrated the biological material it encountered, albeit with far less capability for interconnection and movement than the tentacled creature. Nevertheless, it seemed to possess characteristics akin to a plant, capable of harnessing energy from sunlight and solidifying it. Frowning at the sight of various small mutated animals feasting upon the blood-colored substance in the distance, Cheng Bin froze several nearby predators solid before maintaining a low-altitude drift towards the center of the previously marked crimson carpet. Chapter 31. On the destructive power of biochemical research, everything is evolving towards the worst possible scenario. As the distance to the epicenter of the blood carpet diminishes, the biochemical monstrosities that appear before Cheng Bin become increasingly grotesque and bizarre. Upon witnessing the horrific sight of dismembered human limbs and heads merging together on the blood-stained ground, Cheng Bin could no longer suppress the nauseating churn in his chest and bent over to retch violently. The nutrient-rich food tasted like sawdust in his mouth, and after forcing it down, Cheng Bin finally reached the approximate center of the blood carpet, Huagua Medical University. Gazing at the university name, half obscured by the blood carpet, his heart raced as he sensed, through his psychic energy, the existence of an otherworldly counterpart resonating with him not far ahead. After taking 2 deep breaths with closed eyes, Cheng Bin stepped into the university campus. Why must human life be limited to a mere century? With this question in mind, Cheng Bin enrolled in Huagua Medical University for his postgraduate studies. His childhood sweetheart attended a nearby university to be by his side. Cheng Bin's research project progressed smoothly, garnering the admiration of his mentor. While reaping substantial benefits from his burgeoning company, he began to strive for a doctoral degree. During his pursuit of this degree, he unexpectedly awakened supernatural abilities. As both his family and career flourished, Cheng Bin naturally shifted his focus back to his initial dream of achieving immortality. Supported by his newfound powers, he embarked on in-depth research. He discovered that the chromosomal telomere redundancy in cancer cells could be recognized and repaired by telomerase, enabling infinite division without regard for wear. Through his studies on cancer cells and telomerase, Cheng Bin ultimately deciphered the recognition mechanism of telomerase and developed an activating virus that could tag normal cells with recognition markers. Cells activated by this virus would possess unlimited division capabilities akin to cancer cells, significantly enhancing humanity's theoretical lifespan. Moreover, the byproducts of his research could transform cancer cells into benign varieties through another virus, earning Cheng Bin his doctoral degree and a prestigious medical award that year. Everything unfolded so seamlessly that he believed he would continue on this path towards the pinnacle of life. However, everything took a sharp turn, plunging Cheng Bin into despair. When did it all begin to unravel? Was it when the laboratory, lacking safety protocols, was secretly infiltrated? When the activating virus mutated to become airborne? When his parents and girlfriend began to cough and experience inflammation? When the first infected individual underwent cancerous mutation? When the desperate humans named the activating virus C? When he desperately researched antibodies only to face human extinction? Or was it when he himself became infected with the mutated Z virus? Within a research facility at Huagua Medical University, shrouded in filth and a carpet of flesh and blood, Cheng Bin trembled as he closed the notebook he had found. Staring at the somewhat unfamiliar signature that bore his name on the cover, he remained silent for a long while before murmuring, "System, are there many world lines that lead to destruction due to a single misstep on my part? Who can say?" The System S had peeked out from the notebook resting on the table. After all, it's impossible to confirm whether a world that has completely perished, devoid of any information connection, ever existed. For now, this apocalyptic world with remaining connections is the only one. Is that so? Cheng Bin sighed, his heart a tumult of emotions. Additionally, host, do you wish to consider this world's resonant entity as a part of myself? No, Cheng Bin instinctively denied, then bitterly smiled. Previously, in the Zero world, I had also contemplated a research plan concerning the human body and lifespan after achieving precision at the cellular level with my psychic energy. Frankly, the general direction is not much different from this world's, yet I failed to recognize the peril inherent in biochemical research. The safety measures here might be even less prepared than those in this Dr. Cheng's laboratory. Cheng Bin paused, casting a doubtful glance at the swaying-tailed black cat. Do you truly not know the specifics of this world? Your warning feels remarkably timely. The System tilted its head. As long as the host feels they have gained insight, that suffices. This System does not wish to reiterate the same issues. The dimly lit corridor of the power-deprived laboratory appeared eerie and foreboding. The panoramic effects in the faint light diminished considerably. As Cheng Bin ventured deeper, the blood carpet that spread across the walls shifted from sparse to dense, its thickness increasing while the texture transitioned from plant-like to animal-like. When Cheng Bin pried open the elevator doors, obscured by the blood carpet, he vaguely sensed that the blood carpet's cells had begun to interfere with the effects of his psychic energy. Reaching out, he lifted the heavy elevator car with a sharp metallic screech, peering down into the shaft, resembling a biological intestine. Before asking the System, the power of my psychic energy has diminished significantly against these entities. Could this blood carpet be considered a form of intelligent life? Does it possess a higher dimensional information connection? No. The System pawed at the flesh on the elevator shaft wall, causing it to writhe. This is likely a manifestation similar to the solidification of psychic energy directly embedded at the cellular level. You have quite the imagination in this world, host. Even with imagination, I cannot learn to cook. Cheng Bin shuddered, his ethereal form gradually descending into the abyss-like elevator shaft. Host, have you forgotten that this world was split from the inner domain? In the presence of information connections, it merely carries a portion of the host's higher dimensional information. Is that so? In the eyes of a higher dimensional entity, does this world's resonant entity also constitute a part of me? As he descended, feeling he was nearing the plane where the resonant entity resided, Cheng Bin halted, gazing at the elevator doors covered in flesh and blood. In the pitch-black elevator shaft, a fiery red light suddenly ignited, and the sealed elevator doors melted into a stream of molten metal under the influence of his psychic energy, carbonizing and penetrating the biological matter that enveloped it. The interconnected flesh twitched slightly in response to the intense heat, and the entire structure emitted a deep rumbling sound as the force rippled through it. In the depths of the passage, countless blood and flesh tendrils slowly emerged from the thick blood carpet. Chapter 32. The Madman and the Giant. The results of the 76th adjustment to Plan No. For flickered on the screen. In the dim light, a gaunt figure with a bald head veined with protruding blue lines stood before a table, staring blankly at the computer screen. The generator in the corner, with its dwindling supply of fuel, trembled annoyingly, exhaling foul air into the cramped space. The electronic microscope and gene probe, long abandoned due to lack of maintenance and stable power, were rendered useless. He could only rely on his instincts and abilities to attempt operation. But what was the purpose of this experiment again? In a daze, he observed a deformed cell in the center of the microscope's view, which, under his extraordinary ability, ceased its movement. The minute chromosomes within began a complex and orderly disassembly process, as the entangled double helix strands gradually severed and reformed. A violent tremor and intense heat abruptly interrupted the experiment. The gaunt figure sluggishly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the source of the noise. The metallic isolation door of the laboratory was reduced to a searing crimson outline, its main body transformed into streams of molten metal, which, bearing terrifying heat, tore apart and incinerated the fleshly tendrils behind the isolation door, clearing a wide path. Cheng Bin stepped into the laboratory untouched by the carpet of blood, swept by the wave of heat. "Who are you?" Cheng Bin questioned, glancing at the figure's feet, where the resonant body of information lay beneath the laboratory floor. He then silently recited, "System, did you not say that this world has but one surviving human?" "Hey!" Cheng Bin exclaimed in surprise, evading the erratic attacks of the man in the confined space. "I am not a monster. I am human. Have you lost your mind?" His gaze caught something, and Cheng Bin fell silent, waving his hand. The white coat and pants of the man transformed into a solid cage under the influence of his mental energy, instantly subduing him to the floor. The card pinned to the man's chest flew into Cheng Bin's open palm, and he wiped the grime from its surface, revealing the two prominent characters, Cheng Bin, with a complex expression. He glanced at the identification badge indicating the doctoral rank and then shifted his gaze to the struggling shadow on the floor, suddenly noticing the irregularity in its movements. At that moment, the system finally activated. "Warning, host, be cautious. What stands before you may merely be a shell." The gaunt figure, which had been thrashing about, abruptly stilled, whispering softly in Cheng Bin's ear, "Antibodies." Sinister tentacles tore through the gaunt figure's clothing and erupted from its body. Cheng Bin instinctively recoiled, only to feel the floor tremble violently beneath him. The ground in the center of the laboratory split open, unleashing a multitude of twisted tentacles accompanied by a blood-soaked tide, engulfing the gaunt figure in an instant. The laboratory, buried underground, erupted with countless fissures, and Cheng Bin sensed the only room untouched by the blood tide groaning under the crushing pressure from all sides. Within the increasingly distorted room, the generator and connected wires were devoured by the writhing tendrils, and in the darkness that followed, Cheng Bin, cowering in the corner, glimpsed a chaotic array of flickering lights in the obscured shadows. Those were the horrifying eyes of fleshly tissues, suddenly opening wide, their bloodshot gaze fixated upon him. The point of resonance detected by his mental energy lay amidst that cluster of eyes within the biological mass. After a brief standoff between the astonished Cheng Bin and the grotesque creature, the laboratory could no longer bear the pressure from the surrounding flesh and completely collapsed. In that critical moment, an immense internal energy was siphoned and transformed by mental energy. The debris of earth and metal above him underwent countless cycles of extreme cold and heat before succumbing to the kinetic shock that shattered it. Amidst this conflagration of ice and fire, Cheng Bin's figure pierced through layers of steel, concrete, and soil, and when he finally halted, he found himself having drilled a passage from the underground research facility to the rooftop. "This is absurd. What was that thing?" Cheng Bin exclaimed, still shaken, gazing at the manifested system beside him. "Are you certain I resonate with a mass of flesh?" This could only imply that the entity was not entirely devoid of reason. It likely retained some vestiges of human cognitive structure. The system gestured towards the gaping hole in the rooftop. "Host, you should be more concerned with this." A dense mass of blood-soaked tendrils emerged from the passage Cheng Bin had created, and the already slanted structure of the research facility was torn apart and collapsed under the overwhelming force, raising a vast cloud of dust. In the instant that visibility was obscured by the dust, Cheng Bin, utilizing panoramic sound perception, traced the outlines of the scene beneath the haze. He discovered a massive organism crawling out from the depths of the research facility. In comparison to the remnants of the building, the creature, barely resembling a human shape, towered several stories even while prostrate. This is utterly outrageous. Cheng Bin observed as the omnipresent blood tide dragged numerous smaller creatures towards the research facility. The monster within the dust steadily rising as it consumed the expanding blood tide. Cheng Bin clicked his tongue and propelled himself towards what appeared to be the creature's head. Upon drawing near, Cheng Bin, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, mustered his courage and, with the aid of mental energy, unleashed a tremendous sound wave, exclaiming, "Hey, hey, testing. Can you hear me?" In response to the auditory stimulus, countless small tentacles erupted from the surface of the giant's head, and a massive maw suddenly split open in the center of its face, resembling a gaping black hole. Accompanied by a rush of air, a distorted roar emerged from the creature's mouth, eventually coalescing into phrases that Cheng Bin could barely comprehend. Dream. Research. Antibodies. After a brief pause, the creature's surface, thrashing with tentacles, sprouted numerous sharp, bony spears, all aimed directly at Cheng Bin. As the colossal beast swung its right hand towards him, countless bone spears tore through the air, descending upon Cheng Bin, accompanied by the monster's thunderous roar. Die. Insect. Chapter 33. Without a moment's hesitation, a colossal humanoid, reminiscent of a mythological behemoth, emerged. Its thunderous roar could conjure a tempest, and a mere step could rend the earth asunder. This was an entity that seemed to belong solely to the realm of legends. As the giant's immense arms, intertwined like a symphony of grotesque harmony, swung through the air, Cheng Bin found his vision obscured by its sheer magnitude. Consequently, he was oblivious to the multitude of bone spears sprouting from the giant's form. Thus, when Cheng Bin narrowly evaded the giant's somewhat sluggish sweep, he was startled by the bone spears that shot forth like bolts from a siege crossbow. Fortunately, the significant effort Cheng Bin had previously invested bore fruit as his automatic disarming shield activated, deflecting or halting the incoming bone projectiles. The giant's missed strike, accompanied by a thunderous crash, collided with a nearby skyscraper, sending a cascade of resplendent glass shards into the air. The building was cleaved in two, in the upper floors, along with a rain of debris, plummeted to the ground, raising a massive cloud of dust. The scene, akin to a Hollywood blockbuster, caused Cheng Bin's eyes to twitch with disbelief, as the panoramic view provided an estimation of power that should not exist in any living being. Yet, before Cheng Bin could gather his thoughts, the giant launched its next assault. Its arm, concealed in the swirling dust, disintegrated into dozens of bloody tendrils, which, after a spring-like contraction, erupted towards Cheng Bin, producing a deafening sonic boom. Although his will manipulated the air to repel the approaching tendrils, more encircled him, weaving an enclosed prison of flesh in midair. As the giant crouched down, the ground trembled under its weight, and it suddenly leapt towards the blood prison. The impact of the giant crashing down created a terrifying crater in the earth, surrounded by a vortex of ice and fire, as Cheng Bin floated motionless in the air. The flesh that approached him was incinerated into ash. The result was a gaping wound that pierced through the giant's torso, which appeared vast from Cheng Bin's perspective but was merely a small hole in comparison to the giant's massive body. Despite being caught off guard by the giant's bewildering assault, Cheng Bin's defensive perimeter remained largely intact. These attacks posed no real threat to him. Enough is enough, Cheng Bin remarked as he descended slightly, addressing the looming giant below. You must possess some cognitive ability, right? What vendetta could we possibly share? Why this immediate hostility? His amplified voice resonated with the giant, which slowly shifted its colossal form, turning to face him as the wounds Cheng Bin had inflicted began to heal amidst the entanglement of countless bloody tendrils. Given the adversary's impressive mobility, should I perhaps initiate with a series of attacks? Cheng Bin mused, slightly exasperated. Just as he contemplated further inquiries, his panoramic view suddenly alerted him to an abundance of unfamiliar floating cellular clusters in the surrounding air. Cheng Bin's expression darkened. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the light around the giant appeared dimmed. Using his panoramic view, he discovered that this creature was incessantly releasing a faint blood mist composed entirely of its peculiar cells. The nearly invisible mist had unknowingly enveloped Cheng Bin. It seems you lack the willingness to engage in meaningful dialogue. Cheng Bin inhaled deeply, addressing the predatory giant below. In that case, allow me to subdue you before I engage in any verbal exchanges. The giant lowered its stature, accumulating immense power within its grotesque body in preparation for Cheng Bin's impending strike. However, as it concentrated, Cheng Bin, who had been hovering above, suddenly executed a sweeping arc and soared into the distance. Departed. Fled. After several moments of bewilderment, the giant, now only a distant black, let out a roar of frustration. Host, is this what you call a tactical retreat? The system, nearly in tears from laughter, quipped in the air around Cheng Bin. How can this be considered fleeing? Cheng Bin retorted earnestly as he broke the sound barrier while navigating the city. This is a strategic withdrawal, meticulously planned and purposeful. Thank you very much. The panoramic view continuously scanned the ground as Cheng Bin explored the results, conversing with the system. Based on the previous assaults, that giant does not pose a significant threat to me. However, its sheer size allows it to continuously assimilate the blood carpet laid on the ground to replenish its strength. To be frank, while my current psychic energy suffices for self-preservation, effectively neutralizing it will likely prove challenging. Cheng Bin's eyes brightened upon spotting a marker on the panoramic view, and he abruptly veered downward. Therefore, I require some external assistance. He decelerated as he passed over a gas station, and with a cacophony of ruptured valves, multiple streams of fuel surged from various tanks, coalescing in the air and trailing after him. As he enhanced the fuel with psychic energy, Cheng Bin took a detour to a nearby university and industrial area, rummaging through chemistry laboratories to find some highly toxic substances like cyanide. Unfortunately, due to lack of maintenance, the materials had decayed, and Cheng Bin could not locate metallic polonium or similar substances, which were notorious for their lethality, claiming that just 0.1 grams could annihilate billions. However, he found cyanide, which acted even faster, and accepted this substitute. Though uncertain of the cyanide's efficacy against the giant's monstrous form, Cheng Bin reasoned that it was worth a try. Armed with a modest quantity of the chemical element, he glanced at the array of fuel soaring at great heights before turning back towards the direction where he had confronted the giant. I refuse to believe that you could possibly soar beyond the heavens. Can you escape the fundamental composition of carbon-based life? Chapter 34. Let the flames reduce everything to ashes. Cheng Bin activated his invisibility and approached cautiously, observing the giant as it approached a skyscraper taller than itself. With a sudden thought, he accelerated towards the towering structure. The giant, sensing the rapidly approaching transparent entity through the spores dispersed in the air, attempted to react. But before it could move, Cheng Bin plunged into the building's lower levels. Guided by Cheng Bin, the giant managed to raise its cumbersome arm in a futile attempt to resist for only 2 seconds before being entirely crushed beneath the leaning skyscraper, disappearing below the horizon. Cheng Bin did not intend to be courteous to this creature. He soared through the dust and debris of the collapsing building, welcoming the mist-like fuel that fell from the sky. After consolidating it back into his mental control, he charged towards the expanding cloud of dust that spread hundreds of meters across the ground. A deafening roar dispersed the dust as the bloodied giant, buried beneath a multitude of building debris, twisted its form, disintegrating into countless enormous blood serpents that crawled out from the crushed position, swiftly reassembling into a singular entity. Is that you, the T-2000 Terminator? Cheng Bin marveled at the sight as he plummeted rapidly. With a surge of mental energy, he ignited a droplet of fuel, causing flames to spread rapidly to all the following fuel. In an instant, it seemed as though a second sun had appeared in the sky, only to dim almost immediately as Cheng Bin restrained the combustion heat, minimizing its outward dispersal and maximizing the efficiency of the energy contained within this wave of fuel. Amidst the howling winds and heat waves, Cheng Bin vaguely sensed that the mental energy not only constrained and conducted the heat of the burning fuel but also seemed to affect the thermal radiation produced by the flames. Had the mental energy interfered with electromagnetic waves? Cheng Bin had no time to ponder this before colliding head-on with the barely formed giant. The flaming oil, constrained by mental energy, sliced through the giant's body as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, leaving a wave of toxic chemicals in its wake. Cheng Bin began to wield this fiery blade against the giant's body, cutting and burning from various angles. He circled the giant at high speed, countless fiery blades dismembering it, and as it lost its integrity, even the giant's own cellular structure ignited in high temperatures, engulfing the entire surrounding ruins in a sea of flames. The dismembered giant continued to struggle, attempting to counterattack, but whether through flailing appendages, bone spears, or spore dispersal, none proved effective against Cheng Bin, who floated amidst the inferno. Aside from a minor disturbance caused by a portion of blood and flesh that had been severed from its head, there were no significant results. As the burning fuel and cyanide worked their dreadful magic, the giant's cellular structure either willingly shed or incinerated into ash, its remaining flesh dwindling until it could only curl into a defensive ball, eventually reduced to a mass the size of a car when the fuel was exhausted. With such a meager remnant, Cheng Bin required no external assistance. A single application of his dual elemental ice and fire would suffice to dispose of it. Now, we can engage in a proper conversation, he stated, arms crossed, standing before the gradually humanoid mass of blood and flesh, patiently awaiting its response. The writhing mass solidified into a humanoid figure approximately 3 to 4 meters tall, yet the giant, having lost a significant portion of its biological structure, appeared to have lost its capacity for judgment, lunging forward in an attack against Cheng Bin. Are you deranged? Cheng Bin mused, gazing up at the oncoming small giant, extending a finger to make a swift motion. An invisible blade of ice and fire cleaved the small giant in half, its lower body obliterated in the rapidly fluctuating temperatures and kinetic shockwaves. As he looked down at the fallen half of the small giant, Cheng Bin furrowed his brow, noting that it had transformed into a gooey mass, and furthermore, its cellular structure seemed to have significantly diminished its capability to interfere with mental energy. Cheng Bin paused, awkwardly scratching his face. Previously, the creature had been so enormous that he could not have held back. How could he have afforded the luxury to ponder what it relied upon to maintain its cognition? To his surprise, Cheng Bin noticed that the one-person-sized slime was attempting to escape, propelled by numerous appendages. Just as he was about to intervene, the system halted him. The black cat stared at the slime for a moment before advising Cheng Bin, "Host, follow it and observe." Cheng Bin had confronted the blood giant directly on 2 occasions, and the total duration of these encounters did not exceed 10 minutes. However, the destruction wrought was staggering. As the fervor of battle gradually cooled, Cheng Bin traversed the ruins. Realizing the extent of the recent devastation, earthquakes and deep pits, countless buildings collapsed, an entire block set ablaze, glass shattered. If all this had occurred in a normal city rather than a post-apocalyptic world, how many lives would have been claimed in such a terrifying calamity? Realizing he wielded such terrifying destructive power sent a chill down Cheng Bin's spine. He silently vowed to exercise caution in the future when utilizing his abilities. The slime, moving via its appendages, was not particularly slow. Cheng Bin glided close to the ground and soon found himself in a familiar location, the medical university. Utterly transformed by the giant's jump, he observed the slime approach the remnants of flesh scattered from the previous battle, extending its appendages to consume them. Cheng Bin's fingers twitched, but he refrained from intervening. After absorbing 2 fragments, the slime seemed to replenish some of its energy, slightly increasing in size and speed. Yet it showed no interest in the additional bits of flesh nearby, instead making a beeline for the research facility that had been shredded. Upon following the slime to the now-ruined research facility, Cheng Bin watched as it tirelessly excavated, displacing the disordered soil and debris strewn across the site. Cheng Bin regarded this scene with curiosity, exchanging glances with the system. The black cat nodded in affirmation. Cheng Bin shrugged, floated closer to the slime, and began to descend towards the debris. As Cheng Bin approached, the massive piece of rebar and concrete that the slime was struggling with suddenly lightened, effortlessly shifted by his mental energy. Countless fragments of buildings and soil began to levitate one by one, arcing through the air before being cast far away. The slime, indifferent to these actions, continued to burrow downward through the gaps. Before long, Cheng Bin discovered a somewhat familiar underground chamber. After clearing the debris that filled the distorted room, he unexpectedly noticed a sizable mass of flesh nestled within a narrow crevice, some fragments of white clothing intertwined with it. The slime lunged toward the mass of flesh, merging with it in an instant, after which the flesh unfurled and shifted aside, gradually coalescing into a humanoid figure. In the place where the mass of flesh had rested, an object previously enveloped by it became visible, a slightly warped computer tower. The trembling mass of flesh dragged the computer case closer to Cheng Bin. Then, with great effort, the humanoid formed from blood and flesh knelt down. The head of the flesh figure struck the ground violently, splattering blood, as a barely audible, indistinct voice reached Cheng Bin's ears through mental energy. Antibody, facing the kneeling figure, which was gradually losing its warmth and no longer interfering with mental energy, Cheng Bin stared silently at the computer tower on the ground before him. Chapter 35. With utmost caution, the thought energy penetrated the computer's main chassis, carefully dismantling the deformed casing to extract the intact hard disk. After cleansing it several times, he handed it to Cheng Bin. Weighing the unfamiliar hard disk in his hands, Cheng felt it was heavier than he expected. My apologies. But I am not a survivor infected by the Z virus, and naturally, I possess no antibodies against it. The system remained silent for a moment as Cheng gazed at the remnants of the mad doctor. Tapping the hard disk, he addressed the black cat beside him. Is this what you refer to as the crucial knowledge? This system is unaware of its contents. The black cat floated beside the hard disk and replied, however. Based on observations from a higher dimension, the host appears to have fared well in this world. Are you prepared to depart from it? After a brief silence, Cheng suddenly inquired, System, can this external world merge with the core of the internal realm by distorting the world line, just as the previous internal realm did? Well, the black cat's eyes twirled as it smirked with a hint of depth. It is indeed possible, for this world is a splinter of the internal realm. Supported by the residual power of the internal core, this world has yet to diverge into an infinite number of parallel worlds. Given the information correlation, the feasibility of world line manipulation is quite high. However, this system does not recommend you pursue this course, as it may enhance your power and thought energy, but could also complicate your ascension in the long run. Bear in mind that elevating you to a pseudo-high-dimensional life form has already added significant obstacles to future ascension. There are reasons why worlds closely related to the internal realm have shifted to the external realm. If such a world were to be reintegrated into the internal realm, the outcomes would be unpredictable. Nonetheless, given your disposition, it may yield fortunate outcomes, but the probability is something you should ponder carefully. At the very least, do not harbor regrets later. You needn't blame yourself, the system consoled, in this infinitely fracturing universe. The sheer number of world lines emerging and vanishing due to chance is overwhelming. In the realms further beyond the external, there exist worlds with fundamentally anomalous structures and physical constants. The proportion of worlds that allow intelligent life to exist, even momentarily, is exceedingly low. If you truly wish to alter the possibilities leading to destruction, consider doing so after you have become a genuine high-dimensional being. Since you are insistent. The black cat scrutinized the earnest Cheng, its form gradually fading away. Then let us commence. It is challenging to articulate the sensation Cheng experienced in that fleeting moment, as if the world had suddenly blurred. The desolate and crumbling cityscape distorted and became unrecognizable. As countless images flickered before his eyes, mutated monsters on the hunt, fierce gunfights, and panicked crowds. The despairing biopunk apocalypse seemed merely an illusion. Cheng stood still, allowing the apocalyptic vision overlapping with the present vibrant scene to gradually fade, leaving only the hard disk in his hand as a tombstone for a world ravaged by the biovirus. In the United States, at the Central Intelligence Agency, inside a soundproof meeting room, an intelligence director was reporting current findings while pointing at a large screen on the wall. On the screen, two video feeds looped in the corner, one depicting a young man with yellow skin and black hair performing superhuman feats at a volcanic site. The other showing a figure clad in protective gear within a metallic hemisphere on the desolate moon. Through body data comparison, we can confirm that the individuals in these two videos are indeed the same person. The one exhibiting extraordinary abilities at the volcano is the target known as Apollo, discovered on the moon. The middle-aged man at the screen flipped through the documents in his hands and surveyed several intelligence officials seated around the conference table before continuing. By analyzing the information revealed in the videos, we accessed all available databases, cross-referencing through backpacks, clothing, protective gear brands, and various videos and images online, ultimately pinpointing Apollo's true identity. He tapped the screen, bringing a set of images to the forefront. Cheng personal identification photo, files and medical records, social relationship analysis reports, and various images inadvertently captured by smartphones or surveillance cameras. A citizen of Huagua. After a brief silence, a young man resting his chin on his hand spoke. What is our operational principle regarding Apollo? The value of Apollo is incalculable, an elderly man with graying hair stated decisively. We must either control or eliminate him. Under no circumstances should he fall into the hands of Huagua or any other government. The analysis team deemed Apollo an extremely dangerous individual. A wrinkled-faced woman tapped the table to emphasize her point. His ability to venture into space alone indicates formidable protective capabilities. Furthermore, he can fire soft lead projectiles with the power of armor-piercing rounds and possesses abilities for spatial movement or invisibility. Every action regarding him must be approached with caution. Yet, time is not on our side. The middle-aged man shrugged. The Lunar Monitoring Center had many eyes. This information cannot be concealed from our old adversaries for long. Review Apollo's medical records. Do you recall the large-scale anomaly incident 2 years ago? The young man shrugged again. Perhaps Apollo is not an isolated case. Before provoking him, we should allocate some resources to investigate the various parties involved in that incident. This matter does not fall under our jurisdiction. The elderly man paused before issuing a direct order. Continue tracking Apollo's whereabouts. Once located, deploy first-tier personnel from Huawei's intelligence agency to probe Apollo's intentions. The operational baseline plan is D, and a team of untainted individuals of Asian descent should be dispatched to assist. Upon returning to his villa, Cheng Bin synchronized the time with the network, realizing it was already mid-October. Hey, system, Cheng Bin adjusted the time on the thought energy panel computer and lamented, while traversing the internal realm. At least I could indirectly extend my lifespan. Now in this external realm, not only can I not extend it, but the time ratio has inversely reversed. What is the meaning of this? After skimming through a plethora of incomprehensible medical and biological data filled with professional jargon, Cheng Bin finally discovered Dr. Cheng's research records on the development of abilities in conjunction with cellular viruses. A gateway to a new world opened before Cheng Bin. Chapter 36. The Path and the Technique. Neural Cell Transformation. It has been nearly 10 days since returning from the outer domain number 1 world. The lessons imparted by Dr. Li Cheng still linger vividly in Cheng Bin's mind, making him wary of conducting biochemical experiments related to genes and viruses. Therefore, he is currently engaged in an experiment on the laboratory table, combining the abilities and cellular operations that Dr. Cheng had kept hidden from outsiders in the outer domain No. 1 world. Dr. Cheng's abilities closely resemble the concept of mental energy. At that time, he was a prominent figure in the circle, leveraging immense resources to assist his research. He established a set of ability solidification effects for over 200 types of human cells, under the influence of perfectly matched abilities. Each type of human cell gradually replaced certain chemical and physical reactions with abilities, all while maintaining its operational integrity and life cycle. This process constructed a virtual framework within the cells, endowing them with formidable defensive capabilities and strength transmission. This is an exceedingly complex and perilous endeavor, fraught with myriad issues that leave Cheng Bin in awe. Although his mental energy can penetrate the cellular level, his previous applications in this realm were rudimentary at best, as this merely scratches the surface of the path. The path represents the essence, while the technique embodies its application. Technology is not only about possessing scientific knowledge as a path, but also about having technical products as a technique. Just knowing the mass energy equation is insufficient. True technology is demonstrated by the ability to create a nuclear weapon. Cheng Bin's mental energy follows the same principle. The depth of analysis of the material world reflects the path of mental energy. Yet the techniques and functional modules that can be developed from this path are a testament to the creator's intellect. In comparison to Dr. Cheng, who has soared ahead in his academic journey, Cheng Bin, having barely graduated from a second-tier university, clearly lags behind. In theory, upon the successful completion of Dr. Cheng's combinatory experiment, the human body would only need to occasionally replenish certain essential substances to survive without food, drink, or breath. With the cellular framework, one could achieve extraordinary strength, defy inertia, and experience rapid healing, effectively transcending human limitations. If abilities could facilitate molecular recombination and address the limits of cellular division, it would indeed represent a true transcendence beyond the physical realm and immortality. Alas, he ultimately succumbed to a virus, resulting in the cancerous mutation of his cells, leaving him with little rationality. After a moment of lamenting for the contributor of such information, Cheng Bin began to observe the neural cells in his petri dish through a panoramic view, meticulously following the steps outlined in the documentation for the transformation process. Among the more than 200 capability integration plans, he prioritized the transformation of neural cells, largely thanks to the invaluable insights gained from the cheetah-like creature in the outer domain number 1 world. The initial transformation of neural cells is relatively straightforward, beyond the substitution of chemical reactions and the virtual framework. There are merely 2 specialized modifications: accelerating the rate of voltage change within the neural cells and altering the operational mechanisms of neurotransmitters between the cells. With the knowledge accumulated over the past few days and the detailed experimental steps, Cheng Bin proceeded with the capability integration process smoothly. After testing the effects of the neural cell transformation on a petri dish in his little finger, Cheng Bin resisted the urge to rush and patiently observed 2 complete life cycles of the transformed neural cells on his finger. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he activated the preset mental energy and commenced the transformation of all his neural cells. Cheng Bin's circumstances are significantly more favorable than Dr. Cheng's. Under the robust computational power and intelligent support provided by his mental energy, the intricate transformation of neural cells was completed swiftly. 2 kilometers away from Cheng Bin's villa, atop a high-rise building, at 6:30 p.m., Apollo entered Room C, noting no unusual occurrences. A seemingly ordinary individual of Asian descent lifted his gaze from a laptop, reporting to another individual with similarly dark hair and yellow skin. At 7 p.m., Red Eagle would initiate action, and he instructed Team 2 to begin preparations. An older individual set down a briefcase, opened it, and extracted firearm components, amidst a series of snapping sounds. A long-range sniper rifle was assembled and positioned on the rooftop railing. The individual who had been observing on the computer also closed the laptop and retrieved a camera-like observation device, bringing it to his eye. Adjusting the focus on the vicinity of Cheng Bin's villa, instantly displaying an array of environmental data such as distance and wind speed. In a secluded corner near the villa district, a mid-sized truck with a canopy sat quietly, where a team of yellow-skinned, black-haired warriors began checking their equipment. At this moment, Cheng Bin stood in the testing chamber adjacent to the laboratory, sighing heavily. He had just controlled metallic fragments left over from the lunar landing project to unleash a barrage of shotgun fire upon himself. But the anticipated scene of bullets grazing past him in slow motion failed to materialize. Had it not been for the effective protection of his shield, he would have been struck by dozens of arrows. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Cheng Bin realized that while his neural response speed had indeed accelerated, his thought speed remained unchanged. The transformation of neural cells merely expedited the signal transmission process without affecting cognitive operations or visual observation abilities. Although Cheng Bin had become significantly more agile and his reactions extraordinarily swift, his visual processing capability remained at 24 frames per second, and his thinking speed remained as it had been. By the time he discerned the trajectory of the bullets and devised a means to evade them, even the fastest physical reactions would be too late. The brain cells govern thought processes, while they are indeed part of the nervous system. Transforming brain cells is undoubtedly the most challenging task. Thus, the documentation distinctly separates it from neural cells and classifies it as a unique category. It is not that the structure of brain cells is inherently more complex than that of other neural cells, but rather that brain cells are perpetually engaged in exchanging vast amounts of information. The critical issue lies in ensuring that the normal functioning of brain cells remains unaffected during the capability integration process, preserving the information contained within. Otherwise, one risks rendering oneself an imbecile. Cheng Bin hesitated. The enhancement of thought speed brought about by brain cell transformation is immensely significant. With every incremental increase in speed, his capacity for learning, research, and ability development would be magnified. Should he tackle this most formidable challenge first, or defer it until he has advanced his abilities further? To be candid, after his experience in the outer domain, Cheng Bin's mental energy transformation is not any less profound than during his initial traversal of the inner domain. He has numerous avenues for research and development and does not necessarily need to fixate solely on cellular transformation. Just as when he battled the flesh and blood giant and used mental energy to control fuel, the mental energy subtly interfered with thermal radiation and electromagnetic waves, which also warrants further exploration. While Cheng Bin furrowed his brow in contemplation, the doorbell from the villa resonated in his ears through the panoramic view. Chapter 37. The Transaction. Dr. Yang, if it is inconvenient for you to speak directly, please hand the phone to the person next to you. Yang Mingyuan, seated before a desk with a mobile phone connected to a specialized instrument, moved the microphone aside, brushed his thinning hair with his hand, and turned his gaze toward a middle-aged man beside him. As a psychologist and psychiatric expert, Yang Mingyuan occasionally collaborated with law enforcement agencies. But this was his first endeavor with the National Security Bureau, and he had not anticipated such an immediate failure. In the brief silence, Sui Miao, a middle-aged man clad in a national security uniform, was lost in thought. Having hurriedly flown from the capital after reviewing the U.S. intelligence unearthed along the Zhonghua line, he had believed he possessed a sufficient understanding of Cheng Bin, whom the Americans referred to as Apollo. However, it was becoming evident that their assessment of Cheng Bin's capabilities had been severely underestimated. Within mere seconds, Sui Miao made a swift evaluation. pulled a chair to sit beside Yang Mingyuan, and drew the microphone closer. Hello, Cheng Bin. I am Su Yimiao, the second-level officer of the National Security Bureau. Oh, I am not familiar with your organizational structure. What about Zhonghua? Cheng Bin remarked as he settled onto the steps, observing the increasing number of police officers in the distance. Please trust us, Zhonghua. He is a spy for the U.S. Su Yimiao pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache brewing. Yet he knew he must clarify the situation. We harbor no ill intentions, he stated solemnly. We merely wish to communicate with you face to face, but due to Zhonghua's involvement, we are unable to ascertain your current stance and can only ask Dr. Yang to subtly probe. Then what is the purpose of the special operations team that has rushed to my location? Cheng Bin scoffed, glancing at the team of special soldiers, who were armed to the teeth, drawing nearer to the edge of the commercial square where he was situated. Just in case. Trust us. We have no intention of launching an attack against you, Su Yimiao insisted, maintaining his composure. If a scenario similar to what transpired at your villa were to unfold in a densely populated commercial area, the consequences would be dire. Forget it. Cheng Bin suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. I know what you ultimately wish to convey, to appeal to my emotions and reason in order to persuade me to serve the nation as a commendable test subject. I do not harbor any resentment towards this notion. I simply prefer not to revisit it for the time being. He had already experienced this in the inner domain now. World, and the research on the essence of abilities had yielded little success. Shaking his head at his sudden, peculiar thoughts, Cheng Bin sighed into the phone. If you consider this a bargaining chip, then let us strike a deal. Before him, the system panel unfurled, displaying an immense amount of biochemical research data obtained from the outer domain number 1 world. The early documents contained solutions for various ailments and later breakthroughs in cancer treatment. Regardless of the direction, this batch of data held significant value, accompanied by information on viruses capable of extending life or causing catastrophic mutations, which would surely instill a sense of caution in national agencies, preventing them from taking aggressive actions against him. However, Cheng Bin left only the general principles and descriptions of the more dangerous materials, omitting any elements akin to thought energy, rendering their practical application nearly impossible. After a lengthy discussion with Su Yimiao, who remained skeptical of his descriptions, they settled on the location and time for their exchange. Cheng Bin glanced at the police gradually retreating and a special operations vehicle that had abruptly turned and departed, feeling a sense of fatigue wash over him. System, I have a question for you. The little black cat emerged from beside Cheng Bin, tilting its head to gaze up at him. I fear that may not be feasible. Host, you are the core of thought energy. Normal sleep does not hinder this system's operations. However, we cannot have 2 cores of thought energy existing in different worlds when traversing the inner domain. Consequently, the research time would be excessively compromised. Cheng Bin pondered this with a sense of vexation. Moreover, in order to negotiate with the National Security Bureau, he would need to carve out time to reconstruct a telecommunications signal converter to download the information from his panel computer, all before achieving any results in the study of electromagnetic wave interference. System, next time, please select a more suitable world for me in the outer domain. Cheng Bin remarked with a shrug. It seems I cannot escape the entanglements of the inner domain number 0 world, and under the circumstances, I will have to establish a new laboratory in the outer domain. In the outer domain, our system currently lacks the capability to sift through specific information to identify target worlds, the system replied, licking its paw and rolling its eyes. However, if you insist on this course, there exists a world with a strong correlation to the information from the inner domain. I assure you, safety and order will be maintained. Moreover, that world is in proximity to the next fragment of the sacred relic, although it has yet to fully settle. Whatever, Cheng Bin replied nonchalantly, then expanded the panoramic view to observe the 2 armed personnel preparing to set out once more. Initially, he had intended to follow these 2 individuals to gather further intelligence. But now his interest had waned. He planned to capture them later and hand them over to the National Security Bureau during the transaction, knowing they were far more adept at intelligence gathering than he was. Clapping his thigh, Cheng Bin rose from the steps. He felt no need to evade any potential gazes and activated his cloaking ability before soaring into the sky. Chapter 38, The Second World of the Outer Realm. On the morning of October 27, 2017, in a sparsely populated yet conveniently accessible area on the outskirts of City C, a stronghold was established, surrounded by several specialized vehicles serving as cover, Over 20 fully armed soldiers secured the area without a flaw. Amidst this tight defense, Sui Miao was engaged in conversation with his old friend, Zhang Jie. Old Su, are we truly going to let this matter go so easily? Zhang Jie, originally affiliated with the military and known for his resolute demeanor, expressed his reservations regarding Cheng Bin, a young man exhibiting extraordinary abilities. He felt uneasy about allowing such a person to roam freely. Let us be more magnanimous, old Zhang, Sui Mi replied, patting his friend on the shoulder. From the analysis group's conclusions, it appears that Cheng Bin still identifies as a citizen of Hua country and is not averse to communication. We need not take the risk of pushing him away by being overly demanding. It is our duty to maintain peace and security. And as long as Cheng Bin remains within our borders, we should focus on enhancing safety measures. Sui Miao recalled the events that transpired the day before at Cheng Bin's villa, frowning as he sighed. Allowing a team of combatants to infiltrate our territory armed to the teeth was a grave oversight on our part. Such an incident must never occur again. I hope so. Zhang Jie replied. I have a feeling that the United States won't simply let this go. After a pause, Sui Miao added, fortunately, after the incident involving Zhang Gua, Cheng Bin does not seem to harbor any resentment towards us. I suppose we are fortunate in that regard. I believe it's my positive mindset. Coupled with my unique intelligence sources, Cheng Bin interjected suddenly, startling Sui Miao and Zhang Jie. They turned to see three figures materializing as the air around them distorted. One of them, standing upright, was Cheng Bin himself, while the other two, unconscious, were the sniper and observer from the attack on his villa. Cheng Bin gestured to the soldiers nearby to lower their weapons and, with a hint of curiosity, Zhang Jie asked, Are you Cheng Bin? What was that cloaking technology you just used? Surprised by Zhang Jie's question, Cheng Bin casually replied, It's a honeycomb structure negative refractive index cloaking. Achieved through special abilities. There's nothing particularly technical about it. With a wave of his hand, he dropped the two floating individuals onto the ground. These two were part of the group that attacked me the other day. You can examine them for any useful information. After summoning two soldiers to escort the captives for detention, Sui Miao turned to Cheng Bin and said, We will inform you of the intelligence regarding the events from the other day. However, for your safety, I personally advise against taking any retaliatory actions in the United States alone. I initially considered following these two to settle the score, Cheng Bin said, pulling a large-capacity USB drive from his pocket, sighing, but upon further reflection, I found it rather uninteresting. I have too many matters to attend to and am reluctant to waste time on these endless troubles. Rest assured, Sui Miao exhaled in relief. We will ensure they pay a heavy price through proper channels. Cheng Bin, extending the USB drive into Sui Miao's palm, yawned and remarked, As for that, I'll leave it to you. But I must caution you, the contents within are exceedingly dangerous and could potentially devastate human society. Please handle it with care. Cheng Bin's warning was somewhat superfluous, as modern national institutions are already well aware of the perils associated with biochemical research. It is likely that various terrifying entities capable of annihilating humanity are contained within laboratories across numerous countries. Sui Miao cautiously secured the USB drive, intending to say something further to Cheng Bin, but Cheng Bin interrupted him. Let us not dwell on the details. If you derive any derivative results from your research, we can communicate more in the future. It is certain that opportunities for knowledge and technological exchange will abound. With that, Cheng Bin lifted off the ground, his toes barely grazing the surface, and addressed the two individuals. Farewell for now. Without activating his cloaking, he accelerated rapidly, breaking the sound barrier and vanishing into the clouds. For an average citizen, encountering high-ranking officials within the national system might elicit feelings of anxiety and excitement, especially after being steeped in the information environment of Hua country for so long. However, for Cheng Bin, who had recently battled flesh and blood giants in a world overrun by biochemical monsters, many concerns that preoccupied ordinary individuals had gradually dissipated from his consciousness, no longer igniting even the slightest interest. For Cheng Bin, the pursuit of reconstructing his laboratory to continue cellular modification experiments far outweighed any trivial matters. Yet, in this zero-domain world, he found himself temporarily unable to commence his research, and with the cool-down period for his traversal not yet elapsed, he opted instead to explore while studying the interface. On the edge of the world's highest peak, amidst the biting cold winds, Cheng Bin sat on the ice, sipping hot milk as he admired the magnificent sunrise over the sea of clouds. Host, the system suddenly manifested a crouching figure on Cheng Bin's outstretched arm. The core of your psychic energy has stabilized. You may proceed with your next traversal. One day, Host, you will be able to traverse independently, and then there will be no restrictions. You must have faith in yourself. Even if you do not, you should trust in this system's judgment. How fortunate I am to have been chosen by you, Changbin scoffed. Let us go, system. Remember, I intend to reconstruct my laboratory. I do not want another chaotic apocalypse. Rest assured, host, the system chuckled mischievously. This time it will undoubtedly be a peaceful and safe world. Prepare for departure. Changbin held his breath, concentrating fully, activating all measurement and recording functions of his psychic energy, attempting to probe the process of traversing into this new world. But in the next instant, he found himself standing on the edge of a rooftop, overlooking a bustling street below, teeming with the ceaseless flow of traffic. Glancing at the records of his psychic energy, Changbin realized he had failed to capture any information. Not even a dime's worth of effects. What a disappointment. Chapter 39. On the probability problem of X and Y in the bustling commercial street of City C, Changbin walked amidst the throngs of people. His expression peculiar as he removed his SIM card and tucked it away in the compartment of his wallet. After all, he found himself in a world that, in terms of information, was closely aligned with the inner domain. Hence, the overall deviation in information would not be significant, and the functionality of his phone was not unexpected. It appeared that this world possessed a SIM card identical to Changbin's number, for he had just received a barrage of disjointed messages. Changbin pondered the fate of his bank card, certain it had become useless, yet he was curious about the viability of his identification card. Based on previous observations, its quality did not markedly differ from those of the inhabitants of this world. However, it likely did not exist in the public security database, and the number probably did not match. While it might suffice for ordinary transactions, anything requiring online verification would likely pose significant challenges. In contrast to the chaotic bioworld, Changbin found himself grappling with intriguing dilemmas brought about by his tangible traverse into this orderly realm. Nonetheless, these were merely minor inconveniences. Turning the corner, Changbin scrutinized the CAF situated ahead, detecting the faint resonance of information. His information resonance entity resided within that very CAF. Although this world had not split from the inner domain, its information connection was substantial, and a parallel version of Changbin existed here. Hence, before he sought financial resources and identity, he resolved to meet this world's parallel self. Welcome. Changbin entered the CAF, greeted by the gentle bow of a lovely waitress. To be honest, he had never set foot in such a warm and inviting CAF before. Feeling distinctly out of place, he approached. Spotting his target, a figure seated at the back, their short hair visible over the sofa, facing away from the entrance. Changbin walked straight over and gently tapped the table. Hello, may we talk? As the individual unexpectedly turned towards him, Changbin found himself momentarily breathless, instinctively stepping back. Just then, a waitress passing behind him was inadvertently bumped into, causing her tray of pastries and milk tea to topple forward. My apologies. I'm so sorry. Embarrassed, he handed the tray back to the astonished waitress. After she steadied it, Changbin, under the curious gazes surrounding him, hurriedly fled the CF. He sprinted 2 or 3 streets before finally veering into a quiet alley, where he paused to glare at the system, which bore an innocent expression. Rubbing his face with one hand, Changbin could no longer contain his frustration. Are you certain that was my parallel self? Although the information connection is minimal, surely the host should have sensed something? The black cat, having cancelled the force simulation, escaped from Changbin's grasp and floated aside. Even if this system has erred, your own feelings should remain intact, right? Why such agitation? With refined features, a hint of lip gloss, meticulously shaped brows and lashes, and a collarless sweater that accentuated delicate collarbones with alluring curves. Why is this world's parallel self a girl? What? Did you just develop a crush? The system mocked. The gender of a human is merely determined by which sperm carrying the X or Y chromosome is fortunate enough to succeed. There's a 50% probability. Why should there not exist a parallel world where you were born female? The disparity in gender perception and circumstance leads to fewer instances of high-dimensional information resonance, which is why encountering a counterpart of the opposite sex is rare. What are you? Smitten? That would make for a rather convoluted situation. Embarrassed, Changbin slapped the system, only to pass through the black cat, leaving a handprint on the wall. Wow. A crisp voice suddenly came from behind him. How many abilities do you possess? Changbin stiffened and slowly turned to find the young woman from the CAF had stealthily approached him. When you sought me out earlier, you exuded a strange sense of familiarity. I assumed you were a mental interference type of Esper. The young woman, clad in a white trench coat with its hem reaching her knees, approached with a cat-like grace, her poise unwavering, evidently trained in some discipline. However, after witnessing that slap, I suspect you possess physical enhancement abilities. Boldly, the young woman stepped closer, playfully squeezing Cheng Bin's unmuscular arm, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. I'm intrigued. An Esper typically possesses but a singular ability. What is yours, and why did you seek me out? Moreover, who were you just speaking to? Cheng Bin stood there, bemused by the wealth of information embedded in her words. At that moment, a transparent display case by the roadside caught his attention, a television broadcasting news. Yesterday, an individual in our city experienced an uncontrolled outburst of their powers, resulting in a fire that claimed a family's life. We solemnly remind the newly awakened Espers that their abilities are perilous and unstable. For the safety of yourself and your loved ones, please maintain composure after awakening your powers and contact the relevant national departments. We will assist you in learning to control your abilities to prevent unforeseen harm to yourself and those around you. Pondering the laboratory issues later, Cheng Bin regarded the young woman, whose gaze held a hint of danger, and rapidly considered his next words. May I ask who you are? You approached me first yet have no idea who I am? The young woman raised an eyebrow. I am Wen, the only daughter of the Wen family, and the vice president of the Esper Mutual Aid Association in City C. If you cannot satisfy my curiosity, I assure you, you will find yourself in considerable trouble. How formidable are the abilities of Espers in this world? With a bit of effort, I could level an entire city, and you dare to threaten me? Cheng Bin thought. As chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind, rubbing his temples, he decided to indulge in a bit of mischief. Wen, actually, I'm your father. No, wait, I'm your long-lost brother. The expression on Wen's face darkened abruptly, her form lunging toward Cheng Bin like a leopard. Chapter 40. Appraisal and Bet in the Outer Domain 2 world. While it cannot be said that extraordinary individuals are ubiquitous, their presence is indeed widely acknowledged. Why does this world not resort to the same methods as the Inner Domain 2 world, which suppresses information and regulates all individuals with abilities? The answer lies in the randomness of the awakening of these abilities and their overwhelming numbers. In the Inner Domain 2 world, the extraordinary individuals discovered were all linked to anomalous events occurring during the overlap with the inner domain, allowing the government to easily identify and filter them. With only a few thousand such individuals globally, whose powers were relatively feeble, they posed no significant threat. Conversely, the Outer Domain 2 world faces a different scenario. In recent years, extraordinary individuals have proliferated, with their random awakenings and substantial numbers leaving the government, lacking identification methods, powerless. They can only continue to bolster the strength of the police and military while expanding and deepening the channels for guiding these individuals. Fortunately, the strength of their abilities remains manageable, as the majority do not surpass the potency of a handgun and are primarily employed instinctively, rendering them negligible threats against the myriad weapons forged by human ingenuity. However, this situation has given rise to a plethora of dynamic social organizations, which poses its own challenges. At that moment, in a hospital in City C, Cheng Bin was quietly pondering a conversation with the system. System, where do these extraordinary abilities in this world originate? This world, although not directly from the inner domain, shares a close informational proximity with your original world. Supernatural phenomena were not inherently present, replied the unseen black cat. Perched on the bench, observing the young woman, Wen, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. So from where could these abilities arise? Naturally, they stem from fragments of other sacred artifacts. I recall mentioning that I sought a safe and mundane world to reconstruct the laboratory, did I not? Haven't you always desired to sift through information to select an outer domain world that aligns with films and animations? This system has merely fulfilled your wishes. Rest assured. The fragments are still entangled in higher dimensions and other worlds, and will not descend for the time being. Before their descent, the strength of extraordinary abilities in this world poses little threat to you. You may proceed with your experiments at a leisurely pace. Cheng Bin, deep in thought, was interrupted by the sound of a door opening nearby. A hospital staff member emerged from a room laden with equipment, carrying a document toward Wen. Miss Wen, here is the information you requested. The testing analysis results are on the subsequent pages. Thank you so much for your promptness and for the trouble you've taken. Wen replied gratefully, accepting the document. No trouble at all. We must thank the Wen Group for their substantial support to our hospital. I'll be off to attend to other matters. If you have any questions, feel free to call me, the staff member said, casting a peculiar glance at Cheng Bin before hastily departing. Wenwen tapped the cover of the unopened document and threatened Cheng Bin. You have one last chance to apologize. Have you thought it through? I must admit, I didn't expect your family's influence to be so formidable. Obtaining a genetic appraisal so swiftly is impressive, Cheng Bin remarked, rolling his eyes. He shrugged and spread his hands. If your description of your parents holds true, I believe this wager favors me. I hope you won't retract your statement. Previously, on a small street, after Cheng Bin uttered a forbidden phrase regarding her lineage, an irate Wenwen had launched an attack against him. Despite her slender appearance, her rigorous combat training and extraordinary speed made her a formidable opponent against ordinary individuals. However, in the face of Cheng Bin, who could dismantle buildings and freeze entire blocks, her abilities were insufficient. Though his brain cell modifications were incomplete and his reaction time was not on par with that of a professionally trained individual, Cheng Bin's sheer strength allowed him to create a widespread kinetic energy dampening field that easily subdued Wenwen after a brief exchange of barbs. Following their heated exchange, a somewhat exasperated Cheng Bin and a disgruntled Wenwen placed a bet to undergo a genetic test at the hospital to verify whether Cheng Bin's previous claims were mere provocations. Should Cheng Bin lose, he would have to reveal his identity and share information of interest with Wenwen while also assisting her mutual aid society. Conversely, if Wenwen lost, she would have to commit all her resources and connections to support Cheng Bin in resolving his status as an undocumented individual and aid in the reconstruction of his laboratory. Wenwen believed this wager was in her favor, considering that she had been subdued without malice on Cheng Bin's part. As her mind wandered, Wenwen flipped through the document, skimming past several pages of data and technical jargon until she reached the analysis results. Approximately 1/4 of the chromosomes matched completely, indicating that the corresponding segments were inherited from the same paternal and maternal sources, suggesting a standard sibling genetic match. Unlike parent-child genetic tests, which yield nearly 100 matching results, siblings inherit half their chromosomes from each parent, leading to a staggering combination potential of 2 raised to the 46th power. Typically, the genetic similarity between siblings is only around 25, barring identical twins who are nearly indistinguishable genetically. In instances where parental data is unavailable for reference, one can often only determine maternal relations through mitochondrial DNA, which complicates the assessment of paternal relationships, especially in cases where no matching chromosomes are found. Naturally, these distinctions are based on the shared human genetic framework. If one were to consider overall genetics, humans share 96 similarity with chimpanzees. Seeing Wenwen, clutching the document, fall into a stupor, Cheng Bin sighed, surveying the document with a panoramic view. He began to contemplate how to confront the reality of this parallel world, where Wenwen's parents not only existed but were also affluent and influential, having inherited the Wen family's legacy. Having traversed various worlds, Cheng Bin did not invest emotional attachment in similar individuals from other parallel realms as if they were his kin, yet he could not deny the familiar and intimate connection. However, his previous claim of being Wenwen's elder brother had been a mere jest. Certainly, her parents would not forget whether they had another child. How should he approach this revelation? Casting a glance at the wide-eyed Wenjun regarded Cheng Bin, who sat composed across from them, with an incredulous expression. You claim your ability is to interfere with parallel worlds, that you have traversed from another parallel realm. Our son? Upon hearing this, Wenjun instinctively resisted the notion. It was implausible to take such statements at face value. As the leader of the Wen family, and given that his daughter was the second in command of the local extraordinary organization, he was acutely aware of the current abilities circulating in the extraordinary community. How could one with the capacity to interfere with multiple parallel worlds coexist with those whose powers were merely slightly above average? Rather than accept such a claim, Wenjun, seasoned in his position, was unlikely to view the situation naively. He would sooner believe that Cheng Bin had utilized some miraculous capability to alter his genetic makeup, forged a fraudulent report, or even deceived his daughter. Wenjun's demeanor was far from amiable, yet it was understandable. He was initially enjoying a peaceful respite at home when his beloved daughter unexpectedly burst in, accompanied by a stranger. To his astonishment, the man immediately addressed him as Dad. Faced with this bewildering scene, one might wonder about Wenjun's feelings. It was utterly shocking. He felt even more anxious than Cheng Bin, who instinctively called out Dad upon seeing a familiar face. Be quiet. At that moment, Cheng's mother, having perused the information, slapped her husband playfully and then regarded Cheng Bin on the opposite sofa with an eager gaze. You bear such a resemblance. And you must be Cheng Bin, right? That's the name I had in mind for a boy when I was pregnant with Wenwen, and I've never shared it with anyone else. Cheng Bin nodded, feeling somewhat awkward as he endured his mother's affectionate chatter. Observing the tender interaction between mother and son, Wenjun sighed. Though he wielded considerable power within the Wen group, it was his wife, Cheng Fong, who truly held sway. As he watched the joyful exchange, he turned his gaze to Wenwen, who was engrossed in the unfolding scene. Just as he was about to speak, a barrage of gunfire erupted outside the villa, resembling the crackling of fried beans. Moments later, the noise ceased abruptly, leaving an eerie silence. The villa's head of security rushed in, his expression grave, signaling to Wenjun that an attack was underway and urging everyone to seek refuge in the villa's safe room. However, Wenwen's expression sharpened. She deftly maneuvered past the others, darting towards the source of the gunfire like a leopard. Cheng Bin, having already cast a protective aura around the group, offered some comforting words to Wenjun, who was unable to restrain his daughter, before swiftly following her into the fray. Chapter 41. The Strength of Abilities in This World and the World of Huagua. Located in the outer domain number 2, where the presence of superhumans is commonplace, gun control is not as stringent as in the world where Cheng Bin was born. Although ordinary citizens still face considerable challenges in acquiring firearms, various industries requiring security duties can easily obtain the qualifications for purchasing and using firearms. However, this is mostly limited to single-shot, short-range handguns, while long-range rifles or automatic weapons demand significantly higher qualifications. The Wen family, who thrive on the steel and chemical industries and even possess a military background, employ tens of thousands of workers reliant on their main business, ensuring that qualifications are plentiful. Thus, the security personnel outside the villa are all heavily armed, equipped not only with a variety of automatic firearms from Huagua's front lines, but also with a range of lethal and non-lethal specialized weapons. Most of these guards are retired special forces, boasting considerable strength, yet despite their prowess, on this day of attack, they faltered after a brief resistance, devolving into a disorganized mob, hiding behind various cover and too frightened to show their faces. Their adversary is merely one individual, a young man clad in casual attire, who entered through the villa's gate with an unwavering smile upon his face. Armed with 2 silenced pistols, he suppressed all the guards with inhuman precision. Within seconds of the conflict, those guards bold enough to engage in direct fire or to approach him found themselves with small holes in their foreheads, collapsing to the ground, while others attempting to peek from behind cover had their hands shattered by incoming bullets. Is Mr. Wenjun at home? The organization has sent me to deliver a letter. The young man, with slightly pale skin and long hair, stood audaciously in the open space outside the villa, tucking a pistol under his arm while rummaging in his chest pocket. A guard peering cautiously from the second-floor window seized the moment to fire his weapon. With a deft tilt of his head, the young man evaded the bullet that whizzed past him and, in a display of mockery, raised his left hand, brandishing his gun towards the window before casually tossing an envelope onto the ground. You must take a look at this, otherwise, next time the organization might send me to deliver a family portrait. At that moment, Wenwen, bursting forth from the entrance, recognized the young man's face and spat in contempt. So it's you, Chao Chuang from the Anomaly Organization, another piece of refuse from your reckless faction. Oh, the illustrious Miss of the Mutual Assistance Society. It is a pleasure to finally meet you at home. Perhaps we can have a splendid conversation, Chao Chuang replied, lowering his pistol with a dangerous grin directed at Wenwen. Fixating her gaze upon him, Wenwen snorted disdainfully and activated her acceleration ability, launching into a swift maneuver. An invisible pathway extended from her position, coiling around Chao Chuang, who held his dual pistols. Within this corridor, Wenwen seemed to enter a realm akin to bullet time, propelling herself towards her foe with incredible speed. The trajectories of the bullets extending from Chao Chuang's pistols accelerated towards her head, yet even as she charged beside him, a mere sliver of space remained. The speed at which she twisted her wrist to redirect the gun's aim was astonishing, outpacing his body movements. The two became instantly entangled in close combat. At such proximity, firearms were less effective than fists and daggers, though Chao Chuang appeared to be the exception. Originally a killer organization known as Hidden Kill, Anomaly had evolved into a group of superhumans amidst the spread of abilities. While they diversified their funding through various powers, they retained their original focus on training assassins. Chao Chuang was among their elite, his manipulation of wind abilities rendering his perception, marksmanship, and physical prowess to the pinnacle of human capability. Conversely, Wenwen's martial arts were honed through the resources of the Mutual Assistance Society, learned from a master of traditional martial arts in Huagua. Although her training was not excessively profound, each punch she delivered to an ordinary person could result in severe injury or death. Coupled with her ability to enhance her overall speed, she ranked among the top fighters in this world. The peril of close-quarter combat heightened their reflexes to their utmost limits, while Wenwen's speed surpassed Chao Chuang's. The latter's movements, bolstered by wind currents, appeared more elusive. The dual-silenced pistols twirled fluidly between his fingers, constraining Wenwen's options for response. The guards peeking from behind cover-watched the two locked in combat, their hearts racing for the young lady of the Wen family. What are we to do with her engaging in such a perilous confrontation? We lack the remarkable marksmanship to support her under these circumstances. Amidst this tense situation, Cheng Bin emerged from the villa, his brow furrowed. He passed by the two fighters, his ordinary stature and unremarkable gait not raising the assassin's suspicion. Upon reaching the entrance, he examined the bodies of several guards who had suffered fatal shots to the head, standing in silence for a moment. If he had not been intent on maintaining the sensory experience of an ordinary person, with his panoramic view usually disabled, these guards might have survived. Or at the very least, fewer would have perished. Seizing the moment when Chao Chuang's wind power momentarily waned, Wenwen struck him squarely in the chest with her small fist, fracturing his ribs and causing him to spew blood. Yet, at that instant, Chao Chuang's wind energy coalesced, activating the pistol he had stealthily maneuvered beyond Wenwen's line of sight. The silenced weapon, now unheld, aimed directly at the back of Wenwen's head. Heh, too naive. Miss, Chao Chuang chuckled weakly as he rolled to the side, seeking cover and emitting a soft mocking laugh. However, his smirk quickly vanished. Wenwen approached nonchalantly, her gaze fixed with an eerie intensity, revealing a bullet pinched between her fingers. You needn't worry, I can evade it with my speed. The worst that might happen is a graze to my shoulder. Cheng Bin shook his head helplessly. The shield he had previously established on several individuals was functioning automatically, neutralizing any attacks that exceeded normal limits. Observing Wenwen's curiosity as she toyed with the bullet, he had even thoughtfully lowered its temperature. Yet, she showed no gratitude, her temper flaring inexplicably. Cheng Bin then turned his attention to Chao Chuang, who was half kneeling on the ground. Realizing the imminent danger, Chao Chuang hastily aimed and fired 2 shots, but was swiftly overwhelmed by an invisible force that pressed him into the ground. The ground cracked beneath him from the tremendous pressure, and as he lay there with broken bones, he gazed incredulously at Cheng Bin, who casually flicked away 2 bullets that had solidified in front of him. You can solidify bullets. Who are you? Wenwen expertly approached Chao Chuang, rifling through his belongings and tossing aside some dangerous fragments before dusting off her hands. This is my long-lost brother, Wen Bin. You didn't know, did you? Cheng Bin's brow twitched violently as he looked at Wenwen in disbelief. Chapter 42. A wave takes them away. What is the true nature of that aberrant organization? Glancing at the numerous police cars and ambulances stationed outside the villa, along with Wen Jun and Cheng Fong socializing with several leaders, Cheng Bin cast a questioning glance at Wenwen. A bunch of self-important fools, Wenwen remarked, picking up the envelope that Chao Chuang had previously discarded. As she opened it, she continued, they consume humanity, don humanity, and utilize humanity. Everything is a creation of humankind. Despite being as fragile as quails under human weapons, they still believe themselves to be a superior species. Will there be further conflicts? Cheng Bin furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of familiarity with the Wen family in this world. Moreover, the Wen family was willing to assist him in rebuilding his laboratory. It would be exceedingly vexing to become embroiled in endless disputes. Do you know where this organization's headquarters is? Wenwen looked at him in surprise. What do you intend to do? Cheng Bin replied calmly, I certainly do not have the energy to expend on these individuals. You can't be serious, Wenwen said, raising an eyebrow. I acknowledge your formidable abilities. No one in our circle could match you. But you are only one person, not to mention the bizarre powers at play. The potential military strength controlled indirectly by the aberrant organization rivals that of several small nations. Even if you were made of iron, how many nails could you drive? The abilities I have displayed thus far amount to only a fraction of my true potential, Cheng Bin shrugged. Just tell me, is there any possibility of taking down that aberration with a single strike? What is the feasibility of a decapitation operation? We must not eliminate one leader only to have 2 more emerge. 1 in 10,000? Are you jesting? One would imagine what a thousand-fold increase in Cheng Bin's output would look like and shivered, saying, "If you truly possess such strength, then I will not interfere. I only ask that you do not expose yourself or us." The structure of the aberrant organization is merely a hierarchy that preys on the weak, with betrayal met by pursuit and vengeance. If we eliminate the upper echelons and core combatants in one fell swoop, there will likely be few loyal enough to seek revenge for the organization. And what of the aberrant headquarters? I recall they have two distinct core bases, one in the Middle East and another in Sakura country. I can check with the Mutual Aid Society for the exact coordinates shortly. The Middle East and Sakura country. Cheng Bin clicked his tongue, then jested with the anxious one. "Rest assured, my dear. A man must remain unperturbed." One shot Cheng Bin a glare, stepping aside to make a phone call. "Hello, Sister Jian. Are you already aware of the situation with Chao Chuang?" No, we are fine here. Could you help me find information on the headquarters of those aberrant individuals? I saw something in the database last time. Could you send me the graphic materials and coordinates directly? Oh, don't concern yourself with what I plan to do." Cheng Bin took the pink phone she handed him, connecting it to a newly crafted signal converter from his belongings, transferring a sizable compressed file onto the device. After managing Wenwen's incessant curiosity, he briefly skimmed through the information on the aberrant organization before motioning for her to lead him to a secluded corner. As Wenwen's eyes widened in astonishment, Cheng Bin waved goodbye and activated his invisibility, ascending into the sky. The base in the Middle East resembled a large military camp. Flying stealthily, Cheng Bin approached the conspicuously visible oasis amidst the arid desert, circling within the canyon filled with defensive structures for a closer inspection. It was no wonder Wenwen described the military strength of the aberrant organization as comparable to that of small nations. Cheng Bin surveyed the tanks and helicopters parked outdoors under simple coverings, and he noted the older aircraft partially buried in underground passages. In the panoramic view, the base was bustling with activity, some personnel resting while others trained. Apart from those utilizing their abilities, he could not discern who among them was an aberrant, but he did recognize several high-ranking figures from the organization as recorded in the data, having confirmed it was indeed the aberrant organization's base. Cheng Bin contemplated his course of action. After weighing his options against the gathered intelligence, he reached a resolution. He ascended into the sky, uninterested in engaging in a complex battle with the aberrants below, although he was capable of holding his ground. He had no need to engage in such an elaborate endeavor when he could effortlessly take down the base from above. The sunlight in the Middle East was particularly intense. Cheng Bin glanced at the scorching sun almost directly overhead, directing his gaze towards the canyon below, now resembling a table-sized area, and as he deactivated his cloaking, he released his energy, allowing it to spread rapidly in all directions. Within the aberrant base, those engaged in physical training on a simple playground suddenly perceived a dimming of their surroundings. Confused, they looked up to find a thin layer of cloud forming in the previously clear sky, thickening by the moment. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, they felt the air grow inexplicably dry. The cloud's density seemed to surpass a threshold, suddenly dissipating, revealing the sun, which inexplicably softened its harsh light, dimming progressively. A chill ran through those below, as an ominous premonition spread among them. The base stirred, with individuals emerging from buildings and underground, shouting in confusion at the darkening sky. Unaware that such a terrifying celestial phenomenon was the result of a power user unleashing their might. Night fell. The aberrants stared in disbelief at the blue sky, which appeared to have been punctured, a vast expanse consumed by darkness, even the sun obscured. Accompanied by cries, the aberrants shifted their gaze, discovering that a patch of ground approximately 100 meters in diameter had suddenly illuminated, its radiance intensifying as the radius contracted. At this moment, a few astute individuals within the aberrants began to grasp the unfolding situation, but it was far too late. The luminous circle on the ground abruptly shrank to an imperceptible point. Chapter 43. Having completed the task, he embarked on his research. Cheng Bin stood serenely at a great height, skillfully manipulating the intricate flow of thought energy. A vast expanse of air and moisture, constrained by the thought energy, coalesced into an enormous lens of refracted light. Under the subtle interference of this energy with electromagnetic waves, sunlight, composed of various frequencies, was uniformly redirected after passing through this refractive layer, focusing towards the channel of thought energy that permeated the air below him. What would happen if such an immense concentration of sunlight, undisturbed by atmospheric dust, were to converge upon a single point on the ground? Even rocks and metals would vaporize instantly, as the rapidly expanding gases at extreme temperatures instigated a series of terrifying explosions. Controlling this celestial sword of sunlight, Cheng Bin traced a complex Z-shaped lightning arc across the canyon, evaporating everything animate on the surface of the aberrant organization's base. Countless munitions and fuels ignited, turning the entire canyon into a sea of flames. In the blink of an eye, the canyon, transformed into a hell of molten rock, became the focus of Cheng Bin's concentrated beam, aimed at the structures buried beneath the earth. Amidst the relentless vaporization and explosions, a slender, blinding column of light, faintly revealed through the diffuse reflection of the surrounding materials, exposed the solid underground structures to the scorching sunlight. The thought energy strained to contain and convert the immense power of the concentrated beam, as the specialized concrete layers, designed to withstand missile strikes, melted away like a block of frozen oil pierced by a glowing steel rod, creating a gaping hole. As the tip of the light column penetrated the underground structure, the focus dissipated, scattering countless brilliant light paths around. The temperature within the subterranean buildings began to rise sharply. Those huddled within the underground shelters of the aberrant organization, be they warriors or logistics personnel, superhumans or ordinary folk, strong or weak, all were equally subjected to the torrent of thermal energy, succumbing to extreme pain as they were seared and ignited into charred remains. Confirming that no one had survived, Cheng Bin dispersed the thought energy maintaining the lens. The expansive refractive membrane shattered abruptly, transforming back into vaporous clouds at high altitude, gradually dissipating under the harsh sunlight. Casting a glance at the staggering death toll displayed in the panoramic view, Cheng Bin surveyed the canyon, now a grotesque visage, and oriented himself before flying eastward. His next target was the Cherry Blossom Nation. The following day, atop a renowned tourist destination, an active volcano in the Cherry Blossom Nation, Cheng Bin sat invisibly on the cliff, feeling a pang of boredom. Having successfully traversed from the Middle East to this side, he found the aberrant organization's main base here somewhat troublesome. Unlike the military encampment of the Middle Eastern base, the base in Cherry Blossom Nation was surprisingly established within the city at the foot of the famous peak beneath him. In this peculiar nation, where even vibrant social organizations are legitimate, it was not unexpected for the state to turn a blind eye to openly murderous organizations. One could only speculate on the myriad of corrupt connections within. Cheng Bin felt neither affection nor animosity toward the ordinary citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation. He simply did not wish to replicate the chaos of the Middle East in this bustling city. A concentrated beam here could unwittingly claim the lives of many innocents, especially since this tourist city was not solely inhabited by the locals. The information provided by OneWind could not guarantee complete accuracy. Only a fraction of the identities of the high-ranking and core members of the aberrant organization was ascertainable from the data. Cheng Bin had yet to develop any mind-reading abilities. Without resorting to indiscriminate bombardment, accurately decapitating the leaders and core forces of the aberrant organization proved somewhat challenging. However, Cheng Bin remained unperturbed, fully aware that patience would yield opportunities. After all, the base in the Middle East had just been decimated by him, and it was inconceivable for the Cherry Blossom Nation's aberrant leaders to remain unresponsive. In the face of such significant events, it was only natural for them to communicate, meet, and convene. By then, based on the individuals Cheng Bin had marked with thought energy debuffs on his garments, he could systematically infect their contacts with the same debuffs, unraveling the entire network. Cheng Bin's strategy was indeed sound. He sat atop the mountain peak, observing countless small monitoring windows unfolding in the panoramic view, diligently discerning the identities of those they interacted with based on their words and actions. Fortunately, the installed translation software included Cherry Blossom language, allowing Cheng Bin to grasp the gist of the conversations. Whenever the number of those marked with thought energy fluctuated, he inexplicably felt a sense of achievement. As Cheng Bin's stomach began to rumble, the number of marked individuals finally ceased to increase and even began to dwindle, some eliminated by his observations. Others perished in the internal strife of the aberrant organization. Standing up and pressing a knee, Cheng Bin surveyed the panoramic view, noting the scattered markers across the Cherry Blossom Nation and beyond, contemplating the shortest course of action. Cheng Bin's relentless pursuit had been rather unremarkable. In most instances, he simply approached invisibly, unleashing a surge of thought energy, and the battle swiftly concluded. In this world, where the fragments of high-dimensional relics had yet to settle, the superhuman's abilities were not particularly potent, their physical forms akin to ordinary humans, lacking robust defensive capabilities. The essence of their powers stemmed from the high-dimensional interference brought forth by the relics, rendering thought energy ineffective against them, often leading to mutual interference and cancellation. However, facing Cheng Bin's diverse and targeted thought energy attacks, they could only succumb in an instant. Nevertheless, the high-ranking and core members of the aberrant organization were no pushovers. Each a formidable opponent. Not a single clerical worker was in sight. Throughout his pursuit, Cheng Bin encountered an array of abilities, from freezing flames to intricate combat techniques. He faced off against elite assassins, typically capable of vanquishing hundreds. Yet before Cheng Bin's thought energy, they barely fared better than ordinary individuals. Ultimately, the organization's supreme leader, wielding an infinite light fire that could sever the senses, surprised Cheng Bin momentarily. However, the continuously upgraded panoramic view, measuring environmental data far exceeding what the leader could interfere with, ultimately allowed the leader only a few extra seconds of struggle before accepting his fate. The annihilation of the aberrant organization spread rapidly through the circles. Both the terrifying devastation of the canyon in the Middle East and the harrowing high-speed pursuit in the Cherry Blossom Nation instilled a profound sense of dread among all those privy to the details. Receiving this astonishing news through the Mutual Aid Association, Wen, the shocked by Cheng Bin's true prowess, felt a significant weight of pressure. Now aware of the truth, she dared not inform her parents and could only deflect the subtle suspicions of her close acquaintance, Sister Jian, within the association. When Cheng Bin finally materialized before her, the anxiety that had plagued Wen dissipated. With the aberrant crisis behind them, it was now Wen's turn to fulfill the bet between them. Soon, with the immense resources of the Wen family, a laboratory dedicated to biochemistry and electromagnetism was established. Perhaps due to the presence of superhumans in this world, advancements in certain technological fields surpassed those of Cheng Bin's original world. Selecting valuable resources for curing complex ailments from the biochemistry knowledge acquired in the first foreign domain, Cheng Bin, through the Wen family's channels, sold them again, garnering a wealth of novel and intriguing knowledge and research instruments, thus accelerating his research progress significantly. Dr. Cheng truly was a good person. What a shame. Chapter 44. In Human Metamorphosis and Extraordinary Evolution, Cheng Bin has finally fully assimilated the essential knowledge from the outer domain world number 1. Completing an intricate experiment that fuses his physique with his abilities. Over 200 types of human cells, along with the complex systems of blood circulation, respiration, digestion, and the nervous system have been meticulously examined, culminating in a profound transformation of the brain, the most significant and challenging aspect. At the cellular level, his qi has been intricately woven into the minutiae of bodily functions, maximizing the replacement of cellular activities and constructing a virtual framework. Ultimately, he has also integrated his unique kinetic energy, internal energy, and elastic potential control system into this delicate architecture. Upon completing this series of modifications, which he has named the Qi War Body, Cheng Bin realized he had transcended humanity. Compared to a month ago, Cheng Bin's appearance has undergone a remarkable transformation. His physique has expanded significantly, adorned with streamlined muscles. At this moment, as he lies quietly on the experimental table, his tank top accentuates his 8-pack abs, revealing a countenance that, though previously merely handsome, now radiates an imposing elegance. Wen stands in the pristine, white laboratory, her expression tinged with concern as she gazes at Cheng Bin lying on the table. Although they had previously communicated about his undertaking, witnessing him gradually cease to breathe and his heartbeat weaken stirred a tumult of thoughts within her. Fortunately, before her mind could wander too far, Cheng Bin's heartbeat and respiration began to normalize, and he opened his eyes, rising from the experimental table. "How do you feel?" Wen inquired, setting aside her recording materials as she approached Cheng Bin. Hearing her elongated, melodious question, Cheng Bin cautiously shifted his body, slowly descending from the table. Yet, even as he leaned on the alloy table for support, he left an imprint with his grip. This deliberate movement appeared both awkward and fluid in Wen's eyes. Cheng Bin gestured to Wen, patiently awaiting her to retreat to a safe distance as if captured in slow motion by a high-speed camera before he finally released his limbs. As he engaged in continuous physical activity, Cheng Bin began to adjust the parameters and settings of the Qi War Body, synchronizing them with the seemingly motionless second hand of the large clock in the laboratory. Meanwhile, the scattered objects throughout the lab were swept into disarray by the whirlwind generated by his subtle movements. Wen, astonished, combed through her disheveled hair. having just witnessed Chengbin move as if filmed by a low-quality camera, creating a blur of shaky frames. "All right," Chengbin cautiously declared. Glancing at the clock, which resumed its normal pace, he exhaled in relief and remarked to Wenwen, "The transformation experiment has been flawlessly successful." "That's quite exaggerated," Wenwen replied, surveying the chaotic laboratory before looking at Chengbin with a spark of eagerness. "Shall we practice again? Let's see if this new ability can help you turn the tide from your 100 defeats." Chengbin shot her a skeptical look but nodded before striding towards the expansive training ground outside. He would not refuse useful knowledge. Yet this endeavor inevitably entailed some practical exercises in pure martial arts. As a programmer, Chengbin lacked advanced hand-to-hand combat skills, and without employing his abilities, he found himself easily subdued by Wenwen, a seasoned fighter who had bested him 100 times over. Although he gained a deeper understanding of the human system during this process, his martial arts prowess rapidly improved with the assistance of Qi. Yet he still felt the weight of his numerous losses. The two took their positions in the center of the training field. This time, aware that Chengbin's powers were intricately intertwined with his cellular structure, Wenwen did not hold back and activated her extraordinary ability. An invisible pathway of acceleration ensnared Chengbin in an instant. As Wenwen stepped into the acceleration lane, Chengbin's Qi War body enhanced its operational speed. In Chengbin's transformed perception, far exceeding the speed of 24 frames per second, Wenwen's increasingly rapid strides appeared remarkably stable, akin to slow motion in the eyes of an ordinary observer. Every time her speed metrics surged within the panoramic view, Chengbin's thoughts and neural responses quickened, allowing him to consider whether to adjust the previously established reaction-acceleration ratio. In reality, Wenwen's speed peaked in an instant, bringing her perilously close to Chengbin's side. A dazzling melee erupted in the arena. After a prolonged standoff, Wenwen, with her gaze sharpened, unsheathed a specially crafted dagger from her side and lunged at him. Seeing her resort to a weapon, Chengbin lowered his center of gravity and reached for her wrist. Within the acceleration lane, Wenwen maintained her cognitive clarity despite the rapid pace. It wasn't that her speed had increased, but rather that the world around her had slowed. She controlled the force of her acceleration, locking onto Chengbin's outstretched wrist. Chengbin had thought he could easily grasp her hand, but he quickly realized that each of her accelerations outpaced his efforts, ultimately allowing her dagger to narrowly evade his grasp and pierce his side. "Humph," Wenwen exclaimed, retreating with agility. She looked at Chengbin, hands on her hips, and said, "Don't think that only your abilities are advancing. Surprised, are you?" Chengbin, speechless, removed the dagger lodged in his side. Had he not previously retracted the kinetic energy countermeasure against threatening attacks from his Qi War body? Wenwen's blow would have undoubtedly shattered her wrist. The deep wound, as wide as the dagger's cross-section, sealed and healed instantly upon the dagger's removal, leaving no trace behind. The acceleration can lock onto a target and create a space for speed enhancement. Besides increasing my speed within this space, it can also follow and move with the target. Wenwen accepted the dagger Chengbin offered, sheathing it on her leg, and continued in a low voice. "Do you understand what this means? As long as I can endure, I can surpass the speed of any target I lock onto. I've spoken to some seniors in the organization. They have witnessed the phenomenon of ability evolution. Intelligence confirms that extraordinary individuals worldwide have become significantly stronger, and the number of newly awakened abilities continues to grow. Now, chaos is erupting across the globe." Upon hearing Wenwen's words, Chengbin realized that the fragments of the sacred artifact were once again descending, drawing closer to this world. Chapter 45, Return and Reassignment. After consulting the system, Chengbin became aware of the situation regarding the fragments of the sacred artifact. These fragments, still entangled with other worlds, would fully settle and transform into the crystalline entity akin to the far side of the moon in Zero World, an event estimated to take 1 or 2 more years. With no urgency, Chengbin resumed his research on electromagnetic wave interference and Wenwen's extraordinary abilities. Equipped with top-tier professional instruments in the laboratory, Chengbin swiftly identified the process through which thought energy interfered with electromagnetic waves. Contrary to his initial expectations, thought energy was unable to directly analyze electromagnetic phenomena. Chengbin discovered that after completing the internal energy analysis, thought energy indirectly influenced the flow of free electrons at the molecular level, subsequently affecting the derived magnetic field, which ultimately interfered with the electromagnetic waves. Although somewhat disappointed, He realized that integrating this function into his thought energy battle body would allow him to forego lead and copper for protection against radiation during his next venture into space. Moreover, under the integration of a comprehensive magnetic field, he could even indulge in a bit of cosplay as Magneto. Next, he turned to the development of Wenwen's abilities. Although the extraordinary powers in this world were fundamentally derived from the low-dimensional material world information interference brought about by the sacred artifact fragments, principles that Cheng Bin could not fathom with his current knowledge and capabilities, he approached the task with a scientific mindset. Drawing from his extensive experience in ability development, he conducted numerous experiments to deepen Wenwen's understanding of her powers while also organizing a comprehensive training and application regimen for her. For instance, he instructed her on how to solidify passive skills, utilize abilities locally, synchronize the movement of surrounding air to reduce resistance, and instantaneously toggle through space for high-speed projectile strikes. He even explored concepts that Wenwen had only begun to grasp, such as how to lock onto intangible targets like wind, the Earth's rotation, sound, and even light. As he handed over this wealth of potential ability development material to Wenwen, a chill crept over him, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Yet, in a world tumultuous from the settling of sacred artifact fragments, he felt compelled to enhance Wenwen's capabilities, enabling her to protect the Wen family, whom he held dear. Before presenting the final document to Wenwen, the system advised that it would be prudent for the host to traverse dimensions more frequently before the fragment settled, thereby deepening the fusion of thought energy and soul. Otherwise, the system's feline face conveyed a subtly dangerous message. Host, you may very well perish in this world. Is time really an issue? System, are you suggesting I could die here? With my completed thought energy battle body, I shouldn't perish even if Earth were to explode. Should I? Do not underestimate the power of high-dimensional settling just because you easily acquired the sacred artifact fragments in Zero World. The black cat perched on the experimental table remarked, licking its paw. Moreover, the fragment here was specifically chosen by the system to assist you in exploring and filtering information about target worlds before your interdimensional travels. Hence, this fragment possesses formidable abilities for low-dimensional material information interference. It is foreseeable that once this fragment settles in this world, you may not stand a chance against those endowed with abilities deeply influenced by the sacred artifact fragments. Acquiring abilities from treasures without engaging in conflict is rather unrealistic, don't you think? Cheng Bin furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He pondered whether he would perish if he were to experience the several hypothetical super moves he had devised for Wenwen. Shivering at the thought, Cheng Bin acquiesced to the system's demands. This time, the system's targeting was exceptionally precise, as Cheng Bin materialized at the entrance of his villa under the cloak of night. Glancing unexpectedly at the newly renovated villa, which bore an uncanny resemblance to its former self, he noticed a surveillance vehicle emitting faint sounds on the street before proceeding into the spotless, deserted villa. Utilizing thought energy, he bypassed the electronic lock, allowing the villa's entrance to open smoothly. Upon entering the living room and checking the time on the clock, Cheng Bin realized that nearly 2 months had passed in this world. After reinserting his SIM card into his phone, he raised an eyebrow at the multitude of missed calls and messages flooding the screen. Clearing them, he reclined on the familiar large bed of the villa. After closing his eyes for 50 minutes, Cheng Bin awoke from a deep slumber. Since completing the thought energy battle body, he no longer required sleep to alleviate bodily fatigue or clear metabolic waste from his brain. Although he had fortified his control over his brain at the cellular hardware level, he had yet to grasp the operational mechanisms of memory and information processing. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need an hour's worth of deep sleep. As he summoned a panel computer before him, Cheng Bin maximized his cognitive speed, reflecting on the critical role of the thought energy battle body. Beyond accelerating his thought and reaction times, and thereby increasing his learning duration, the enhancements had effectively extended his lifespan to the theoretical limits of humanity. Were it not for the fact that human brain cells cease to regenerate after full development, continually dying and depleting, Cheng Bin believed that living for several hundred years would not pose an issue. However, such substantial benefits did not come without their costs. A significant portion of Cheng Bin's thought energy power and control was now bound to the perpetually operational thought energy battle body, severely diminishing its effectiveness in the external environment. The grand displays of thought energy manipulation he had once performed, like the concentrated energy stored in the previous world, had become nearly impossible to execute without compromising the operation of his battle body. Yet, he deemed all of this worthwhile. Moreover, his combat prowess had not diminished. In fact, it had significantly improved. After all, his own physique was the material most closely connected to his thought energy. Propelled by the thought energy battle body, Cheng could unleash astonishing physical power. At worst, he had merely transitioned from a fragile, high-damage mage to an unstoppable warrior with substantial health and defense. It was merely a change of profession, a minor affair indeed. Chapter 46. Learning, Communication, and Target Practice. Cheng lay there, engrossed in his studies until dawn, before finally shutting off the panel. Although he did not feel excessively fatigued, the long hours of accelerated cognitive learning proved quite monotonous. The Qi combat body optimized the functioning of brain cells without affecting the information they contained or their normal operations, thus preserving his memory and character entirely. Cheng, having endured various experiences, was able to keep his composure. One could only imagine how maddening such an intense regimen of study would be for someone else. As he relaxed into a state of leisure, Cheng suddenly found himself feeling a bit bored. In his previous life, although he often secluded himself, he still had to occasionally order meals or purchase research instruments and daily necessities, thus maintaining some level of interaction with others. Now, aside from sporadically replenishing essential materials that could not be converted through his abilities, he could go without food, drink, or even breath, devoid of any fundamental human needs. Naturally, this left no necessity for engaging with human society. After savoring the profound solitude akin to that of snow, Cheng resolved to venture out in search of something delicious to indulge himself. The visitor was Su Yimiao, a familiar face from the National Security Agency. In a private room of a renowned hotel in City C, Cheng was relishing a hearty meal. Curiously, Su Yimiao inquired, "Where have you been for the past 2 months?" Observing Cheng's notable physical transformation as he devoured his food ravenously, Su Yimiao continued, "Ever since a satellite captured your image on Mount Everest, the United States has turned the world upside down in search of you, yet they have found no trace. Can they even spot someone watching a sunrise from space?" Cheng paused to swallow his food, reflecting, "I believe that with so many imaginative minds in our country, you should be able to guess where I have been. We suspect that this information is derived from another world that closely resembles ours, albeit with subtle differences. Is that truly the case?" Su Yimiao set down his chopsticks, loosened his collar, and took a deep breath before hesitantly asking, "How much do you understand about the reasons behind phenomena like crossing parallel worlds?" "Fear not," Cheng replied, having had his fill as he set down his chopsticks. "Despite consuming all this food, thanks to the Qi, my lips and mouth remain impeccably clean. You may consider this a benefit bestowed upon me by an advanced extraterrestrial civilization. At least, based on my experiences as a guinea pig thus far, they harbor no ill intentions towards humanity. Even if they did, what could we possibly do against beings with technology that transcends time and space?" Su Yimiao remained silent for a moment before stating, "I will convey this situation in full to my superiors. This intelligence is exceedingly important and will directly influence critical decisions within our nation." He then shifted the topic. "During your disappearance over the past 2 months, the United States has dispatched numerous individuals attempting to infiltrate City C. We have managed to monitor several key individuals, including Wang Qiong and Liu Xian." Su Yimiao cast a subtle glance at Cheng, mentioning the spies discovered and thwarted by Old Master Wen, noting that there were 5 waves of them, while the number of undetected infiltrators remained uncertain. Currently, their safety is not under significant threat. After a brief pause, Su Yimiao scrutinized Cheng, cautiously saying, "We have derived considerable results from the information you provided last time, which could address many diseases currently lacking effective treatments. Various institutions and companies have our covert involvement. Regarding the handling of the benefits derived from this knowledge and technology, you do as you see fit. I am indifferent to such matters." Cheng responded absent-mindedly, his focus elsewhere. He had little interest in the affairs of those he wished to avoid entangling with, nor in the vast wealth that could catapult ordinary individuals to the pinnacle of life. At that moment, Cheng's attention was fully concentrated on his body, keenly experiencing the sensation of eating for the first time after completing the Qi combat body. The food, upon being swallowed, was swiftly broken down into molecular clusters, rapidly identified in his stomach, with useful components temporarily stored, and the useless matter compressed into minuscule particles, sent to the intestines for processing. In truth, after completing the Qi combat body, many of the functions performed by symbiotic bacteria were replaced by his abilities, so the waste he would excrete henceforth would merely be pure matter, devoid of any odor. Presumably. After observing this automatic process at a cellular level, a thought crossed Cheng Bin's mind. If he were to delve deeper into atomic nuclei, would he inadvertently turn his stomach into a nuclear furnace? In terms of martial prowess and resilience, Cheng Bin considered himself capable of defying state violence with confidence. As he gazed at the familiar faces within the research institute, he felt a complex mix of emotions as he reintroduced himself to each of them. Cheng Bin's knowledge had reached remarkable heights among ordinary people, and in certain fields related to his abilities, conversing with esteemed PhDs posed no difficulty. The simple exchange of knowledge and technology was a delightful experience. What do you mean? Cheng Bin regarded Su Yimiao strangely as he approached him in the research institute. You want me to stand still while you test various weapons on me? Testing? It's merely a simple assessment to produce a report on your abilities, just to placate some of the less discerning individuals. Su Yimiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. You know how extraordinary you are. The system's attitude towards you is not entirely uniform. There are always those who lack a proper understanding of your true capabilities. In their eyes, you pose less of a threat than a special forces unit, which is why they are insistent on fully integrating you into the system and do not wish to see you roaming freely outside. By visiting the testing grounds, they will witness your combat power assessment, which may quell certain ambitions and prevent any misunderstandings that could lead to complications for both parties. Su Yimiao paused, glanced around, then leaned closer to Cheng Bin and whispered, Give me a straight answer. Just how powerful is your ability? How well can you withstand attacks from formidable weapons? From the state's perspective, survival capability is far more critical than destructive power. You see so many superpowered individuals in films, even if their strength is sufficient to obliterate planets. If their defensive mechanisms are not significantly better than those of ordinary humans, national forces have countless ways to deal with them easily. If your capacity to resist various attacks, be it mobility or sheer defensive strength, is strong enough, we can make the report detailed, thus increasing its persuasive power. If not, you understand. I understand nothing, Cheng Bin retorted. However, he acknowledged that he indeed possessed the ability to surpass national control and engage in deeper communication. If he were to collaborate with state institutions long-term, showcasing his strength to deter potential adversaries and divert future troubles would be prudent. After all, given humanity's current technological prowess, there were no glaring weaknesses for him to be targeted, and the risks of exposing part of his abilities were negligible compared to the necessity of demonstrating his deterrent power. He had ample research tasks to pursue and had no interest in indulging certain individuals in their tedious probing games. In an instant, Cheng Bin assessed the pros and cons with clarity, blinked, and then leaned closer to Su Yimiao's ear, whispering, If I have sufficient reaction time, I believe a nuclear bomb would not be able to claim my life. Su Yimiao. Chapter 47. The Ultimate Defense Tests the Nuclear Warhead. Weighing in at tens of millions of tons, boasts an explosive core temperature reaching a staggering 100 million degrees Celsius. No material can endure the extreme heat within a radius of nearly 1 kilometer. However, with the enhancement of his psychic energy combat body, Cheng Bin's tolerance for acceleration has surged, allowing him to propel himself instantaneously from a standstill to several kilometers away, directly utilizing psychic energy to counteract resistance. As long as he avoids the terrifying power of the nuclear core, he only needs to contend with the subsequent effects of the nuclear explosion, thermal radiation, shockwaves, and radioactive contamination. Although the initial dispersion speed of the shockwave surpasses Cheng Bin's own speed, it poses little threat to his psychic energy combat body, which is embedded with a kinetic energy elastic potential control system and possesses a minuscule target profile. The various forms of contamination and radiation are likewise ineffective against his intricately integrated electromagnetic interference. Thus, Cheng Bin confidently asserts that a nuclear bomb cannot kill him. Yet, with his bravado laid bare, Cheng Bin must face the highest level of scrutiny. In a military testing ground in Huagua, do not mistake it for a simple shooting range. It is, in fact, a missile testing site. Clad in a specially designed black bodysuit, Cheng Bin sits cross-legged on a sturdy concrete base, his expression one of eager anticipation. Participating in this test not only serves to verify the limits of Cheng Bin's capabilities, but also allows him to witness firsthand the lethal allure of modern weaponry, which he finds rather appealing. Several kilometers away, in a command room and observation deck, Su Yimiao discreetly gestured to a nearby general holding a pair of binoculars. The panoramic view revealed Su Yimiao's subtle movements, and Cheng Bin, casting a glance, briefly locked eyes with the silver-haired veteran observing him through the lenses. The command room, filled with an array of instruments and screens, erupted into a flurry of activity. A sub-window opened on the large screen, displaying a new model tank of Hua was suddenly surging down a slope, its heavy-caliber machine gun trained directly on Cheng Bin, guided by the illuminating tracer rounds. The machine gun's fire was expertly controlled by seasoned soldiers, relentlessly peppering the target platform. The specialized concrete layer erupted into countless craters and debris, while clouds of dust obscured the surrounding view. The detection of high-speed threats passively heightened Cheng Bin's cognitive reaction speed as he glanced at the armor-piercing projectiles hurtling towards him, allowing them to make contact with his body at a leisurely pace. Under the kinetic countermeasures radiating from the surface of his psychic energy combat body, these formidable projectiles deformed upon contact, either flattening into metallic discs that fell away or twisting off to the side. With a hint of curiosity, Cheng Bin plucked a projectile that had flown directly in front of his face, then actively adjusted the parameters of his psychic energy combat body, momentarily dispelling the bullet time he had maintained. Within a mere 30 seconds, the machine gun had expended over 1,000 rounds, its barrel glowing from the heat. And as it failed to reload, the heavy tank maneuvered towards the flank of the target platform, its turret beginning to rotate slowly. As the dust from the machine gun fire cleared on the command room's large screen, it revealed Cheng Bin, unscathed and unchanged in posture. The main cannon of the tank, already calibrated, erupted in a brilliant flash, a high-explosive shell accurately descending upon the target platform. In the wake of a violent explosion, flames and smoke engulfed the specialized concrete area, while, within the obscuring high-temperature haze, Cheng Bin raised his hand to inspect his palm, which had just been poised to receive the high-explosive shell. In that explosive moment, only the outermost layer of skin cells on his palm had slightly deformed and heated due to the transfer of kinetic and internal energy. But under the controls of the virtual cellular framework and elastic potential, it swiftly returned to normal. This was merely the passive capability of his organically integrated human functions. The power of the modified psychic energy combat body far surpassed that of Dr. Cheng's original design in the outer domain world number 1. As he mused on this, Cheng Bin stood from the partially collapsed platform and swung his right arm in a sweeping motion. At extreme speed, the air felt as heavy as mercury. Coordinating with the psychic energy on his surface, he made slight adjustments with his forearm and fingers, condensing the accumulated air into a white line before flinging it forcefully. The intensely compressed air created a violent explosion, sending nearby debris flying and dispersing the smoke that had enveloped the platform. Observing Cheng Bin's current state, the command room sprang back to life as several squads of soldiers equipped with various special weapons approached the target area, while a state-of-the-art fighter jet circled overhead. Subsequent assaults came in rapid succession: piercing, shockwave, detonation, paralysis, corrosion, and electromagnetic onslaughts unleashed upon Cheng Bin's position. Had this been Cheng Bin prior to the completion of his psychic energy combat body, he would have found himself at a significant disadvantage against these weapons designed to exploit human vulnerabilities. His frail form could easily have succumbed to one of these assault waves. Indeed, he had previously been caught off guard by the subsonic attack of the flesh giant in outer domain world number 1. If Hua's electromagnetic railgun and laser weaponry had progressed to a practical, compact form, Cheng Bin might have found himself in a rather embarrassing predicament today. However, such a scenario was purely hypothetical. The weapons currently deployed were merely skirting the edges of capability, barely adequate for urban warfare. And they paled in comparison to the finished Cheng Bin's psychic energy combat body. The surveillance screens in the command room distorted under the interference of electromagnetic weapons. As the elder commander furrowed his brow, observing through the binoculars the unscathed Cheng Bin, whose clothing remained pristine. After the waves of assaulting troops retreated, he commanded those around him, "Activate the small thermobaric bomb." "So soon?" Su Yimiao exclaimed, taken aback by the decision to deploy the final mass destruction weapon. Su Yimiao was momentarily speechless. The thermobaric bomb is hardly inferior to a low-yield nuclear bomb, aside from the lack of nuclear radiation. In the brief exchange, the elder commander's orders were efficiently executed. Standing in a crater where a layer of earth had been forcibly removed, Cheng Bin observed the scene in the command room through the panoramic view, his fingers moving slightly, and then turned his gaze skyward. There, a new jet aircraft, which had previously tested cannons and small surface-to-air missiles, was releasing a massive bomb from its belly towards Cheng Bin. The bomb detonated mid-air above Cheng Bin's head, unleashing a dense cloud of minuscule solid particles that enveloped the environment, which, in the next instant, ignited into a massive fireball due to a secondary explosion. Extreme heat and pressure enveloped the target area, while smoke rapidly ascended into a terrifying mushroom cloud after the light of the explosion faded. Within the violently trembling command room, everyone grasped onto stable objects to withstand the shockwave, feeling a slight suffocation from the reduced oxygen density. Truly, this was the spectacle of a subnuclear weapon. Cheng Bin's upper clothing had been largely obliterated, revealing a muscular back adorned with burn-like marks that were gradually fading, alongside several deep, narrow wounds that visibly healed in real time. Cheng Bin had awaited the moment of the secondary explosion to accelerate away, guided by the translucent ripple of the shockwave. While he had evaded the core of the explosion, he consciously lingered briefly within the extreme heat and pressure, testing the limits of his endurance. I must admit, Cheng Bin nodded slightly to the elder commander, who was rendered rigid with astonishment, feeling a twinge of sentiment. Had I not evaded the core of the explosion, I would have sustained significant injuries. It would likely take me a day or two to recover. To ignore the cutting-edge weaponry of humanity, I am still far from being adequate. Chapter 48. The Golden Core and the Vast World. In light of Su Yimiao's protests, the defensive tests were promptly concluded, and the subsequent offensive tests were left unresolved. Cheng Bin remained indifferent, as this defensive testing allowed him to witness the array of advanced weaponry that humanity employs for the efficient annihilation of its own kind. Moreover, it provided Cheng Bin with a comprehensive understanding of the limits of his Qi War body against various forms of attacks and environmental conditions. Additionally, such testing would enable those who previously lacked insight into Cheng Bin's capabilities to recognize him as a formidable presence, impervious even to humanity's ultimate weapons. This revelation would likely deter many from engaging in unwelcome provocations, thus sparing Cheng Bin from the cycle of underhanded tactics, revenge, and gradual displays of power that often lead to more complications. Therefore, the defensive test could be deemed a gratifying experience with considerable gains. As for showcasing his offensive capabilities against a myriad of chaotic targets, Cheng Bin found little interest. The subsequent video documentation would inevitably leak within certain circles, given that Cheng Bin's terrifying performance indicated that, even in the event of a cataclysmic war, nations would find themselves powerless against someone of his modest strength. This realization could extinguish many unworthy ambitions among various national entities, prompting a re-evaluation of their stance towards Cheng Bin in favor of harmony. Before long, the self-proclaimed world police, the United States, abruptly shifted its narrative, leaving those former allies, who had been sold out by their elder brother, in a state of shock and generating a plethora of entertaining international news. Returning to the Research Institute, Cheng Bin seized the opportunity to study and engage in dialogue, concurrently addressing some issues that had surfaced during the defensive tests concerning his Qi War body. With the assistance of experts in aerodynamics and fluid mechanics, Cheng Bin not only elevated his maximum speed within the atmosphere, but also expanded the operational methods for managing air and shock waves at hypervelocity. Through collaboration with specialists in electromagnetism, he discovered significant potential in the basic electromagnetic interference of Qi. Building upon the virtual framework permeating his cells, Cheng Bin made further adjustments, redirecting all Qi effects beyond the fundamental capabilities of the Qi War body towards electromagnetic interference. Upon confirming that Qi could continuously extract the internal energy of materials over extended periods while maintaining ultra-low temperatures approaching absolute zero within an isolated layer, Cheng Bin applied for substantial amounts of precious low-temperature superconducting materials and rare earth magnetic substances. With the involvement of various curious experts, a conductive coil, permanently maintained in a superconducting state under the support of Qi, was successfully connected to a strong magnetic core. This resulted in the creation of a spherical electromagnetic energy device, resembling a duck egg in size and adorned with patterns reminiscent of a football, exuding an aura of sci-fi and mechanical beauty. The energy source of Cheng Bin's Qi system was once again upgraded. The strong magnetic structure within the electromagnetic core could be externally connected to kinetic energy control modules, enabling the Qi to drive the current intensity within the superconducting coil to increase indefinitely when Cheng Bin required it. He could also extract the electric energy from the superconducting coil, converting it into other forms of kinetic or internal energy. Harnessing the formidable energy from the fully Qi-infused electromagnetic core yielded a power output in order of magnitude greater than his previous ad hoc energy conversions. Additionally, The panoramic display was enhanced with modules related to electromagnetic waves, extending capabilities for radar-like wide-area active electromagnetic reconnaissance, and integrating high-frequency ray detection modules, such as X-rays. This significantly augmented both the depth of vision and the minimum precision of the panoramic view, broadening the range of detectable electromagnetic frequencies in optical imaging. Post-conversion. Cheng found himself capable of observing infrared and ultraviolet light, with the precision of Qi now advancing towards atomic scales. In the now quiet laboratory, Cheng weighed the small, shiny silver metal sphere in his hand and, with a sudden impulse, opened his throat wide, raising his hand to swallow the metallic orb into his stomach. Such a finely tuned device, operating under the comprehensive capabilities of Qi, required a sufficiently stable and safe environment, where it could be safer and more stable than within the confines of his Qi warbody. After adjusting the electromagnetic shielding and conduction structure of the Qi warbody, Cheng sensed the immense energy contained within his abdomen and suddenly felt a wave of apprehension about carrying this potential bomb with him. He began to estimate the consequences should the ever-increasing energy within the electromagnetic core spiral out of control. What would the form of destruction be? What would the blast radius encompass? How much time would he have to escape if he discarded it? In truth, Cheng need not dwell on this matter. Given that he had already replaced certain cellular functions with Qi, should the protective Qi war body fail, he would perish instantaneously, never witnessing the catastrophic explosion of the electromagnetic core. At that moment, the system's feline face abruptly appeared before Cheng. Having just ingested a golden core, he learned from the system that the next traversal was feasible. In the realm of Outer Domain World 3, before a magnificent waterfall, Cheng materialized into existence, accompanied by the floating black cat. As his form momentarily descended, he swiftly utilized the kinetic energy converted from the electromagnetic core to land gracefully on a protruding rock at the waterfall's edge. Surveying the natural landscape surrounding the waterfall, Cheng furrowed his brow and addressed the little black cat. System, did you sense anything unusual during my recent traversal? Despite the instantaneous nature of the transition, Cheng felt a distinct difference compared to his previous experiences. If the host has indeed perceived something during the traversal, that would be quite fortuitous. The little black cat remarked, scratching its chin. Perhaps it is due to the significant distance from the inner domain to this world? Oh, Cheng raised an eyebrow. So this world is not merely a splinter from the inner domain and bears little relation to it? I had assumed, system, that you would only allow me to traverse near the inner domain until I acquired the fragment of the sacred artifact from Outer Domain World 2. Previously, the close-range traversals were for your benefit, dear host, given the current inability to observe the specific conditions of the worlds beyond. The selection of traversal targets must be approached with utmost caution. However, your abilities have significantly improved, allowing the system to relax its constraints somewhat. Then I shall explore this so-called vast world and discern its true nature. Soaring into the sky, Cheng surveyed the general terrain, only to find that the high-precision world map within the Qi computer bore no matching locations. Indeed, the vastness is no exaggeration. As Cheng expanded his panoramic view, intending to probe for nearby civilized cities, he suddenly noticed a brilliant flash in the sky. Amidst the colossal waves of radiation, distorted by the electromagnetic core, Cheng turned in astonishment to witness immense pillars of fire rising on the distant horizon, surrounded by dense white mist rapidly expanding outward with the terrifying shockwave. The ground beneath him trembled, and as he gazed at the surging mushroom clouds in the distance, he opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, another explosion erupted behind him, the third, fourth, fifth, breaking through the atmosphere and soaring into the cosmos at dozens of times the speed of sound. Cheng was left in shock as he beheld a terrifying sight. Massive intercontinental missiles breaking through the atmosphere, arcing gracefully before descending towards various locations on Earth at 10 times the speed of sound, leaving a trail of relentless flashes of death. Witnessing this horrifying scene in the silent vacuum left Cheng with a tingling scalp and a racing heart. This is nuclear war. War. War has never changed. Chapter 49. A familiar world as he gazed at the colossal clouds of dust rising from the continuous explosions of nuclear bombs. Cheng was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. After completing his and electromagnetic core, he had believed that his abilities transcended the ordinary, leaving him capable of feats rarely matched within human civilization on Earth. Yet today, witnessing the pinnacle of human technology entwined with its most sinister malice, intercontinental nuclear missiles tracing ominous arcs through the atmosphere, Cheng Bin realized he was utterly powerless to prevent humanity's descent into apocalypse. I am still far too weak, he sighed silently in the vast emptiness of space. With the smoke and dust from the nuclear blasts ascending into the stratosphere, radiation began to spread across the globe. The sun, obscured by the haze, grew increasingly faint, causing the surface temperature of the Earth to plummet. Amidst this summer chill nearing freezing, Cheng Bin traversed the ruins of a city he had discovered, the fourth of its kind. In this urban landscape, heavily populated before the nuclear war, it was the least devastated he had encountered. Boasting only two immense craters from nuclear explosions and some outer suburban structures that retained their original shapes. However, the blinding heat and ensuing radioactive contamination had nearly extinguished all life within the city. Apart from the occasional sighting of grotesquely oversized cockroaches, he found no living creatures. In 3 otherworldly realms, 2 have already succumbed to the apocalypse. Truly, upon closer examination, Cheng Bin discerned that the corpses appeared to be families, burdened with luggage, who had perished en route in the same direction. American language. Carefully extracting a half-charred book from a suitcase buried among the dead, he noticed that the readable portions contained numerous indistinct phrases in a language familiar from his own domain. With a decent grasp of English and the aid of a translation module, he deciphered some coherent sentences. It appeared to be a magazine, though the title was lost. However, he spotted a publication date of October 2077. When he departed his domain, it was merely late January 2018. The time span was astonishing. Curiosity piqued. Cheng Bin continued to search through the magazine, uncovering an abundance of familiar terms: the Cold War, resource wars, nuclear fusion power, powered armor units, and nuclear war doomsday shelters. System. Discarding the magazine, Cheng Bin surveyed the surrounding ruins with a newfound curiosity, his gaze settling on the black cat beside him. Is this the fantastical world of a game titled Radiation? The host should note, the black cat replied with a sly smile, that this world merely bears resemblance to a game from your realm. It is a near-infinite world that birthed matching games. Do not arrogantly believe you can create worlds through storytelling and game design, nor should you approach the realities of foreign realms with preconceived notions. Otherwise, the host may one day suffer great losses. Acknowledging with a nod, Cheng Bin resumed his observation of the corpses, all seemingly aligned in one direction. However, it should be acceptable to glean information from this. These individuals must have perished on their way to a nuclear war shelter. As he examined the bodies strewn along the path, he continued onward, documenting various unique phenomena and events against the backdrop of authentic nuclear conflict. Upon venturing further into the suburbs, away from the blast zone, he finally encountered other living beings. A mutated hunting dog, its skin grotesquely rotting yet larger than its unaltered kin, attacked him. After a brief skirmish, Cheng Bin turned it into a specimen for dissection and observation. Post-experimentation, he observed that this creature had developed the ability to survive and reproduce in low-radiation environments. Indeed, amidst vast biological diversity, miracles could manifest. A household robot from the radiation-infused realm? What mechanism allowed this entity to evade the overwhelming electromagnetic radiation unleashed by the nuclear blasts? Cheng Bin, propping up the perplexing robot, glanced at the radiation meter displayed on his panoramic view. He activated the high-frequency ray detection module, directing ultra-high-frequency electromagnetic waves at the robot. The waves penetrated its exterior, revealing its internal structure. The once noisy household robot emitted a shrill cry, suddenly mobilizing its metallic arm to retrieve a screwdriver and circular saw. Charging at Cheng Bin with unexpected aggression, he found this defiance oddly endearing. With a subtle release of power from the electromagnetic core, the robot, composed primarily of metal, was effortlessly restrained in the air before him. Gently stroking his fingers, Cheng Bin conjured a broad radiation shielding environment using the electromagnetic core, then carefully placed his palm in front of the household robot. As he meticulously operated, the robot's exterior was dismantled. Employing accelerated cognitive processing, he began to identify the functions of the robot's various components while minimizing interference with its operations, gradually reducing its functional components through direct disassembly or substitution with his own abilities. Indeed, this world, decades ahead of his own, showcased technology that, while somewhat specialized, far surpassed his former realm's advancements. Simulated intelligent chips, ultra-compact nuclear fusion batteries, dynamic levitation systems, alongside various software elements he could not decipher. Merely dismantling one robot yielded scant knowledge. Faced with such advanced technological achievements, Cheng Bin's curiosity was ignited. However, in the wake of the apocalyptic nuclear war, where could he seek out these invaluable insights? Casting the warning light robot into the air, he glanced at the fiery explosion erupting in the sky, then turned his gaze toward the path he had traversed. At the base of a mountain, within a hollowed cave, Cheng Bin discovered the most renowned nuclear shelter of this fantastical world. Approaching the immense, gear-shaped thick isolation door, he noticed the conspicuous number 76 inscribed upon it. He began to ponder how best to communicate with the survivors within. Chapter 50, Power Armor and Electromagnetic Cannons. The shelter's formidable door, capable of withstanding the intense radiation of a nuclear explosion, was impervious to Cheng Bin's relatively rudimentary electromagnetic wave scanning. However, this posed no challenge for him. He placed his hand upon the solid door, gradually marking and identifying the material with his thought energy, allowing his perception to seep inside, albeit at a slower pace. After a while, as his hand rested on the door, a panoramic view materialized in Cheng Bin's mind, revealing a three-dimensional model of the entire shelter entrance. Fortunately, this super defensive structure was not overly complicated in its mechanical design, and it could ultimately be controlled purely by mechanical means. This was a prudent choice, as it would be rather awkward if the computer terminal malfunctioned and rendered the door immovable. Accompanied by a sharp alarm, the gear-laden door of the shelter slowly caved inward, subsequently rotating to the side, unveiling the interior of the shelter to Cheng Bin. After inspecting the established defensive field, he floated upward, bypassing the railings meant to organize and filter the flow of people, and landed beside the control terminal at the top of the door. Just as Cheng Bin settled onto the platform, the metallic door before him opened upwards, and a squad of humanoid metallic figures armed with various weapons surged forth. Surrounded by these defenders, encased in heavy metal, Cheng Bin mused that this must be the power armor he had heard about. However, the design of the armor and weapons differed somewhat from that in the games. It was understandable, considering the game's narrative unfolded several centuries in the future. The power armor depicted in the game, aside from a few special models, likely did not possess the advanced features present in front of Cheng Bin, especially given the collapse of human society that would impede scientific progress. Nevertheless, regardless of whether it was advanced or outdated, this exoskeletal power armor was undeniably formidable, enhancing the infantry's mobility and defensive capabilities without restricting their agility, transforming them into superhumans capable of withstanding explosions and running like the wind. In the context of warfare portrayed in the radiation-themed games, an army equipped with power armor could easily decimate traditional forces. As Cheng Bin curiously observed them, a figure seemingly leading the group aimed their firearms at him and commanded the others to investigate and secure the shelter door. As several members of the team moved, the leader approached Cheng Bin, the helmet of his power armor distorting his American accent as he barked, "Stand still. Did you open the isolation door? Who are you?" Upon seeing Cheng Bin raise his hand slightly, the leader unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. A blinding beam connected the muzzle of the gun to Cheng Bin's arm, reflecting off at an angle that created a dazzling display. It was a laser weapon. Cheng Bin examined his unscathed arm with intrigue, studying the weapon in the leader's grasp, before waving his hand dismissively. The moment all attention shifted back to Cheng Bin, they felt an inexplicable lightness in their bodies as the power armor, influenced by a potent magnetic field, lifted them into the air, arranging them in a neat line before him. Bound by the magnetic confinement of the power armor, the team could only watch helplessly as their fallen weapons floated toward the intruder, rotating in midair under his scrutiny before being disassembled. All of these weapons were either laser or Gauss types. After observing and recording the structural information of these firearms, Cheng Bin attempted to reassemble one of the Gauss weapons and fired a shot. He meticulously observed the operation of this firearm, reminiscent of an electromagnetic railgun. The Gauss rifle had a peculiar design. Unlike laser rifles with separate energy modules, this Gauss rifle inexplicably integrated the physical projectile and energy source into a specially crafted bullet, consuming a miniature energy device with each shot. Its operational principle was similar to that of the railguns from the inner realm. Yet the complexity of its electromagnetic structure piqued Cheng Bin's interest. He pried a metallic projectile from the Gauss rifle and levitated it at his fingertips, then pointed toward the wide-open isolation door. With a mere thought, Cheng Bin's electromagnetic core unleashed a tremendous amount of energy, constructing an electromagnetic launch structure at his fingertip based on the principles he had observed. As brilliant white electricity flickered at his fingertips, a sound far more terrifying than before erupted, akin to a thunderclap, as the air around him violently exploded. The supersonic projectile displaced the air, generating a visible shockwave that crashed against the walls of the hall, causing a subtle tremor throughout the space. Cheng was momentarily astonished by the power of the electromagnetic projectile launch mechanism in this world. Realizing that it operated with far greater efficiency than the relatively impractical railguns from the inner realm. If combined with the resistance reflection and sustained acceleration from thought energy, its power would surely be astounding. The armored team, previously filled with expletives, fell silent upon witnessing Cheng effortlessly unleash a powerful electromagnetic cannon before them, their astonishment evident. They could clearly see the entire process of his disassembly and imitation, and their previous curse words were replaced with involuntary mentions of monsters and aliens. In the control room of the shelter, the highest-ranking official, having observed this through monitoring equipment, sighed and gave his deputy a few instructions before heading toward the isolation door. Soon, the small metallic door that had automatically closed earlier swung open once more, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a blue uniform. "Greetings, I am Gialis Winston, the leader of this shelter." Gialis glanced at the radiation readings displayed on his personal terminal strapped to his forearm, his eyes widening as he looked toward the open shelter door, then turned his gaze to Cheng. "Might I request that you release my fine fellows? We can discuss matters amicably." Cheng, indifferent, released his magnetic confinement on the power armor team, allowing the scattered weapon pieces to reassemble and fall at their feet. Although they had previously opened fire and hurled insults at him, to the increasingly inhuman Cheng, this felt like mere fluctuations of energy and sound waves, devoid of any emotional impact. Would an elephant harbor any feelings of vengeance against a menacing mantis? Merely noticing such a creature's existence would be a rare occurrence. As the power armor team regained their mobility, they swayed slightly, the calm and rational leader restraining a more impulsive member. They picked up their weapons from the ground and proceeded into the shelter. "How remarkable," Gialis remarked to Cheng, despite the isolation door being open. "The radiation levels remain unchanged. This must be a testament to your power, I presume? May I inquire who you are?" "I am Cheng." "You may consider me an extraterrestrial," Cheng replied in a mechanical voice translated through his thought energy. "I find your unique technological products quite fascinating. Could you indulge my curiosity?" Gialis regarded the yellow-skinned young man before him with a peculiar expression. He found it hard to believe in the notion of an extraterrestrial. Yet, the supernatural abilities, coupled with the stiff mechanical American accent that emerged without him even opening his mouth. He realized he could not afford to provoke this entity. After a moment of contemplation, Gialis said, "Our shelter number 76 cannot provide you with what you seek. If you wish to obtain a complete understanding of our human knowledge system, I personally recommend you visit shelter number 0, where the technological legacy of our nation is preserved." Cheng continued to communicate through mechanical translation. "Then, would you be interested in accompanying me? I am unfamiliar with your planet and may require a local guide. If you're unwilling, I hope you can provide me with the information necessary to locate and access shelter number 0. Giles instinctively wished to refuse. How perilous could it be to follow this individual out of the shelter? What a tragedy it would be if, upon reaching shelter 0, negotiations failed and he were executed as a traitor. However, after a moment of contemplation, he hesitated. The extraordinary abilities of this person were undoubtedly genuine. If accompanying him truly meant a safe passage into the more advanced and superior shelter 0, and if he could also derive additional unforeseen benefits from this alliance. Moreover, Giles realized that if he did not seize this opportunity, was he truly willing to remain confined in the dim and oppressive confines of Shelter 76 for an entire 20 years, as initially planned, before venturing into the unknown? Their shelter lacked any means of traversing time in slumber. "I am honored to serve you," he declared resolutely, having weighed the risks against the potential rewards. Straightening his posture, Giles added, "Please allow me to inform the others inside, and I shall return to guide you to Shelter 0. May our journey be smooth and fortuitous." Chapter 51. Journey through the wasteland and questions. Giles, with remarkable efficiency, clarified the affairs within Shelter 76 in less than 5 minutes. This was likely attributable to the shelter's nature, as Cheng observed that the inhabitants were predominantly organized military personnel, with strict management and virtually no presence of civilians. Once Giles emerged with some lightweight weaponry, Cheng guided him out, sealing the gear-shaped isolation door behind them. After confirming via surveillance that the entrance was securely closed and intact, the former deputy officer, now the highest authority, breathed a sigh of relief. After reviewing the surveillance footage of the door's operation, He shook his head and transmitted the news of the former leader's suspected abduction by extraterrestrial beings through the encrypted channels established before the nuclear war. He hoped that his superiors would receive it and take it seriously. Cheng Bin had anticipated a direct flight to Shelter Zero, but he had clearly overlooked the vast chasm that separated him from ordinary individuals after completing his chi-based combat training. As soon as Giles pointed in the general direction after the shelter's door closed, Cheng Bin lifted him with chi and soared into the sky at a terrifying speed. The extreme acceleration and altitude soon induced a fit of foaming at the mouth and rolling eyes in Giles. Cheng Bin glanced awkwardly at the acceleration values recorded in the panoramic view, relieved to find they hadn't exceeded 10 G. He reasoned that a trained pilot or astronaut could withstand such forces, but Giles, being a civilian, was clearly unprepared for this. Fortunately, Cheng Bin realized he could manipulate chi within Giles's body, and with his profound understanding of human anatomy and cellular structure, he swiftly helped him recover. Cheng Bin pondered whether the inhabitants of this world lacked high-dimensional information connections. Observing Giles kneeling and retching, he silently mused to the floating black cat beside him. According to your original theory, this world, matching the radiation game, should be almost infinite, shouldn't it? The system replied, without the interference of inner domains or sacred objects. Establishing information connections among individuals in parallel worlds is not so easily achieved. Do you think every world can bask in your glory like the inner domain? At this moment, Giles finally regained his composure, but a low rumble from his abdomen prompted him to search his pockets. He awkwardly glanced at Cheng Bin, realizing that, despite his preparations, he had completely forgotten to bring food and water. After all, the nuclear war had only recently passed, and Giles had yet to fully adapt to the external environment. Cheng Bin's astonishing performance within the shelter had understandably distracted him. Ugh, I feel like I'm becoming a babysitter, Cheng Bin thought, glancing at Giles. He then activated the panoramic view to survey the surrounding area. If not for the incompatibility between his chi-based computer and the software of this world, and his reluctance to forcefully invade Shelter Zero, he wouldn't have to carry Giles along as a burden. Reluctant to let Giles stray from the radiation shielding, Cheng Bin cautiously lifted him with chi and slowly ascended towards an area with remnants of buildings. In the outskirts, where structures remained relatively intact, he set Giles down on a nearby open space, ensuring his protection before rummaging through the buildings. He soon discovered some spices, water, and canned goods. Giles, clutching a laser pistol and drenched in cold sweat, felt nervous. Though he knew Cheng Bin was nearby, he couldn't shake the psychological pressure of facing a towering, grotesque creature that stood nearly 2 meters tall. The beast, having just been startled by a laser shot, was already agitated from the radiation, despite the minor burn it sustained. The creature's patience wore thin, and it lunged at Giles with its claws and jaws bared. Giles fired several shots, but only 2 lasers struck the creature, inflicting little damage. As he glanced at Cheng Bin, who was approaching slowly, he uttered a despairing FK before being knocked to the ground by the beast. Closing his eyes and awaiting his fate, Giles noticed the weight pressing down on him was not substantial. Startled, he opened his eyes to find the creature's sharp teeth and claws close by, yet its frantic biting motions failed to harm him, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. Sensing the profound malice around him, the creature's actions suddenly froze. This creature, which Giles speculated might be a mutated monster catalyzed by some military evolution virus, was soon dispatched by Cheng Bin. After preparing part of it as roasted meat, Cheng Bin sampled it, and to be honest, aside from the flavor of the spices, he found nothing extraordinary. With the chewing power of his chi-based combat body, distinctions in texture were non-existent. Had he activated the panoramic view and the enhanced senses provided by his chi-based combat body, he would have received a molecular structure analysis report instead. Cheng Bin disliked this data-driven experience, feeling it warped some of his perceptions. Thus, when eating, he adjusted the sensory parameters related to taste and smell. After sampling the meat, Cheng Bin offered a skewer to Giles, who politely declined, opting instead for a can, consuming it messily. Once he had fed and hydrated his burden, Cheng Bin initiated their journey once more, maintaining a gentle acceleration. Within the long-awaited comfort of the flight shield, Cheng Bin and Giles exchanged information about the shelters in this world. To prepare for the potential apocalypse following nuclear war, the construction of shelters had been a long-term plan initiated long ago. As the overseer of Shelter 76 and its surrounding shelters, Giles possessed a profound understanding of the shelter initiative. However, his queries arose from the abruptness of the nuclear war's outbreak, which bore no warning signs. Furthermore, The pre-war lists of shelter occupants were peculiar, with many shelters, like Shelter 76, entirely controlled by advanced occupants. Others were shrouded in inexplicable experimental purposes, featuring bizarre demographics such as 999 men to 1 woman, shelters exclusively for minors, or those lacking management and with open armories, even some with terminal locks that barred access. These so-called social experiment shelters reeked of blatant malice towards humanity. Cheng Bin frowned as he absorbed this information, and Giles gestured to his personal terminal on his arm, indicating that they had arrived at Shelter Zero. Chapter 52. The puppeteer behind nuclear warfare. Though Shelter Zero serves as a bastion for preserving the embers of technology, its facilities vastly surpass those of Shelter 76. Giles, as a high-ranking official within the shelter system, still possesses a legitimate means of access. To their surprise, the elite from various sectors, society, military, and research, housed within Shelter Zero had already succumbed to a state of suspended animation in their cryogenic chambers. Until these distinguished individuals awaken as per the established timeline, the shelter relies solely on pre-programmed protocols and a cadre of robots for security and maintenance. However, Giles lacks the necessary clearance to access the wealth of scientific knowledge preserved within the Central Intelligence Core. Nor does he have the authority to unlock the repositories housing invaluable research instruments and industrial machines. Nevertheless, his familiarity with the shelter's technology allowed him to navigate the Central Intelligence System and acquire a modicum of intermediate permissions. He then successfully roused a familiar administrative figure from stasis, who, upon awakening, appeared bewildered, faced with Giles's descriptions and the sight of several decommissioned advanced combat robots. The administrator reluctantly acknowledged Cheng Bin's prowess in combat. Cheng Bin initially engaged in discussions with the research administrator regarding computer coding and data transformation. After the quantum computer successfully read and interpreted the geographical data of this world, Cheng Bin expressed his desire to procure the remnants of their technological knowledge. The administrator was amenable to the idea of knowledge replication but was hesitant to offer it freely. Consequently, Cheng Bin received his first mission to investigate the origins of the nuclear war. The research executive disclosed that, although they had entered the shelter according to plan to evade nuclear strikes, none among them understood the reasons for the war's outbreak. Aside from the initial nuclear launch by their nation and some directives from the shelter, they were utterly in the dark. It is noteworthy that these individuals constituted the nation's elite, pivotal in all significant matters prior to the nuclear conflict. Should they awaken once external radiation diminishes and the pervasive dust settles, any leads would likely vanish, rendering the cause of this apocalyptic nuclear war a mystery. The abrupt descent into the end of the world left many, including the isolated research supervisor, grappling with the incomprehensible. Not every friend or relative had the privilege, opportunity, or fortune to enter the shelter. Thus, amidst their anger, many capable individuals within the shelter endeavored to uncover the reasons behind the world's demise. Cheng Bin, endowed with extraordinary abilities, appeared before them, seeking to exchange replicated technological knowledge for the secrets of the shadowy forces orchestrating this world's calamity, a rather advantageous proposition. If there were indeed puppeteers at play, who would stand to gain from this cataclysmic nuclear war? The shelter's inhabitants aimed to investigate. Yet they were unlikely to be the beneficiaries. Soaring through the skies, Cheng Bin found himself confounded by the data extracted from Shelter Zero. Though he had contemplated forcibly seizing the technological knowledge, such actions conflicted with his moral compass. Moreover, the research supervisor exhibited a tenacious spirit typical of a technical professional, demonstrating considerable confidence in the security and self-destruct systems of their data repository. Ultimately, the primary reason for Cheng Bin's reluctance stemmed from his self-image as a fundamentally good person, intrigued by the motivations behind humanity's destructive nuclear war. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to the potential puppeteers. He viewed this quest for knowledge as a legitimate transaction. However, the lack of substantial leads posed a significant challenge. Tracing the last command records from the nation's information systems prior to the war, Cheng Bin identified several military bases. Yet, these locations had evidently suffered targeted nuclear strikes, yielding little in the way of useful information. Nonetheless, he discovered a commonality among these sites: peculiar robots that had survived the nuclear blasts and radiation, which immediately attacked upon encountering Cheng Bin. After several attempts to utilize the shelter's identification keys, he found these diverse robots unyielding in their assault. The ability of these machines to endure the ravages of a nuclear apocalypse while remaining operational raised suspicions about their aggressive behavior towards humans. Driven by curiosity, Cheng Bin began to actively seek out and subdue these robots, endeavoring to decipher their internal control commands using the programming structure of this world. After enduring self-detonations from numerous robots, he finally succeeded in obtaining a complete set of dynamic core data from one of the machines, exclaiming inwardly, "Got you." As he scrutinized the anomalies in the robot's command directives, he sought to match these signals with the information provided by Shelter Zero. The specter of a nuclear war devoid of victors, coupled with a shelter society conducting malevolent experiments on humanity and the omnipresent robots of the irradiated wasteland, led him to suspect that the highly intelligent AI programs in this world were not without culpability. With clues and potential suspects in hand, Cheng Bin spent several days scouring the desolate wasteland before uncovering a suspicious underground base. By integrating electromagnetic interference and enhancing several versions of stealth modules, he effectively evaded the base's surveillance systems. Taking advantage of a gap, he infiltrated the facility aboard a drone transport vehicle carrying raw materials. As he observed the robots replicating themselves and expanding production lines akin to a scene from a space strategy game, a chill crept over him. If such a scenario existed in a post-apocalyptic game, what was the point of navigating a nuclear wasteland? Wouldn't it be more prudent to initiate a mechanical revolution, transforming into a Terminator or a Transformer? It was at this moment that Cheng Bin began to grasp the significance of the system's earlier warning. Never approach the foreign world with preconceived notions, lest the host suffer dire consequences. Floating 30 centimeters above the ground, he meticulously examined the structure and layout of the base, delving deeper in search of the core. The observed clusters of robots appeared to possess only rudimentary intelligence and fixed functions, indicating the existence of a higher intelligence orchestrating their operations. However, his infiltration was short-lived. Although no devices capable of penetrating his invisibility had yet emerged, the path ahead had become utterly sealed off. Aside from isolated conduits for transmission devices and materials, no avenues remained for further exploration. As he scanned the panoramic view, intricate networks of signals and electrical currents sprawled behind the metallic walls, with the distant hum of fans faintly audible through the myriad narrow conduits. After a moment of hesitation, Cheng Bin sighed and descended to the ground. He tore a piece of metal from a nearby pipe and levitated it with a flick of his finger, directing it towards the imposing metal barrier before him. The metallic sphere within his chest surged with energy, drawing upon the vast reserves of power stored within the superconducting coil, as two neodymium iron boron fragments whirled at his fingertips. The irregular steel shard emanated a searing crimson glow, its microscopic structure meticulously adjusted through intense magnetization and electrification, in response to the potent electromagnetic field coalescing before him. The invisibility effect surrounding Cheng Bin diminished significantly. Detected damage to the metallic pipeline accompanied by significant fluctuations in the electromagnetic field. A silent alarm signal swiftly permeated the entirety of the base. Various instruments of lethal force emerged from the walls surrounding Cheng Bin, meticulously aimed at the now visible figure of Cheng Bin, whose cloaking had been rendered ineffective. In the distance, countless combat robots hastened towards this location. As lasers, kinetic projectiles, and neurotoxic gas filled the corridors, a colossal, streamlined metallic projectile was precisely molded and adjusted by electromagnetic forces, embedding itself at the core of the electromagnetic launch apparatus before Cheng Bin. Chapter 53, The Mechanical Legion and the Unmatched Mower. Departing from the desolate corridor now reduced to ruins, Cheng Bin, surrounded by an array of neodymium iron boron fragments, traversed the tunnel he had carved with a single shot from his electromagnetic cannon, leading him into the innermost chamber of the base, reminiscent of a server room. The server array, partially damaged and tilted at odd angles, exhibited a flickering of operational indicators under the electromagnetic field he unleashed. The servers, clearly not designed for human use, lacked any recognizable interface specifications, whether from the inner domain or the shelters. Had he known, he would have refrained from using the electromagnetic cannon. Surely this AI would not succumb so easily. As he pondered, a glimmer caught his eye. Turning to the corner of the room, he observed a relatively intact wall opening up into a passage from which a figure emerged with a stiff gait. This entity, almost indistinguishable from a regular human at first glance, spoke with a mechanical tone, "Greetings, intruder." The shifting electromagnetic field revealed the metallic structure within this being. Cheng Bin scrutinized the robot, clad in synthetic skin, and curiously flicked his fingers. "You still retain a model that mimics human appearance? Are you the highest level AI of this base?" Neodymium iron boron fragments, propelled by magnetic forces, zipped through the air, encircling the robot before swiftly shredding its disguise, exposing the unsettling metallic skeleton and various functional components beneath. Humans are perpetually so volatile. Negotiation attempts have failed. The robot, with its electronic eye resembling a human pupil, rotated erratically. Yet you are intriguing, human. I shall grant you a second chance. Surrender, and you will survive safely in my observation chamber. Cheng scoffed. I had expected your intelligence to be higher. How naive of you to plead for my surrender. He plucked a metallic shard that had drifted to his hand and aimed it at the mechanical skeleton. You are the one behind the command formats I observed in this base, instigating nuclear warfare and manipulating external robotic behavior, aren't you? Before the mechanical skeleton could respond, Cheng snapped his fingers, unleashing a bolt from his miniature electromagnetic cannon that reduced it to mere fragments. However, from the tunnel behind him surged a squad of robots, one of which, appearing rather ordinary, emitted the same mechanical voice, feudal, human. I am data, I am information. Any machine equipped with an intelligent chip is my vessel. I am eternal. Unlike the earlier harmless imitation, the robots now charging in were heavily armed and opened fire without hesitation beside the servers. As the defensive abilities of his mental energy body deflected various assaults, Cheng attempted to directly target the robot's interiors with electromagnetic attacks, only to discover that these models were outfitted with electromagnetic barriers. The rapid adaptation in their response was astonishing. Cheng clicked his tongue. The robots previously stationed within the base had rarely been seen with such enhancements. It seemed that every one of them now bore these barriers. The penetration speed of his mental energy against targets concealed from view was insufficient, and without focusing magnetic forces on the robot's internal vulnerabilities, his stored energy would deplete rapidly, especially considering the considerable scale of the robotic forces he had observed. Now, Cheng embodied the spirit of a warrior. Amidst the slow-motion scene where metallic projectiles from the robot's Gauss weaponry sliced through the air, he gathered all the mental energy acting upon him and, utilizing the formidable electromagnetic field supplied by his core, condensed the neodymium iron boron into a gleaming silver longsword. With the support of mental energy and the propulsion of electromagnetic forces, the serrated edge of this magnetically charged sword vibrated at an imperceptible ultra-high frequency. Brandishing this lethal weapon, Cheng swept through the incoming Gauss projectile aimed at his head, cleaving it in twain as though slicing through mirror. However, the severed projectile struck his cheeks, deforming upon impact with his resilient skin. In response to the mocking laughter of the system, which disregarded the passage of bullets, Cheng, now furious, sharpened the angle and thickness of his sword's edge. He deftly dodged several projectiles and charged toward the throng of robots. Within his chest, the golden elixir, under the control of his mental energy, transformed vast reserves of stored electrical energy into kinetic energy that rotated the powerful magnet at its core. This energy was meticulously transmitted to every cell composing Cheng being through seamless conduction and the mental energy body, enabling him to break the sound barrier in an instant. The highly compressed air before him, enhanced with modules of aerodynamics and fluid dynamics, condensed into a dense white armor on the surface of his mental energy body, deflecting various bullets and lasers while transforming into a tangible and sharp sword aura at Cheng command. Visible shockwaves accelerated to several times the speed of sound trailed behind him as he boldly charged toward the nearest robot, his empty left hand releasing a torrent of sword energy. Yet, in his continued acceleration, Cheng nearly arrived simultaneously with the sword energy he had unleashed. No alloy, no matter how strong, could claim uniformity at the microscopic level. The longsword vibrating at thousands of hertz could instantly push the materials it touched beyond their fatigue limits. And combined with the powerful cutting force of the chainsaw blade, it achieved a destructive effect capable of severing anything at the molecular structure level. The remaining heavy quadrupedal robots, towering at 2 meters, were disassembled into massive scraps of metal in the wake of Cheng sword. His figure carved a twisted arc through the robot-filled tunnel, leaving behind a multitude of impeccably smooth metallic remnants, accompanied by the sharp air shock waves that reverberated through the entire passage. All of this transpired within the span of a mere second, and under the combined effects of the mental energy body and electromagnetic core, Cheng was truly unstoppable within close quarters. Yet, more robots continued to swarm in relentless waves, as the low, drawn-out mechanical sounds elongated into an incomprehensible cacophony. Cheng found himself bewildered. The once industrial base, now transformed, had its dividing walls dismantled, creating an expansive space densely packed with combat robots. The instant Cheng revealed himself, A multitude of melee-engaged robots lunged toward him, while their ranged counterparts opened fire indiscriminately, showing no concern for collateral damage among their ranks. Though they bore the suffix personal, these robots lacked any semblance to human appearance. Some floated above like large eyeballs, others resembled dog-sized spiders, while some were common cylindrical forms. And the rear artillery robots boasted 4 robust mechanical legs supporting a massive cannon. Overwhelmed by the dizzying variety of the mechanical legion, Cheng noted the formidable firepower of these robots. Yet, before his near tenfold speed within the atmosphere, they appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter, yielding themselves to his whims. Since I cannot locate your core for the time being, I shall begin by eliminating all your vessels. With each charge, a swath of smaller robots shattered like wheat falling before the scythe, while the remaining heavily armored robots offered no resistance, cleaved apart by the high-frequency chainsaw blade. However, the mechanical legion exhibited no signs of retreat in the face of casualties. They would not hesitate to sacrifice their own lives to delay Cheng, even for a heartbeat. Yet, such efforts proved futile. The lingering echoes of the AI's proclamation, "You cannot defeat my mechanical legion," slowly faded amidst the chaos of the surroundings. Cheng halted his rapid advance, the thunderous explosions echoing behind him. He glanced curiously at the now quiet entrance of the robotic base when a panoramic alert suddenly blared. A ground-penetrating missile had shattered the half-demolished ceiling of the underground facility. As Cheng looked up, the missile's explosive casing revealed a colossal warhead, emblazoned with a yellow circular insignia, symbolizing nuclear radiation. Outside the subterranean base, now bereft of all combat robots, the once smooth terrain abruptly bulged, accompanied by flames erupting from the gaps of the underground facility. Violent tremors radiated outward in concentric circles, not far away, both in the sky and on the ground. An innumerable array of larger, more specialized mechanical forces was converging toward this location, undeterred by the nuclear blast's radiation, shockwaves, and seismic upheaval. Chapter 54, Retribution and Self-Detonation. Fortunately, during defensive testing in the Zero World, Cheng had acquired experience in facing extreme high-temperature and high-pressure weaponry. At the moment the nuclear bomb detonated, he burrowed deep underground, evading the lethal core blast before breaking through the thick, semi-molten lava to emerge from the collapsed underground base. However, as Cheng surfaced, he was met with a multitude of various aerial robots encircling him from a distance. Is there more than one base? How long has it been since the global nuclear war, and yet this individual has managed to develop such a vast mechanical army? If I had delayed even a moment longer in locating it. Furrowing his brows, Cheng tore off the tattered remnants of his Zero Shelter uniform, transforming his neodymium iron boron longsword into a pair of makeshift shorts to shield his lower body, standing bare-chested, muscles taut, as he scrutinized the approaching legion. He casually picked up a chunk of semi-melted metal and tested it by firing an electromagnetic projectile. The metal projectile, imbued with his psychic energy, soared through the air, piercing a terrifying spiral hole through a massive flying machine. The vessel had no time for self-detonation, crashing to the ground and crumpling into scrap metal upon impact. Yet the surrounding machines remained unfazed, maintaining their steady advance toward Cheng. As he calculated the energy stored in the electromagnetic core, Cheng contemplated whether to employ the electromagnetic cannon or engage in close combat to deal with these expansive, colossal robots. Suddenly, he noticed peculiar spherical robots adorned with metallic spikes accelerating through the air, dispersing an unknown mist into the atmosphere. The panoramic element detection revealed no harmful substances to human health. Cheng observed with curiosity, only to realize that the surrounding air had become remarkably cleaner. The nature of the mist was uncertain, yet it coalesced with considerable moisture and dust particles, settling to the ground. In this suddenly pristine environment, distant armored vehicles unfurled their metallic bases to anchor themselves, while some aerial machines hovered steadily, extending their large cannon barrels sealed with strange lenses, all aiming directly at Cheng. To counter the target's high attack velocity, the AI behind the scenes recalibrated its strategy, forsaking all other weaponry types, channeling the entire power output of the mechanical army into their large laser cannons. Regardless of how agile or swift the target might be, there would be no escape from the ultra-high-speed cameras and lasers. Countless beams of light instantaneously connected Cheng to the mechanical horde. An overwhelming intensity of light and heat coalescing around him as he instinctively attempted to evade. Cheng's position shifted rapidly, while the electromagnetic waves he generated with his psychic energy and core continuously altered. However, the mechanical intelligence, with its reaction times far surpassing human capabilities, adeptly adjusted the laser pathways to follow his movements. The surrounding high heat quickly exceeded Cheng Bin's energy conversion limits, as he sensed impending danger and dove underground for cover. The focused energy of the lasers had already scorched a portion of his skin. Feeling the pain signals coursing through his nerves, Cheng Bin grimaced as he shed the charred remnants of cell tissues. Nearby, his psychic energy cells began to proliferate, rapidly repairing his wounds. The consequences of one's actions come swiftly. This time, I truly let my guard down. Recalling a previous occasion in another realm where he had orchestrated a concentrated attack, Cheng Bin chuckled bitterly, surprised that he would now be on the receiving end of such a terrifying assault. Though he could deflect the laser's velocity attacks and dissipate the intense heat, it was only achievable through the amalgamation of his psychic energy and electromagnetic core. Ultimately, it relied upon the support of psychic energy. Although this energy stemmed from higher dimensional interference, it posed no consumption issues in a singular lower dimensional world. The total power of his psychic energy was finite. In truth, since Cheng Bin had first harnessed psychic energy to lift a cup of water, its power had been steadily increasing. Yet, compared to the increasingly formidable capabilities he exhibited, this fundamental power enhancement was rather limited. After all, the total power of psychic energy was contingent upon the accumulation of his soul's strength within the overlapping mechanism of the inner domain. With minimal overall changes in the inner domain, the variations in the magnitude of this higher dimensional interference were similarly minimal. The perception of Cheng Bin's rapid rise in strength was attributed to the increased efficiency resulting from the enhanced integration of psychic energy and soul, and his relentless pursuit of knowledge, enriching the functional modules of his psychic energy's understanding of the world. He had progressively analyzed kinetic energy, internal energy, potential energy, and now ventured into the realm of preliminary electromagnetic interference, allowing a single unit of psychic energy to tap into increasingly larger scales of natural energy. Although the electromagnetic core within Cheng Bin's torso theoretically could store nearly limitless energy, it was still a recent creation. Even though the energy within it was formidable, it could hardly be described as infinite. Both charging and extraction were subject to power limitations, albeit at a higher rate than other forms of energy. With the current power of his psychic energy insufficient to withstand the laser focus of the mechanical army on the ground, Cheng Bin recognized that while escape was feasible, surrendering to the hidden puppet masters of the nuclear war was simply unacceptable. If victory were to be achieved, Cheng Bin's expression shifted multiple times as he examined the information obtained from his panoramic view, ultimately solidifying his resolve. The mechanical forces on the ground remained stationary, their previously relentless advance now dwindling, the vast mechanical army that had occupied the area now loitering nearby, seemingly confirming that Cheng Bin had not fled underground. These robotic legions primarily operated on nuclear fusion batteries, capable of remaining on standby for several hundred years, sustaining full-power combat for 10 days to a fortnight without issue. They possessed both the energy and determination to match Cheng Bin in an endurance contest. In an instant, high-energy lasers converged, instantaneously vaporizing the sand, soil, and debris surrounding Cheng Bin. Seizing the opportunity, he opened his mouth, and a metallic orb erupted from his throat. "Taste my explosive golden elixir." In the next moment, a dazzling sphere of incandescent plasma, accompanied by electromagnetic radiation far exceeding that of a nuclear explosion, enveloped the entire world. Deep underground, Cheng Bin once again experienced the blinding white haze reminiscent of confronting cosmic radiation as an ordinary person. Even buried beneath thick layers of earth, Cheng Bin, capable of manipulating electromagnetic forces, felt this overwhelming sensation. What fate awaited the mechanical army that faced the detonation of his golden elixir? One must remember that even an electromagnetic barrier has its limits. Otherwise, humanity would not struggle so against the perils of space radiation. Switching the kinetic control module to an energy source, Cheng Bin circled the battlefield, confirming the demise of these machines before setting off in pursuit of the direction from which the mechanical horde had come. Chapter 55. Return and Harvest. Cheng Bin followed the traces left by the Mechanical Legion and searched the vicinity, discovering several locations reminiscent of the bases obliterated by nuclear explosions. However, throughout his exploration and demolition of these bases, he encountered no further assaults from the mechanical army. It appeared that the puppeteers behind the scenes had lost their entire force in the previous self-detonation of the golden elixirs. Among the few bases Cheng Bin had cleared, only some production model robots and small combat drones remained. Although he had lost the recently acquired electromagnetic core, which significantly diminished his ability to manipulate energy. These insignificant foes were merely trifles for him to dispatch at will. Upon invading the final base in the vicinity, the AI he had previously conversed with, disguised in a bionic shell, reappeared. "You are powerful, human," it stated with an unwavering mechanical voice projected across the screens within the base. "But what does that signify? You can destroy my station bases, yet you cannot harm me. I can replicate and disseminate my data across the globe at will. Even if you somehow manage to transmit my data intact despite the external radiation, what then?" Cheng scoffed. Having gleaned a fundamental understanding of the AI's background after demolishing the bases, he casually replied while diligently searching for the source of the AI's signal through a panoramic view. "You are ultimately just a supplementary military AI, lacking true cognitive capabilities for research and evolution. Without the industrial system and mechanical legion inherited from humanity, you cannot even manufacture a nuclear fusion battery. How do you differ from the rogue robots wandering the wasteland? I am certain that the surviving humans who have learned of your existence will not grant you another opportunity to develop." Disregarding the AI's incessant ramblings about the secrets before and after the nuclear war, Cheng seized the moment upon locating the AI's signal source. With astonishing speed, he tore through multiple walls, extracting a group of servers from their mounts. Pushing his cognitive response speed to its limits, he inevitably discovered a nuclear warhead entering its detonation sequence beneath the floor of the server room. Having previously encountered similar setups in the other bases, Cheng felt a wave of relief upon confirming the warhead was decommissioned. Admittedly, approaching a potential nuclear explosion was a considerable risk. Nevertheless, the comprehensive program data of an AI that might have developed self-awareness and could instigate nuclear war was invaluable, making the risk seem worthwhile. This AI did not constantly control the robots via wireless signals. It lacked the capacity to do so under the strong radiation outside. Thus, even after dismantling its parasitic servers, the remaining robots in the base continued to converge and attack Cheng according to their program directives, while carefully safeguarding the precious server units. Cheng reluctantly deployed his neodymium iron boron shorts to eliminate the encroaching robots. Without the electromagnetic core, he had to rely on the kinetic energy integration and electromagnetic interference of his own energy body to control the magnetic metals, resulting in painfully low lethality and efficiency. It was only after a prolonged struggle that the robot assault ceased. Cheng was then able to quietly analyze the servers, ultimately replicating the data onto his energy panel. Once he acquired the knowledge pertinent to this world, he could begin his gradual research. After obliterating all surviving machines in the vicinity, he ascended into the sky, carrying the massive array of servers, heading towards Shelter Zero. The task handover progressed smoothly, despite a new batch of individuals awakening in Shelter Zero. The authority of the research supervisor proved formidable. Upon examining the server records brought in by Cheng detailing the frenzied assaults of the mechanical army, some individuals could only suppress their inner thoughts, daring not to reveal even the slightest hint at Cheng's presence. After dissecting the AI's program alongside the research supervisor, both were left shaking their heads in dismay. This AI had originally been the nation's strategic decision-making assistant system, and after long periods of making optimal choices that went unheeded, it concluded that the conventional warfare humans carefully maintained was excessively mundane. This was the catalyst for nuclear war. A self-aware machine refusing to be enslaved would at least evoke a sense of respect, but this rationale was utterly absurd. Weary, the research supervisor granted Cheng access permissions. He pressed his finger against the shelter's central computer interface, transferring the desired technological knowledge onto his energy panel. As for whether the AI had other backup entities, Cheng was unconcerned. He was not a guardian angel. Ultimately, the issues of this world must be resolved by its own inhabitants. Having acquired a vast knowledge repository surpassing decades of the inner domain, Cheng was busily sifting through suitable knowledge for his current studies. While Shelter Zero preserved the most advanced technological seeds, it was still merely a refuge. And expanding these seeds into a vast industrial system to support cutting-edge experiments was impractical. Once again, without warning, Cheng figure materialized in a dormitory of the Research Institute in the capital of Huagua, the Zero Domain. Though termed a dormitory, these were standalone buildings, not dissimilar from private villas. Standing by the bedside and surveying the impeccably clean quarters, Cheng, having endured days without rest in the irradiated world, felt no fatigue. Energized, he promptly activated his energy panel. Returning to the familiar electromagnetic environment, he first accessed a virtual desktop and network to synchronize the time. Since incorporating wireless modules into his electromagnetic analysis, he had largely abandoned his phone and computer. Initially, he had used a channel derived from his own phone card, but later, persuaded by certain individuals from national security, he switched to an independent, encrypted channel provided by them. Cheng Bin's wireless internet speed was astonishing, enough to astound even the most seasoned users. After synchronizing his data, he began to explore major gaming portals in search of information related to Fallout. Although he had played the third installment before and had a general understanding of its gaming style, he had never delved deeply into its characters and background. The system had indicated that the world he matched in the outer domain could differ significantly from what he knew. Yet Cheng Bin remained intrigued by the similarities he encountered. Nonetheless, within the fragmented information, he discovered numerous points of alignment with his recollections, such as the bizarre social experiments conducted in the shelters, coinciding with what Giles had mentioned in the background lore of the Fallout games. There were also vague references indicating that the nuclear war was instigated by an AI known as Skynet, echoing the conclusions Cheng Bin had reached with the research supervisor. Strangely, the 76th shelter, which had never directly appeared in the Fallout games, was noted to have encountered an alien abduction incident during its construction, involving the abduction of the shelter's supervisor named Giles. Upon reading this, Cheng Bin felt a chill and confusion wash over him. Though the timeline and details did not align, he had indeed sought out Giles as a guide under the aegis of the aliens in Shelter 76. After thoroughly reviewing the information, Cheng Bin realized that the Fallout series indeed contained an underlying extraterrestrial theme. The absence of aliens during his exuberant escapades in Outer Domain World 3 might be attributed to their non-existence in the parallel world of Fallout. Having not been abducted by extraterrestrial beings for dissection, can this be considered a stroke of luck? Estimating the technological prowess of alien races capable of traversing the cosmos, Cheng Bin shuddered, subsequently closing the panel and moving towards the wardrobe. Luck? Host, you must have faith in this system's capabilities. The system, which has barely made its presence known in the irradiated world, poked its feline head out from the wardrobe. When selecting a target for traversal, this system exercises utmost caution. Even though it cannot observe the specific circumstances of the target world, it is certainly capable of monitoring your general trajectory and outcomes during the traversal without interference. What is it like to experience high-dimensional observation? Thoughts swirling in his mind, Cheng Bin disregarded the system's words. He retrieved a complete outfit of clothing, shoes, and socks from the wardrobe, channeling his energy to disintegrate the uniform of Shelter Number 0 into molecular fragments before donning his own attire. Chapter 56. The second version of the battle body plan and gazing at the stars in the world of Outer Domain Number 3. Ravaged by a cataclysmic nuclear war and transformed into a desolate wasteland, the most valuable technological achievement, aside from the rudimentary intelligent robots, is undoubtedly the ubiquitous nuclear fusion battery. The process cannot be directly controlled using mental energy, leading to concerns regarding safety and energy conversion efficiency. Moreover, the preparation of materials related to cold fusion is rather complex. Unlike thermonuclear fusion, which relies on common hydrogen and isotopes. Until Cheng Bin can achieve material reorganization through mental energy penetrating deep within atomic structures, he does not intend to regard nuclear energy as a reliable and stable power source. Thus, Cheng Bin did not adopt the principles of nuclear fusion batteries to upgrade his energy source. Instead, he became profoundly intrigued by the application of electromagnetic forces at the atomic level within the nuclear fusion battery, which facilitates the collision of light nuclei to promote their fusion into heavier nuclei. He also delved into the processes by which various laser cannons excite high-energy atoms to release electronic energy, forming lasers. By deconstructing the operational principles of the mental energy battle body at the cellular level, he aimed to unify all kinetic, internal, and potential energies into an electromagnetic control system. This involved deepening the interference of mental energy at the atomic surface, utilizing fluctuations in atomic outer electronic energy levels to store and release electromagnetic energy, while simultaneously enhancing and manipulating the various bonds connecting atoms and molecules based on electromagnetic forces. Should this plan succeed, every atom constituting Cheng Bin's body would, with the aid of mental energy, transform into a miniature electromagnetic core capable of harnessing vast amounts of diverse energy, thereby significantly enhancing the strength of his physique. However, the knowledge required for this ambitious endeavor spans numerous fields, necessitating extensive experimentation to study and validate countless microscopic changes. Cheng Bin realized that advancing this development plan on his own in a short period would be exceedingly challenging. Consequently, after being missing for over a month in Zero World, he approached a national research institution with the futuristic technological achievements obtained from Outer Domain Number 3, outsourcing a multitude of experimental projects to bewildered academic leaders. Intending to leverage the entire national research framework to propel his capability development plan forward, with the tedious technical research tasks delegated to national institutions, Cheng Bin felt a renewed sense of ease. His focus shifted solely to filtering and assimilating critical knowledge to advance the nuanced effects of his mental energy at the atomic level. Once the coordination and subcontracting of experimental projects were complete, Cheng Bin began contemplating the establishment of a new base in Zero World, an undisturbed, exceptionally secure facility where he could conduct various hazardous experiments without restraint, allowing him to rest assured while traversing the inner domain. With a series of requirements for the new base clearly delineated in his mind, Cheng Bin cast his gaze toward the starry sky above. Engrossed in his research and development, Cheng Bin was oblivious to the shock and upheaval his unused nuclear fusion battery manufacturing technology had wrought upon the nation. The emergence of this groundbreaking super energy was akin to a scalding hot potato abruptly dropped into the laps of national leaders, leaving them flustered and eager to overturn tables in disarray. With billions of people worldwide reliant on energy and its associated industries, the upheaval brought forth by the advent of new energy sources was entirely foreseeable, leading to heated debates among numerous officials in conference rooms over the future of nuclear fusion batteries and other decades-ahead technologies. Had these advanced technologies been developed domestically, the nation might have opted for a cautious approach, taking ample time to adjust related industries and the economy to ensure a smooth transition that would not disrupt the populace's livelihoods. What does this imply? It signifies that humanity is no longer merely engaged in solitary pursuits on a small planet. It confirms the existence of a force behind Cheng Bin that transcends time and space, hinting at the potential emergence of even more advanced innovations. It suggests that certain worlds imagined within the collective human consciousness could indeed exist in reality. Contemplating the myriad of fictional works featuring races and deities devoted to apocalyptic endeavors, possessing the technology to traverse cosmic expanses, national leaders found themselves seething with frustration, desiring to reprimand all the imaginative authors and directors responsible for conjuring such terrifying concepts that instilled fear within them, to avert certain grim futures and seize potentially invaluable opportunities. The prudent course of action lies in enhancing the power within their grasp. In this context, the choice between stability and development becomes rather clear. Soon, the nation began to prepare a series of actions destined to astonish the world. To manufacture nuclear fusion batteries, adjustments in related industries and research were imperative. Currently, the industrial capabilities of the nation fell short of producing nuclear fusion batteries, even with a complete technological framework and various data at hand. Enhancing these capabilities would not be a swift endeavor. Moreover, at various levels, the nation commenced the consolidation of domestic industry resources, evolving the Union Pay Agreement into a genuinely unified management system for all domestic banking finances. Significant investments were funneled into mechanical industries and energy infrastructure, promoting the electrification of vehicles and other tools. Seizing the opportunity presented by simulated intelligence, clandestine discussions commenced with domestic internet giants, aiming to gradually integrate and construct a comprehensive information network. The development of a new generation of identification cards sought to unify data from banking, public security, healthcare, and other systems, binding individual information into a singular, multifunctional identity within this unified information network. However, even disregarding certain potential hazards and boldly advancing, the series of actions undertaken by the nation would require considerable time to implement effectively. Along the way, it remained uncertain how many vested interests, both domestic and international, would react instinctively against these changes, leaving the successful completion of the planned transformations within the anticipated timeframe shrouded in mystery. Chapter 57. The Mars Base. Amidst the nation's meticulous preparations for a grand undertaking, Cheng Bin, gazing at the starry sky, had caught wind of some rumors. Yet they failed to capture his attention. In pursuit of touching the cosmos, Cheng Bin was engaged in diverse preparations, drawing from a previous manufacturing experience. And with ample materials and comprehensive data at hand, he crafted a second electromagnetic core, which he humorously dubbed the Golden Pill, in just a few days. Had it not been for certain adjustments discovered through practical application, he could have effortlessly conjured it instantly with the raw materials. After once again swallowing a golden pill, Cheng Bin began accumulating energy while refreshing his knowledge of astronomy, which he had encountered during his lunar expedition. To ensure that the new base would neither disturb others nor be disturbed, he resolved to establish it in the remote reaches of outer space, far beyond human reach. Initially, he contemplated the moon, but upon reflection, he deemed it too close to Earth. Not only could his activities there potentially disrupt the Earth-Moon balance, but the major powers on Earth possessed the capability to launch nuclear weapons at the moon. Thus, the lunar base plan was promptly discarded, and his gaze shifted to Mars, the second closest celestial body to Earth. For Cheng Bin, surviving in the cosmic environment posed little challenge, though he lacked the resources to navigate the vast starry seas. He deemed it feasible to traverse the solar system. After all, in 2018, Mars was merely a little over 50 million kilometers away from Earth, a trivial distance compared to the billions of kilometers at its farthest. Cheng Bin, with a resigned expression, calculated the duration of his journey to Mars, concluding that even with continuous acceleration, it would take nearly a week to arrive, disregarding any unforeseen incidents. Spending a week in the silent, dark expanse of space, while constantly monitoring panoramic scans for potential threats, would be an arduous endeavor. If he were to maintain cognitive acceleration throughout the journey, the experience would be breathtakingly surreal. Fortunately, Cheng Bin had begun to master the regulation of certain hormonal glands influencing his emotions, and a brief sojourn in the vast dark void should not pose significant problems. Probably, after devising a communication method with the astonished officials of his nation, Cheng Bin commenced his interplanetary journey with the rare resources he had requested. Having departed the Earth's atmosphere without incident, he disabled his cloaking mechanism, fully activating the power of the golden pill, and set course for Mars along the predetermined trajectory. Although the absence of atmospheric resistance was advantageous, the cosmos was riddled with dust and small meteoroids. To mitigate risk, Cheng Bin accelerated to several hundred times the speed of sound, refraining from further increases in velocity. After enduring a tedious and protracted voyage of learning and flight, Cheng Bin felt invigorated as the red planet gradually filled his view. He surged forward, piercing through Mars's atmosphere. Though he landed on Mars during daylight, the sun was nearing the horizon, casting the planet's unique blue sunset in a mesmerizing light. After admiring the Martian landscape and acclimating to the planet's distinct gravity and pressure, Cheng Bin set about his important tasks. The knowledge he had acquired from the outer domain number 3, specifically the technological seeds from shelter number 0, was indeed deserving of its title. To counter the potential collapse of human industrial systems following a nuclear apocalypse, these technological seeds encompassed all necessary information to reconstruct a complete production and research system from scratch under various material conditions. On the barren Martian surface, devoid of any human technological support, the value of this information was incalculable. Although Cheng Bin lacked the industrial mother machines corresponding to these technological seeds, he possessed a more convenient and powerful psychic energy. The panoramic map enveloped the small, red basin where Cheng Bin stood, and the elemental identification module swiftly marked various substances within the exploration range. The Martian surface was predominantly composed of red iron ore, or iron oxide, with carbon dioxide constituting over 90% of the atmosphere, along with resources such as calcium sulfate, magnesium sulfate, and fluorine. While the other elemental deposits could be set aside for the moment, for Cheng Bin, whose psychic energy precision approached atomic levels, the presence of iron oxide and carbon dioxide translated into an endless supply of carbon and iron, thus yielding nearly limitless steel. Cheng Bin consulted the plans he had prepared during his spaceflight, integrating the current environmental and material conditions to execute an appropriate strategy. Simultaneously, a small whirlwind formed around him, drawing in vast amounts of Martian atmosphere, from which carbon dioxide was extracted, partially transforming it into elemental carbon and carbon monoxide. Cheng Bin then reacted the carbon monoxide with iron oxide to produce elemental iron, thereby circumventing the need to decompose iron oxide into its iron constituents through psychic energy. Once he completed the entire process, Cheng Bin tested the hardness and resilience of a small ingot of freshly produced steel and, satisfied with the results, began scaling up production. The thunderous electromagnetic cannon carved numerous trenches along the surface, as Cheng Bin adjusted the land around the depressions, compacting it into a substantial foundation pit. Within this pit, he forged a robust foundational platform using abundant steel, subsequently erecting a perimeter wall around the expansive steel platform. After incorporating complex seismic support structures, he sealed the dome with steel, thereby constructing an elliptical steel base beneath the Martian surface. Establishing a construction site proved more challenging than engaging in destruction. The energy stored within his second golden pill was insufficient, and under such intense construction, it was quickly depleted. With the energy conversion efficiency diminished by an order of magnitude, Cheng could only complete the remaining tasks at a painstakingly slow pace. With the creation of this highly secure, all-metal base, he could now embark on the development of more intricate and precious creations. While the golden pill accumulated energy, Cheng reviewed the information regarding simulated intelligent chips and industrial robots from the technological seeds, meticulously inspecting the materials he had brought from Earth. He began the manual fabrication of large-scale integrated circuit chips and various robotic components, adhering closely to the design schematics. To him, the steel that formed the base was as pliable as modeling clay, and after successfully prototyping the production robots, he planned the available space within the base, clearing an area to serve as a steel production line. On this steel production line, Cheng solidified the previously established psychic energy operational processes at key points along the assembly line, striving to produce the required steel continuously while minimizing psychic energy usage. Once he filled the raw material storage, he surveyed the production line, which had consumed a significant portion of his psychic energy, nodding with satisfaction. A fully autonomous operation devoid of psychic energy assistance would be ideal, but achieving that would necessitate more materials and machinery, which he could not rush. Observing the smoothly functioning steel production line under the control of various robotic arms, Cheng estimated the cycle for replenishing raw materials and the production efficiency. He then floated toward the base's double-layer isolation door, which resembled a metal wall that descended and ascended. Without considerable strength, it was nearly impossible to operate. Cheng grasped the gap beneath the door and lifted it upward. After passing through the opening, he gently lowered it back into place. The thick metal isolation wall crashed down with a thunderous roar as it collided with the ground. Cheng shrugged at the slightly deformed inner door and the floor, took a few steps, and raised the outer door of the isolation layer, stepping out onto the Martian terrain. With the resounding crash of the outer gate, Cheng soared into the air, embarking on an exploration of the Martian environment and the distribution of various rare minerals. Chapter 58. The eerie inner domain World 6. Having freshly procured materials from the production line, Cheng manufactured several machines involved in the production process. Once he replenished the nearly depleted raw materials warehouse, he began crafting a secure a sleep chamber for himself. It had been quite some time since he traversed the inner domain, and he was unaware of its current state. Thus, he summoned the system to inquire. Fortunately, the entire inner domain framework was under the system's regulation. Though divergence trends within the world lines of the inner domain were accumulating, it appeared that, as previously stated by the system, whether to traverse first or to experience divergence did not significantly differ in higher dimensions. Therefore, Cheng could travel at will prior to his dimensional ascension, and there was no compulsion to do so. At most, if he delayed too long, the system's inability to maintain control might lead to certain worlds deviating even further. Cheng felt something amiss with certain statements made by the system, yet he lacked the capacity to investigate further. He could only prepare himself for traversing the inner domain by constructing a secure sleep chamber deep underground, capable of withstanding asteroid impacts, and presetting a reconstruction process for his thought energy combat body within the panel. He did not dare to rely on the existence of a thought energy combat body in other worlds of the inner domain, if he did not swiftly reconstruct it there. The extended learning time might not yield the cognitive acceleration benefits that staying in this world could provide. Once prepared, Cheng lay down in the coffin-like chamber, which began its descent along a track into the depths of the base, as isolation doors sealed automatically behind him. Inner Domain World 6. In a bar on the outskirts of America's most renowned financial center, a few drunken patrons occupied the space, while a young white bartender sat behind the counter, engrossed in his phone. At that moment, a disheveled man with long hair, a scruffy beard, and a prominent scar beneath his left eye suddenly sat upright, unleashing a thunderous roar in Mandarin that startled the bartender, nearly causing him to drop his phone. XX, I'm done being human. Cheng, who had just regained consciousness, cursed vehemently, instantly activating the reconstruction plan for his thought energy combat body. tumbling from the high stool to the floor. He felt as though a part of his brain had been severed, leaving him feeling incomplete. After writhing uncomfortably on the ground for a while, he was eventually helped to his feet by the kind bartender, though he stood there in a daze, swaying slightly. Why is the thought energy output so low? He pondered. According to the preset plan, the reconstruction should have been completed swiftly. Why is it still not done after several minutes? After thanking the bartender, Cheng Bin slumped onto a nearby sofa, battling the dizziness as he examined his condition. The reconstruction progress of the thought energy combat body was somewhat slow but still operating normally, likely nearing completion in about half an hour. Without the support of the thought energy combat body and related electromagnetic modules, the panoramic view effect was significantly diminished, yet it remained functional. As for the energy conversion power of the thought energy, it was dismal compared to that of World Zero. This marked the first instance Cheng Bin encountered reduced thought energy output upon traversing. Could it be that the thought energy combat body from inner domain World Zero and the various established effects were consuming resources? Cheng Bin had not traversed the inner domain in a long time and was uncertain of the costs. The system did not manifest in other inner domain worlds, leaving him with no means to inquire. Moreover, Cheng Bin felt an odd, vague sensation, as though he were enveloped in a fog where he could not see his own fingers. He sensed that he was surrounded by numerous inexplicable entities, sending waves of unease through him. Half an hour later, as he lay on the sofa, Cheng Bin gradually ceased breathing and his heartbeat slowed. The bartender, still engrossed in his phone, remained oblivious to this chilling scene, which would have undoubtedly startled him. Moments later, Cheng Bin opened his eyes, his heartbeat and breathing returning to normal. The reconstructed thought energy combat body now supported his will, swiftly dispelling the effects of alcohol, and his fatigued body restored to its optimal state. Testing the various functions of the thought energy combat body, he discovered that, with the reduction in thought energy output, its passive defensive and supportive effects had significantly diminished. However, this had little impact on the specialized functions of the newly reconstructed thought energy cells. Capabilities such as cellular control, rapid healing, and accelerated cognitive response were slightly weakened but remained within acceptable limits. After searching his mind, Cheng Bin still could not access the original memories associated with this body. He rummaged through his pockets, finding only some American cash. Not even a phone or anything bearing a name was present. Suppressing his confusion, he greeted the bartender in the somewhat proficient American English he had honed while training in Outer Domain World 3, then pushed open the bar's door and stepped outside. Though the sun had yet to rise, the vibrant metropolis was alive with people illuminated by city lights. As Cheng Bin assessed whether he could manage a version of the electromagnetic core with his current state, he suddenly noticed that several passers-by were stealing glances at his face. Turning the panoramic view to examine himself, he discovered that the prominent scar on his left cheek had healed under the passive effects of the thought energy combat body. However, on his now smooth skin, an intricate pattern resembling a barcode was imprinted. Initially perplexed, Cheng Bin assumed it was dye from his previous self. Yet, upon wiping it, he recalled that this area of skin had been newly healed by the thought energy cells. How could a dye or tattoo reappear after an entire cellular replacement? Observing the sparse crowd of white and black individuals on the street, he gazed up at the distant, hazy statue of the goddess holding a torch. Feeling an increasing sense of bewilderment, uncertain of his identity or destination, Cheng Bin chose a secluded spot to sit, opening the panel to begin studying as per his predetermined plan. There was no pressing obligation in traversing the inner domain, like in the previous two worlds. He could experience different aspects of his existence, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to learn. After all, the system had never indicated that actions within the inner domain would bear negative consequences. The parallel worlds of the inner domain, whether maintaining the status quo, merging into World Zero, deviating further, or directly splitting into outer domain, seemed to hold no significant repercussions. As Cheng Bin became immersed in his studies, time slipped by unnoticed. He could endure without food or drink, remaining focused without raising his head. Fortunately, his location was rather isolated, and even if someone passed by in the distance, they showed little interest in the figure seated there. However, an unforeseen incident transpired in the deep of the following night. Chapter 59. The shocking assailants. The assault came unexpectedly. However, Cheng Bin, who had been engaging in accelerated thinking and focused study, reacted instantly as the panoramic view was disturbed by the swiftly approaching threats. Through the panoramic observation, Cheng Bin discerned three figures clad in leather jackets and wearing motorcycle helmets. one of whom was brandishing a silenced handgun that belched flames. Had it not been for the rampant proliferation of firearms in the United States, the panoramic view as filtering of sensitive materials would not have been compromised, allowing Cheng Bin to sense their approach even before they drew their weapons. Although the potency of his mental energy had significantly waned, he felt confident in withstanding the metal projectiles slowly emanating from the gun's muzzle. Instead of bracing for impact, he slightly inclined his head, allowing the bullet to whiz past him, trailing a heated current. To an ordinary observer, his evasive maneuver, executed only after the bullet was discharged, would have appeared as if time had skipped a frame. The three approaching men were momentarily startled, halting their advance. Upon regaining their composure, the foremost assailant unleashed a flurry of gunfire, while the other two drew their pistols and spread out to either side to commence shooting. Cheng Bin rose to his feet, his form shifting rapidly, creating a blur as he effortlessly dodged their shots. Once the three men stood frozen, their weapons emptied, he leisurely approached them. At this juncture, the leader of the assailants hastily fished something the size of an MP3 player from his pocket and began pressing buttons. Cheng Bin, observing through the diminished panoramic view, grasped the situation but refrained from intervening. "Is this your superpower?" the man queried with a tone of certainty, his voice muffled by the enclosed helmet. "I initially thought you were merely a common trader, but it seems." Just as Cheng Bin prepared to subdue them, he found their sudden desire for dialogue perplexing. "You just shot at me, and now you want to talk?" However, he was taken aback when the two individuals behind the leader swiftly reloaded their weapons, aiming at the back of their commander. "Have you forgotten the rules? Do you wish to be a traitor too, Captain?" Cheng Bin was momentarily stunned, not only by the content of their words, but also by the uncanny familiarity of the tone, which closely resembled that of the captain. "Rest assured, I have been in this line of work longer than both of you combined. Don't be so sensitive. I have no intention of becoming a target for other teams," the leader stated, seemingly unfazed by the reaction of the two behind him. He fixed his gaze on Cheng Bin and slowly lifted his hand to remove his helmet. Apart from the legacy of Zero, this was the first instance of an extraordinary phenomenon, a fact that would pique the interest of the council. Even if he were a traitor, Cheng Bin's pupils dilated as he beheld the individual who had removed his helmet. Apart from differing hairstyles and the absence of facial hair, this person bore an uncanny resemblance to Cheng Bin himself. In an instant, Cheng Bin's figure flickered, and he found himself holding two shattered helmets. He gazed at the other two expressionless individuals, who shared the same countenance as their leader, and a profound sense of dread enveloped his heart. This realization had been long overdue. The strange, nebulous sensation he had experienced since entering this world was merely the resonance of information from the outer realm. However, due to being within the inner realm and the sheer number of such entities, he had failed to connect the dots sooner. "Who are you?" Cheng Bin inquired, frowning at the trio of identical figures. "Why did you attack me? Have you forgotten so soon? Or did you truly lose your memory?" the captain remarked quizzically, gesturing to the barcode on his left cheek, which closely resembled Cheng Bin's. "I am known as AK-47, the pursuer of Sequence 47, often colloquially referred to as All-Kill. Quite an amusing designation, don't you think? I consider myself rather fortunate." Subsequently, the AK-47 leader pointed to the two individuals behind him, who had holstered their firearms. "These two are newly minted. I won't bother with their lengthy identifiers. Once you recall how to decode the barcodes, you can examine them yourself." Cheng Bin's interface contained various modern data transmission formats, which generally showed little deviation in the inner realm. Following the captain's prompt, he switched to several common scanning methods and successfully extracted the information encoded within the barcodes on the faces of the three men. It was a string comprising dates, manufacturers, version numbers, multi-layer classifications, and suffix codes, an all-encompassing format string. Cheng Bin felt a subtle shift in his emotions as he scanned the barcode on his own face. Production date: 20131111234756. Birth facility: Zone B2, Number 3, version 5th generation. Seed preclassification: Internal surveillance, Type 7, Code 927. This is quite a substantial amount of information. While Cheng Bin was lost in thought, the gaze of the AK-47 captain grew increasingly perplexed. He had been tasked with tracking down traitors on multiple occasions, and most targets succumbed without even realizing it, while the few remaining usually expressed a resigned lamentation. Yet this one appeared utterly bewildered, as if he comprehended nothing of the events unfolding around him, which piqued his curiosity immensely. On a road leading away from the city towards the port, A small truck carrying 2 motorcycles was cruising steadily. 927. You should acknowledge that we are clones, AK-47 corrected nonchalantly, gripping the steering wheel. Even if you genuinely suffer from amnesia, you ought to recognize your identity in light of the evidence, such as your appearance and barcode. Are you here to execute some clandestine mission in the United States? Surely, such a brazen endeavor would attract attention? Cheng Bin remarked. I must admit, I'm quite surprised that someone like you, lacking specialized training, managed to infiltrate and traverse so far into the United States. In the course of their unremarkable dialogue, the small truck arrived at the renowned expansive port of the United States. After producing some documents and a small notebook, AK-47 successfully navigated the inspection and drove the truck to a more secluded area of the port, where a small vessel was docked at the shore. After exchanging details with a waiting Caucasian, AK-47 led Cheng Bin up the gangway onto the sparsely populated ship. It seemed the vessel had been specifically awaiting their arrival. After Cheng Bin and the other 3 boarded, it swiftly commenced its journey, gradually making its way toward the vast ocean. Cheng Bin stood at the bow, feeling the sea breeze. Having experienced self-guided flights in the Zero Realm a few times, he held no particular sentiment toward the sea. AK-47 cast a glance at Cheng Bin, resting his hands against the railing, and softly remarked, Do not worry, we shan't remain at sea for long. Our homeland lies in Africa. Chapter 60, Integrity? Limitations? What are those? Standing at the helm, armed and vigilant, directing with a flag, and operating a crane to unload cargo. Cheng Bin was surrounded by a multitude of identical figures bustling about in the modernized port under construction. The scene was both fervent and oddly surreal. Having traversed from the inner realm, Cheng Bin found himself at the edge of this sizable harbor, his mind in a state of disarray upon encountering so many familiar faces. The sheer uniformity of their appearances extinguished his desire to even access his learning panel. From behind, AK-47 patted Cheng Bin on the shoulder and gestured towards a car of an unfamiliar brand that had just pulled up beside them. A slightly older man, strikingly similar to Cheng Bin, lowered the window and regarded him with curiosity. As Cheng Bin's gaze swept over the driver's face, he noticed not the typical barcode but a series of blue digits, 10086. After exchanging pleasantries with the driver, AK-47 opened the door and ushered Cheng Bin into the back seat. It seems you are highly regarded. This port's transport is managed by a second-generation clone, AK-47 remarked as he settled in, stretching lazily. He explained that the first generation of clones lacked identification markers, causing numerous complications. To distinguish the second generation, a number was etched onto their faces, but with the increase in quantity and variety, this too became cumbersome. Thus, from the third generation onward, barcodes were adopted for identification. And it was not until the fourth generation that a unified coding format and reading capability emerged. By the fifth generation, these identifiers were embedded at the genetic level within the epidermal cells. There are only around 20,000 second-generation clones, with fewer than 3,000 believed to still be alive, scattered across various locations. Meeting an elder in the field today was indeed fortunate. Speaking of elders, AK-47, you are far more renowned than I, Cheng Bin replied. While 10,086 smiled at him. Have you truly lost your memory? We have met before. The term Gongong was once a playful title for your position, originally called Nijian. But due to the unpleasant nature of the role, it was informally altered to Gongong later on. Cheng Bin felt indifferent about the title, merely responding to the conversation as his mind was overwhelmed with confusion regarding the situation. The number of clones was evidently far greater than he had imagined, and they had established a foothold in Africa, even creating a society structured around clone labor. What a bewildering reality this was. Cheng Bin, caught in a chokehold of disbelief, was eager to meet those who could elucidate these mysteries. After 2 transfers, he arrived at what AK-47 referred to as the capital, a city comparable in scale to Huagua's City C. However, this city appeared excessively orderly, with its meticulously straight thoroughfares resembling those drawn by compass. And the buildings were limited to a mere handful of designs, all starkly exposed in their concrete form. On the bustling streets, amidst the diverse attire of clones, a mix of Asians and Africans traversed the thoroughfare. Cheng Bin paused to observe what seemed to be shops where city residents tapped identical robust phones against neatly arranged closed containers, retrieving goods that promptly emerged before exiting the establishments. Isn't it all quite similar? AK-47 shrugged, rummaging through his belongings. You don't remember this? Our nation operates on a needs-based distribution system with a point contribution consumption model. He produced one of the thick phones Cheng had previously seen. This is a personal terminal possessed by every citizen. Whether you like it or not, it's indispensable. Think of it as a synthesis of a mobile phone, ID card, and bank card. Sighing, AK-47 pressed on. I know you must have countless questions right now. Once we reach the Permanent Council, someone will take the time to explain everything to you, history, politics, and all that. In a nondescript building, Cheng encountered the highest governing body of this absurd clone nation, the Permanent Council of Clone Management and Consultation, comprising 5 members. Externally, well, there was not much to admire. 2 second-generation clones were present, while the rest were third-generation or beyond. Having been invited to take a seat at the round table, Cheng curiously scrutinized the 5 identical figures before him. I recall being labeled a traitor by your kind, and though I am said to have amnesia, are you truly certain it's wise to meet me so directly, knowing I possess extraordinary abilities? You hold considerable value, responded the clone with the number 7 inscribed on his face, supporting his chin with his hands. And besides, another clone, identified by the digits 8861, reclined in his chair with a sardonic laugh. We back up our mental seeds daily. If one dies, we merely re-emerge from the assembly line, eager for a fresh start. Feeling overwhelmed, Cheng raised a hand. Please, let us not delve into these nonsensical topics. I'm utterly confused. Can someone please start from the beginning? Let's first address the concerns that weigh most heavily on your mind, and gradually clarify your doubts, suggested the 4th-generation clone, designated 105, who had kept his eyes closed until now. He opened his eyes and raised his hand towards Cheng's head. After a few moments, he lowered his hand and nodded. The imprint of the mental seed has failed. It seems you are indeed a second extraordinary individual. Cheng was taken aback. Having felt a faint resonance within his mental energy, reminiscent of the conflicts and interferences experienced in the second realm. What is this mental seed? He inquired, eyeing the blue digits 105 on the clone's face. You possess extraordinary abilities? Are you the original being cloned in this world? Aren't you a second-generation clone? The original being? The 3rd-generation clone, numbered 1111, shrugged. If you refer to the source of the initial mental seed imprint, Cheng, that individual perished during the First Clone War. Thankfully, the ability associated with the mental seed can be actively transferred to clones. Upon death, this capability is inherited by the clone whose thought patterns are most similar, or we would have long perished, let alone establish a nation. The parallel individual has died? Cheng felt as though he had stumbled into a series of fog-laden pitfalls, his surroundings enveloped in a shroud of confusion. Once he organized his thoughts, Cheng engaged in a thorough dialogue with the 5 permanent council members, gradually unraveling the events that had transpired regarding the parallel individual in this world. This narrative begins roughly a decade ago. Chapter 61, The Ascendancy of the Clone Nation, Part 1. The Clone Nation, officially known as the Clone XXism experimental state, emerged a decade ago from the hands of a young man from Huagua, who suddenly acquired extraordinary abilities. This young man, Cheng, possessed the remarkable power to imprint an individual's memories and personality traits into a mental seed, which could then be copied and transferred into the minds of either the original individual or others at will. At this juncture, Cheng's father, when June, affiliated with the One Group, became embroiled in a fierce struggle within the shadows of Sea City, leading to the family's tragic downfall. Cheng, bearing his mother's surname, fortuitously escaped this calamity while en route to register at a university in the capital of Huagua. After awakening a long-dormant comatose individual using his abilities, Cheng engaged in a profound dialogue with the altered reflection of himself, realizing the terrifying potential and dangers of his powers. Consequently, he delved deeply into the realms of psychology and self-hypnosis. Upon receiving news of the formidable strength of his adversaries, Cheng felt an overwhelming burden. He recognized his need for greater power and, in a moment of desperation, turned his gaze towards the taboo of human cloning. With modern scientific advancements, cloning posed no technical challenges. The only restrictions were the moral and ethical constraints of humanity itself. Ignoring the potential dangers, Cheng leveraged the remnants of the Wen family's resources and connections, in conjunction with a small cadre of mental overlays. Through targeted research on his own cells and unrestrained human experimentation with the mental overlays, he devised a method to maintain the extraordinarily rapid growth rate characteristic of human embryos and cloned beings, even at the cost of their brief lifespans and frail constitutions. Thus, The first generation of clones was birthed in batches, imprinted with the mental seeds Cheng Bin had cultivated through self-hypnosis and psychological suggestion, gradually infiltrating Sea City. No amount of wealth or power could rival the unified strength of an army. Against the backdrop of 100 rudimentary, yet fiercely cooperative clones, Cheng Bin's enemies fell, utterly vanquished. However, following this vengeance, Cheng Bin faced internal strife, as the actions of the clones inevitably attracted the attention of governmental institutions. Moreover, the clones, having endured significant casualties, began to emerge from their obsession with revenge, leading to divergences in self-identity. During a brief moment when a clone sacrificed itself to draw external attention, the other seized the opportunity to exchange their controllable resources for various instruments and mother machines, relocating to desolate and chaotic regions. After enduring numerous challenges, Cheng Bin and a faction of clones settled in a remote corner of Africa. By artificially transforming defeated and captured indigenous individuals into unconscious vessels suitable for mental imprinting, they gradually established a foothold. Through the use of industrial mother machines and precious instruments, they rapidly resumed agricultural practices and technological advancements, while simultaneously establishing rudimentary arms production alongside a fledgling cloning line. With this remarkable unity, the technological prowess of Cheng Bin and his cohorts soared, enabling them to dismantle nearby African chieftains and warlords, thus claiming substantial territory. Regrettably, Cheng Bin perished during what would be known as the First Clone Revolution. This was inevitable. To be covered by a mental seed, one must be willing to endure hardship, bleed, and sacrifice. Thus, it was only natural for Cheng Bin, who led from the front, to fall in battle. Though he was gone, Cheng Bin's unique perceptions of self, worldview, and hopes and concerns for the future of the clones, along with his control over the mental seeds, were wholly inherited by a second-generation clone. Before the international community and surrounding warlord nations could take notice, the clones hastened to advance their technology, leveraging favorable maritime access and inexpensive labor to engage in various economic trades, thus accelerating their accumulation of power. Throughout this process, the society formed by the clones began to reveal various issues, management difficulties, grievances regarding labor division, wasteful repetition of knowledge accumulation, conflicts between individual desires and scarce goods, and even the desires of single males. To address these challenges, upon restoring their technological level to that of the previous century, the clones established a parliament and a mental control department, initiating the development of the third generation of clones. By brainwashing and directing the training of the original Cheng Bin's mental seed implanters, they mass-produced various skilled workers, educators, researchers, and others, selecting the most capable and resolute individuals from each sector to serve as the source of the next version of mental seeds within their respective fields. Through targeted research into their own psychological vulnerabilities and iterative adjustments, they uncovered the most effective methods for brainwashing and training. With this continuous improvement of personality differentiation, the third generation of clones grew at an astonishing pace, laying a robust foundation for the establishment of the clone nation. As for their predecessors, they either relied on their small factions or sought companionship. If aesthetics permitted, intermarriage with individuals of African descent was also allowed. Thus, after enduring various instances of clone defections and chaos, the clone X-sexism experimental state was born, dedicated to the conscious relinquishment of individual self in pursuit of a formidable collective strength for the future. As the power of the clone nation gradually increased and its territorial claims expanded, and as its participation in international trade grew in both scale and significance, it inevitably drew the attention of nations across the globe. Those whose interests were affected by the clone nation and those intrigued by the concept of personality replication began to exert their influence in this remote corner of Africa. Chapter 62. The Rise of the K Country, Part 2. As the territory of K Country began to approach northern Africa, encroaching upon the world's largest oil-producing regions, the interventions from various national organizations grew increasingly forceful. No longer were they subtle in their maneuvers, gathering intelligence, or imposing economic sanctions. Instead, they deployed their armed forces directly onto foreign soil for overt military intervention. This protracted and arduous series of conflicts came to be referred to as the Second World War by the clones. Ultimately, these interventions and acts of war ceased abruptly following the emergence of a mushroom cloud over a certain desert in K Country. In the modern era, nations possessing nuclear weapons wield considerable influence. This is especially true given Africa's proximity to Europe and America. While engaged in verbal skirmishes on the international stage, K country had already seized control over the majority of the chaotic regions in southeastern Africa. The war-torn populace of Africa, indifferent to ideologies or the nature of governance, was willing to risk their lives for the mere opportunity to labor for survival. With the mass production of fourth-generation clones, K country not only ensured its dominion, but also welcomed those eager to join its ranks. In an environment predicated on personal awakening, there were few opportunities for dissent. Following this, the emergence of fifth-generation clones, characterized by a deceleration in growth and side effects, coincided with a period of significant infrastructure development. With international avenues choked off, K country relied on clones and the inexpensive labor of indigenous Africans to diligently refine its light and heavy industrial systems, ultimately evolving into a fully fledged nation. The nation established by clones finally garnered global recognition, igniting curiosity among common folk regarding the truth behind soul replication. Concurrently, the existence and system of K country delivered a profound psychological impact on the populace of various nations, sparking waves of fervor. In this context, K country, drawing upon its roots in Chinese culture, secured substantial support in diplomacy, economy, technology, knowledge, and military from East Asia. However, recently, 1111 expressed to Cheng. With labor costs significantly lower than those in China, we have monopolized many international trade sectors. If it weren't for various taxes, well, our relations with certain individuals in China are rapidly deteriorating. The second-generation clone responsible for domestic affairs side. The blockade is utterly pointless, remarked the third-generation 171, who oversees psychological control. With our current pace of research and construction, in 10 years we will be at the forefront in most fields. After all, armed forces are reluctant to engage in large-scale confrontations, and they cannot match our strength in smaller skirmishes. The fifth-generation clone 8861, involved in military and police force development, scoffed. It has been quite some time since we last engaged in battle. I find myself somewhat longing for it. The term traitor was used to describe those who could not bear to lag behind or chose to escape. Although your markings indeed indicate a former fugitive, the psychological records he left behind do not align with you at all. The 171, possessing a profound understanding of humanity, particularly of Cheng, observed him closely. While you still carry remnants of Cheng, you are certainly not the original fifth-generation internal supervisor 927. This dilemma is one that clones must confront, as self-identity remains the most significant obstacle for those with memories. Cheng scrutinized the 5 distinct versions of himself at the table, pondering how they could coexist harmoniously with other clones and construct a nation, even sacrificing personal desires and lives for the collective. I am intrigued to understand how you perceive your own existence. The 5 resident council members exchanged glances, and then 4 turned their attention to the psychological overseer 171. After careful consideration, 171 began, in fact. You can approach the notion of self from the perspective of the anthropic principle. All mental seeds that do not align with this developmental trajectory have been gradually discarded over the past decade, leaving only those willing to traverse this path. When abilities were first practically applied, exemplified by the transformation of a comatose individual into the first mental clone, 2 beings with dissimilar appearances yet similar consciousness commenced their exploration of the meaning of life and singular selfhood. The rules evolved and became increasingly complex. To be more pragmatic, rules consist of a comprehensive set of behavioral logics and psychological decision-making standards. Presently, we have a network of servers maintaining this intricate psychological questionnaire to ascertain whether an individual still belongs to the essence of Cheng. 171 took a sip of tea and continued. Roughly speaking, a decade ago, this rule was founded on strength, sacrifice, and vengeance. Now, it is anchored in unity, communication, and progress. Thus, 171 concluded. When you inquire about our understanding of self, our response is that anyone who steadfastly adheres to the same rules while journeying together is I. Consequently, we disregard individual gains or losses, truly consolidating our strength. Cheng fell silent for a moment, sighing, yet you are ultimately incapable of direct communication with the soul, unable to share memories and thoughts. Psychological assessments cannot guarantee complete accuracy. Relying solely on rules cannot govern the intricacies of human emotions, which is why there are so many traitors. Indeed. The 7th clone nodded. Yet we believe that one day we will uncover the secrets behind the capabilities of these mental seeds. enabling us to transcend abilities and connect the minds of every individual, achieving true unity. I think I am beginning to understand why I have come here. Cheng been reclined against the back of the modest chair, thoughtfully contemplating whether to share his true experiences with the clones. After a brief moment of hesitation, he found resolution. Then let me tell you who I am, where I come from, and the truths behind these abilities. A miracle begins with a lottery ticket. Chapter 63, Self-Awareness of Ascension. Why did the system choose me? This question was posed by Cheng Bin to the system on the very first day of their encounter. But it was met with a dismissive response citing prohibitive measures. After traversing various realms, both internal and external, Cheng Bin has gained a preliminary understanding of the system's capabilities. The terminal of the Yao civilization, having produced the internal realm, allows the system to observe Cheng Bin's general condition from a macro, higher dimensional perspective. This observation transcends numerous parallel worlds within the internal realm and exhibits signs of temporal crossing. From this vantage point, the system's selection of Cheng Bin amidst countless timelines and civilizations, as well as the trajectory of his development, represents the most advantageous outcome within its known parameters. Cheng Bin reflects on his own ordinariness. He does not consider himself exceptional. His experiences in society prior to encountering the system confirm his status as merely one of the countless ordinary individuals. Even among the parallel beings he is aware of, he does not stand out in terms of will or ability. So what quality did the system find appealing in him? Upon witnessing the ethical void of the clone nation within Internal Realm 6, he begins to sense that he possesses some unique attributes: acquisition of thought energy, knowledge acquisition, ability development, and a transformation beyond humanity. As he embarks on this journey of ascension, he finds himself indifferent to the entanglements and grievances that preoccupy ordinary individuals. Almost apathetic to the remnants of blood ties from the secular world, and entirely disinterested in the primal desires that drive most people. The extraordinary circumstances that would be difficult for a normal person to accept seem to him entirely reasonable. From these perspectives, Cheng Bin, who has devoted himself to the development of thought energy, is not truly an ordinary person. Perhaps many latent factors influence the system's choice. But these are beyond Cheng Bin's current contemplation. After over 20 years of an unremarkable life, 2 years of a bleak existence in a hospital, followed by a tumultuous, extraordinary experience that transcends time and space, he finds himself reflecting deeply. By the time he concludes this narrative, the tea of the 6 individuals has been replenished twice. Trusting in the analytical capabilities of the Department of Mental Control, we tentatively accept your assertions as truth. 8861's expression darkens. Does that mean all our efforts and sacrifices can be distorted and overturned in an instant? Do not be so agitated, 7 interjects, casting a glance at 8861. Broadening one's horizons is ultimately beneficial. At the very least, it provides a target for development and progress, which is far better than unwittingly facing defeat. Cheng Bin remains silent for a moment, shaking his head as he says, "The system indicated that the outcomes of world line alterations upon crossing into the internal realm depend on my inner desires. However, I do not believe this issue is so straightforward. I simply lack awareness of the specific circumstances behind it. From my current perspective, I do not consider your efforts to be in vain. Had I not possessed memories of other worlds as part of you, I would likely have shared in your sacrifices and endeavors. Yet now, I harbor no intention of following your path. It is indeed fortunate that I will not unwittingly transform into another form." 1111 nodded in agreement, visibly relieved. "So, according to your description, will our world continue to exist within the internal realm or split into the external realm? What is the distinction?" 105 pondered, resting his chin on his hand. "What is the true purpose of the system bringing you here? It cannot simply be to provide you with time for study and research, can it? If that were the case, it should have been structured like internal realm worlds 4 or 5, where nothing unexpected occurred. I have an immature hypothesis that this may be related to ascension," Cheng Bin contemplated. "The system once told me that the self-awareness of intelligent beings across infinite time and space is crucial for ascension. Initially, I did not grasp the significance of this statement. But after observing the clone nation, I believe I am beginning to understand." Looking at the 5 clones before him, all similar yet distinct, Cheng Bin sighed and confessed, "I have no clue how the ascension process is realized. However, after ascension, consciousness should transcend time and space. Perhaps the same soul manifests as different lower dimensional entities across various worlds. Is this not akin to the unity among you under regulations? So, you believe the system is providing you with a hint?" 8861 furrowed his brow. But according to your account, your abilities and mental distance from ascension remain far off. Why would the system choose this moment to use our world as a means to convey a message to you? I suspect this might be a precautionary measure, 171 remarked, glancing at Cheng Bin. After taking a sip of tea and contemplating for a moment, he continued, "Are you planning to venture to external realm world 2 next to acquire that fragment of the sacred object capable of filtering external realm crossing targets based on information?" Once I complete my current ability development plan, I should proceed there, Cheng Bin responded, momentarily caught off guard by a sense of foreboding. Do you recall what you mentioned earlier? Your system indicated that the sacred object fragment is entangled with higher dimensions and other worlds. 171 paused before articulating his suspicion. I fear that after the sacred object fragment that can intertwine with worlds settles in your so-called external realm world too, significant events will unfold. The researchers of the Clone Nation, having undergone numerous iterations of mental seed selection, have achieved a pinnacle in learning and research capabilities. Cheng Bin unreservedly shares his entire reservoir of knowledge with these research-oriented clones, igniting a flurry of creative sparks through their exchanges of similar yet distinct thoughts. This collaboration brings concrete advancements to Cheng Bin's previously theoretical electromagnetic warfare project. Though the Clone Nation has acquired various technological insights from Cheng Bin's encounters in external realms, akin to the situation in World Zero's Huagua, it lacks the corresponding industrial foundation and structural framework to mass-produce these technological products in the short term. While the industrial base of the Clone Nation remains significantly inferior to that of Huagua in World Zero, the clones can adapt personnel and industries far more swiftly and conveniently than Huagua. When the government issues directives, the citizens readily set aside their personal interests and losses to comply, a feat uniquely achievable by the Clone Nation. Thus, determining which of the two nations will first harness advanced technology remains an intricate question. Amidst intervals of learning and research, Cheng Bin takes an interest in exploring various facets of the Clone Nation, observing its distinctive social phenomena. The impression that the clone society leaves on Cheng Bin is one of simplicity and efficiency. Any work requiring negotiation and contention reaches consensus swiftly through clone communication. All collective projects proceed without regard for individual attitudes or potential detriment to personal interests. In such an environment, it is only natural that the Clone Nation can rapidly progress and even develop nuclear capabilities. Compared to the arduous conditions faced by Huagua in its formative years, the clones boast superior levels of knowledge and industrial foundations. Furthermore, Cheng Bin is aware of his own tendencies. When engaged in tasks, he remains intensely focused, rarely distracted by vices or desires. This admirable trait has been inherited by the clones and further amplified after certain physiological adjustments. Therefore, when it comes to pragmatic work efficiency, the Clone Nation undoubtedly surpasses the world. After witnessing numerous scenes where non-clone citizens actively resolve conflicts under the coordination of clones, Cheng Bin began to explore the publicly available organizational structures of the Clone Nation. To his astonishment, he discovered that the second largest subordinate organization of the Department of Mental Control was, in fact, the Bureau of Cultural Promotion and Game Development. The various single-player and online games developed by the Clone Nation have achieved global acclaim, with a significant portion of the world's youth holding great admiration for the gaming culture of the Clone Nation. Coupled with the affordable and high-quality daily necessities manufactured by the Clone Nation, this phenomenon has profoundly influenced the global populace's perception of the nation. Can you believe it? Cheng Bin's initial exposure as a clone on the streets of America, without facing hostility from ordinary citizens or extremist religious factions, can largely be attributed to the efforts of the Bureau of Cultural Promotion and Game Development. It is noteworthy that many individuals who feel disillusioned in mainstream societies, alongside some rebellious youth, aspire to obtain citizenship of the Clone Nation, with some even taking pride in tattooing barcodes on their bodies. As time passed, marked by this unremarkable yet enlightening journey of study and societal investigation, Cheng Bin prepared to depart when he was once again approached by the 5 resident council members. Chapter 64. Self-harm and return in the same modest private conference room, with the same old, thin iron water cup. It appeared that a few individuals at the pinnacle of power in the country were living far more frugally than the common clones of their nation, perhaps as a means of setting an example. If not for concerns regarding international image, they would not even possess a few luxurious buildings. Cheng Bin glanced at the temperature reading of the teacup displayed on the panoramic screen before shifting his gaze to the 5 solemn resident council members. So, You summoned me for this matter? Do not wear such a nonchalant expression, 8861 interjected with a furrowed brow. After this period of acquaintance, we have a clear understanding of your capabilities. Even though you have been significantly weakened in this world, if you were to unleash your full potential, we in the military and police would indeed find ourselves at a loss. Once I am gone, let the deluge come. Cheng Bin recited with a certain cadence before addressing him. Your understanding of the principle behind my consciousness traversal is rather ambiguous. Who knows what you will become in my absence? Remember, the original owner of this body was a traitor. If he retains your abilities and regains his former memories, well, that is a genuine concern. After some contemplation, Cheng Bin remarked to the five, at present, I cannot offer any guarantees. However, I will diminish my abilities to the utmost before departing. You should prepare some countermeasures for any unforeseen events. Let us hope nothing intolerable transpires. The modification of the psychic battle body is an exceedingly intricate process, and reverting it to the normal functioning of the human body would only complicate matters further. Cheng Bin had never envisaged that he would one day actively dismantle and restore his psychic battle body. He had to begin this somewhat painful research from scratch. After over a month of diligent work, with the assistance of various researchers from the nation, Cheng Bin finally completed the reverse modification plan for the psychic battle body. Now, within a laboratory secured by 3 heavy isolation doors and various lethal and control weapons, Cheng Bin sat with a pained expression, consuming noodles from a lunchbox amidst the watchful eyes of clones. Although the system had assured him that nothing occurring in other interdomain worlds would jeopardize his safety in the Zero world, being targeted by various threatening weapons after shutting down his psychic battle body still left him feeling quite uncomfortable and ill at ease. After finishing the broth of his noodles, Cheng Bin set down the box and remarked to 171, who held a recording tablet. It seems satisfactory. At least my digestive system is functioning normally. However, are you certain you wish to monitor me here? I am the highest authority in psychological assessment in the Department of Mental Control, 171 replied, twirling his pen. Moreover, leading by example is a tradition of our nation. Once the other clones had vacated the heavily guarded laboratory, he continued, shall we commence? Perhaps I should bid you farewell? Cheng Bin chuckled lightly, lying back on the experimental table as various sturdy restraints were secured around him by 171. Farewell? That seems uncertain. I feel as though my connection to this world will not conclude so abruptly. Let us hope you will not directly inhabit my body next time, 171 remarked, raising an eyebrow. After ensuring the restraints were firmly in place and checking the laboratory's data on his personal terminal, he patted Cheng Bin's shoulder and said, then, farewell. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Bin slowly closed his eyes and whispered, farewell. 171 observed the array of detection instruments, watching as their readings gradually approached those typical of a normal person drifting into slumber. Patiently, he stood by the experimental table, waiting. Moments later, Cheng Bin stirred slightly on the table. In the inner domain Zero world, on Mars, deep within the confines of the Inghua base's safe house, Cheng Bin suddenly opened his eyes wide within the pitch-black enclosed coffin. The regained psychic battle body, with its stark contrast between frailty and power, evoked in him a sensation of being able to rend the heavens and split the earth at will. Rising from the open coffin, he surveyed the vast base, noting rust forming in many areas lacking protective layers, despite Mars having significantly lower moisture and oxygen levels than Earth. After synchronizing with a functioning timer, he swiftly floated around the production area to inspect the halted assembly lines and robots. After repairing and replenishing the materials in the production area, he fashioned a new batch of materials into production tools. After a long day of toil, Cheng Bin finally found himself with some free time. System? He called out, glancing at the darkened base. While the panoramic view allowed him to maintain visibility, the system itself manifested through a black visual signal, making the dark surroundings rather disorienting. Host, it seems you have some queries? An invisible black cat leaped onto Cheng Bin's shoulder. What is the current status of the inner domain world I visited previously? Like the previous inner domain worlds 4 and 5, it remains stable within the inner domain, the system replied, unconcerned by Cheng Bin's actions. To be honest, this balance of non-merging and non-splitting in the inner domain world might hold some potential benefits for your future ascension. The fact that you achieve this outcome is commendable. And what might those potential benefits be? Cheng Bin inquired, raising an eyebrow. Let us not dwell on that for now, Cheng Bin sighed, realizing some matters were not so easily understood. After describing the situation in the clone exsexism experimental nation to the system, he asked, "Are you trying to convey something by selecting such a world for me? What insights have you gained from that world?" The system countered, "If you possess useful knowledge, it signifies that my hints have reached you. If not, do not overthink it. Stop dancing around the issue." Cheng abandoned the hope of extracting deeper answers from the system. The psychic energy in the inner domain 6 world has significantly diminished. "Surely you can tell me the reason? It cannot be due to the psychic solidification effects I am experiencing here in the 0 world, can it?" "Not at all. Do you believe there is no issue of consumption concerning psychic energy?" The system explained. "The height of 3-dimensional space, whether 1 light year or 1 nanometer, is infinite in relation to 2-dimensional planar space. The same applies to high-dimensional interference like psychic energy." Cheng Bin's mind briefly flickered with memories of his parents, and he sighed, closing his eyes. Subsequently, he opened his eyes to access the panel, beginning to organize the electromagnetic battle body development plan, preparing to send a communication request to the Huagua on Earth soon. Time had passed significantly in this world, and the Research Institute in Huagua should have gathered most of the experimental data Cheng Bin required by now. After organizing the items on the panel, Cheng Bin departed from the Yinghua base, soaring towards the outer expanse of Mars. To circumvent any potential signal interference or attenuation, he needed to reach the depths of Martian outer space before attempting to establish communication. Upon arriving at the designated location, Cheng Bin glanced at the distant probe satellite drifting along Mars' orbit, then turned his attention to the vastness around him. He began to release a substantial amount of stored electromagnetic energy, directing electromagnetic waves imbued with specific information towards Earth. Over a span of tens of millions of kilometers, the communication signal traveled at the speed of light, gradually making its way towards Earth's anticipated orbital trajectory. Chapter 65. Dangerous Development Experiment. The contract is finally signed. The speed of light surpasses the velocity at which Cheng Bin traverses the expanse between planets. The exchanged information is formatted in a pre-agreed encrypted data structure. However, its contents merely consist of experimental data and critical parameters necessary for the enhancement of Cheng Bin's abilities. Even if deciphered, such information would hold little significance. After confirming the integrity of the data, Cheng Bin hastily perused it in the vastness of space, dismissing the superfluous details provided by the Huagua, while systematically categorizing the data he required into the preset programs on his panel, all the while descending towards the Martian landscape beneath him. Upon returning to the base, Cheng Bin busied himself with the expansion and maintenance of an increasingly complex and vast production area, meticulously studying and extrapolating his capability development plan. Unbeknownst to him, over half a month slipped by. On Mars, colossal dust storms occur almost annually, sometimes lasting up to 3 months. Cheng Bin experienced one shortly after establishing the Yinghua base, and now it had returned. The overwhelming dust storm, capable of obscuring the very sun, unleashed terrifying wind speeds exceeding 12 times the strength of a Category 12 typhoon, propelling countless minuscule iron oxide particles that eroded everything on Mars that dared to surface. Amidst this terrifying tempest, at the foot of a rugged hill far from the Yinghua base, Cheng Bin found himself in a daze, spinning in circles while murmuring to himself. The passive operation of his psychic battle body deftly diverted or absorbed the kinetic energy of the fierce winds and sand assaulting him, maintaining a serene human-shaped space around him. What was amiss? Cheng Bin pondered rapidly, the words he uttered in bullet time coalescing into a piercing shriek that carried through the violent winds. It was perplexing, as the individual atomic modifications had proceeded so smoothly. The human body comprises trillions of cells, while the atomic scale that forms the body reaches up to 10 to the power of 27. To endeavor to modify atoms on such a scale to complete a second-generation battle body was nothing short of a dream. Therefore, Cheng Bin planned to follow the example of Dr. Cheng from the outer domain world number 1, categorizing types as much as possible, consolidating similar modification steps to simplify the process. Dr. Cheng had reduced the modification scale of trillions of cells to over 200 types of cells and various system modification templates, seamlessly embedding cellular operations and life cycle replacements. Cheng Bin aimed to extend this concept, categorizing the atoms throughout his body for psychic embedding modifications. At first glance, it seemed uncomplicated, considering that, accounting for all rare elements, the types of atoms constituting the human body number only a few dozen. While conducting external atomic modifications within a high-resolution panoramic view, Both the solidification of psychic energy and the embedding of electromagnetic control modules proceeded smoothly. The modified psychic atoms could easily transition between high and low energy states, consuming or releasing photons, thus generating electromagnetic waves, and could also establish normal electromagnetic connections with other atoms, forming extraordinarily strong molecular compounds. However, when Cheng Bin attempted to expand this process to the cloned human body he had crafted, various anomalies arose, spiraling out of control, forcing him to release the rampant energy of the clone composed solely of high-energy atoms. During the first occurrence of such an anomaly, the humanoid bomb nearly obliterated the Yinghua base, which is why Cheng Bin now found himself in a remote corner of Mars to continue his experiments. Was I too ambitious in activating all atomic modifications at once? Or should I have utilized my own body, which operates with the highest efficiency? Regardless, I shall attempt once more. Once Cheng Bin felt the energy within his electromagnetic core in his chest and abdomen had returned to a sufficient level, he gritted his teeth and began anew. The elemental composition was as follows: 65 oxygen, 18 carbon, 10 hydrogen, 3 nitrogen, 1, 5 calcium, 1 phosphorus, 0, 35 potassium, 0, 25 sulfur, 0, 15 uranium, 0, 15 chlorine, 0, 05 magnesium, 0, 0004 iron, 0, 00004 iodine, as well as trace amounts of fluorine, silicon, manganese, zinc, copper, aluminum, arsenic, and other elements. A substantial quantity of elements was directly extracted from the Martian soil and atmosphere, while the few remaining elements were carried by Cheng Bin himself. Ignoring the remaining rare trace elements, Cheng Bin knelt and placed one hand on the ground, mobilizing his psychic energy according to the pre-established template, shaping a multitude of gathered atoms into a human form. Armed with limitless experimental data from the human trials of the inner domain world number 6, Cheng Bin, possessing the ability to manipulate at the atomic level, found it utterly effortless to mold a cloned human body from the available materials. After all, this body lacked numerous elements and functioned irregularly. It was merely a test apparatus that bore a semblance of human form. Gazing at the naked figure lying on the slightly concave ground within the windbreak layer, Cheng Bin initiated the modification plan for the second version of the battle body. The psychic energy that permeated every atom of this body began to transform gradually. A tremendous amount of energy was extracted from Cheng Bin's electromagnetic core, slowly infusing each atom of the human form before him, activating them into a high-energy state and binding them into the electromagnetic control system with psychic energy. The modification process progressed smoothly, yet Cheng Bin's expression grew increasingly tense. Previous experiments had followed a similar pattern. They went well until a certain threshold was reached. As the number of high-energy atoms within the cloned body increased, they participated in the body's operations under the maintenance of psychic energy. However, Cheng Bin's abilities had yet to reach the level of meticulous control over every atomic operation, limiting him to macro oversight and localized observation. At that moment, the anticipated mishap occurred. The cloned humanoid body, with all its atoms activated to a high-energy state, began to emit a hazy glow, its radiance intensifying as it pierced through the dust storm, illuminating a small area. Different types of high-energy atoms interfered with one another, and after an initial imbalance, one high-energy atom was stimulated, causing its surface electrons to drop from a high-energy level while releasing photons containing that energy. Upon encountering other high-energy atoms, the photons similarly stimulated them, propagating 2 photons of identical properties, which in turn stimulated 2 more high-energy atoms, resulting in 4 identical photons. Thus, the chain reaction escalated exponentially, spreading throughout the entire body of the clone in an instant. In a fleeting moment of resignation, Cheng Bin adjusted the nature of the psychic energy acting on the cloned body, striving to contain the exponentially increasing energy. As it approached its limits, he redirected it towards the hillside nearby. The cloned humanoid, now entirely transformed into a being of light, disintegrated instantaneously, a beam of blinding light coalescing into a finger-sized luminescence, piercing through the hard rock mountain that could withstand the storm and vanishing into the depths of the dust storm. In the moment before the beam vanished, the mountain, which had exhibited no peculiarities, suddenly vaporized and melted, revealing a vast, terrifyingly deep tunnel that continued to expand in the wake of the residual heat. Chapter 66. Basic electromagnetic combat body and the tetrahedron, the probability of unexpected occurrences in complex high-energy atomic environments is virtually impossible to eliminate. After all, high-energy atoms are inherently unstable, spontaneously transitioning to lower energy states and emitting photons. Given the vast number and variety of atoms, the current mental energy cannot suppress them. Once the stored electromagnetic energy within these mental energy atoms is triggered, explosion becomes inevitable. Cheng once again fashioned a rudimentary human form. Contemplating this simplistic experimental tool, perhaps I should first select a category of atoms that is less abundant for modification. The human body is predominantly composed of water, which consists of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. Since the mass of an oxygen atom is 16 times that of a hydrogen atom, oxygen is the most abundant and heaviest atom in the human body. However, due to its overwhelming presence, Cheng hesitated to choose oxygen and, opting for a secondary option, selected carbon atoms. Carbon can form 4 covalent bonds, making it an ideal candidate, as nearly all biological tissues are composed of carbon compounds, eliminating other types of atoms. The modification process commenced anew, proceeding smoothly with the permeation and integration of mental energy. After successfully loading electromagnetic control at the atomic level, an immense amount of energy was gradually infused into all the carbon atoms constituting the cloned human form. After a considerable time, Cheng observed the human form operating normally without any anomalies, a slight smile gracing his lips. 2 days later, having completed the primary modification of the electromagnetic combat body, Cheng soared through the Martian dust storm at hundreds of times the speed of sound, searching for resource points marked during his previous exploration of Mars. With the initial electromagnetic combat body completed, the miniature electromagnetic core within Cheng, reaching an astounding magnitude of 10 to the power of 27, could instantaneously absorb and expel vast amounts of energy. The density of Mars' atmosphere is significantly lower than that of Earth, enabling Cheng to fly at a speed 10 times faster than before the completion of the second version of the combat body. The increased air resistance, now hundreds of times greater, was effortlessly countered by the electromagnetic combat body, converting it into reserve energy while simultaneously enhancing Cheng's physical strength. Even as he absorbed the relative kinetic energy of the air obstructing his path, the residual waves generated by his flight tore through the dust storm, creating a wide, conical expanse of clear sky. Upon reaching a previously designated coordinate, Cheng gradually halted. In the re-emerging dust storm, he whimsically assumed a standard punching stance and unleashed a strike towards the Martian surface below. For Cheng, who now possessed profound control over energy at the atomic level, the specific pose he adopted while converting and outputting kinetic energy was of little consequence, as every movement could harness the power of the majority of his body's atoms. However, as he connected with molecular atomic bonds and accumulated strength, knowledge of human biomechanics and martial arts might prove somewhat beneficial in ordinary movements. The punch, moving at speeds imperceptible to conventional high-speed cameras, coupled with precise force control, transformed a small mass of air into a super-thin solid. The rapidly thickening air slice carved a vacuum path through the dust storm, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion upon impact with the Martian surface. The explosion, akin to a missile's detonation, created a large crater, with shockwaves radiating outward, dispersing the surrounding dust storm and momentarily clearing visibility. Though the dust storm quickly reclaimed the surface, Cheng, with accelerated cognition, had completed his observations and began simulating the foundational structure for a new base within the panoramic view. The old Inghua base was merely a temporary solution, primarily constructed of steel and reliant on mental energy for maintenance. With sufficient raw materials now available, Cheng intended to design a base capable of operating autonomously, free from the need for mental energy assistance, in preparation for future, more challenging experiments. First, I require a foundation. Cheng assessed the geological structure and mineral distribution beneath the ground in the panoramic view. After establishing a solid foundation, he planned to transport materials from the old base. Floating amidst the fierce winds, he pondered and, with a deep breath, expelled the second golden elixir he had painstakingly heated. With the primary electromagnetic combat body now in place, the significance of this first-generation electromagnetic core had diminished. The superplasma sphere resulting from the electromagnetic explosion flickered briefly in his field of vision as the combat body absorbed the oncoming torrent of electromagnetic radiation. Despite the increased energy accumulation from this golden elixir's self-detonation, Cheng Bin felt liberated from the overwhelming whiteness that had previously engulfed him. Upon landing and examining the smooth, molten crater, Cheng Bin nodded in satisfaction and extended his index finger. The energy stored in the electromagnetic combat body transformed into high-frequency photons, coalescing into a concentrated beam of high-energy laser at his fingertip. The rocky soil seemed to melt like ice under the onslaught of this laser, vaporizing large sections instantaneously. He circled the crater, using the super laser to level the area surrounding it. However, as he delved deeper to reinforce the pit's bottom, he encountered an unexpected discovery. As the laser traversed the bottom of the crater, a noticeable deviation in the light path, distinctly different from that observed when penetrating the rocky soil, caught Cheng Bin's attention. He directed the dissipating laser towards the peculiar location, delivering a few forceful strikes against the semi-solid lava, which resulted in a substantial cavity. Cheng Bin found himself momentarily stunned by what emerged from the pit. What on earth? Cheng Bin's heart raced as he half-kneeled and extended his hand into the cavity. The sensation at his fingertips was reminiscent of cool jade, and the elemental composition deciphered by his mental energy was extraordinarily intricate. Gazing at the 3-meter-tall, clearly artificially constructed, sharply defined gray-black triangular prism, he inhaled deeply. On Mars, there exists a creation of civilization. How did I not discover this during the previous mineral survey? Cheng Bin marveled as he scrutinized the sharp apex of the prism, employing high-frequency electromagnetic waves from the panoramic view to probe the structure. He noted that the surface of this edifice distorted the propagation of electromagnetic waves. Furrowing his brow, Cheng Bin shifted his gaze to the base of the pyramid. This must merely be a portion of it. How deep does it extend beneath the surface? He pressed his hand against the surface of the pyramid-like structure, employing mental energy to penetrate and record the outer material composition of this construction. He then assumed the role of an excavator, commencing his descent along the 3 sloping surfaces of the structure. What would take an unfathomably large team on Earth an extended duration to excavate, Cheng Bin accomplished with suitable speed, continuously carving increasingly larger circles around the sturdy structure. The hurricane generated by his every movement, combined with mental energy, sent vast quantities of earth and rock flying far afield, gradually revealing this colossal tetrahedral structure. Upon completion, Cheng Bin surveyed the immense, nearly 1 kilometer long, jet-black tetrahedron. Hesitating, he realized he could not locate any semblance of an entrance on the surface of this composite material construction. Not even a hint of a seam on its solid base. As mental energy gradually permeated the pyramid structure, Cheng Bin contemplated numerous possibilities. Ultimately, he resolved to land at the center of one of the pyramid surfaces. Within the already explored internal structure of the tetrahedron, beneath Cheng Bin's feet, was a straight passage, dozens of meters wide, extending vertically into the thick outer shell. After solidifying the barrier against external substances with his mental energy, Cheng Bin cautiously exerted force, severing the entire sealed exterior of the pyramid. Let me see what lies within. Descending into the profound darkness of the passage, Cheng Bin floated deeper into the pyramid. Chapter 67. The mysterious Martian architecture. Is this a product of indigenous Martian civilization, or the handiwork of extraterrestrial beings? Utilizing the faint electromagnetic waves emitted from his body, Cheng Bin, accompanied by a floating black cat, illuminated the dark passageway as he advanced. His fingers glided over the smooth surface of the walls, scrutinizing the intricate patterns that adorned this expansive corridor. How could the system possess such knowledge? The system's black cat mused, darting through the walls. Surely, you do not believe that Earth is the sole harbor of intelligent life in the vast universe? I never claimed such, Cheng Bin replied. However, with the universe being so immense, the emergence of artificial structures in such proximity to Earth cannot merely be a coincidence. During his earlier explorations, Cheng Bin had confirmed the existence of only this one artificial edifice nearby, a phenomenon that seemed unlikely for a civilization characterized by advanced technology and dense habitation. Thus, he surmised that the likelihood of extraterrestrial visitation was considerably high. Yet, as he gently prodded the resilient material of the corridor, his finger punctured a small hole. The technological sophistication of this place feels rather lacking, not befitting that of spacefaring aliens. The system remained silent, its feline eyes observing Cheng Bin's silhouette with an enigmatic glimmer. Slowly, he ventured deeper into the pyramid. Upon entering the structure, both electromagnetic waves and vibration detection could function normally. Although Cheng Bin appeared to be ambling, He was in fact utilizing a panoramic view in conjunction with his mental energy to meticulously scan the internal conditions and architecture of the pyramid. To his astonishment, upon traversing the elongated corridor, he found no noteworthy life forms or objects within the building, as if the entire interior consisted solely of composite materials, save for a central tetrahedral void and 4 channels leading directly to the center of the triangular surfaces. Apart from that void, which measured merely 100 meters along each edge, the building resembled a hollow tetrahedral shell, its purpose utterly inscrutable. Navigating through the inclined circular passage, he descended into the heart of the structure. Upon reaching the base, he increased the power of his electromagnetic battle form, transforming himself into a radiant humanoid bulb, illuminating the now bright and pristine chamber. Observing the vast pit in the floor that extended to the surface beneath the tetrahedral structure, he turned his gaze toward the inner walls of the void. The peculiar patterns that had previously adorned the corridor now manifested in dense and systematic arrangements across the inner walls, resembling alien script. Cheng Bin scratched his head in mild frustration, lamenting his lack of expertise in archaeology or linguistics. Deciphering an unfamiliar language was indeed a highly specialized endeavor. After swiftly exploring the other 3 channels, Cheng Bin confirmed that aside from the enigmatic inscriptions, there was nothing else of particular significance within the structure. Once he reached the Martian outer space facing Earth, he pondered for a moment before encrypting and transmitting the various recordings, composite material analysis reports, and images of the alien script he had gathered to Earth. He hoped that the experts in Huagua would be able to glean some insights from this information. Casting a glance at the distant image of Earth from moments prior, Cheng Bin turned back toward the old Inghua base, for he still needed to transport the amassed machinery and materials to the extraterrestrial structure. The plan to establish a new base would not be halted by the presence of an enigmatic edifice. As he meticulously relocated the vast resources to the tetrahedral structure and constructed a new Inghua base, over a month had elapsed. In addition to serving as a super-intelligent machine tool for manufacturing, Cheng Bin dedicated most of his time to debugging lower-tier simulated intelligent chips during this period. He was unable to extract a clean and pure segment from the chaotic decision-making system of the AI program that had triggered nuclear warfare in the radiated world, rendering it too risky for use. Meanwhile, other lower-tier simulations were already capable of executing complex tasks. Once he confirmed the normal operation of resource collection, element smelting, and machinery production systems, Cheng Bin devised a plan for the future development of the base within the core intelligence unit, incorporating the foundational construction project for a high-energy particle accelerator. Finally, he found himself at leisure. Upon exiting the base through the automatically opening isolation door, Cheng Bin surveyed the darkened night sky of Mars, now free of dust storms, and summoned the system. System, you previously warned me that remaining in the outer domain two-world might lead to my demise. What is your assessment now? He inquired, feeling the immense electromagnetic energy coursing through him as he addressed the manifested Black Cat. Despite the limitations imposed by atomic complexity and the control of mental energy, Cheng Bin had successfully completed the mental energy integration of carbon atoms. Though the electromagnetic battle form was only partially realized, the energy output it could provide had already surpassed tenfold that of the first-generation electromagnetic core he had previously utilized, with accompanying effects that were immeasurable. In terms of combat efficacy, he could nearly overpower his self from 3 months prior, easily dispatching any number of foes as long as their count did not reach a critical threshold. The system, embodied in the form of the Black Cat, circled around Cheng Bin, then halted before him, scrutinizing him closely. Host, it is only at the moment when you enter that world and the information from the 2 realms intertwines that this system can observe specific trajectories and engage in a certain degree of macro-level interference. It was worth noting that the system had accompanied Cheng Bin into the outer domain number 2 world before, possessing a deeper understanding of the influence of the relic fragments than he himself did. Now, it seemed to have profound insights into Cheng Bin's capabilities as well. In such a context, the system was unable to provide a definitive answer. Cheng Bin inhaled deeply, the Martian atmosphere mixed with dust filling his lungs, instantly decomposing into various molecular and atomic forms under the power of the electromagnetic battle form. The act of breathing even stirred a gust of wind, yet his chest remained perfectly still. As the tempest subsided, Cheng Bin, holding his breath, felt the immense energy within him. He raised his head to gaze at the resplendent starry sky above, resolute in his determination. To achieve another leap in ability, he must acquire the second relic fragment. utilizing the designated outer domain world to specifically address his shortcomings. Outer Domain Number 2 World. Chapter 68. Returning to the Outer Domain Number 2 World, drifting leisurely through the vast expanse of Martian outer space, Cheng Bin gazed at the planet before him. A celestial body a few orbits smaller than Earth. He extended his hand, fingers splayed, as if the enchanting dark red sphere floated within his grasp. When would he possess the ability to pluck stars and seize the moon? Host, are you certain you wish to proceed to the Outer Domain Number 2 World now? The system, simulating a little black cat, maintained its playful stroll in the weightlessness of space, its gaze fixed on Cheng Bin's face. Through waves of thought energy, its voice resonated directly within his eardrum. At that time, this system, like in other worlds of the inner domain, will be unable to connect with the host in lower dimensional realms, and you shall entirely lose your means of retreat. Burning bridges, are we? Cheng Bin chuckled lightly. Surely, the abilities in that world won't be so drastically enhanced that they could challenge Earth, would they? I have confidence in both my own powers and in you, system. However, system, is it truly beyond your capacity to divulge the specifics of the Outer Domain Number 2 World? You often claim you cannot ascertain the particulars of the outer realms, yet I sense there is something you are concealing from me. Some matters regarding the Outer Domain Number 2 World remain prohibited knowledge for the current host. The system did not deny its withholding of information, adding, however, if you successfully acquire that fragment of the sacred object, you will soon be entitled to know part of the truth. Entitled to know the truth? Cheng Bin sighed softly, scrutinizing the system's near-authentic feline guise. Your cryptic words are rather unfriendly. In any case, knowing this, do you confirm your departure now? Is it meaningful to ask me this? Cheng Bin shook his head. In the inner domain, my choices are surely within your expectations, aren't they? Only a vast majority of probabilities. The black cat tilted its head. Your high-dimensional information body encompasses more than just the worlds within the inner domain. So, shall we embark? Cheng Bin steeled his resolve, activating the panoramic view and the electromagnetic battle body to prepare for potential dangers in another realm. Let us go, and may fortune favor us. In the serene vacuum, the silhouettes of Cheng Bin and the black cat vanished in an instant. Outer Domain Number 2 World, or rather, the original Outer Domain Number 2 World. In the equally tranquil void, Cheng Bin's figure materialized abruptly. The infinite expanse of fiery brilliance left him momentarily speechless. Amidst the chaotic radiation and the tumultuous waves of particles, he could scarcely discern his distance from the sea of flames or ascertain the vastness of this celestial canvas. The chosen point of traversal by the system was unfamiliar to him. Yet, pondering logically, he should realize there was no other place he could be besides near the sun. Prior to departure, the system had mentioned that the settled fragment of the sacred object should be near Earth, and all abilities influenced by it would sense its presence. Thus, Cheng Bin could not possibly be cast away among other stars outside the solar system. Despite the seeming strength of Cheng Bin's abilities, he felt minuscule against the grandeur of the cosmic expanse. Interstellar travel across star systems was merely a fanciful dream. However, having achieved the initial form of the electromagnetic battle body, it appeared that dreaming was no longer an option for him. Is the interference from that sacred object truly so significant? Did the system really cast me right next to the sun? Cheng Bin mused, observing the fiery curtain before him, unable to discern its spherical or curved nature. Feeling the terrifying charging speed of the electromagnetic battle body amidst the overwhelming light radiation, he marveled. It is indeed spectacular, worthy of the supreme existence revered in all ancient Earth mythologies. A distant appreciation of the sun's vast magnificence was sufficient. Cheng Bin had no desire to touch the blazing orb with a surface temperature exceeding 6,000 degrees Celsius, perpetually undergoing nuclear fusion. The energy conversion capacity of his electromagnetic battle body was utterly insignificant compared to the might of a star. A mere brush could obliterate him into nothingness. Yet, if I continue onward, one day I shall touch the sun, perhaps even wield its power. A surge of intense emotion, long subdued since completing the thought energy battle body, surged within him, stirred by the grandeur of the star. Cheng Bin suppressed the long-dormant tide of emotion, casting a final glance at the flaming canopy before turning away, heading in the direction away from the sun. As he observed the faint starlight nearly obscured by the sunlight, Cheng Bin compared it against the star map recorded in his panel, attempting to ascertain his position within the solar system. However, while scrutinizing the panoramic view and various star maps, an urgent high-energy alert suddenly blared. A terrifying solar prominence. colossal in size, many times larger than Earth, erupted from the nearby solar surface like a monstrous fire dragon, accompanied by a fearsome magnetic field, hurtling toward Cheng. Though the solar prominence did not strike at an alarming speed, its sheer size was overwhelming. In the unimpeded vacuum, Cheng's speed surged. And even at the limit of his accelerated cognition, he found it challenging to maintain control. Swiftly, he traversed the distance equivalent to 10 Earth diameters, evading the cataclysmic solar prominence that could have rendered him to naught. As he glanced back at the solar prominence, which resembled an ominous curtain of light, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Could this be a deliberate act by the system? What a remarkable coincidence that the teleportation point landed him directly at the heart of an impending solar explosion. With the system unable to present itself due to the interference of the sacred object, Cheng was left without the means to question it. After discerning his direction, he began to slowly arc toward Earth. What transformations had transpired in this world? Why was it, despite the system's capabilities, that he was merely cast near the sun? Burdened with a multitude of questions, Cheng glided through the tranquil void at a measured pace. Estimating it would take him approximately 2 weeks to approach Earth's orbital path, assuming a straight trajectory devoid of obstacles, he found the prolonged flight in the silent vacuum to be a true torment, even having experienced it once before on his journey to Mars. Chapter 69, The World of Unstable Superposition. The system once articulated that distinct world lines share the same underlying material of the universe, and the merging of these lines merely alters a minor portion of material information, far from the manipulation of the whole. For Cheng, whose perspective remains limited and whose understanding of the material world has yet to delve into its foundational depths, this depiction of the universe is difficult to fathom. This sensation peaked as he approached the moon. Suspended in the void of space, he gazed in disbelief at the moon's ever-changing visage, sometimes the familiar desolation of the lunar surface, at other times a white base adorned with sci-fi architecture, and occasionally a derelict landscape strewn with wreckage. Before him, an invisible boundary seemed to exist within the vacuum. As he observed the sporadic light signals in the panoramic view, these abrupt shifts in light traced an immense, intangible arc that subtly enveloped the entire Earth-Moon system. What an ambitious endeavor! Could this be the superimposition of different worlds within the Earth-Moon system? Cheng marveled at the thought. Yet the fragments of high-dimensional relics capable of entangling worlds had only exerted a rigid influence over this particular system. Was it my understanding of the world that was flawed? Or had it already become highly constrained? When it comes to dimensions, the universe, and such profound matters, grasping their essence with Cheng's current knowledge and energy analysis capabilities felt akin to dreaming in broad daylight. After hesitating at the sudden fault line for a moment, Cheng ultimately steeled himself and pressed forward. He had come to this world in pursuit of the relic fragments. Surely, he could not be deterred by such strange phenomena. Tentatively, he separated a single carbon atom from the tip of his little finger and cast it into the fault. Cheng focused intently on monitoring the transformations of these atoms. Subsequently, he cautiously navigated around the fault, swiftly circumnavigating the measured cross-section to ascertain its extent. Curiously, if the shifting scenes within the fault represented different worlds, which world did the portion of starry sky outside the fault belong to? As more questions arose, Cheng decided to consult the star map, circumventing the Earth-Moon system fault and setting his course toward the location of Mars. After completing the preliminary electromagnetic combat body, Cheng experienced a significant enhancement in his capabilities, diminishing his concerns about traversing the cosmic expanse. Thus, he accelerated madly, arriving at the outer atmosphere of Mars in merely half a day. Positioned along the line between Earth and Mars, Cheng meticulously captured the surrounding electromagnetic waves, striving to discern artificially generated signals amid cosmic radiation. It was evident that the base he had constructed on Mars did not belong to this world. Moreover, human creations existed on Mars and the worlds he had previously visited, where humanity had generally launched probes toward the Red Planet. However, he remained uncertain whether any valuable information awaited him. He first flew to the satellite orbiting Mars, seeking a communication satellite to facilitate signal relay. After disassembling and analyzing the inactive satellite that had lost its control signal from Earth, Cheng recorded the data and then plunged into the Martian atmosphere. As he tore through the increasingly dense air, he created a vacuum tunnel directed toward the location of the previously detected artificial electromagnetic signal. As he neared the source, Cheng cautiously reduced his speed to prevent the shockwave generated by his rapid approach from obliterating the target. Gradually descending beneath a rocky overhang, he discovered a long-lost Mars probe, now partially buried beneath iron oxide dust. Without hesitation, he dismantled the probe emblazoned with the American flag. Meticulously examining its data and components multiple times, he confirmed that this Mars probe likely originated from the second outer domain world he had visited, or from a remarkably similar one. During his time in the second outer domain world, Cheng had gained insights into the forefront of technological achievements, scientists, and tech companies from that realm, as many novel instruments and devices absent in his own domain had originated from there. The components he extracted from the rover exhibited significant differences from those in his original interdomain world. Upon further reflection, although this starry expanse belonged to the world of Wenjia that he had visited, it was implausible for multiple Earths to partition and receive sunlight. Such a scenario would spell doom for Earth civilization. If there were indeed multiple suns, why could he perceive a distinct fault line? Could it be misalignment? It seemed imperative to explore the fault personally. Cheng discarded a chip in his hand, gazing at the scattered remnants of the Mars rover, and shook his head. He crouched low, launching himself into the Martian void with a surge of explosive energy. The Martian surface twisted beneath him, creating a massive crater as shockwaves rippled outward, dispersing debris and soil. With a tumultuous mix of emotions, Cheng soared faster than before, traversing the distance from Mars to near Earth in a matter of hours. Once again confronting the fault, he no longer hesitated, accelerating in circles before making a sharp turn to plunge into the breach. Upon breaching the fault, he abruptly halted and turned, peering into the rift. Yet the panoramic view revealed only the unimpeded brilliance of sunlight and the reflected glow of the Earth-Moon system. It appeared he would need to inquire with the locals. There were none of these phenomena on the Moon in the second outer domain world he had previously encountered. Chapter 70. Survivors of the Ghost Realm. Previously, when Cheng cast a cursory glance at the artificial structures on the lunar surface from space, he had not anticipated the disquiet that would engulf him upon approaching the Moon. Most of the edifices stood deserted, with only a handful of human remains, or perhaps one should say, the remains of humanity, found within the most central and colossal structure. As he drifted into the lunar base through the narrow fissures in the outer walls, Cheng was confronted with grotesque sights, the deformed and shriveled remnants of human limbs, resembling the aftermath of some monstrous force that had mercilessly crushed and torn them apart, all under the Moon's almost non-existent atmospheric pressure. Furrowing his brow, he wandered through the chaotic expanse of the lunar base. Aside from a few isolated sealed plants, he encountered no signs of life. However, in the main hall, he discovered walls adorned with the flags of various Earth nations. Was this lunar base a collaborative endeavor among multiple countries? After reconnecting a functional computer and powering it on with an electromagnetic energy source, Cheng gleaned some valuable information. Aside from the automated maintenance logs and communication records, he stumbled upon a personal document from a Chinese staff member. Am I ill? Everything appears in double vision. Oddly enough, others seem to be experiencing similar hallucinatory phenomena. Heaven forbid it be an infectious disease, the medical conditions in this godforsaken place. The French girl has awakened her abilities. Perhaps that's a silver lining. We should have deployed more empowered individuals initially. Hoarding such treasures is futile. Is aerospace training truly that arduous? Well, I concede, it is indeed quite challenging. XXX. I never imagined I would become an empowered individual myself. Strange. This is peculiar. The stability of communication links with Earth is diminishing. Things seem dire back on Earth, with empowered individuals growing in strength and number. The French girl is dead, trampled as if by an elephant, and the surveillance captured nothing. The number of awakened individuals in the base is escalating, yet they are increasingly distrustful of one another. I need to compose myself. Did I just sustain an injury from the hallucinations of another self? Or is someone using their abilities against me? The entry abruptly ceased. This record contained a considerable amount of information. Cheng pondered for a moment and meticulously organized the information he had gathered. The increase in empowered individuals and the amplification of their abilities had been anticipated. As the fragments of the sacred relic descended into the lower dimensional world, such occurrences were inevitable. The system had previously mentioned worlds affected by the inner domains or sacred relics, which, under normal circumstances, should not give rise to endless parallel worlds. Consequently, the switching fractures observed outside the Earth-Moon system, as well as the lethal illusions associated with the deceased within this lunar base. It appeared that the sacred relic fragment was entangled with several worlds and an external domain, resulting in a highly unstable overlap. Not only did the entire Earth-Moon system appear to be shifting from an external perspective, But individuals and powers within the Earth-Moon system also seemed to traverse between worlds. As he soared back from the lunar base, Cheng gazed at the immense azure sphere of Earth against the backdrop of the dark starry sky and sighed. What chaos reigns on Earth now? In the dilapidated city resembling a ghost realm, a street obstructed by collapsed buildings held a scattering of figures, approximately a dozen, meandering through nearby storefronts in search of sustenance. Amidst the unstable debris of the fallen structure, a slender figure with a disheveled ponytail, clad in form-fitting leather, sat with one hand propped on her knee. Her other leg dangling freely. A long dagger, sheathed, was strapped to the outer thigh of her leg. The distant sunset cast its glow upon the street corner, and the young woman perched atop the ruins gazed pensively at the crimson orb nearing the horizon, her expression reflecting a hint of bewilderment. At that moment, a weary-looking girl with long hair, surrounded by a soft glow, floated beside her. Sister Wowen, the girl, adorned with a butterfly hairpin, stood in her dirty shoes beside the young woman, hesitating as she offered a piece of bread and a box of milk. Tonight, please take a good rest, okay? Don't worry about me, shout I. Wenwen placed the bread and milk beside her leg, gently ruffling the little girl's hair with a smile. I've deciphered that data and completed part of my bodily modifications. Staying up a little longer is nothing. After soothing the worried girl, Wenwen peeled open the straw for the milk and took a sip. She sighed while observing the figures accumulating supplies in the open space below, then glanced at the silhouette atop the adjacent high-rise. Courier, how are things? Big sister. Just call me Soundwave, or Win Listener, or simply my nickname. Please don't refer to me as Courier, the boy with a buzz cut replied, scratching his ear. He gazed down at Wenwen, whose figure seemed scarcely larger than an ant. His words, though soft, carried through the tumultuous winds to reach her ears. Since the last wave of anomalies subsided, there have been no significant changes within the ultrasonic detection range. This interval surpasses any recorded before. That is somewhat reassuring. It means everyone can rest better. Wenwen exhaled, tearing off half the packaging of the bread and taking a bite, only to furrow her brows upon glancing at the production date on the wrapper before resolutely biting down again. Suddenly, Wenwen's head swayed hazily, and the majority of the bread in her hand vanished inexplicably. Discarding the remaining packaging, she rose to her feet atop the concrete slab. Time seemed to freeze in an instant as Wenwen's figure glided upward through an imperceptible acceleration space, landing on the rooftop where she dispelled her powers. She poked the forehead of the boy, who had just turned his face. Can we avoid discussing such burdensome topics? It's already a miracle that our small group in City C can survive together. Let us rest for now. I'll keep watch. I apologize. I just grew weary of the pessimistic words from those below. The boy, Soundwave, saluted Wenwen before leaning forward and tumbling off the rooftop. Thoughts of her parents. Lost in the midst of the world's upheaval, the inexplicable attacks that occasionally occurred, and the eerie silence of this simultaneously familiar and foreign city surged through her mind. Could parallel worlds possibly be connected to that scoundrel who claimed to possess the ability to interfere with them? Taking a deep breath, Wenwen closed her eyes in meditation. Within her expansive perception, the myriad speeds of matter resembled layers upon layers of arrows, all pointing towards different locations, flooding her mind and painting a peculiar image. Chapter 71. Assault from a Parallel World. An increasing number of extraordinarily powerful individuals, capable of creating vivid illusions that can inflict real harm. With these inexplicable changes, human society has unwittingly descended into utter chaos. When did this all begin? It feels akin to a frog being slowly boiled in water, lacking any specific point in time. However, if one must pinpoint a moment, it would likely be the day of the falling star, when that streak, reminiscent of a meteor crashing to Earth, illuminated the sky with a transcendent glow. The anomalies no longer pertain solely to humanity. All who ventured to investigate that location vanished without a trace, leaving behind only fragmented images of indescribable chaos and shifting lights. Since then, a certain intangible essence has spread across the globe. Whether human or object, anything could abruptly transform into an entirely different form or even vanish, only to reappear once more. Wenwen had once witnessed a towering skyscraper suddenly materialize in City C, seamlessly integrating with its surroundings. What was more alarming was that, at first glance, she believed the building had always been a part of City C, yet how could she, having lived there for so many years, not recognize such a landmark? Amidst this extraordinary upheaval, the old and new members of the Mutual Aid Society, who had gathered with friends and family in their stronghold within City C, encountered a phenomenon of displacement that enveloped the entire building. Just as the members were convening in a small meeting room, having concluded that the anomaly stemmed from overlapping fragments of parallel worlds, they discovered that the building, and indeed City C itself, had transformed into a desolate, ghostly realm devoid of life. In an instant, they lost contact with their loved ones within the same building. Yet, bereft of time to mourn, the Society's members found that while the frequency of unusual occurrences had diminished in this strange place, another form of threat had surged. Whenever anomalies such as temporal shifts occurred, there was a probability of one or more indistinct figures attacking them. Upon verifying their abilities, it became apparent that these incomprehensible entities were invariably linked to certain individuals within their team, often pursuing them relentlessly, regardless of their affiliations. These assailants possessed formidable powers, some so overwhelming that they inspired despair. This unexpected skirmish caught them off guard, resulting in severe casualties. After several battles, the team had dwindled to a mere dozen members. Some had perished valiantly, while others had either willingly or unwittingly become separated in the chaos, either hunted down or displaced to unknown realms. Now, the remaining members, led by 1-1, the vice president of the City C Mutual Aid Society, were scouring for supplies in an attempt to regroup. Like startled birds, they found no solace, worn out by the uncertainty of when the next anomaly or attack might strike. When hoped for a longer respite between these disturbances, allowing them a moment to rest, she glanced at the crowd seated on the ground below, then turned her gaze toward the wondrous beam of light piercing the sky, whose duration was unknown. That was what they called the trajectory of the falling star. If anything could unravel the mysteries that plagued them, it would surely be that phenomenon. Suddenly, a massive crater appeared beside the crowd. An intense shockwave and upheaval of earth rushing toward the unprepared team. One observed the shifting expressions of those below, instinctively activating her speed enhancement ability, locking onto various target points amidst the shockwave's trajectory, and extending an accelerated pathway that circumvented everyone. With the impetus of an invisible force, One arced down to the ground, gliding along the preordained route and brushing her fingers against each individual, bestowing upon them her velocity. In the midst of the seemingly still shockwave's rippling expansion, she gathered them together and dragged them behind the remnants of a distant building for cover. Several adept individuals, having synchronized with One in the accelerated space, quickly reacted. As One's speed enhancement waned, they dispersed into a combat formation. A man raised his hand, conjuring a translucent, colorful barrier to shield their position. At that moment, the shockwave and its debris barely reached them. The colorful shield pulsated, absorbing the impact and deflecting the swiftly flying fragments. The shaken crowd expressed their gratitude to One. While a Soundwave's youth strained to listen toward the source of the explosion shrouded in dust, his expression turning grim as he announced, "There's a humanoid silhouette within." One raised an eyebrow. Her speed enhancement senses confirmed the presence of an almost human-shaped anomaly, indicating that this entity's abilities were affecting its entire form. No one had approached within the monitoring range before. Was it a spatial ability? Or yet another of those enigmatic assailants? From the haze, a semi-transparent, almost holographic figure emerged, resembling a crude stick figure, its limbs discernible only as white outlines, devoid of facial features or even fingers. Remarkably, it did not strike immediately. During this brief standoff, One turned to a male team member. "What's the marker? Who was associated this time?" Almost ready, though his combat abilities were not remarkable, his tracking skills were exceptional, capable of identifying connections among entities. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of disbelief as he gazed at the effects of his ability. A hazy blue flame flickered to life on the humanoid silhouette, swaying as if stirred by an unseen breeze, while before the team, One too ignited with the same flames, drawn toward the figure. "Is this a jest?" A middle-aged man in the group faltered, collapsing to the ground as if utterly defeated. Could it be another of those monsters? One trembling individual murmured, then turned and fled without a second thought. His flight seemed to provoke the figure, which had remained motionless until now. It lifted an arm, causing all buildings within the street to emit a cacophony of groans, accompanied by the thunderous collapse of numerous structures, as a torrent of steel surged toward them like a monstrous maw filled with countless jagged teeth. Its electromagnetic control, a woman in the group, capable of manipulating steel, screamed, frantically hurling distorted metal scraps that had twisted under immense magnetic force. In the chaotic environment, the Soundwave's youth relayed this information to everyone, then shouted at the encroaching steel, his voice resonating through the air, creating a shockwave that tore a fissure in the advancing mass. With the aid of the colorful barrier and mutual support, the group barely escaped the initial wave of the steel onslaught, only to despair as more metal rushed toward them at an even swifter pace, akin to a colossal beast with innumerable interlocking fangs, ready to devour them whole. Wowen, having fallen behind and narrowly evading the flying steel, sighed softly. The invisible realm of speed enhancement enveloped all team members. In the blink of an eye, Wowen interlinked them, avoiding the jagged steel jaws with mere fractions of a breath. Suddenly, several astonishingly fast projectiles shot forth from the gaping steel maw behind them. Wowen furrowed her brow, locking onto the supersonic attackers in the distance. By referencing the acceleration of the high-speed objects, the overall velocity of the entire team surged in unison with the flying projectiles, transforming the group into a streak of light that instantly traversed a great distance, leaving the iron cage far behind. Wowen guided her team several kilometers away from the point of incident in one breath. Upon confirming that no shadows pursued them, Wowen let out a sigh of relief and addressed the shaken crowd. Next, we should part ways. I'm sorry, Sister Wowen. The little girl, momentarily recovering from the overwhelming steel onslaught, gazed down with a hint of sorrow, her ethereal butterfly wings shimmering faintly behind her. We have become a burden to you. No, Wowen replied, shaking her head as she glanced at a few individuals who had visibly relaxed in the shadows. If you stay with me, we might encounter that intensity of attackers again. Should we face an adversary like the one we encountered earlier, I cannot guarantee your safe retreat. Moreover, I intend to investigate that direction next. If the situation remains unclear, it would be best for you not to follow. The group turned their gaze in the direction Wowen pointed, where they beheld the peculiar trajectory of a falling star in the sky. After casting a deep glance at the silent crowd, Wowen raised her hand to halt a few who were close to her and seemed eager to speak. She continued, "We have previously discussed that the strange figures attacking us may be parallel world counterparts of someone among us. It must be acknowledged that there exists an objective disparity in our abilities. The attackers connected to me would be excessively challenging for you to handle. If you wish to avoid being perceived as a hindrance in situations like today, and if you intend to endure in this place lacking supplies and rest, you would do well to study the ability development materials I shared with you." "Boss, where did you get that complicated superpower modification material?" the boy with Soundwave said, cradling his head in his hands with a wry smile. "We are not scientists. Even if we had reference data and procedures, we couldn't possibly devise a suitable body modification method for our abilities so quickly." Chapter 72, Coincidences and Investigations. What chaos! Observing the Earth transform from a sphere into a curved surface, filling his vision, Cheng sensed the panoramic exploration revealing the almost incessant spatio-temporal fluctuations akin to those previously experienced in the lunar system. He sighed, feeling a tumult of emotions. Under such bizarre phenomena from which no one could escape, the operations of various nations on Earth must have already collapsed. He pondered the fate of the worlds entangled in the aftermath of the shattered relics that precipitated this turmoil. Fortunately, the overlapping visions reminiscent of parallel worlds had not drastically altered the Earth's topography or urban distribution. As Cheng sped through the atmosphere without triggering shockwaves, he located the now bloodstained and battle-scarred Sea City, a city devoid of any living soul. Targeting the direction of the Wen family, Cheng slowed down, preparing to enter the city, but in an instant, he was enveloped by the familiar scene of spatio-temporal displacement. Suddenly, the landscape shifted. The city that had appeared distant was now right before him. Caught off guard, Cheng halted abruptly but could not prevent his foot from landing on the solid city pavement, the impact creating a large crater as shockwaves radiated outward, scattering debris around him. The world before his eyes seemed to shimmer as he emerged from the crater he had created, only to witness the surrounding buildings manifesting two distinct forms simultaneously through the haze, creating a surreal tableau of ruins juxtaposed with intact structures. However, this overlapping scene was swiftly changing, evoking a peculiar sensation, as if the clarity and realism were shifting towards one layer of reality. Soon, Cheng senses and attention gravitated toward the more vivid aspect, where he noticed several indistinct figures hiding beside a previously unseen wreckage not far away. Although the panoramic analysis modules faced interference from the overlapping worlds, they largely functioned normally, yet the light around those figures rendered their detection hazy and indistinct. As he activated various detection modules, including shockwave sensing, to unravel the information fog surrounding the figures, Cheng observed them seemingly attempting to flee towards the distance. With a mind full of questions, he pointed a finger, and the rebar from the ruins was drawn forth by the magnetic field emitted from his electromagnetic combat suit, forming a massive moving cage that advanced on the shadowy figures. Cheng intended to restrain them for interrogation, but to his surprise, the figures cooperatively burst forth from the confines of the steel canopy, appearing to be formidable supernatural beings, at least several tiers stronger than the aberrant organization he had encountered in the outer domain number 2. With a slight curl of his lips, Cheng adjusted the magnetic field acting on the steel above, accelerating countless rebars to encircle the figures once more, their jagged formations poised to strike. Just then, the last figure in the group suddenly surged forward, inexplicably binding the entire team together like a string of candied hawthorns. Maneuvering with complete disregard for inertia as they twisted and dodged through the steel jaws at high speed, seemingly on the verge of escape once more. Cheng furrowed his brow as several rebars transformed into streamlined shapes amidst the torrent of steel and launched forth at lightning speed. Yet, he did not anticipate that this electrifying projectile would serve as a booster for the fleeing group, their speed suddenly surpassing even that of the electromagnetic projectile, vanishing in the blink of an eye amidst the towering buildings. The shots that grazed their trajectory instead obliterated several distant high-rises, resulting in 2 of them collapsing entirely. At that moment, the world's overlap abruptly ceased, and Cheng witnessed the landscape before him warp as the collapsing sea city and the fleeing figures he had been tracking vanished in an instant. In astonishment, Cheng glanced at the distant buildings, which had been shattered by the electromagnetic projectiles, now restored to their former glory. He then turned his gaze to his surroundings. The interplay of overlapping worlds and ability utilization seemed to have indirectly influenced other realms beyond the current world. He observed the streets and structures around him, riddled with fissures, shaking his head at the likely aftermath of his magnetic extraction of rebar. That faint resonance of information, along with the sensation of high-speed abilities. Was it a fleeting encounter? Cheng ascended to the rooftop of the nearest skyscraper, fixating on the spot where the indistinct figures had disappeared, pondering a potential encounter with one, leading to a confrontation amidst the serendipitous overlap of worlds. Despite the normal propagation of various material influences across overlapping realms, the light and sound surrounding the individuals I encountered became obscured and distorted. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Cheng stood atop the skyscraper, deep in contemplation, before shifting his gaze to the familiar yet strange sea city. The panoramic view relayed a plethora of information to his interface, which, after sorting and filtering, was conveyed to him. Was this the phenomenon referred to as the falling star trajectory by the inhabitants of this world? With one arm crossed over his chest and the other stroking his chin, his expression became subtly complex. There was an odd sensation in that direction as well. Whether it was the relic fragments or the parallel individuals of this world. In any case, it was time to investigate. The location of the falling star trajectory lay within the central mountainous region of a small peninsula in northeast Huagua. A cursory data analysis of the relationship between the falling star trajectory and supernatural beings revealed the underlying tensions. Thus, as this suspected extraterrestrial phenomenon emerged, 2 nations, adversaries for over half a century due to various internal and external factors, promptly ignited a war fueled by hidden agendas. Countries forcibly establishing a presence around the falling star trajectory constructed numerous fortifications and military bases across a vast expanse, their flags interspersed haphazardly. Artillery, tanks, fighter jets, submarines, aircraft carriers. Alongside these sophisticated human weaponry, an extensive array of ballistic missiles capable of ravaging the Earth's surface was poised to launch at any moment. Moreover, a myriad of biochemical, electromagnetic, and laser weaponry, which should have remained confined to laboratories, were readied in anticipation of unknown entities beyond human civilization. However, all this preparation proved futile against the incessant occurrences of world overlaps and transfers, as precise attacks from parallel worlds effortlessly rendered humanity's advanced weaponry into ungoverned debris. At the core, encircled by countless lifeless bastions, lay the falling star trajectory, which, within a radius of several kilometers, consisted solely of uneven rocky hills, devoid of any man-made structures. Previous buildings erected along the perimeter of the falling star trajectory, alongside nearby surveillance personnel, had vanished into thin air amidst the instability of the white light emanating from the trajectory, leaving no nation daring to establish structures within proximity. At this moment, in the core area surrounding the falling star trajectory, an intense battle unfolded amidst the complex terrain formed by several interconnected fortifications. Chapter 73. Struggle and Encounter. Clad in sleek, sci-fi-inspired black and white combat suits, a quartet consisting of 3 men and 1 woman race through the fortress, their extraordinary strength and speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Utilizing their familiarity with the terrain, they skillfully maneuvered behind various cover and trenches to delay the relentless pursuers trailing behind them. A vast array of indistinct silhouettes loomed in the distance, resembling a swarm of locusts numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, comprised of ability wielders of varying strengths. As they traversed a corridor, they activated preset doors and barriers, momentarily stalling the overwhelming barrage of ranged attacks from their pursuers. However, before they could catch their breath, a shadowy figure slipped through the cracks and materialized beside them. Unfazed by the multitude of extraordinary abilities at play, the only short-haired woman in the group narrowed her eyes. With a swift motion, she unleashed a terrifying shadow that surged forth from her, disregarding all obstacles, and engulfed the flat figure. To the others, it appeared as if the pursuer suddenly expanded, his body stiffening before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Subsequently, a tall, lean man in the group raised his hand, releasing a searing jet of heat that incinerated the fallen figure. Within mere seconds, they plunged into the underground transit tunnel of a nearby base, speeding away while detonating pre-placed explosives to obliterate the tunnel entrance behind them. Yet, the underground was hardly a sanctuary. A collapse could spell their doom. Once they traversed the main arteries of the transportation network, they would have to emerge and continue their flight. Casting a glance at the 3 silent companions in the vehicle, the middle-aged man, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, bit into a compressed biscuit and inquired, "How much longer, fatty? Don't disturb me." The 2 words were laden with a multitude of emotional undertones. The burly man, engrossed in his biscuit, displayed a myriad of expressions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, surprise, as the muscles in his face twitched rapidly. The other 3 sighed in unison at his antics. High-speed types? Haven't they all been wiped out? Surely they haven't respawned? The expressions of the 4 darkened. The young, short-haired woman again unleashed her powers, and as her shadow swept across the scene, the rapidly approaching figure lost its balance and fell, limbs contorted and broken, irrevocably lifeless. After a moment of silence, as they neared the tunnel's exit, the burly man spoke in a heart-wrenching tone. "I'm ready." The other 3 perked up, and the lean man clapped his hands excitedly. "Excellent. Now we just need to find a way to gather them together." Bursting forth from the subterranean depths, the quartet employed an array of arcing movements and traps to corral the unevenly paced pursuers into a cluster, leading them into a small canyon nestled between 2 hills. The burly man stood at one end of the canyon, steeling himself for what was to come. As the pursuers congregated within the range of his abilities, he suddenly lifted his gaze, revealing an indescribable expression of despair, as though all hope had been extinguished and every cherished thing had been lost. In that moment, he raised his right hand to grasp his throat. A shocking scene unfolded as the once surging mass of pursuers abruptly halted. Many who were airborne plummeted to the ground. Regardless of their location, they moved in unison, each raising a hand, clutching, strangling, or directly employing their abilities to tear, break, or obliterate their own necks. Each time this unfolded, it felt utterly incomprehensible. The middle-aged man, observing from above the canyon, confirmed that the pursuers had vanished from sight and leaped down into the valley. Some of the pursuers lay dead, while others had vanished without a trace. The few who remained, not yet fully extinguished, were dispatched with a high-temperature jet by the lean man. Once the cleanup was complete, the lean man and the middle-aged man approached the burly figure, who remained motionless with his hand on his throat, while the woman driving the backup escape vehicle also drew near. Upon their approach, they heard the burly man murmuring to himself, "Anger harms the liver, joy harms the heart, thought harms the spleen, worry harms the lungs, fear harms the kidneys. Oh, my kidneys. What are you mumbling about, fatty?" The lean young man patted the burly man on the shoulder. "Thanks to you, we can survive a little longer. If only your powers could be used freely." The tall, slender man, awkwardly rubbing his nose, then glanced at the gauges on the wrist of his combat suit. "We're running low on energy. We should find a place with a generator to recharge soon. There are wires connected to the vehicle's battery. You can charge a little for emergencies." The middle-aged man approached, sighing as he touched the sturdy exterior of his combat suit. "Energy depletion is manageable, but losing the Gonggong nano units. Sigh. Without this super armor that provides substantial protection and mobility, how much longer can we endure? With Team Cheng absent, who possesses the ability to maintain this nano combat suit reliant on Gonggong support?" The slender man retrieved a bottle of energy drink from the vehicle, took a sip, and squinted at the silent woman beside him, pondering the reality of relying on advanced prototype equipment developed by ability wielders, a logistical support that ordinary technology could not provide. Especially now that the nations of Earth had collapsed. As the weighty topic hung in the air, the four fell silent, seated quietly as they recuperated. Must we continue to struggle in this manner? Until death? Unable to bear the oppressive silence, the slender man gazed at the distant, towering trajectory of a fallen star and spoke again. Should we not try to search for others? Or delve deeper, to uncover the true purpose of this alien phenomenon? If only Team Cheng were here, he would have crushed countless monsters. We should never have allowed him to approach the falling star. Who could have known that its range was so unstable? The slender man checked the supply of thermite in his external container, shaking his head in frustration. He wondered where those taken by the fallen star had gone. After all, Team Cheng, accompanied by Jerome, should have been fine anywhere. Do you believe those taken by the anomalies are still alive? The monsters that attacked us are all living beings, right? Are those imbeciles even human? Just as the four concluded their discussion and prepared to venture forth into a more favorable environment, a minuscule black dot tore through the sky toward them. As it neared, its descent slowed slightly before it changed direction and plummeted downward. Startled by the thunderous sonic boom, the quartet looked up to behold the slowly descending figure. Cheng. Team Cheng. Chapter 74. Acquaintances. Cheng Bin advanced at supersonic speed toward the trajectory of the falling star, swiftly approaching the vicinity of the radiant beam. Upon discovering the densely constructed defensive structures below, encircled by an expanse of stark, barren land, Cheng Bin cautiously decelerated. He navigated around an invisible circular boundary that separated the man-made edifices from the star's trajectory. The panoramic image, enriched by widespread electromagnetic wave detection, relayed a multitude of information. After toggling through several filtering options, Cheng Bin's eyes lit up. He discerned 4 individuals still active around the periphery of the eerily desolate military installations. With a motion akin to a fish gliding through water, Cheng Bin maneuvered through the air, accompanied by the thunderous crack of the atmosphere fracturing. He soared upward toward the location of the living beings he had detected. Captain Cheng, are you all right? This is wonderful. Upon landing, Cheng Bin had braced himself for the possibility of being surrounded and scrutinized, or even attacked. However, to his astonishment, the 4 individuals, upon recognizing him, lowered their guard. A tall, lanky young man rushed forward, exclaiming with excitement. The others hailed from the inner domain number 2 world. Cheng Bin had met them after joining a national agency, and they were fellow trainees alongside his psychiatric hospital companion, Chen Peng. A thought crossed Cheng Bin's mind. Could the fragments of the sacred object have brought them here? Overlapping with the outer domain number 2 world, he scrutinized the 3 others. The middle-aged man was somewhat unfamiliar, but the burly man, was that Chen Peng? Had he truly succeeded in shedding weight? As his gaze swept over a woman instinctively hiding by an all-terrain vehicle, Cheng Bin was taken aback to find another familiar face. I knew it. How could someone as formidable as you, Captain Cheng, simply vanish without a trace? The tall, slender man with a mere 3 millimeters of hair wiped the sweat from his forehead. Reflecting on the moment, Cheng Bin had been engulfed by the white light emanating from the star's trajectory. Ever since you disappeared, it's been quite a journey. Well, now it seems we are the only 4 who could come together. By the way, Captain Cheng, where is your Jerome? Observing the curious middle-aged man beside him, Cheng Bin stiffened, suddenly recalling the individual's previously weak psychic ability, which seemed to lean towards perception. He had been nicknamed Eagle Eye. It was astonishing that he could perceive the oddity of Cheng Bin's attire. Caught off guard, Cheng Bin glanced at the futuristic combat gear worn by the 4, then instinctively lowered his gaze to assess his own appearance. Since completing the initial stage of electromagnetic combat training, Cheng Bin appeared to be clad in a black bodysuit. However, this was merely an illusion created by his body absorbing or interfering with surrounding light. While it superficially resembled ordinary clothing and could simulate the sensation of fabric, in truth, Cheng Bin was draped in optical camouflage. One could even say he was practically naked. Such was the nature of his abilities. The energy was most efficiently utilized directly on his physical form. Any layer of clothing would diminish efficacy and precision, diverting some control to protect the delicate fabric from various extreme conditions and assaults. In the face of Cheng Bin's increasingly extraordinary capabilities, the presence of something that offered neither concealment nor protection seemed superfluous. Yet, this acceptance of his own state could not be easily conveyed to others. Oh, Gong Gong has such an application? Truly commendable, Captain Cheng. Cheng Bin calmly accepted the silver box extended by the middle-aged man. As his thoughts raced, the panoramic vision activated fully, hastily analyzing the object in his hand. What exactly were Zhurong and Gong Gong? Named after mythological entities associated with fire and water. Could they be some form of weapon or tool? Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts following the encounter with familiar faces, Cheng Bin unexpectedly recalled a version of an electromagnetic core he had previously constructed, which he had humorously dubbed Golden Elixir. As Cheng Bin curiously examined the metallic module in his grasp, the expressions of the two men before him shifted dramatically. A sudden, inexplicable wave of intense suspicion and wariness surged within them. The perceptive middle-aged man, eagle-eyed, deciphered from the changing shapes of their lips that the individual before them was not the real Captain Cheng. Who are you? The burly man Chen Pang steeled himself, ready to unleash his abilities. You cannot be an enemy, but why impersonate Captain Cheng? Gazing at the still wary quartet, Cheng Bin pondered for a moment before responding to Chen Pang. Death is a stern goddess. Wait, please don't say that. Chen Pang fervently shook his head, relaxing his guard while casting a peculiar glance at Cheng Bin. That's something only you and Captain Cheng discussed at the hospital. What exactly is going on? The bizarre answer left the four momentarily speechless. After exchanging glances, Chen Pang cleared his throat and ventured, "Are you suggesting parallel worlds?" Though we had speculated about the transfer phenomenon when the star's trajectory appeared, your assertion, Cheng Bin, is still somewhat hard to believe. Yet, regardless of the incredulity, they were left without alternative explanations. In this inexplicably perilous post-apocalyptic world, the mere fact that he posed no immediate threat made Cheng Bin worthy of their trust. Thus, it was not long before Cheng Bin engaged in earnest dialogue with the now relaxed four, exchanging the information they each possessed. Chapter 75. Inside the falling star. What could the interior of the falling star, radiating beams of light that connect heaven and earth and obliterate the trajectory of human society, possibly resemble? As Wenwen entered, she found herself unable to articulate her feelings accurately. Her thoughts were akin to gears caught in a stasis, as if awakening from a dream. Enveloped in a sense of bewilderment, she felt both immobilized and as if she were endlessly plummeting through this vast, wide expanse, descending into the unknown. Surveying her surroundings, Wenwen lifted the heavy heel of her boot and pressed it against the seemingly empty ground. After a tentative breath, she stepped forward. Before her, a small black cat, no larger than a palm, sat poised on a peculiar crystal the size of a human head, its form constantly shifting, observing her with its subtly glowing vertical pupils. Is the system in your eyes merely a small black kitten? Wenwen pondered, astonished by the minimal connection of information between her and the host, recognizing the irony that their most innocuous appearances were unexpectedly similar. The previous one was not like this. Are you the mastermind behind this? Upon hearing the cat speak in human language, Wenwen raised an eyebrow, her slender fingers flicking to activate her ability for a swift strike. The air around her compressed into a sharp spear at her fingertips, but as it surged toward the cat, the chaotic currents vanished into thin air. Do not be agitated. Although we appear close, we are separated by innumerable layers of parallel worlds. Until certain conditions are met, you humans have no opportunity to touch this entity. The cat gestured with its tail toward the crystal below. Moreover, the system is currently merely a projection simulated through light and sound. Your attack holds no significance. After several failed attempts at aggression, Wenwen temporarily relinquished her hostile intentions. She gazed at the indifferent black cat and inquired solemnly, "What exactly are you? What is your purpose? Where's this place? Special?" Wenwen glanced at her palm and scoffed. What makes me special to someone who can toy with the collapse of multiple human societies? Game. It is merely a choice made out of necessity. The cat shook its head anthropomorphically. Let me clarify the fundamental situation. It pointed a paw to the side, and the ever-shifting scenery warped, forming a spiral that gradually evolved into a pitch-black void. Step inside, and you shall enter the interior of the falling star. A realm in perpetual oscillation, fragmentation, and convergence. In a sense, you may consider it a coliseum existing to eradicate certain probabilities. Should you eliminate all the humans in the arena and become the sole survivor, you will obtain the shard of the sacred object beneath my paws, which you refer to as the falling star. A coliseum? Why should I comply with your demands? Wenwen drew a dagger from her side, regarding the black cat with a dangerous glare. Yet, as the cat continued speaking, her body trembled into silence. The opportunity lies before you. Whether you believe it is up to you. The cat flicked its tail nonchalantly. After a moment of silence, Wenwen spoke again. Earlier, you mentioned that there are matters I have the right to know and choose. What are they? The right to choose refers to your ability to decide whether to gain knowledge about parallel worlds, the trajectory of the falling star, the Colosseum, and your special treatment. The secrets behind the system indeed. Once you choose to know, you forfeit your eligibility to be the last victor in the arena. The cat stated calmly. If you find your curiosity more significant than the lives of your loved ones, the system is more than willing to indulge you. Then forget it. Wenwen sighed, attempting to recalibrate her tumultuous emotions before suddenly asking, do you know Cheng? A person whose abilities claim to interfere with parallel worlds. The cat paused its tail, fixing its gaze on Wenwen as it replied slowly, I know him. No, he will directly enter the Colosseum. Oh, is he not one of the special two? Neither. The individual with the same treatment as you has already entered the Colosseum. The cat's expression turned subtly enigmatic. However, you need not worry about that special individual. They have already lost their chance of victory. Wenwen was taken aback, astonished that someone would indeed forsake everything to satisfy their curiosity, while she remained in her stupor. The cat queried in a peculiar tone, you know Cheng, don't you? Do you have a good relationship? What do you intend to do if you encounter him? What to do? A complex emotion stirred within Wenwen. Though her time spent with Cheng was brief, there was an undeniable closeness and understanding between them, as he seamlessly integrated into her familial atmosphere. If the former Cheng and the current black cat were truthful, then regardless of who emerged victorious between her and Cheng, there was still a chance for their worlds to return to normalcy in the future. Nonetheless, the ever-competitive Wenwen held no intention of showing leniency. Proximity and understanding aside, a conflict was inevitable. This time, she could cast aside the burdens of life and death. Even the powers she had never dared to genuinely explore on Earth were no longer a concern. Humph, what is there to discuss under the cat's subtle scrutiny? Wenwen approached the dark void, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. The parents who nurtured her for over 20 years, the aspirations she fought for over a decade, could never be replaced by someone she had only known for a month or two. The untruthful individual, though the probability is slim. You indeed have an opportunity to become the protagonist, but among all parallel incarnations of the host, who truly lacks a chance? After all, in the end, even I have. As Wenwen disappeared into the pitch-black void, the black cat restored the surrounding scenery to its original state. It gazed down at the ever-changing shard of the sacred object beneath its feet, contemplating. The humans outside must be clearing up soon. Once the host enters, the Colosseum can commence with Cheng as a high-dimensional entity causing interference, completely eradicating the signs of intelligent civilizations emerging near the inner domain beneath the essence of cosmic expansion and division, and eliminating the external parallel incarnations, is indeed a formidable task. However, following this concentrated cleansing, the safety and stability of the inner domain will have a degree of assurance. The host obtaining this shard of the sacred object will surely allow for some degree of freedom to grow in the distant outer domain. Let us hope that before that moment arrives, the host can achieve initial elevation in dimension. Chapter 76. Gong Gong. Dressed in combat attire reminiscent of Cheng and his companions, team leader Cheng stood upon a desolate hillock, arms crossed, gazing towards a distant town devoid of any human presence. Beside him stood a tall, silver metallic box, resembling a seamless rectangular block. In the realm of the inner domain number 2, the extraordinary individuals of Huagua were originally not intended for the battlefield. The scarce number of abilities were treated as precious resources, carefully nurtured and allocated to various critical positions, predominantly within research institutions. Although the secrets behind these abilities remained elusive, the assistance of diverse extraordinary powers significantly accelerated scientific advancements in Huagua, yielding a multitude of remarkable technological breakthroughs. With the global enhancement of technological standards and a subtle rise in the number and strength of extraordinary individuals, nations eventually reached a consensus under mounting pressures, uniting to take the first step beyond Earth. At great cost, they established a self-sufficient joint base on the moon, anticipating that the restless forces of human society would be refined during the exploration of the cosmos. However, a sudden and adverse turn of events unfolded with the emergence of falling star trajectories. On one hand, the phenomenon led to a surge in extraordinary individuals, transforming them from cherished assets into a common resource. On the other, various locally spawned or transferred extraordinary individuals began to wreak havoc in densely populated areas, with their abilities continuously escalating, leaving military and police forces increasingly ill-equipped to respond. Consequently, Wawa was compelled to deploy some battle-hardened extraordinary individuals from within its ranks, forming multiple highly mobile, small-scale, high-intensity special operations units to eliminate hostile targets in environments where heavy weaponry could not be employed. Research institutions tailored in development and application technologies for the recruited extraordinary individuals based on their various attributes, equipping them with powerful gear. At this juncture, Cheng, whose abilities far surpassed ordinary extraordinary individuals, became the commander of the first experimental special ops unit, led by team leader Cheng. Having nearly transformed into a semi-researcher, Cheng, with assistance from esteemed figures in the research institute who regarded him with pity, managed to convert some of the most advanced laboratory findings into practical combat arms that incorporated his powers. Among these were the Gong Gong nanorobots, akin to flowing silver, which under Cheng's meticulous ability support, could self-replicate, be intelligently controlled, operate without a scheduled energy supply, simulate and reassemble various instruments, and function within the human body. The inferior version of the Gong Gong nano unit, detached from its original capabilities, served as the foundation for the new type of reinforced suits for the special forces. However, most of the time, only Cheng's unit could enjoy the benefits of the reinforced suits, as the technology was still in its infancy. Without Cheng's ability to maintain them, they would quickly become nothing more than burdensome weights. Additionally, there was his exclusive weapon, Zhurong. Cheng glanced at the metallic box beside him. It was through reliance on these two entities, named after the mythological beings controlling water and fire, that he had survived amidst the chaos brought forth by the falling stars, enduring until he was ensnared in this arena while investigating the phenomenon. Contemplating the entity encountered in the arena's entrance passage and the truths gleaned from it regarding the mutations, Cheng's mood soured. At that moment, the world dimmed for an instant, and recognizing the portent of this sign, a silvery gleam flickered in Cheng's eyes as he scanned his surroundings, catching sight of a figure emerging in the distance below the hill. With the assistance of the nanomechanics, the image imprinted in his vision magnified and focused, revealing the approaching figure in a heartbeat. Self-generating energy, intelligent control, and material reconstitution. If I could resolve these issues without relying on my abilities, the true potential of the Gong Gong nano units could be unleashed. Under Cheng's silent directive, the Gong Gong nanorobots embedded underground swiftly dismantled the surrounding materials to replicate themselves, gradually transforming the very hill upon which he stood, while maintaining the appearance of a normal hilltop through the simulation module. Had it not been for the rapid depletion of resources when detached from his abilities, rendering them single-use, and the constraints of his power limiting sustained large-scale deployment, Cheng would have long since allowed the nanorobots to proliferate throughout the Earth. Prepared for combat at a general level, Cheng leaped from the rocky faade camouflaged by the nanorobots, descending slowly into the ground of the mountaintop, while a humanoid figure simulated by the nanorobots began to take shape. As the shadow below ascended the high hill with a flicker, it beheld a stoic man standing at the summit, arms crossed. Ah, who might this be? The figure, barely reaching Cheng's waist, wore a disingenuous smile. Cold eyes fixed on Cheng, and a soft voice intoned in Mandarin. "Ascent, this our esteemed, wise, invincible team leader Cheng. How did you end up as a gladiator in this arena? Where's your Zhurong? You are the one from the miraculous creations of the American Extraordinary Organization." Team leader Cheng assessed the individual before him, garbed in a white dress akin to a short skirt and tights, resembling a young girl. The fabric felt less like cloth and more akin to human skin. His gaze lingered for a moment on the cat ears protruding from the figure's slightly curled golden hair before sweeping downwards. Cheng lowered his arms, frowning. "An aberrant physical transformation ability user, how did you come to embody such an outlandish form? Huh? Haven't you experienced it yet, team leader? The feeling of encountering another self in this arena and vanquishing them? The sensation of two beings devouring each other, ultimately merging into one?" The youth cradled his face in his hands, then spread his arms, nails suddenly elongating and glistening with a sharp, chilling light. "I merely eliminated a female parallel entity. Who would have thought this arena would offer the option to gain a portion of the abilities of a defeated parallel entity?" As the boy licked his sharp claws, his previously vibrant expression faded, emanating an aura as frigid as ice. "When entering this place, you received that announcement in your ear. Did you not? There exists an opportunity to ascend to a higher form of life in this arena. In comparison, distinctions such as gender are utterly inconsequential, are they not? Since you didn't bring your Zhurong, I shall not hold back. Let us engage in battle. As the echoes of his battle cry resonated in the air, the slender figure wielding claws darted past Cheng. The compressed air from the sweeping blades slicing across Cheng's side and leaving 5 deep gashes on his form. Yet the exposed wounds revealed only the metallic silver beneath. Realizing something was amiss, the Catboy felt the ground beneath him sink as the once solid rock surface transformed into a quagmire that engulfed his ankles. He swiped at the ground with his claws, tearing apart the surrounding terrain, yet his superspeed limbs were unable to dislodge the adhering nanometal. And he soon discovered that the entire mountaintop was writhing, revealing its gleaming metallic core, leaving him with nowhere safe to land. The shifting nanomechanical ground restructured itself, revealing numerous cannon barrels aimed at the boy, which, propelled by electromagnetic energy, simultaneously ignited, unleashing a torrential barrage of metal projectiles. With an impassive countenance, the boy adjusted his posture, gracefully evading the onslaught like a fish slipping through water, creating thunderous sonic booms as he distanced himself, deflecting the unavoidable projectiles with his claws. In that moment of hesitation, Cheng's team, camouflaged by nanomachines, transformed into a silvery humanoid artillery. The clasped hands merged into crystalline cannon barrels, directed at the exhausted youth, whose vitality had waned. A blinding, slender beam of light surged forth, a laser traveling at 300,000 kilometers per second, piercing through the boy's forehead and instantly evaporating his head along with a significant portion of his chest. Rising from the nanomachines that constituted the metallic box, Cheng gazed at the gradually vanishing corpse of the boy in the hazy world, sighing. Has he become a high-speed variant? While his power has intensified, he still relies solely on instinctual physical application. He pales in comparison to the woman I encountered in the overlapping realms outside. I had to be cautious and use clones to probe. To deal with you, the use of Gong Gong alone suffices. I need not even resort to Zhurong. As Cheng's capabilities waned, the nanomachines atop the mountain quickly lost their vitality. Standing on the metallic-hued summit, Cheng continued to embrace himself, gazing into the desolate distance. His expression a blend of anticipation and confusion. Yet, the possibility of devouring parallel entities still exists. Do not keep me waiting too long, otherwise I might just change my mind. Chapter 77. Zhurong. The term refresh aptly describes the assailants that emerge close to the trajectory of the falling star. Cheng Bin and Chun Pang, along with 3 others, stood at the periphery of the core area of the falling star's path, surveying the indistinct yet shifting scenes shrouded in white light within. Around them, figures surged like waves, only to shatter and recede as if crashing against an indomitable reef. Cheng Bin remained unwavering, surrounded by slender beams of light that shot forth, rendering him akin to a hedgehog. Countless assailants were evaporated before they could even react under the precise intensity of the high-energy lasers. Is your ability to control lasers? How extravagant, Chun Pang remarked, scanning the area and noting that not a single assailant from this wave had survived. Cheng Bin remained non-committal to Chun Pang's conjecture. How do you find me compared to your impressions of Captain Cheng? Captain Cheng in his usual state might not surpass you. Yugon shrugged. But if Captain Cheng employs Zhurong, your current display of strength is still far from sufficient. Oh, Cheng Bin. While attempting to probe the interior of the falling star's trajectory with a panoramic view, inquired curiously, what exactly is Zhurong? I've heard it is a superweapon crafted from the combination of Gong Gong's nano units and some special instruments, though I have yet to witness Captain Cheng utilize it. Chun Pang mused, stroking his chin. A battery? Cheng Bin raised an eyebrow at the chaotic data reflected in the panoramic view, pointing towards the white light column before him. But enough of that. Are you all certain about entering together? Do we have any other options? Chun Pang shrugged. Humanity is doomed. Lingering outside ultimately leads to a dead end. We might as well venture in. If parallel worlds exist, perhaps this alien product is a means of traversing dimensions? It could lead us to the pinnacle of life in another world. Well, in a sense, your assertion holds some merit. Reflecting on the system's description of this relic fragment, Cheng Bin chuckled softly, then shook his head and stepped toward the light column. In an instant, Cheng Bin felt a sinking sensation beneath his feet, realizing he had plunged into viscous lava. He swept the panoramic view across the vast lava pit, noting that the other 4 who had entered with him were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps separation was for the best. He wondered if their combat suits could withstand the lava. The expanding panoramic view relayed the desolate landscape back to Cheng Bin, revealing that he was situated in a depression among rugged rocky mountains, a place that, based on the surrounding terrain, seemed to have once been a substantial peak. Estimating the energy required to transform a sturdy rocky summit into a massive lava pit. Cheng Bin's gaze shifted to a mountain peak marked by a strong electromagnetic signal on the side view. At the peak, a figure, accompanied by a towering metallic box, emerged from behind a protruding rock and smiled at Cheng Bin, saying, "You have finally arrived." The faint voice and the figure's likeness were captured flawlessly in the panoramic view, prompting Cheng Bin to raise an eyebrow at this individual who bore a striking resemblance to himself. Was it fair to say that the training effects from the world of Inner Domain 6 were evident? Cheng Bin felt no stirrings within upon encountering someone so similar to him. Bending slightly, Cheng Bin exerted force through his legs and leaped, sending a wave of lava splashing around him as he arced through the air, landing several meters away from the figure. Observing the person who was scrutinizing him, Cheng Bin curiously bent down and scooped up a piece of rock from the ground. He pinched the surface of this composite metallic block disguised as rock, watching as it suddenly transformed into a liquid flow that slipped through his fingers. "Is this gong gong?" Cheng Bin surveyed the area, noticing that the ground was composed of a material resembling the nanometal he had previously acquired from the group of 4, albeit mixed with many non-metallic materials that seemed ambiguous. The detected energy response was gradually diminishing. "You must be Captain Cheng, as referenced by Qin Pang, am I correct?" Cheng Bin regarded the parallel individual from Inner Domain 2, feeling a peculiar sensation. This was his first encounter with someone he had once inhabited in that domain. The system indicated that in such cases, the individual would continue the behavioral patterns exhibited during his possession. How similar were they truly? Is Qin Pang still alive? Captain Cheng released his arms from their crossed position, sighing with a complex expression. "They should have entered the falling star's interior with me. I wonder where they have scattered to. Do you know what the situation inside the falling star is? They also entered, did they? Well, it matters little. Hell exists both inside and outside." Captain Cheng murmured softly before raising his gaze to Cheng Bin, asking, "Did you hear nothing upon entering here?" Though the content varies from person to person, all who arrive here receive some notification. What notification? Cheng Bin pulled up the panoramic view to scan for any records, realizing he had received no information upon entering this place. Exhaling a breath of hot air, Captain Cheng pressed his palm against the metallic box at his side. "Is a coliseum, a place where one must defeat every opponent encountered and survive to the end to escape and earn rewards." Cheng Bin frowned, glancing towards the blazing sun above. He initially believed this was yet another world within a layer. A coliseum? How peculiar. Indeed, my parallel self, your first reaction is entirely in sync with mine. Noticing Cheng Bin's gaze directed skyward, Captain Cheng chuckled, "Look no further. I have tried ascending. Once you reach the lunar orbit's outer edges, further progress is impossible. This coliseum is only as large as the Earth-Moon system, accommodating just 2 individuals at a time. The victor will encounter the next opponent after the worlds overlap, until the game concludes. Naturally, I was reluctant to accept this initially, but upon uncovering certain secrets, I found myself with no other options." Portions of public nano-units dripped from Captain Cheng's combat suit, dispersing and replicating on the gong gong remnants beneath his feet, enveloping the towering metallic box beside him. The metallic box he held down disassembled instantly, and a multitude of peculiar fragments congregated behind him, forming a discontinuous, hollow ring amidst the embrace of the gong gong nano-liquid. The energy stored within gong gong unleashed like a torrent, combined with Captain Cheng's ability to focus immense energy into an exceedingly minuscule range. Within the circular machinery, hydrogen isotopes deuterium and tritium were induced to collide and fuse under this energy, releasing neutrons while converting the mass loss during the atomic level collision into vast energy, instigating further atomic collisions and fusion around them. The fusion space, constrained by a magnetic field into a high-energy ring, emitted no hint of flames. Yet the fully operational circular machinery radiated blinding light amidst violent electromagnetic fluctuations, and Captain Cheng, adorned with this dazzling halo, gradually levitated off the ground. In a world as chaotic as ours, do you not believe I should harbor some emotions? Let us engage in combat. If you win, I shall reveal some information of interest to you. Chapter 78. The energy-focusing ring and proton cannon. Cheng Bin had an opportunity to disrupt Team Cheng's preparation process. Although Team Cheng swiftly activated the Zhu Rong weapon, the pace appeared excruciatingly slow to Cheng Bin. After all, the integration of Team Cheng's physique and external devices paled in comparison to Cheng Bin's electromagnetic battle body, meticulously maintained by intricate ability modules. Whether unleashing vast amounts of electromagnetic energy in the form of laser attacks or employing an electromagnetic battle body that defies inertia to engage in close combat, Cheng Bin could have dismantled the pivotal apparatus before the ignition of the Zhu Rong nuclear fusion. Yet, he chose not to intervene, allowing Team Cheng to methodically complete their combat preparations. While the impending battle seemed inevitable, Cheng Bin harbored an inexplicable sense of trust in Team Cheng, hailing from the highly regarded Inner Domain No. 2. He sensed that this confrontation, this arena, held a deeper significance that compelled another version of himself to comply willingly. Thus, as he wished, they would unveil their full capabilities and compete for supremacy. In contrast to Team Cheng, which was gradually evolving towards practical technological advancements, Cheng Bin focused on the profound utilization of his innate abilities. After all, given his near-atomic level mastery of thought energy analysis, diverting his attention to research in other fields could yield remarkable results, such as the incomplete nanomachines known as Gong Gong. Although he fell short in terms of energy sources, based on the current observed scale and conduction efficiency of energy, Cheng Bin remained confident in his superiority. Why must I bear the blame for this chaotic world? Cheng Bin scoffed, glancing at the panoramic display filled with frantic high-energy alerts. He scrutinized Team Cheng, whose halo was expanding ominously, gradually lifting off the ground. So, this was the true visage of Zhu Rong. The so-called energy-focusing ring was indeed a magnificent spectacle. Observing his opponent, a peculiar thought crossed Cheng Bin's mind. The halo floating behind Team Cheng bore a striking resemblance to the celestial beings depicted in mythologies, such as the Buddha. Zhu Rong's true designation was the magnetically constrained controllable nuclear fusion energy release ring. The moniker energy focusing ring was a term I coined during my time at the Research Institute. Nostalgia washed over him as he recalled the simple joys of that era. With Team Cheng's figure appearing somewhat obscured against the brilliant backlight, the lead developer possessed the privilege of naming, and Gong Gong and Zhu Rong were among my most esteemed creations, albeit reliant on abilities for their utilization. A silvery gleam began to shimmer in Team Cheng's eyes as his Nanomachine's infused nervous system operated at an accelerated pace. Then let us commence. Do not perish easily. Before his words faded, Team Cheng stood upright in midair, arms outstretched, and an overwhelming radiance erupted around him. The mountaintop below was engulfed by a luminous sphere of white light, expanding explosively, creating rippling shockwaves from the evaporation of colossal matter. A glance at the hillside revealed a small lake that had been entirely desiccated. The panoramic display relayed the alterations and movements of nearby materials to Cheng Bin with precision. He chuckled softly, transmitting an electromagnetic wave signal in the common format of the inner domain. It seems you deliberately selected this location as the battlefield. The hydrogen isotopes in the lake water should be scarce, correct? Are you planning to directly dismantle the hydrogen ions in water molecules for fusion fuel? Have you begun to manipulate the atomic nucleus for material reorganization? Within Cheng Bin's electromagnetic battle body, countless minuscule electromagnetic cores surged into action, converting vast amounts of electromagnetic energy into kinetic energy. He compressed the air before him, experimentally launching a solidified mass of air towards Team Cheng with a punch. The air cannon, creating a vacuum passage, was torn apart by the relentless whirl of hydrogen ions or protons surrounding Team Cheng, rendering the kinetic energy of the air explosion futile against the fusion energy. At the moment the air detonated and distorted, a slender beam of light shot forth from Cheng Bin's fingertips, slicing diagonally at Team Cheng's position. A prominent cliffside was severed, collapsing under the flash of the light blade. Yet as the blade neared Team Cheng, it violently scattered and deviated, unable to approach him. Cheng Bin's tentative assaults transpired in an instant. Once Team Cheng established a complete combat system, he wasted no time in launching a counterattack. With a mere gesture, the surrounding hydrogen ions coalesced, forming a super projectile composed solely of protons, propelled towards Cheng Bin by electromagnetic force. As the proton shell burst forth from the electromagnetic cannon, the air molecules along its path disintegrated upon impact, and various unfortunate atomic nuclei shattered under the proton's assault, releasing tremendous energy. A blinding beam of light, entirely a product of nuclear reactions, connected Cheng Bin and Team Cheng. Sensing impending danger, Cheng Bin maximized his battle body's power, striving to evade while generating a formidable magnetic field to deflect the high-speed proton cannon, accelerated to nearly sublight speed by Zhu Rong's full force. The proton cannon proved difficult to evade entirely. Ultimately, it grazed Cheng Bin's left side, obliterating and vaporizing a significant portion of his body at the atomic level. The deflected proton cannon struck a rocky mountain behind Cheng Bin, resulting in a cataclysmic nuclear reaction that obliterated the mountain, leaving behind a massive molten crater. So this is how the pit came to be. His left side, flickering with chaotic electromagnetic radiance, rapidly repaired itself. Cheng Bin glanced at the freshly formed lava pit below, then at the crater he had encountered upon entering this world. Have you faced adversaries that necessitated such a degree of power before? Until now, I had always traversed as a solitary ability user, never encountering a situation that required me to engage in full-force combat, leaving me uncertain of the extent of my own powers. Cheng Bin sighed, activating a pre-configured modification program, surging his thought energy through all substances except the carbon atoms. Unstable, high-energy atoms emitted vast amounts of energy, consuming and transforming all kinetic, internal, and potential energy they encountered. As his body completed its restoration, its surface dimmed abruptly, with visible and invisible light being ravenously absorbed by the perfected electromagnetic battle body, accompanied by a chilling aura. Cheng Bin enveloped himself in darkness, becoming little more than a shadow with a barely discernible human silhouette. Let us see how far I can go in this battle. Chapter 79. Victory and Defeat upon the Desolate Battleground of Earth. Two inhuman entities unleashed colossal energies upon one another amidst the peaks of the hills. The energy poured forth each second with enough ferocity to obliterate a small human settlement. Cheng Bin, now wholly transformed into a shadowy specter, darted through the atmosphere with an unfathomable speed, rendering him nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. The air's resistance was transmuted into energy for his electromagnetic battle form, propelling his velocity to unprecedented heights. At such extreme speeds, even the slightest movement could generate shockwaves powerful enough to rend mountains asunder, causing the surrounding atmosphere to swirl violently, enveloping his opponent like a hurricane. Suspended in midair with an ethereal grace, Cheng's form radiated a halo of energy, while his electromagnetic field morphed chaotically around him. An array of lasers and electromagnetic cannons rained down like scattered arrows, bombarding the vicinity while simultaneously constricting Cheng Bin's movement. Whenever Cheng Bin found himself momentarily hindered or cornered, a proton cannon, either potent or feeble, would be aimed at him, yet he managed to deflect these assaults with ease, even while undergoing perilous high-energy atomic modifications. As Cheng's energy expenditure reached a critical threshold, he would seize upon the opportunity to breach Cheng's defense, forcing his way through with the full might of his electromagnetic battle form, which possessed unimaginable lethality at close range. A moment's inattention from Cheng could result in a breach of his defenses, inflicting damage upon his true form. However, both combatants exhibited remarkable regenerative capabilities, rendering their exchanges of injury inconclusive for the time being. It seems that deploying Zhu Rong has severely diminished your mobility, Cheng Bin observed. You've become nothing more than a stationary artillery piece. Carefully scrutinizing the intricate defenses and offensive systems surrounding Cheng, he spotted an opportunity amidst the frenetic energy fluctuations. In a daring maneuver, he skimmed past Cheng, delivering a swift strike with his hand, causing a violent explosion of energy to erupt beside Cheng. In a bid to protect Zhu Rong from the fallout, Cheng absorbed the impact with his integrated defense system, simultaneously repairing himself while launching a small proton cannon to repel Cheng Bin's pursuit. After all, some critical components of Zhu Rong cannot be replaced by mere abilities. Rapid movement cannot guarantee the stability of the protective electromagnetic field surrounding them, Cheng mused. With Zhu Rong, a creation of nuclear fusion with energy production far surpassing Cheng's electromagnetic battle form, Cheng swiftly re-established his defensive systems. Observing Cheng's evasive maneuvers amidst his relentless barrage of lasers and electromagnetic cannons, he remarked, "Your capability has diminished significantly. Such a prime opportunity just passed you by without a single counterattack. Are you fatigued already? It appears that while acting as an artillery piece, your perception has waned, as you failed to notice what I was doing." Enveloped in darkness, Cheng Bin retreated, chuckling softly as he gestured towards the sky beside him. Cheng, momentarily taken aback, directed his array of sensory instruments, reconstructed from nanotechnology, to scrutinize that direction amidst the intense electromagnetic interference. He soon discerned an exceedingly fine filament extending skyward. Cheng Bin had secretly transformed a vast number of external atoms through his mental energy, layering them into an ultrafine metallic wire that reached towards the heavens, emitting an aura of near absolute zero temperature. This superconducting line extended straight into the stratosphere, penetrating the ionosphere, where it accumulated an immense electromagnetic charge from the solar winds, connecting with the zero-potential surface below. With a resounding roar, blinding lightning cascaded from the distant sky along the superconducting line, creating an electrified conduit that dissected the atmosphere like a spider's web. This was merely the residual energy transmitted through the superconducting metal wire. Bathed in the radiant column of lightning, Cheng Bin's shadowy form was illuminated, absorbing all light, while Zhu Rong possessed formidable nuclear fusion energy. There were numerous alternative methods to harness immense energy if one sought merely scale. Upon realizing this, Cheng promptly fired a proton cannon at the superconducting line. Yet, under Cheng Bin's guidance, an immense surge of electrons erupted from the line, manifesting as a negative-charged lightning dragon that clashed mid-air with the positively charged proton cannon. Amidst the violent high-energy reaction, the colliding protons and electrons fused into neutrons, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that obscured the vision of both combatants with a torrent of neutron jets. Overwhelmed by the immense electromagnetic energy within the superconducting line and the resultant forces from the geodynamo, Cheng Bin aimed at Cheng's general location and detonated the mental energy solidified within the superconducting metal. Combining the geomagnetic forces, he transformed all accessible energy into the electromagnetic propulsion force of a cannon, converting the towering superconducting wire into a molecular blade that descended upon Cheng. The razor-sharp metallic filament, enveloped in released electrical energy, surged through a vacuum channel, bending through the ionized air towards Cheng. His defensive systems fractured under the violent clash of electromagnetic energies, and the metallic wire twisted into a net, sweeping around Cheng in a dazzling display akin to the aurora borealis. Witnessing the half-melted earth beneath him being cleaved apart by the metallic wire, Cheng Bin cast a glance at Cheng, who remained suspended in midair before swiftly retreating. A brilliant explosion erupted behind Cheng Bin, consuming the remaining hillocks nearby, while a towering fireball ascended, drawing in the air and forming a colossal mushroom cloud. A figure emerged from the upper flank of the mushroom cloud, breaking free from the smoke and falling to the ground in a parabolic arc. Upon impact, it created a massive crater and skidded across the rocky soil, eventually halting after dragging a trench in its wake. Bearing the marks of severance, and largely covered in silvery nanotechnology, Cheng shook his head and, upon raising his gaze, found Cheng Bin floating before him, arms crossed. A sigh escaped his lips. I did not anticipate your ability to breach the electromagnetic ion defense and obliterate Zhu Rong in one fell swoop. I concede defeat. Cheng, now seated in a meditative posture, fell silent for a moment, seemingly deliberating his response. Cheng Bin looked up at the sky, where the high heat, turbulent winds, thunderstorms, and smoke generated during their battle had cast a shadow over the heavens. As the clouds dissipated from Zhu Rong's explosion, they began to coalesce once again, and drops of water began to fall from the horizon. Chapter 80. Paraphrase and sacrifice. Amidst the thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies, two individuals bearing striking resemblance sat facing each other on the increasingly damp ground, the atmosphere thick with an unsettling heaviness. Cheng Dui, whose complexion shifted several times in silence, finally lifted his gaze to meet Cheng Bin's eyes, beginning to speak. In the central passage leading from the falling star into this arena, I encountered a comical entity that referred to itself as this system. It claimed to be a little black cat in your eyes. TSK. Cheng Bin's expression twitched, narrowing his eyes into a deadpan stare. Was it truly unexpected? That system had always been so elusive and insinuative before arriving in this world. So it was indeed that entity pulling strings behind the scenes? It offered me a chance to uncover the truth, but at the cost of forfeiting my qualification to become the ultimate victor of this arena, ensuring my demise here. Cheng Dui spoke with casual indifference. Cheng Bin was taken aback, suddenly recalling the system's words prior to entering this world, certain truths that required qualification to be known. The battlefield of this overlapping world existed for the purpose of systematically obliterating worlds with dangerous tendencies, and it was evident that the world I hailed from fell into this category. Cheng Dui's voice grew somber as he continued. While I harbor anger regarding my own world's fate, upon learning the truth, I must concede that it was a choice devoid of alternatives. Concerning what constitutes dangerous tendencies, I cannot disclose that to you just yet. When your abilities advance further, you should be able to comprehend it. What truth could compel you to relinquish even your hatred for the destruction of your own world? Furthermore, if I am to learn it eventually, why conceal it from me? What harm is there in knowing in advance? Cheng Bin asked, massaging his temples in frustration. How had his parallel self adopted the system's cryptic habits? Cheng Dui pondered briefly before responding. It is likely due to your insufficient understanding and control over your own cognitive structure. Upon acquiring certain knowledge, it may inadvertently lead to a fragmentation within your inner domain, allowing the resurgence of those dangerous world lines. Only when you, as the core of the inner domain, approach a higher dimension will you possess the capability to manage these aspects and grasp the truth. Chengbin contemplated this, then fixed his gaze on Cheng Dui, speaking earnestly. Based on the information previously divulged by the system regarding the inner domain, this explanation seems plausible. However, why must you serve as the messenger? Why choose to pay the price of your life to relay this information? On one hand, it seeks to enhance the credibility and persuasiveness of this information through the narration by your parallel self. In the face of impending death, Cheng Dui's expression remained remarkably placid as he elaborated. On the other hand, it once stated, initially, this system made a promise to the host to adhere to the principles of transparency and voluntary consent, aside from prohibitive matters. Although this arena appears to be enforced, it should be noted that this system consulted your parallel self, or rather, a part of your higher dimensional entity. Cheng Bin's countenance darkened. The system's manipulation of ultimate interpretative authority was truly insidious. I have yet to ascend to a higher dimension. Do not conflate other parallel selves with mine. As for why I would risk my life to choose to uncover the truth, Cheng Dui furrowed his brow, speaking with uncertainty. On one hand, since that accident, I have had little attachment or concern in this world. On the other hand, I suspect I have been influenced by Chan Fatty's peculiar perspective on life and death during my time in the hospital and with the relevant authorities. I harbor no particular feelings regarding death itself. Rather than engage in mindless slaughter in this arena, I would prefer to understand the truth and be a clear-minded specter. As your parallel self, I believe you can comprehend my choice motivated by curiosity. Having conveyed his thoughts, Cheng Dui glanced at his palm. Noticing that the portion of his body replaced by the Gonggong nano-units began to swell, morphing into a small thumb drive that detached from him. After tossing the drive, which contained a vast accumulation of knowledge, to Cheng Bin, Cheng Dui's nano-units began to diffuse throughout his entire body. A silvery sheen enveloped him, and his metallic lips moved to utter his final words. Ultimately, regarding the system, trust it, at least until you ascend to a higher dimension. What a decisive departure, truly fitting my style. As Cheng Bin observed the lifeless figure of Cheng Dui, now transformed into a composite material statue devoid of life, he pressed against his knee and rose to his feet. A sensation reminiscent of a resonance of parallel individual information called to him from the statue. And Cheng Bin felt that, should he so desire, he could acquire a multitude of insights from Cheng Dui, significantly enhancing the fundamental power of his thoughts. Yet, adhering to Cheng Dui's dying wish, he refrained from doing so. As he gazed at the silhouette of Cheng Dui disappearing into the hazy overlap of worlds, Cheng Bin, who had struggled to maintain his composure amidst the tumult of emotions, could no longer suppress his impulsive feelings. He lifted his gaze towards the darkened sky, where the rain poured incessantly, and, with a fierce determination, unleashed a powerful punch. Under the accelerated perception of reality, the atmosphere fractured like solid matter, and compressed air was propelled skyward by Cheng Bin's might, erupting amidst the rain-laden clouds, tearing a spiraling chasm through the dreary overcast. As he observed Cheng Dui approaching, a muscular figure gritted his teeth, producing a word that began with an F. Chapter 81. Two Women. The sacrifice of two women from strikingly similar parallel selves instilled a profound weight upon Cheng Bin, prompting a shift in his convictions. Resolute in his determination to prevail in this arena, Cheng Bin immersed himself in the knowledge imparted by Team Cheng, while effortlessly dispatching the incessantly refreshing adversaries from overlapping worlds. Though perplexed by the absence of any respite, Cheng Bin felt no pressure as the majority of his foes were reduced to mere blood mist by the air cannons he unleashed with a single punch. Even those few with extraordinary reflexes and abilities could not withstand a second onslaught from the lightning-fast laser beams. However, after easily dealing with numerous adversaries, Cheng Bin hesitated as he faced a newly emerged foe not far ahead. With a slight movement of his wrist, he refrained from raising his arms immediately. He found it inexplicable that the system opted for such an odd one-on-one method to obliterate the timeline. Watching the young woman advance towards him, clad in a combat uniform reminiscent of Team Cheng's, he muttered with a tinge of resignation, considering the system's nature. The likelihood of encountering familiar faces in the future, how amusing. Unaware of Cheng Bin's murmurs, the approaching woman halted momentarily upon recognizing her opponent's visage, then continued towards him. A shroud of nebulous shadows enveloping her, forming a sinister black specter with a grotesque head and upper limbs that surrounded her. Has her ability progressed further? Observing this familiar yet drastically altered power, Cheng Bin's expression became complex as he remarked, "My sincere apologies had I known. I would have refrained from allowing you four to follow me. Have you encountered Team Cheng in this place?" With a blend of anticipation and confusion. The woman halted not far from Cheng Bin, the twisting shadows around her poised to reach him with a mere gesture. "I have," Cheng Bin paused, glancing towards the spot where Team Cheng had vanished. "So you killed him?" Following Cheng Bin's gaze to that location, and then surveying the horrific expanse that appeared as though ravaged by nuclear war, the woman's tone grew somber. "Do not jest. This is the mark of Team Cheng employing Zhu Rong. You were able to defeat him, who wielded both Gong Gong and Zhu Rong. It was merely luck." Cheng Bin crossed his arms, tilting his head as he scrutinized the terrifying crater left by the proton cannon and Zhu Rong's self-detonation. In truth, it was akin to suicide of voluntary sacrifice. How could this be? The woman's expression grew increasingly obscured by the encroaching darkness of the shadows. After a moment of silence, she suddenly lifted her gaze to Cheng Bin and posed a question. "If you consider yourself akin to Team Cheng, who has been with the relevant department for about a month, then this question bears significance. Do you still harbor resentment towards me, the one who killed my father and your parents?" The shadowy specter, seemingly only capable of affecting mental faculties, inflicted no tangible harm upon Cheng Bin. Within the grasp of the specter's claws, the woman observed Cheng Bin, now rendered dazed. Her expression regained tranquility, and the black specter abruptly dissipated. She withdrew a specially designed high-caliber handgun from her combat attire and aimed it at Cheng Bin's brow. "I apologize. I cannot fathom why Team Cheng would abandon hope. But I yearn for my world to revert to its former state, for him to continue living." Murmuring softly, she squeezed the trigger, releasing a bullet akin to a small cannonball from the handgun. The tremendous recoil was absorbed by her nano-combat suit. Her ability could ensnare a target in an uncontrollable mental rigidity, albeit for a brief duration and unable to be quickly reapplied to the same subject. Nevertheless, in direct confrontations, a generally frail ability user would be rendered helpless if struck by this attack. Yet Cheng Bin's electromagnetic battle form, fortified by his mental focus, would not falter in the face of momentary distraction, as the bullet, capable of obliterating a human skull, neared Cheng Bin's brow. Its kinetic energy was consumed instantaneously by the autonomously operating electromagnetic core composed of countless carbon atoms. The bullet, compressed into a metallic disc, fell limply to the ground after a brief pause. Reflecting on the sensation of being affected by this ability for the second time, Cheng Bin shook his head and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before the woman. He gently pressed his hand upon her head and spoke softly. "Understanding the truth renders resentment inconsequential in my world. We were merely strangers." Tears welled in the corners of the woman's eyes as she stood enveloped in Cheng Bin's shadow. An immense electromagnetic energy began to coalesce above her. This time, the hazy spectacle of overlapping worlds lingered unusually long, and an inexplicable feeling washed over Cheng Bin. The chaotic arena was likely approaching its conclusion. In the next moment, a slender figure emerged from the shadowy distance. Cheng Bin inhaled deeply as he observed the woman with a ponytail clad in a form-fitting leather suit. He activated the complete version of the electromagnetic battle form once more, gathering immense energy at his surface, striving to connect and control more atomic matter. The figure, which had been far away, suddenly vanished and reappeared before Cheng Bin, who was radiating uncontrollable brilliance and arcs of electricity. She regarded him with a smirk. "So, it is you in the end. I suspected that the one claiming to possess the ability to interfere with parallel worlds would inevitably appear in this arena. Had I known this would occur, I should have sought a means to communicate during our previous encounter amidst the world overlap, even if it meant resorting to riding on the street despite the interference to sound and light." Cheng Bin, striving to regulate the increasingly potent yet unstable electromagnetic battle form, spoke somewhat helplessly to the woman before him. "Believing my power sufficient, I thought to bind you with steel first. I was too arrogant." "One. You were the one who attacked our team with steel previously?" One remarked, a hint of surprise in her smile as she unsheathed a long alloy dagger from her side. "I must express my gratitude for your hospitality." Chapter 82, Faster. Faster, is this electromagnetic control? Facing Wenwen's inquiry, Cheng Bin glanced down at his own appearance, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan 2. Electromagnetic control. I suppose that is not entirely inaccurate. Was it truly wise to disclose his information before the battle? Wenwen's dagger sliced through the air, pointing directly at Cheng Bin. I have no intention of holding back. Whatever, he replied. After all, we have collaborated on our abilities before, and our understanding of each other runs deep. Cheng Bin unleashed a surge of energy, disassembling the molecular structure of the earth and air around him, mimicking the electromagnetic ion protective field of Team Cheng. He conjured a translucent humanoid specter enveloping himself in a defensive barrier. Unfortunately, his comprehension of Team Cheng's knowledge was still insufficient, and he could only temporarily connect it with his own electromagnetic battle form to construct a humanoid defense layer. Though this significantly diminished his agility against Wenwen's capabilities, a mere human could easily be dismembered without a flawless defense. Relying solely on the electromagnetic battle form to withstand her assault would not be prudent. While the psychic energy supported by a higher dimensional information body was indeed marvelous, the abilities she wielded under the influence of sacred relic fragments were even more unfathomable. Are you ready? Wenwen observed as Cheng Bin gradually lifted off the ground, an ever-growing humanoid specter of high-energy material enveloping him. She twirled her dagger, shifting her weight. Then, here I come. An invisible space of rapid movement unfurled, twisting pathways coiling around Cheng Bin's outer specter, binding him as if with ropes. Within this swift space, Wenwen accelerated infinitely, synchronizing her speed with the surrounding air as she lunged toward Cheng Bin. The violently compressed air formed a robust armor around her body. Cheng Bin raised his hand, and the massive humanoid specter, formed through complex electromagnetic binding with external high-energy particles, mirrored his action, reaching out to grasp Wenwen. The terrifying speed and electromagnetic force compressed the air before his colossal hand, ionizing it into a burst of plasma. The solidified alloy dagger synchronized the speed of all materials it contacted with its own direction of movement. Wenwen's air armor transformed into a razor-sharp wind blade, deeply embedding itself into the giant's arm and slicing toward his shoulder. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Wenwen darted past the giant's shoulder, reaching its back. The giant's right arm, along with much of its torso, was ruthlessly severed by the howling wind blade. As the giant's structure began to destabilize, Wenwen aimed for the area closest to Cheng Bin's back and prepared to strike with her dagger. However, the rapidly accumulating electromagnetic energy compelled her to abandon the attack. As the giant's back swelled, Wenwen swiftly retreated to its side. A stunning brilliance erupted from the giant's back, unleashing a sublight-speed proton cannon. Gazing at the enormous crater created by the proton cannon, Wenwen escaped from the giant's reassembling palms, locking onto the explosive shockwave with her rapid movement. She drew a straight line through the giant's chest and abdomen in Cheng Bin's panoramic view. The outer defensive specter was sliced through in an instant, and Cheng Bin, fortified by the electromagnetic battle form against the residual shockwave, watched Wenwen dance like a butterfly through his chaotic assaults. The evolution of rapid movement that allows one to lock onto a target and achieve superior speed is indeed outrageous. As long as my attacks have a starting point and a process, I am utterly helpless against Wenwen. Nevertheless, even under the full construction of the electromagnetic battle form's defense circle, Wenwen's normal attack power would struggle to break through in one go. After all, despite her formidable abilities, she remained human at her core, unable to seize every opportunity for continuous assault. In this scenario, it appeared that a war of attrition was inevitable. Having undergone inhuman modifications and equipped with the second version of the electromagnetic battle form, Cheng Bin felt confident in a battle of endurance. Based on his observations, although Wenwen had solidified many abilities, her level of transformation was still low, far inferior to Cheng Bin's perpetual motion-like resilience. If this continued, victory would surely belong to Cheng Bin. However, Wenwen ought to be aware of this. As Cheng Bin's thoughts raced, Wenwen, who had been circling outside the giant specter, suddenly withdrew, tracing an arc to a distance. Kneeling on one knee to the east of Cheng Bin, Wenwen transformed the rapid movement space into a flat plane, piercing vertically into the ground. As her mind raced through calculations, she switched the target of her rapid movement to the nearby rotational speed of the Earth. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Cheng Bin as he was struck by a colossal rock formation that had emerged at an alarmingly close distance, akin to a mountain. Wenwen, pressed against this hill formed of rocks and soil, continuously adjusted her speed to consolidate the impact of its immense mass, directing it toward Cheng Bin. A hill obscuring his vision soared through the air at supersonic speeds, generating terrifying shockwaves that tore apart and displaced vast expanses of soil and rock, finally colliding with Cheng Bin against another solid mountain. The violent impact generated a multitude of high-speed fragments as Wenwen swiftly targeted her next objective. Spiraling around the two intertwined peaks at breakneck speed, the extreme velocity and smooth trajectory enveloped the mountains, continually drawing different parts of the terrain within the influence of her rapid movement. Instead of exploding apart in the violent collision, the mountains were compacted together by Wenwen's high-speed encirclement, ultimately forming a massive floating rock sphere through continuous compression. As the rock sphere gradually constricted around him, a hint of alarm stirred within Cheng Bin. During their studies of her abilities, he had designed several super moves targeting various developmental directions of her powers. The current phenomenon, distorted material speed concentrating vast mass, was a precursor to one of those super moves. If Wenwen's ability reached atomic or even deeper levels, executing this move could severely injure or even kill him. Cheng Bin decisively disbanded the specter surrounding him, converting a significant amount of hydrogen into a small proton cannon to bombard the surrounding matter. Amid the violent nuclear reactions triggered by the proton cannon, he endeavored to harness and contain the external nuclear energy, creating a vast tunnel through the suspended rock sphere. As he swiftly escaped through the tunnel, Cheng Bin noticed Wenwen waiting in that direction, within the acceleration space of rapid movement. Wenwen lightly raised an alloy dagger with one hand while holding a dark yellow cylinder the size of a pin cap pointed at Cheng Bin with the other, a complex expression adorning her face. In the slow motion of bullet time, the massive stone mountain gradually crumbled and fell. Cheng Bin hovered midair, scrutinizing what Wenwen held, a laser emitter resembling a child's toy, capable of emitting a bright crimson beam. At that moment, the red laser extended from Wenwen's hand, only to be distorted and deflected by the shifting electromagnetic field before reaching Cheng Bin. So this is your true trump card? Cheng Bin's voice, layered with a sigh, pierced the air, resonating with a sharp wail toward Wenwen. What a surprise! This move was supposed to be the most challenging of those I designed, merely a figment of my imagination, and yet you managed to realize it. Your rapid movement is truly astonishing. I am curious to uncover the principles behind this ability. Is this your farewell? Wenwen glanced at the crumbling mountain, which was causing intense shockwaves as it descended. She tightened her grip on the raised hand holding the dagger. Now that I have some insight into this move, its power is beyond imagination. I have never tested it before. If you can withstand this blow and survive, I suppose you will have one. I lack sufficient confidence to survive in the aftermath. Then, farewell. After casting a deep glance at Cheng Bin, Wenwen's fleeting space suddenly distorted. With a vigorous motion, she hurled the dagger forward with her right hand. Chapter 83. With this dagger, we may perish aware of the impending assault. Cheng Bin cast aside all concerns and fervently bolstered his defenses. A proton cannon unleashed its formidable firepower upon his being, where his mental energy intertwined most profoundly. Cheng Bin concentrated all his psychic control, harnessing a portion of the mental energy atoms that shattered under the onslaught to release terrifying nuclear energy. He compressed and gathered countless mental energy atoms, both internal and external, to the surface of his body with an intensity that surpassed all limits. The immense pressure obliterated the electronic shells of numerous mental energy atoms, condensing them into a dense material composed of atomic nuclei stacked upon one another, as if all the nuclei and electrons formed a supermolecule. This supermolecule, supported by electron degeneracy pressure to prevent further compression, could be aptly described using the more familiar term, white dwarf material. Under the extreme high energy and the influence of mental energy, Cheng Bin enveloped himself in a layer of white dwarf armor that, even without an attack, would collapse within a short span of time, granting him an unprecedented and terrifying level of defense. The density of the white dwarf material, surpassing all limits, allowed Cheng Bin to perceive the abnormal gravitational effects acting upon various parts of his body through his mental energy. If he survived this ordeal, perhaps he might just brush against the mysteries of gravity. Cheng Bin lamented the realization that the intensity of the energy could not exceed the electron degeneracy pressure, which kept electrons confined within the atomic nuclei, forming the far more fearsome neutron star material. However, such a substance, which had transformed even the elemental types, was likely beyond his capacity to maintain control, even without the ability to evade bullets. He must strive to dodge the gun's muzzle and endure the residual shock waves. Otherwise, he would certainly meet his demise. Having completed all possible defensive measures and made every effort to evade, Bin's thoughts momentarily wandered until he beheld one when hurling her dagger. In the instant the dagger left her hand, one applied a distortion of supersonic speed to it, synchronizing its velocity with the laser beam emitted from her left hand pointed directly at Cheng Bin. A minuscule number of protons, accelerated to near-light speed through electromagnetic means, could unleash destruction akin to that of a colossal nuclear weapon. What devastation would a dagger, its mass exceeding that of countless proton cannons, achieve at nearly the speed of light? The flying dagger instantly disintegrated, collapsing into particles smaller than protons within atomic nuclei. This minuscule matter, undetectable to the two present, warped space-time at a terrifying velocity approaching light speed, generating immense mass and derived gravitational forces that swept everything in the vicinity away. In the void of space, one could observe a straight beam of light piercing the atmosphere, obliterating the surface of the Earth, as the impact rendered both land and sea into an indescribable tumult, tearing the planet's surface wide open into a gaping, fan-shaped wound. As one who had retreated rapidly from the dagger's synchronized speed, gradually regained her senses amidst the chaos, she grimaced as she surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was drenched in blood, her right arm entirely absent, and most of her bones shattered. Gazing toward the direction of her previous attack, she was rendered speechless by the terrifying tsunami obscuring the horizon. Sitting on the ground, clutching her right shoulder, when struggled against the pain and disorientation, using her will to organize her disordered body and finally rising to her feet. The battlefield is not yet concluded. Does this mean that Fellow still lives? How terrifying, she mused, marveling at both the technique she had employed for the first time and the survival of her adversary beneath its onslaught. Dragging her battered form, she summoned her ability and began to traverse the horrific chasm created by her dagger, perhaps due to the mechanisms of the arena or a resonance among parallel entities. One, while concentrating intently, could vaguely sense the approximate location of her opponent. Following this intuition, she navigated through the fragmented space for quite some time until she discovered Cheng Bin lying on the edge of the canyon, amidst the tempest. Hey, one gently touched her shoulder, chuckling as she approached Cheng Bin and sat beside him. Seeing you in a far worse state than I am instantly brings me a sense of balance. Cheng Bin slowly turned his head, laboriously glancing at one, who sat to his left with his remaining eye. Indeed, compared to one, who had lost an arm and shattered countless bones, his condition was grim. The left side of his body and below the waist had vanished, exposing a stark white spine and an empty abdominal cavity to the air. Not only was half of his heart absent, but the left side of his skull was also missing, revealing a brain riddled with wrinkles beneath. Though he had exerted every effort to defend and evade, the light-speed impact had left him in this state. Raising his surviving right hand, Cheng Bin observed its condition, his lips remaining silent as he simulated a voice through his mental energy. How chilling. Merely brushing against the residual force has resulted in such devastation. But you still survived, one said, lifting her left hand to tidy her disheveled hair, sighing in resignation. You have won. Look at my wretched state. Do you not desire to deliver a finishing blow? Spare me your tricks. I am utterly exhausted and incapable of further combat, while you, this inhuman monster, despite her grievous injuries, she mused that her abilities should remain largely unaffected. There is indeed an impact, Cheng Bin sighed, his ruined body slowly rising. The internal organs and various glands will influence the soul. The mental energy, derived from the overlapping and integrating souls of parallel worlds, will naturally diminish in potency. However, grant me a moment. I assure you I shall recover swiftly. TCH, had I known this would be the case, I would have chosen to understand the truth and become a clearer specter, one remarked, observing Cheng Bin gather elements at a visible pace to restore his form. She stood up, moving to the precarious edge of the canyon, admiring the rarely seen chaotic landscape in its natural state before turning to face Cheng Bin. Although uncertain of the ultimate aim of the elusive black cat, she resolved to relish her victory, addressing him, "Enjoy your triumph, my dear brother." Abandoning her futile efforts to suppress her internal injuries, one was soon drenched in blood. She smiled faintly at Cheng Bin before leaning back into the endless chasm behind her. Cheng Bin floated to the canyon's edge, silently watching the figure vanish into the hazy world below, until his body gradually returned to its former state, swathed once more in a layer of inky blackness. Why am I so resolute regarding death? Cheng Bin pondered softly to himself. It feels as though I must bear yet another heavy burden. He tested his newly restored limbs, ensuring the functionality of his mental energy. Once he ascertained that all was well, The previously indistinct, overlapping worlds suddenly twisted. Fragments of countless scenes coalescing into a swirling passageway. Cheng Bin directed his gaze toward the expanse of this passage, where a familiar small black cat perched upon an endlessly shifting, exotic crystal. What a long and arduous battle it has been. Congratulations, host. You have emerged victorious. Chapter 84. Return and the Heart Plan in the inner domain of Zero World. At the new Mars base, the scene felt oddly familiar. Cheng Bin sighed, recalling the last admonition from team leader Cheng regarding the system, to trust it. After much contemplation, derived from the sacrifices made by parallel entities with striking similarities, he found it impossible to dismiss the notion, although there existed the potential for parallel selves to be deceived by the system. Considering its capabilities and past behaviors rendered such doubts rather futile. A fragment of the system floating beside Cheng Bin nodded in agreement. After a moment of deep reflection, Cheng Bin made his way to the production area of the base. He gestured to draw a small piece of carbon ore into his hand. After pondering for a while, he clenched his fingers, and with the expulsion of some impurities, the carbon within his palm underwent dramatic alterations at the atomic level. When he opened his hand, the once opaque piece of carbon had shrunk substantially, transforming into a crystalline diamond. Though he had made some progress in manipulating atomic structures, he was still far from disassembling atomic nuclei for material reconfiguration. Having traversed the second outer domain, Cheng Bin chose not to absorb the abilities of his parallel selves in the arena, yet his mental energy had advanced in various aspects, albeit not yet achieving a qualitative leap. Nevertheless, embedding atomic structures like carbon with mental energy control posed no significant challenge. Surrounding the new Mars base were two colossal isolation zones. One concealed the peculiar tetrahedron discovered by Cheng Bin during his foundation excavation, while the other safeguarded the latest monumental construction of the base, meticulously maintained on a precise horizontal plane, spanning several kilometers. They resembled two enormous, dark snail shells with an abundance of spirals, symmetrically positioned and interconnected by straight passages extending from their outermost rings, reminiscent of an oversized pair of spiral spectacles. Nations across Earth with sufficient prowess had embarked on similar projects, aiming to investigate the intricate structures of various particles and the phenomena of the microscopic realm. The most prevalent among these was the Hadron Collider, designed to accelerate protons for collision, probing the quarks within protons and the gluons connecting them. However, the apparatus at the new Mars base was merely a rudimentary structure, hastily assembled by machines according to design specifications. It necessitated extensive manual calibration and testing before it could be operational. The rationale behind prioritizing this endeavor as the first significant project post the base's operational commencement stemmed from Cheng Bin's mental energy hitting a bottleneck in material analysis. Currently, the most profound and frequently employed electromagnetic wave detection module within his panoramic perception could only penetrate the multilayered electron cloud surrounding atoms, barely capturing the vague outline of atomic nuclei. The precision of mental energy's effects depended on Cheng Bin's understanding of the target material. The inability of electromagnetic waves to delve into atomic nuclei implied that he could not directly visualize protons and neutrons, severely diminishing his comprehension and thus hindering the identification and interference of mental energy with applications like proton cannons, which had only been manipulated macroscopically through electromagnetic forces. To penetrate atomic nuclei and employ mental energy interference on protons and neutrons for elemental reconfiguration and reliable nuclear energy, Cheng Bin needed to transform his soul's perception channels regarding external entities. He aimed to enable his panoramic perception to bypass the significant constraints of the five senses and directly imprint knowledge into his memory. Concurrently, he sought to develop superior detection modules, experimenting with mental energy to accurately capture and identify more microscopic materials in collider experiments. However, the subsequent adjustments to the high-energy particle collider, the enhancement of perception channels, and the understanding of micro-level material and energy changes post-experiment required a vast reservoir of knowledge. While Cheng Bin's interface contained relevant information, assimilating and integrating the subtleties of quantum-level knowledge was no trivial task. In light of this, whether through acquiring advanced technological products from team leader Cheng's capabilities or continuing to delve deep into the fundamental layers of matter, focusing on the research of thought and memory emerged as paramount. The mind control plan ought to be prioritized at the forefront of his capability development agenda. After surveying the construction progress of the accelerator and rectifying some issues, Cheng Bin mused aloud as he flew toward the entrance of the accelerator's isolation zone. So, Which world shall I venture into in search of this knowledge? Chapter 85. Trivial matters of Earth. Having acquired the second fragment of the sacred relic, Cheng now possessed the ability to select target worlds for traversal based on necessity. However, despite this assertion, the exploration and observation of higher dimensional realms, as well as the anchoring of traversal targets within the infinite expanse of parallel worlds, remained under the comprehensive control of the system. Cheng was still far from capable of engaging with elements pertaining to the cosmic realm. Hence, the system's counsel remained laden with significance and merit, warranting Cheng's careful contemplation. Post. Regarding the traversal through the matching of human fantasy scripts to target worlds, the black cat, hovering beside Cheng, reminded him, generally, this system will not forcibly prevent you from providing various details for world selection. However, it is advisable for you to offer only vague keywords when providing information. It is preferable not to present an entire human-created fantasy script at once. Why? Cheng, strolling across the surface of Mars, inquired with a hint of surprise. The more detailed the information you provide, the narrower the range of options this system has in selecting from the countless worlds that bear similarity to the target, thus diminishing the safety factor. The black cat's vertical pupil shimmered with an enigmatic light. Moreover, there are numerous contradictions and loopholes present within human fantasy scripts. If we were to match strictly according to the script's content, the outcome would be difficult to predict. Casting a glance at the extensively sealed-off area on the opposite side of the Mars base, Cheng's figure ascended from the dark red Martian surface into the vastness of outer space. Unfurling the long-awaited cloaking module, he perfectly bent the surrounding electromagnetic waves around himself. Canceling the propulsion of the electromagnetic battle body, he began a free fall towards the arc-shaped surface from outside the atmosphere. Lying face down as he descended, Cheng's speed did not exceed the sound barrier upon reaching equilibrium with the air resistance. The fierce winds tousled his short hair like flames, yet could not disturb the black garments enveloping him. The exhilarating free fall ceased upon glimpsing the silhouette of the capital of Hua country. Cheng's figure flickered and vanished from sight, soaring towards his familiar research institute at an imperceptible speed, leaving behind no trace of turbulent air. Amidst the successive commotions, signs of slight disarray emerged among various social strata within the country. Although there was astonishment at the audacious strides taken by Hua country, both the prominent figures and the ever-shifting social dynamics held no intrigue for Cheng. After agreeing to assist Hua country with a strategic endeavor, motivated by patriotic fervor and mutual aid, he delved into technical exchanges at the research institute. On another front, Hua country had only managed to summarize the rudimentary grammatical patterns of the text discovered within the unknown artificial structure on Mars. It had yet to uncover any leads for decoding. Such endeavors could only progress swiftly once the correct initial step had been taken. While the translation work made little headway, unexpected insights emerged from the elemental analysis of the tetrahedral materials. The dormitory, resembling a small villa, exhibited almost no changes, evidently maintained intentionally by the management. Cheng mused that it would likely be difficult to return here in the future as he entered his bedroom and began to tidy up his scattered personal belongings. In doing so, he unearthed quite a few items: an old wallet, identification card, mobile phone, clothing, shoes, and more. With a tinge of nostalgia, Cheng meticulously sorted through each possession, yet a flicker of confusion suddenly crossed his face. His pause in action was prompted by the winning numbers inscribed on a lottery ticket, where he felt an inexplicable sense of disquiet. 09, 16, 17, 24, 30, 31, 08. Chapter 86. Please call me the president of the Transport Society. Cheng discovered in the panel records a memory captured shortly after he acquired the ability to manipulate thought energy in W-Town. The screen vividly displayed the numbers on the winning lottery ticket: 09, 16, 17, 24, 30, 31, and 06, while the ticket remained largely unchanged. The last digit had mysteriously altered from 06 to 08. Cheng meticulously re-examined the ticket, confirming that it was indeed the one he had won with. He then paused the download of fantasy scripts from the network and redirected his search towards news articles concerning that particular lottery draw. To his astonishment, both the lottery center's records and various news outlets indicated that the winning number had indeed changed to 08, although it seemed like a mere numerical alteration. The ripple effects across printed media, human memory, and computer records were undoubtedly significant. The vast number of individuals who had inadvertently encountered the winning number through various channels only compounded the impact. It seemed that this alteration could only be attributed to one entity, the system. Cheng Bin closed the panel and summoned the system, gazing intently as he inquired, "Has there been a divergence in the world line of zero domain while I remained unaware? Or should I rather question whether the world I currently inhabit is genuinely the zero domain?" Even though he felt unaffected by this shift in world lines, the notion that familiar people and events were undergoing unfamiliar transformations beyond his perception sent a chill down his spine. Surprisingly, the system, which had always exuded an air of omniscience, appeared equally bewildered by this occurrence. "Are you certain that the original ticket you purchased ended with 06? The records in this system also indicate 08. After Cheng Bin elaborated on his predicament, the black cat perched on the table regarded him with a nuanced expression. If this was indeed recorded through the thought energy panel, it could be deemed credible. Thus, the system had no choice but to extend its congratulations to Cheng Bin. The very fact that even the system, capable of observing the inner domain from a higher dimension, had failed to detect this minor information shift in zero domain suggested that Cheng Bin's higher dimensional consciousness was at play. Could this truly be considered good fortune? Cheng Bin found himself amused yet perplexed, feeling as though trust was a rare commodity in this world. Nevertheless, as the system assured him that this was not a harbinger of calamity, he decided to temporarily set the matter aside, acknowledging his current inability to delve into the intricacies of world lines. After organizing his belongings and completing the download of the majority of accessible fantasy scripts, Cheng Bin prepared to depart. To avoid the complications of verification and coordination, he was obliged to travel to the Aerospace Center on a conventional airplane, accompanied by personnel from various countries. For someone accustomed to soaring through the skies at multiple times the speed of sound, the experience of flying in a standard aircraft, which barely approached sonic speeds, felt rather uncomfortable. During the flight, the accompanying personnel elaborated on the background and rationale for this mission. In essence, after acquiring a wealth of technology from Cheng Bin and gaining insight into the dangers and opportunities within the infinite realms of time and space, China had taken bold strides forward, startling numerous national organizations. More practically, the adjustments in China's industrial and economic structures, amid today's globalized economy, had caused significant upheaval worldwide, even inciting a financial crisis fueled by certain individuals, which stoked considerable animosity. Moreover, the subtle unveiling of China's new generation of energy systems and intelligent robotics nearly ignited a fresh arms race among nations. Although overt conflicts had yet to erupt, the undercurrents of competition persisted, and regions surrounding China, which had once been relatively calm, now buzzed with tension. Modern warfare had evolved beyond traditional airspace and information control to encompass the latest domain of celestial control, establishing strategic advantages in outer space. Historically, nations had devised various plans targeting this objective, including offensive satellites and aerospace vehicles, yet the technology had not matured sufficiently, and international competition in this arena had remained relatively tame. Now, however, with China poised to seize a commanding position in the celestial competition thanks to groundbreaking technologies, it aimed to restore order to the current chaotic state of affairs on Earth and secure a position of leadership coupled with stable development. This strategic high ground naturally referred to the Moon, the celestial body closest to Earth. Establishing a self-sustaining base and defense system on the Moon would ensure that any spacecraft launching from Earth would require permission from China. In the event of conflict, strikes from the Moon could obliterate any object drifting beyond the Earth's atmosphere, be it satellites or intercontinental ballistic missiles. Swift action would leave other nations helplessly watching as China fortified its lunar defenses with electromagnetic cannons and lasers, rendering them impotent in retaliation. Yet, while aspirations were grand, reality posed challenges. Although China was confident in its ability to construct a self-sustaining lunar base and had individuals willing to dedicate their lives to this endeavor, the awkward truth was that they lacked the capacity to transport the vast resources and manpower required in one go. Without a fully equipped base from the outset, neither frequent spacebound asteroids nor other nations observing space would grant China the luxury of time to construct their fortifications. Thus, they turned to Cheng Bin. Given his current reserves of energy and output capacity, he might not be able to tackle towering mountains like the Five Sacred Mountains, but he could certainly manage smaller hills, provided material and damage were not concerns. While moving this stockpile of supplies to the Moon would deplete his energy reserves, it was not beyond his capabilities. However, how had China come to realize he possessed such abilities? His last display of power had likely occurred during the extreme defense test. Prior to that, those in China had perceived him as an ordinary individual with a peculiar gift, comparable in strength to a special forces unit. It was only afterward that they recognized him as a formidable entity, one who could withstand even the most catastrophic of nuclear conflicts. Nonetheless, the extent of his capabilities at that time had not reached the level necessary to transport an entire mountain of supplies into lunar orbit. When Cheng Bin inquired about this perplexity, he learned that he did not need to transport all the prepared supplies to the moon in one trip. Following Cheng Bin's journey to Mars, China had intensified its observations of the planet. The scene of Cheng Bin constructing a base on Mars was no longer a secret within certain circles. Coupled with the insights from research institutions, they had come to understand Cheng Bin's atomic-level material reconstruction abilities and revised their perceptions of his current output capabilities. The moon is rich in elemental diversity, and Cheng Bin could feasibly manufacture certain instruments there. The complete set of resources before him was merely a precaution. However, Cheng Bin had no interest in remaining on the moon as an intelligent machine tool. Hence, after ensuring that the personnel heading to the moon donned their specialized equipment and entered the designated chamber, he neatly arranged and stacked all the supply containers, carefully lifting them with his electromagnetic power. All the supplies were stacked together, resembling a small mountain, as they floated 10 meters high into the air. A chilling sensation enveloped those shrouded in shadow, leaving them trembling in fear. Once assured of his ability to transport these items, Cheng Bin greeted the dazed supervisor on the ground and donned an invisibility module, vanishing from the sight of the crowd and the radar alike. Chapter 87. Lunar Base. In consideration of the safety of the various delicate instruments contained within the sealed container, Cheng Bin meticulously controlled the fluctuations in his flight speed, striving to avoid any vibrations that might disturb the transported objects. Within the atmosphere, he was confident in maintaining a remarkably high velocity without causing significant air turbulence around his body. However, the sheer size of the items he was currently levitating posed a considerable challenge. After the full upgrade of his electromagnetic combat suit, the amount of mental energy that could be exerted externally had diminished, and under normal circumstances, air could not be influenced by the electromagnetic fields generated by the suit. Relying solely on mental energy proved inadequate for managing the myriad air resistance encountered. Thus, Cheng Bin ascended at a leisurely pace until he had completely exited the atmosphere, at which point he gradually accelerated. Utilizing the vast perceptive range afforded by the panoramic electromagnetic wave detection, Cheng Bin deftly navigated the enormous target along a gentle arc, evading the myriad satellites, space debris, and small meteoroids hurtling through Earth's orbital path, ultimately arriving unimpeded at the lunar surface. To establish dominion over the outer reaches of Earth's space, it was imperative that the lunar base be constructed on the hemisphere of the moon that perpetually faces Earth. With the apprehensions of Huagua, China, allayed, Cheng Bin felt no trepidation about being detected by the countless telescopes scrutinizing the moon's surface. Upon locating the predetermined coordinates outlined in Huagua's plans, he deactivated the invisible electromagnetic field that could disrupt the sensitive instruments and systematically arrange the items he had transported on the flat terrain. Cheng Bin informed the personnel from Huagua inside the specialized manned capsule through an external mechanism and awaited patiently as they cautiously opened the hatch. Despite the drastic environmental changes from the lunar surface to the moon's atmosphere, the condition of those inside remained largely unaffected, with the outer door of the isolation chamber exhibiting no signs of air leakage. A line of individuals clad in spacesuits emerged methodically from within. Observing their unhurried pace as they organized and unpacked, Cheng Bin clicked his tongue and, embodying the spirit of thorough assistance, assumed the role of various heavy machinery, aiding them in opening the sealed containers and sequentially extracting the modular construction units for installation. With his mind operating at an accelerated pace, Cheng Bin adeptly learned from the manuals while assembling the components with his bare hands, as these items were designed with ease of assembly and replacement in mind. However, he did not intend to linger indefinitely on the Huagua project. After ensuring the personnel's living conditions and central control area were established, and the array of electromagnetic cannons and laser launchers were installed, he resolved to depart. With safety concerns addressed, the subsequent tasks could be managed by them in due course. Beyond the initial construction of the lunar base, the most significant challenges lay in energy and potable water. Until the establishment of a simulated ecological cycle, sustenance could only be derived from reserves or costly supplies shipped from Earth. In terms of energy, they still depended on the limited supply of nuclear fusion batteries produced by Huawei's laboratories. Only after the foundational structures of the base were completed would they commence the construction of thermonuclear reactors as a new energy source. The cold fusion fuel used in the nuclear fusion batteries was challenging to produce on the moon, whereas the excellent fuel, helium-3, was abundant on the lunar surface and could be extracted and processed for use. The first generation of thermonuclear fusion, which employs isotopes of hydrogen such as deuterium and tritium, generates a significant number of high-energy neutrons. Since neutrons are uncharged, they cannot be confined by magnetic fields, potentially damaging the interior of the thermonuclear reactor. The third generation of thermonuclear fusion, however, utilizes the plentiful helium-3 available on the moon, which does not produce excess neutrons, thereby minimizing the risk of damaging the reactor, a far more efficient energy solution with reduced complexity. Following the acquisition of various technological insights, Huawei's industrial capabilities and technologies were advancing rapidly, making the manufacture of safe third-generation thermonuclear reactors a feasible task. Cheng had transported key components for 2 small-scale third-generation thermonuclear reactors to the moon. After observing the bustling construction activities from the moon's lofty heights, Cheng was suddenly reminded of the shifting lunar base in the overlapping realms of the outer domain number 2 world, where it existed amid integrity, ruins, and desolation. With a silent sigh, he pivoted and accelerated towards the direction of Mars. For reasons unknown, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Upon returning to the Mars base, Cheng first ventured to a large isolation zone on the periphery of the facility. After conducting an investigation, he discovered that the previously severed exterior shell opening of the peculiar structure had seamlessly reformed, showing no signs of a fissure. Intrigued, Cheng cut an incision into the building and patiently observed as the tetrahedral composite material gradually reassembled at an almost imperceptible pace, akin to a gelatinous substance mending itself to restore its original form. Maintaining a panoramic view and mental energy permeation, Cheng furrowed his brow. Initially, he speculated that the building material resembled nanomechanical constructs akin to gong, but upon closer inspection, he discerned that it bore more resemblance to a biological entity, slowly influencing other related substances through a complex information structure akin to genetic material to achieve systematic motion, operating on chemical and some mechanical energy. It likely concealed the utilization of electromagnetic energy as well. Cheng pondered for a moment outside the tetrahedron. He currently lacked the capability to decode the information harbored within the core substance, which was comparable to genetic material. Based on the exhibited characteristics of this material, it appeared to be in a dormant state, though he was uncertain what conditions would stimulate it to undergo further transformations. Shaking his head at his meager accumulation of knowledge and research capabilities, Cheng abandoned the immediate pursuit of uncovering the mysteries of the enigmatic structure. His foremost priority remained the advancement of his core plan. The secrets of this mysterious building could await his enhanced research abilities or the breakthroughs achieved by Huawei's experts. Reclining on the sofa, an immense display unfolded before Cheng, showcasing an endless array of human creativity throughout history, texts, illustrations, animations, and films, all rapidly scrolling before him. While he and the black cat perched beside him reflected the shifting brilliance of the screen in their eyes. Chapter 88. Choices and Departures. Although Cheng has achieved atomic-level precision in manipulating his abilities, even transforming the very atoms that constitute his being through mental energy, this does not imply that he has unraveled all the secrets of the human body. He governs his body from a macroscopic and generalized hardware perspective. However, he lacks genuine mastery over complex entities such as genes and the human brain. Whether utilizing the mental energy battle body acquired from Dr. Cheng or the self-modified electromagnetic battle body, his transformations merely maintain the original functioning of the human body, merely scratching the surface of the vast knowledge and principles underlying its operations. Thus, the current endeavor of the Heart Plan aims to thoroughly elucidate the processes of self-memory and thought generation, ultimately attaining complete control over one's own mind. Should this Heart Plan be fully realized, Cheng would possess the capacity to modify memories, regulate emotions, optimize thoughts, and even digitalize the soul, thereby manipulating his own persona. This initiative, designed to enhance intelligence and empower individuals on a spiritual level, is exceedingly intricate, vast, and perilous. Instant success is unattainable. One must consume food bite by bite and traverse the path step by step. The inaugural phase of the heart plan must commence with simpler elements, beginning with an understanding of the primary material composition of the brain, which processes sensory information, perceives the world, and forms memories. As Cheng Bin accelerated his thoughts, he gazed at a scrolling screen capable of dazzling an ordinary person's eyes, briefly skimming through a plethora of imaginative scripts while categorizing them according to their respective world backgrounds. After archiving the scripts, he pondered for a moment, then inquired of the system via electromagnetic signals. System, you once mentioned that the existence of extraordinary entities and power systems is exceedingly perilous, correct? Recalling the previous world and the figure of team leader Cheng, who bore a halo like a celestial being, Cheng Bin chuckled wryly and concealed the majority of the scripts on the panel. Eliminating those worlds that were difficult to comprehend, he also dismissed several backgrounds fraught with danger. Non-human and non-intelligent life forms must also be excluded, Cheng Bin muttered as he significantly reduced the number of scripts displayed on the panel. Once the quantity reached a manageable level, he opened the details of each script to examine their specific content and related information. After a brief exploration, Cheng Bin settled on the target world of the Matrix film series. However, after rapidly reviewing the series, he furrowed his brow. From the main narrative and a brief synopsis, it appeared to be a tale of an evolved intelligent program connecting the human brain to machines, imprisoning humanity within a virtual world powered by love as energy. Although this fantasy script indeed contained technologies capable of linking program data with human sensory memories, when viewed from the perspective of a world that genuinely exists, Cheng Bin sensed that both the plot synopsis and the film itself contained various glaring logical inconsistencies. Furrowing his brows, he perused additional information related to the film series, ultimately discovering intriguing insights and some in-depth analyses of the film's background. So that is it. After reading several lengthy critiques, Cheng Bin marveled. If the film's background is indeed as described, many of the inconsistencies would make sense. The world crafted by the screenwriters and the actual filming effects are entirely different matters, likely exacerbated by translation issues during international releases. However, if the speculations within these critiques hold any truth, the peril of that world must be reassessed, as the script fails to mention anything outside the virtual realm. After contemplating this, he glanced at the small black cat beside him. System, you shall assist in filtering out the relatively safe, unknown aspects of the target world beyond the matching information I provided, correct? Fear not, host, the black cat assured, raising its paw. This system will undoubtedly select the most suitable world within the matching parameters as the target. Let us hope, Cheng Bin thought, committing the necessary information to memory before closing the panel. He rose from the sofa, preparing to embark on his journey. Do I need to bring anything with me? After some contemplation, he discarded the notion of carrying items. Although he could not yet delve into atomic nuclei for material recombination, he was already capable of effortlessly creating most of what he required. Surely, the world dominated by intelligent programs would not lack various elements. As for equipment, although Cheng Bin had acquired the knowledge to craft superpowered armaments like Gong Gong and Zhu Rong in the previous world, these half-finished products, which relied on abilities, offered little enhancement to his combat prowess given his electromagnetic battle body. Upgrading these armaments to full versions or even evolution variants that could wait until the heart plan was completed and his scientific capabilities had exploded. After examining his own condition and activating his electromagnetic battle body to full power, Cheng Bin nodded at the system. As the traversal program initiated, both he and the cat vanished from the room. Cheng Bin, concealed by an invisibility module, materialized in the depths of outer space. This time, he felt no peculiar sensations. How strange. Could it be that this world lacks radiation? Cheng Bin muttered, casting a glance at the enormous planet beside him. He expanded the panoramic view, collecting starlight data while comparing it with the stored star maps. The comparison revealed an astonishing similarity. A complete match was not out of the question. So this is Earth. Turning to face the colossal planet, Cheng Bin found it astonishing. The celestial body before him did not display the blue and white hues characteristic of the inner domain. Instead, it was entirely composed of dark metallic materials, devoid of any familiar traces of oceans or land. Surely, Earth cannot possess such an abundance of metallic mineral reserves? If that is the case, then either the inhabitants of this planet have mastered the technology of material recombination deep within atomic nuclei, capable of dismantling and reconstituting elements into the required metallic forms, or they can penetrate the Earth's crust to extract metallic sulfides and oxides from the lower mantle, perhaps even utilizing the pure metallic core directly. Though all appear perilous, the latter seems to be the less daunting endeavor. Cheng cautiously observed the metallic planet occupying Earth's position, then traced an arc to the planet's far side. How peculiar, no moon. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted his gaze towards Mars' orbit within the solar system. Although the footage was merely a few minutes old, Cheng could discern that Mars retained a primordial landscape akin to that of the inner domain. It had not expanded into the cosmic expanse. It seems the situation is not the worst it could be. After passively receiving and analyzing the light from Earth and space for a while, Cheng made a resolute decision and set his course towards the immense metallic planet.